Shout out to the early No Cap crew in the building. How are you? Scream, y'all.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
We back again. Let's go. You can support this channel by sending a super thanks. If you're watching the replay, exactly. If you're watching the replay, you can always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it, right below the video. Shout out to everybody that already hit the like button so far. Shout out to everybody that shared the live stream or is willing or is going to share the live stream. I appreciate you.
Spacey got the swords on.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the swords on. Spacey got the swords on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Freezy, a pioneer.
Softball shit, what you want me to play?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Scream y'all Saturday. We're back.
Spacey got the sauce on.
You look, it came back around quick, huh? Let's soak up as much Scream y'all Saturday as we can while it's here. Because before you know it, it's gone. Shout out to everybody that's participating already with Scream y'all Saturday. Thank you, I appreciate you. Big shout out to my co-host, Next Level, I appreciate you. Shout out to Next Level in the building, I appreciate you.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Shout out to all the moderators. Ready to go to work, let's go. Shout out to everybody that's willing to share the live stream. Let's go.
Freezy, a pioneer.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Softball shit, what you want me to play?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Freezy, a pioneer.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing it.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
What up, what up, what up? You are officially locked into No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're right with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you're right with your boy, Freezy.
No captivity, no captivity, no captivity.
Let's go. Can I light my incense? StreamYard Saturday. StreamYard Saturday, which originally started out as StreamYard Saturday. But because of the passion and also because of my ghetto-ness on how we say streamed here in Florida, the ghetto way we say scream. Screen. Yeah, that's StreamYard. StreamYard. StreamYard Saturday. StreamYard weekend. And that's how the name came about. Just in case you guys, anybody was looking for a history lesson. Right? Yeah, we're gonna have a fun Saturday tonight, man. We're gonna have a great time. I can assure you. Let me see something. Do I got a picture? Let me try to be a little professional this StreamYard Saturday. Okay, this might be a good picture. Let me. All right. There we go. Let me turn it around. Oh, perfect. Yeah. So there she is. K Michelle showed up on Cam Newton's show. She showed up on Cam Newton's podcast, and she had a lot to say about men, black men in particular, and Cam Newton on how he lives his life pertaining to women. She was very heavily opinionated. And I looked at a clip where she actually kind of broke down. She got very emotional talking about black households, black men, black women, and the main thing I was going to talk about tonight was the King protests or whatever has been going on today. Anybody been paying attention to the King protests? Is it King's protests or King protests? Let me see. King's protests. Mic check, mic check, mic check, check. Mic check, mic check. Okay, I'm back. Mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me now? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me now. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me now. Y'all would not believe that StreamYard. That StreamYard did that. I just had to go back in my StreamYard and I had to go back in my StreamYard and reset my microphone. I don't know. I was talking to, I was on 907 Good Eats channel a couple of nights ago, and she was saying that StreamYard had a massive shutdown. Y'all heard about that? I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but StreamYard better get it together. But especially after this huge increase in price that they're charging people. StreamYard, you need to get it together. Y'all can't afford to be having all of these glitches. You know? Let me see something. Let me see if I can add in the timpani sound. There you go. Here we go. Y'all ready to do a roll call? So yeah, we're going to talk about what K. Michelle had to say on Cam Newton show. Pretty interesting, y'all. It's going to be very controversial. We're going to talk about the No Kings protest, and I got some more videos on ground spam that we're going to go over. Of course, I'm going to put the link in the chat, and we're going to have a great conversation. We got a long time tonight, right? Y'all know this first session is 12 hours, and then our brother Next Level takes over for the second session. This is StreamYard. So yeah, we're gonna talk about K. Michelle along with some other stuff. K. Michelle, Cam Newton, No Kings protest, a whole bunch of stuff, right? But Before we get before we go too far into this show, how about we do a roll call? Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Shout out to our brother Emperor Project 313, the great. Hold on, what? Oh, I forgot. I gotta stop it. Is there a way on StreamYard that you can prevent it from repeating? Does anybody know that? Is there a way you could prevent the audio from repeating without stopping it yourself? Because the videos do that, but the audio, if you don't stop it, it's going to keep repeating. I don't know. But shout out to our brother Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. He said, "What up, though, Freezy?" And chat, smash that like button hard right now. And also continued thanks to everyone for their continued prayers. Very much appreciated, man. Emperor, we're going to continue to pray for you and your family, man. Last I heard, we had got a good report, and I hope it's still a good report. I'm pretty sure my brother's going to check in with me privately. And whatever he allows me to tell y'all, I will communicate, right? Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. And make sure you guys subscribe to his gaming channel, and make sure you hit that notification bell. Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great, man. In the building. Also, who else is in the building? Shout out to our sister from Temecula, California. That's our sister, Kimberly Johnson. Shout out to Kimberly Johnson. She said, "Hey, Freezy and Emperor Kojak 313 the Great." Shout out to Kimberly Johnson. Always good to see you, Kimberly. Kimberly was in Bible study today, and we had an awesome time. Shout out to my sister, Kimberly, in the building. Right? Also, who else is in the building? That's her. Another one of our sisters that was in Bible study. Always with her continued support. She said, "Blessings to everyone. Shalom, sis. And hope you had a great Sabbath." Shout out to her. That's her. Always good to see you, sis. StreamYard. Bezo, thank you for being here. Bezo said vice versa. Bezo is clearly responding to the topic and the title of the show. One of our mods, please welcome Bezo to the No Cap crew. Thank you for being here, Bezo. We hope that you subscribed and hit that notification bell. Right? Let's get it. Thank you for being here, Bezo. Also, shout out to our brother, Joseph A. Gomez. Joseph A. Gomez, what it do? Are you ready to hang out? He's giving a shout out to Kimberly Johnson. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez, our brother from New Mexico, representing. That's right. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez in the building, man. Oh, man. Who is that? Who is that? That's our sister, Miss Piggy. Shout out to Miss Piggy. She said, hey, Freezy. And the No Cap crew. Miss Piggy look like she ready to hang out for a couple of minutes. Shout out to Miss Piggy. Great to see you, sis. Long-time supporter of the No Cap crew and No Captivity with Freezy. Reminding you guys to make sure you hit that like button on the way in, and also show some love by sharing the live stream to all social media platforms, right? And also, she beat me to it. Support the show by sending Freezy a PayPal. A PayPal. Miss Piggy want to see a PayPal today. That's right. And the PayPal is No Captivity with Freeze without the Y. No Captivity with Freeze without the Y. Shout out to Miss Piggy. Thank you, Miss Piggy. We greatly appreciate you. Also, she's reminding you guys to feel free to help your brother Freezy and send him a cash cap to $Freezy No Cap. That's $Freezy No Cap. Thank you, Miss Piggy. Thank you. Shout out to Sunshine informing me that I was muted by no fault of mine. Yeah, StreamYard. That wasn't ScreamYard, Saturday. That's StreamYard. Yeah, that had me muted. I don't know why it went out like that, but shout out to Sunshine. Great to see you adding a ray of sunshine every time you come. Thank you, Miss Sunshine, our sister. Shout out to my brother, King Rooster in the building. He said, I have my TV on the protest right now, and I also watch the military birthday parade. Go Trump. Shout out to King Rooster. King Rooster is staying informed. And shout out to you, man. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the No Kings protest earlier. A lot of people out, man, for that No Kings protest. We're going to talk about what it means going forward. Shout out to my brother Cartel, letting me know that I'm muted. What's going on, Cartel? How are you doing, bro? Great to see you. Shout out to Cartel in the building, man. Always good to see my brother Cartel in the building. Who else? Oh, there she go. Scream, y'all. Shout out to my sister, Caramel Drip. How are you, Caramel Drip? How are you feeling this evening? She said, freeze it. Let's go. Oh, she said, scream, freeze it. Let me say it right. Shout out to Caramel Drip. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Shout out to Caramel Drip, man. Been with me for a while, man. Great to see you, Caramel. I don't want to skip nobody's name. Y'all let me know if I skipped your name, because I don't be trying to. Shout out to my sister, the Wife School Podcast. She said, saying hello, Freezy. Thank you, sis. Thank you. Great to see you. It is great to see you. The Wife School Podcast. Shout out to the Wife School Podcast in the building. And make sure y'all subscribe to the Wife School Podcast, and make sure y'all hit that notification bell at my sister's channel. And also, speaking of subscribing and hitting that notification bell, make sure y'all do the same thing to my brother JT, What We Know Podcast. And he beat me to it. He's telling everybody and wishing everyone that's a man, that is, happy Father's Day to all my brothers that's fathers. Shout out to JT, man, for wishing all of us happy Father's Day. Shout out to you, JT. Great to see you, man. Love you, JT. Who else is in the building? JT said unloop the audio freezer. Well, how do you unloop it though? That's what I need to know. How do you unloop it? Emperor said, Freezy, yeah, I'll send you an update in a few, Freezy. I'm editing a video at the moment. Okay, no problem, bro. Take your time. Take your time, Emperor. And there's my nephew, man, RJ. He said, what's good, No Cap Crew? How y'all doing? Y'all speak back to my nephew, man. Shout out to my nephew. He said, how y'all doing? What's good? Shout out to the nephew, man. Love you, man. Miss Piggy say, came to work. I came to work tonight, Freezy. Salute. Let's go. Let's go, Miss Piggy. Miss Piggy say she came to work tonight. Come on, man. That's the spirit. Oh. Shout out to Miss Piggy, man. Come on. Come on, man. You just got me hyped just then, Miss Piggy. Come on, don't do that. You just got me hyped, Miss Piggy. Don't do that. Come on, man. Also, let me see. Where RJ at? Let me see. RJ. Where you at, RJ? There you go, RJ. There you go, RJ. Type something else in the chat, RJ. Shout out to RJ, man. Let me see. What else we got to do? Oh, okay. Yeah. We got to remind everybody to hit the like button. How many people hit the like button so far? Shout out to everybody that hit the like button. Let me see. Let me refresh my screen. How many people hit the like button so far? That's 27 people. 27 people hit the like button so far. I really appreciate y'all. I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life. Believe it and receive it. I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life. Believe it, please. Thank you for hitting the like button. 27 people hit the like button. Hopefully more people will feel compelled to hit the like button. After all, we do have a little less than 12 hours to go on this session. Well, I'm not 12 hours. I'm gonna just say, because it be nonstop. It's nonstop. So a little less than 24 hours to go. We got a little less than 24 hours to go. Somebody say, Freezer, but when is the best part of Scream Y'all Saturday? I don't know. Now, then, 5 minutes from now, 5 hours from now, I don't know. You just got to stay and catch as much as you can. Go to, and then when you get sleepy, go to sleep and come back. Because we still going to be here. I can assure you that. Also, put a 1 in the chat if you plan on being a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. Let me check. Put a 1 in the chat if you plan on being a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. Who's going to be a part of the No Cap campaign tonight? Who is going to share the live stream tonight? Who is going to share the live stream? Who is willing to share the live stream? Who has already shared the live stream? If you have, you are a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. Her That's Her says she's a part of the No Cap campaign. JT said he's a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. Sunshine said, what is that? That's whoever is willing to share this live stream tonight. Please, we urge and encourage everyone to share this live stream. Hit the share button and share the live stream. If you have done it already, or if you're willing to do it, please, if you're going to do it, please share the live stream and become a part of the No Cap campaign. We appreciate
Cap-tivity. No Cap-tivity. No Cap-tivity.
Put a 1 in the chat if you are a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. JT from What We Know podcast said he's a part of the No Cap campaign. Trucker Yeah said, what is that? Campaign, what's that? Trucker Yeah, all you got to do is share the live stream. Just hit the share button, Trucker Yeah. Don't ask no more questions, Trucker Yeah. Do your boy a favor and share the live stream, Trucker Yeah. Trucker Yeah, you supposed to be one of the main ones because you my boy. Shout out to everybody that's sharing the live stream. I appreciate y'all. Who else shared the live stream? Shout out to Miss Piggy. Of course, Miss Piggy's going to share the live stream. Of course, Miss Piggy's going to share the live stream. JT shared the live stream. Her That's Her shared the live stream. Who else shared the live stream? Oh, Rob. My boy Rob Dub shared the live stream. Can we get any more people to share the live stream? Thank you, Rob Dub. I'm waiting on Trucker Yeah to put a 1 in the chat. Since you asking what it is. And Sunshine, I'm waiting on Sunshine to put a 1 in the chat too. She said, now that you know, we need to know that you shared the live stream. Sunshine and Trucker Yeah. Okay, Trucker Yeah put a he put a 1 to the 11th power. Shout out to that was 4 1s, a 5 1, 6 1. Is that 6 1? 6 1. Shout out to Trucker Yeah. I know my dog was gonna be a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to Trucker Yeah, man. Shout out to Cartel, a part of the No Cap campaign. I appreciate you, Cartel. Thank you, man. Thank you. Listen, and if you don't know how to share the live stream, Sunshine said, okay, 1. Shout out to Sunshine. If you don't know how to share the live stream, the share button is right below the video. The share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Thank you in advance. Yeah, once you hit that share button, it gives you an option to share it out to any one of your social media platforms, favorite social media platforms, or it gives you an option to copy the link and share it out to any one of your close friends and family. Either way, thank you for being a part of the No Cap campaign. And I wish you $11 million in your life. And I'm serious about that. I really do wish everybody that shared this live stream $11 million.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. To support this platform and to support stories of this magnitude, oh, shout out to Bucket88 in the building. What's going on, Bucket88? Great to see you, man. Shout out to Bucket88. Bucket88 said, what up, Freezy and chat room? I appreciate you, Bucket88. Thank you for being here. To support this platform, especially if you would like your voice to be heard from the chat, shout out to my brother, Von Bryant. Greetings, peace, joy, and grace and abundance. Oh yeah, shout out to Von in the building. Shout out to Von, man. Great to see you, Von. If you would like your voice to be heard, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna want your voice to be heard tonight on tonight's live stream. Tonight is gonna be very controversial all throughout the live stream. To let your voice be heard, to make your voice to be heard from the chat. You could do it three ways. You could either send a super cap, aka super chat. The super chat button, the super chat is there's rectangle box right there where you type your chat set with the $sign in it. Right there where you type your chat set, you're gonna see a rectangle box with a $sign in it. That's how you leave a super cap. Who's gonna be the initial one to send a super cap? Who's going to be the initial one to send a super cap? We're waiting to read your super cap. I appreciate you. Also, another way is to send a cash cap. That's right. A cash cap to $sign Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. Who's going to be the first one to send a cash cap? Who's going to be the first one to send a cash cap to $Freezy no cap? You know, the first super cap, the first cash cap, and also the first PayPal of the night is always special. Is always special. On June 14th, you will make history. And that is the other way to support the channel, by sending a PayPal, which is at PayPal, you type in No Cap-tivity with freeze without the Y. No Cap-tivity with freeze without the Y. Thank you, Miss Piggy, for putting that in the chat. I started that, actually. I appreciate you. Sunshine said, are you doing singing super caps tonight? Yes, I am doing singing super caps. Yes, I am. And I will let you know when it starts, Sunshine. Look, Sunshine ready for me to do a singing super cap right now. Singing super caps are $10 or more. Just letting y'all know, singing super caps are $10 or more. Singing super caps are $10 or more. Shout out to our sister, Tyranny. Let's give Tyranny a big no cap, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Tyranny had a newborn. Tyranny had a newborn. And let's continue to congratulate Tyranny, her husband, and her entire family. Shout out to Tyranny, man. Tyranny, we're going to continue to congratulate you. Shout out to you and your beautiful family. Shout out to Tyranny, man. We love you, Tyranny. Shout out to my brother, Nightist just checked in. He said, what up, Freezy? Listen, just in case if you guys have not gone over to Nightish's channel, Nightish. If y'all ain't going over there and subscribe to hit that notification bell, man, I don't know what y'all waiting on. Make sure y'all go to Nightish's channel and hit that notification bell. Nightish, when you see Ruthless Truth, tell Ruthless Truth to come over here, man. I've been trying to holler at Ruthless Truth. Tell Ruthless Truth to come on over here, man. Shout out to Nightish in the chat, in the chat, man. Who else is in the building? Oh man, shout out to Talking to Kinfolk in the building now. Whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What was that? You know what? Maybe I can do super caps. I can do the super cap jingle. Let me see if I can do the add the super cap jingle. I see the super caps, y'all. I'm finna see if I can add it to Scream, y'all. Oh yeah, I got it. Thank you to the super caps. I appreciate y'all. Also, the last thing I forgot to tell y'all is how to become a sponsor of tonight's show. Joseph A. Gomez just beat y'all to it. I'm just letting y'all know that right now. How to become a sponsor of tonight's show. It's only $20 or more. It was only $20 or more. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez. Thanks to Joseph A. Gomez, now it's $30 or more. Let me see. Let me put Joseph. Yeah, it's $30 now. Shout out to Joseph, man. Let me see how this sounds.
Super chat. Super chat.
Ooh! Shout out to Bucket88 for his $10. Thank you, Bucket88. Bucket88 says, salute, Freezy. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Bucket88, man. Shout out to Bucket88 kicking off the super cap with $10. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Also, let's see. Let me try it again. Let me see if this works.
Super chat.
We in the money. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez for his $30 super cap. He said in 1932, New Mexico used the Sunshine State before Florida. History lesson. Really?
No Cap-tivity.
Did anybody else know that? New Mexico used the slogan Sunshine State before Florida. Did anybody else know that? Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez for giving me that history lesson. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez. And also, Joseph is our initial sponsor of tonight's show and official sponsor of tonight's show. To become a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, and also to be added to the sponsorship board or the ticker below, it only takes $30 or more. Thanks to Joseph A. Gomez, it only requires $30 or more. Thanks to Joseph A. Gomez. Thank you, Joseph. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh man. Are y'all ready, man? Y'all ready to get this? Listen, are y'all ready to hang out? I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a minute. But I want to show y'all something. My wife finna kill me. I'm not gonna use it, okay, honey? I'm not gonna use it. But I gotta show y'all what my wife bought me. Has anybody ever heard of a water flosser? Anybody ever heard of a water flosser? where you actually take this and put it, you put the stem in your mouth and you push the button and it flosses your mouth. It flosses your teeth with water. It's got like a jet pressure. It's like a jet pressure or something like that. And the water comes out and it flushes your teeth. Yeah, I never heard of this before. My wife bought one and she let me use her, but she gave me one of her stems because she didn't want to reuse it after I used it. I don't know why we married. Don't y'all hate that? Like, your mouth is my mouth. My mouth, your mouth. That's just how it is, right? But yeah, she bought me this neat thing, and I'm going to use it for the first. Let me see who said they know about this. Nidus said Nidus know about everything. Let me tell y'all something. Nidus is like a savant. He's a savant. Okay, shout out to Nidus, man. Nidus, you got one of these, Nidus? You own one of these? And they're not expensive, right? They're not expensive at all, man. But yo, since I use my wife's, I'm never flossing with string ever again, because I think I said this in Bible study today. I'm not a good flosser. Like, especially when you tear a string off and you have to use a string to floss your teeth. I'm not good at that. You got to have skill. Everybody can't do that. And then when I am able to get in that spot, I go up so hard, I cause my gums to bleed. And then, they made those toothpick flossers. So I use the toothpick flossers. I tried using those toothpick flossers because somebody told me, my wife told me those were easier, but I can't hardly use those either. My gums be bleeding. This is the best thing to floss your teeth with. Kimberly says she knows about these things. Sunshine said, yeah, she know. RJ know about it. Of course you know RJ. RJ know about it. Let me see who else. Caramel Drip says she know about it. Caramel says she got one. Emperor said, yep, my cousin is also my dentist. Oh, that's what's up. How convenient is that? Nighty said, yes, it's a water pick. Okay. Brandon said, I use them in my ears. You can use these in your ears? You can use a water flosser for your teeth, for your ears. You can do that. I guess you can, because it shoots out water, huh? Damn, that's crazy. Let me see. Chucky, yes, said we not using the same toothbrush. Left alive, Freezy. The wife was right, but she got you together. Oh, yeah. Nah, toothbrush, using the same toothbrush is too far. But come on now. This is like mechanical. Let me read JT's. JT say he got one too. You got one of these, JT? Why am I behind on these? I thought these just came out yesterday. Well, my wife had hers. I forgot. I think my wife had hers for about a month or something like that. I don't know how long, but I thought they just invented these. I just never. That's what let you know how ancient I am, for real talk. Vaughn said, just make sure you keep the inside clean. The inside of these, Vaughn? That's what you talking about, Vaughn? I'm gonna read your super cap in 1 second, JT. Hold on, let me see. Shout out to the neighborhood sweetheart, Cassandra B. She said she has one too. Oh no, she know about these. Brandon said, yep, that's what they do at the doctor. Same machine. This the same machine they use at the doctor. Wow. That's crazy. Bucket said, my dentist recommended it. Really? Why I'm so behind? Damn. Caramel Drip said 50 years ago, Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
Come on, Caramel. Don't do me like that. Please, Caramel. Okay. Brandon said, I had mine since 1996. So you mean to tell me these things ain't new? y'all gotta be kidding me, man. These things is new. They just invented these things yesterday. Y'all got to be kidding me, man. Come on, man. Let me read, let me see. Vaughn said, yes, keep the inside clean. Don't let old water sit in it. Okay, good. Shout out to my sister. Fear No Mortals in the building. What's up, sis? She said, make sure y'all subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this live stream. No Cap Crew. If you consider yourself a part of the No Cap Crew. JT said I had one in 1976. JT, stop lying. JT, stop it, man. You ain't have no damn water flosser in 1976. JT, stop it, man. Did they have floss in 1976? Let me stop. Camel said, I'm sorry, boo, but we grew up with water pigs. Okay. See, I'm behind. I'm showing up behind, man. Let me read JT's super cap. Here we go. Hold on.
Super chat.
Shout out to JT from What We Know Podcast. He said, read your text message, Freezy. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, JT, thank you, man. Damn. That's what it was. Man, shout out to my dog, JT. I did it, yo. JT helped, he helped me figure out how to stop this thing from being on repeat. Let me see if it worked.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, JT. JT helped me figure it out, man. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, JT. What Kimberly? Kimberly said, I got one for my first birthday. Stop it. You did not get a damn water flosser for your first birthday as a child, a baby. Do they make baby water flossers? Vaughn said the water pick was first introduced in 1962. And Vaughn just looked that up too, so we know Vaughn telling the truth. Damn, I'm so far behind. Y'all make me feel so primitive. That's funny. JT said it's Googleable. Are y'all ready to get this party started? Oh, I think I got a cash cap. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, man. Sorry, Joseph. Dang, Joseph, the women are speaking tonight, Joseph. The women are speaking up tonight. Miss Piggy says, no, she wants the sponsorship. Sorry, Joseph. Joseph, so far has been the sponsor of tonight's show. But I'm sorry, Joseph. No. Miss Piggy has something to say. Here we go. Where are you, Miss Piggy? There we go. Shout out to Miss Piggy, man. Shout out to my sister, Miss Piggy. Shout out to Miss Piggy for her cash cap, the first cash cap of the night, with a total of $50. She said, repping for the ladies.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Miss Piggy, repping for the ladies. Thank you, Joseph A. Gomez. Your sponsorship was short-lived, but nevertheless, you lived. Miss Piggy is on the sponsorship board. Miss Piggy, when she comes through, she's always out to show the men women work and got money too. And we gonna be the sponsors of tonight's show. That's what the ladies are saying. Shout out to Miss Piggy. Thank you, Miss Piggy. I really do appreciate you. To become a co-sponsor or to knock Miss Piggy off of her throne, it's only $50 or more now. $50 or more to knock Miss Piggy off of her throne. We appreciate you. Let me go ahead and change that right now, Miss Piggy. There we go. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez for being our initial sponsor of tonight's show too. Thank you, Joseph. We appreciate you, man. Really do. Shout out to Miss Piggy. Miss Piggy is our official sponsor of tonight's show, flashing on the sponsorship board, and y'all will be seeing her on the scroller down below in 1 second. Shout out to Miss Piggy, man. As a matter of fact, let me see. Yeah, you guys will be seeing her shortly on the scroller below. Yeah, shout out to Miss Piggy, man. What's going on? Black Hawk, what's up? Black and Proud, aka Black Hawk. Black Hawk said, what up, player? What's up, Black Hawk? Great to see you in the building. You know what time it is. Scream Yard Saturday. Scream Yard! Y'all know what time it is. It's time to hang out. Are y'all ready to see some of this turmoil that's going on? Well, I'm just saying, y'all ready to react to some of these videos? What's going on? Are y'all ready to react to some of this stuff? Let me bring up Graham Spam in 1 second. Let me see. Yo, you can never waste too much time on Scream Yard Saturday because, you know, you could just, you know, just let it all hang out, man. Scream Yard Saturday, man. You can't never waste too much time because that's all we got. Let's see. Let's start out with a Father's Day message. You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna save that one there. I'm gonna save that one there. Let's see. Where are we gonna start? Listen, do y'all know Tyler Perry? Do Tyler Perry like men? Does anybody think Tyler Perry likes men? Shout out to Plant Sweat, aka Vegan Sweat in the building. How you doing, sis? Great to see you. Shout out to Plant Sweat in the building, my longtime sister. What y'all think, man? So Tyler Perry just got caught up. Paparazzi caught up with Tyler Perry. Do y'all know who this guy is? Right next to Tyler Perry. Do anybody know who this guy is? He was caught on. He was having a boat day. He was caught on a little boat day with this guy that's got his lips puckered out. This is Mariah Carey's ex-boyfriend. I don't know if it's I think it's her ex-boyfriend or ex-husband. This is Mariah Carey's ex. I'm going to just say ex. And paparazzi caught them recently on a little boat trip. Just them two together. Yeah. Just those two together, y'all. What do y'all think is going on? Shout out to my sister, Black Beauty Gaming in the building. She said, is that Casper, that ghost? Yeah, they just caught these two together. So what do y'all think, man? Anybody think that Tyler Perry likes men? I don't know. I remember Tyler Perry acted in this movie. He was like this, I forgot what movie did Tyler Perry act in, and he played like this detective, this macho detective. Let me see. Tyler Perry in movie as detective. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. I don't know what's going on. Could y'all continue to tell me when I'm muted because I don't know what's going on? Thank you, nephew. Thank you, nephew. I appreciate that. When Tyler Perry acted in Alex Cross, Tyler Perry was not convincing at all. Tyler Perry, he was like toting guns and arresting people, and he had his lips puckered out as he was arresting people. And it seemed like Tyler Perry's favorite part was throwing people to the ground with their stomach, with their face first on the ground. That was Tyler Perry's favorite part in the movie. When he was throwing men on the ground face first. I wonder why. Yeah, this is Mariah Carey's ex right here. Brian Tanaka. That's his name, Brian Tanaka. Yeah. Did anybody hear about the survivor in the Air India plane crash? I know a lot of y'all wondering, Freezer, why are you showing us this? You're going to understand why I'm showing you this in 1 second. Just bear with me. Has anybody heard about the plane crash, the Air India plane crash that just happened recently where 241 people died? And there was only one survivor. Well, guess what? The seat that the guy survived, the seat that the guy who survived, the seat that he was sitting in, it was 11A. That was the seat, right? Get this. In 1988, let me read it. Let me read it specifically what it's saying, what it said right here. Okay, it says Thai pop star James Rouge sank. Okay, in 1998, Thai pop star James Ronsak survived a plane crash in 1988. And guess what seat he was sitting in? 11A. James Runsack James, that's his name, is a Thai pop star, revealed in a Facebook post that the survivor of the plane crash in India was sitting in the same seat number as him, 11A. which no doubt gave him goosebumps. Do y'all think this is coincidence? Or do y'all think there's something with 11A? Is 11A the safest seat on a plane? This guy survived a plane crash in 1988. A Thai pop star survived a plane crash in 1988, and he was sitting in the same seat, 11A, the same seat as this recent survivor of the Air India plane crash. Both were sitting in 11A. I just wanted to show y'all that. Shout out to my sister, Fear No Mortals, in the building. She said, oh, she became a new member. Well, she renewed her membership. She renewed her VIP pass. Shout out to our sister renewing her VIP pass.
No Cap-tivity.
Come on, man. Shout out to our sister, Fear No Mortals. I want to encourage everybody to maintain their VIP passes, which is your membership here every month, right? So you can attend VIP Wednesdays, our VIP Wednesdays, which are like none other. No other live stream we do, no other live stream anybody else does. Pure and uncut, raw and uncut live stream. And the only way you can watch it is if you have a VIP pass, which this is what Fear No Mortals just renewed. Shout out to Fear No Mortals. Yeah, I just wanted to show y'all that. Let me see. Does anybody know who Yandy is? Anybody know who Yandy is of, what is that, Love and Hip Hop New York? Yandy is the wife of Mendices. Shout out to Brownie. What's up, Brownie? What's going on with your sis? She said, hey, Freezy. How you doing, Brownie? Make sure y'all subscribe to Brownie's channel and hit that notification bell. Always good to see our sister Brownie in the place to be. And shout out to JD1975. What's up? What's up, bro? Great to see you. Make sure y'all do the same thing. Make sure y'all subscribe to JD1975's channel and hit that notification bell. That's my dog. Well, yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Yandy is Mendice's husband, and she's very well known for sticking with Mendice's, as Mendice's did a lengthy prison term. I forgot how long Mendice's did in prison. How long did Mendice's do in prison? Was it like 10 years or something? Was it 7 to 10 years or something he did? 5 years? I forgot exactly how long Mendice's did in prison. But she was heavily praised for being there for Mendice's, sticking by his side, being faithful. I mean, a lot of people, especially men, gave Yandy praise and for sticking by Mendice's side and just, you know, staying 10 toes down for Mendice's. Well, guess what? Your girl Tasha K, I don't know how she be finding out this information, but apparently allegedly Yandy has been cheating on Mendice's with some guy with a UK accent, but I think he lives in New York now. Tasha K just did an interview with this guy on the phone, and I want y'all to listen to what he had to say. Here we go. Hold on.
Like, this was just, you were under the impression like this was just a casual thing between you and her. Did she tell you anything about like Mendices and why she would decide to, I don't know, kick off things with you?
I don't think it was ever a topic of discussion. No, for some strange reason, we never really spoke on. We never really spoke on them. We were driving to, I think it was going to one of her business meeting that I was following her to, and obviously, Mendices called her, obviously through her phone, but it was connected to her car. He was having a full-blown conversation with her. I was sitting in the car, and I'm not gonna lie, that for me was a bit, I won't say, it was a bit uncomfortable because America's not my country. I'm from the UK. I'm like, is this safe? It's like, does this make sense? What if this
You know he's from the streets now.
So, is my mic still working? I want to make sure my mic is still working. Let me make sure my mic check. Okay, my mic's still working. So this guy is telling Tasha K that he was in the car with Yandy, and Mendices actually called her phone, and she put it on speakerphone in the car, and she took the phone call from her husband Mendices while her fleeing, this guy that's talking to Tasha K right now, was sitting in the car. He's saying Yandy actually took the phone call from her husband Mendices while this man, who she's supposed to be having sex with or cheating on Mendices with, while he was sitting in the car, this man that's talking to Tasha K on the phone right now. Let me ask y'all something. If this is true, what is that? Does that mean that Yandy does not love Mendices? What does that mean when a woman has enough nerve to do something like that? Does that mean that? And some of y'all done did this before. Does that mean that you don't love your spouse? Does that mean you don't lost respect for your spouse? What does that mean when you allow yourself to do something like that? Or if your spouse or significant other allows themselves to do something like that? Shout out to Eugene Chris in the building. What's up, Eugene Chris? Thank you for being here, Eugene. What do y'all think, man? I mean, I know they've had infidelity issues. I know, if I'm not mistaken, I think that she's had issues with Mendices as well, right? Since he's been out of prison. Probably before they went to prison, I don't know. But I just think when it gets that bad and y'all just cheating on each other, I think y'all just need, I don't know. Just need to leave it alone.
You know what I'm saying? So, but and the thing is, I know that too, but not that means anything to me because down here, I'm not, just use your imagination.
Yeah, I know about the UK. I know how y'all get down.
Obviously, I'm not in that, that's not my country, so the same sort of accessibility I would have down there, I wouldn't have over there. So obviously for me, it's definitely very unsafe anyway. But anyway, they were speaking anyway, and obviously when they came off the phone, I kind of looked at her like, is this normal? So I felt like, is this an American thing? Because that was like, I won't say it was a bit wild, but it was a bit wild for me. It was like, I'm sitting in a car, he has no clue I'm in the car, and you and him are just conversing as if it's a normal day.
In the last 6 weeks, Van Horn Law Group has confirmed 6.
What y'all think about that? I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. I just wanted to believe that Yandy was a faithful woman to her husband, because that was the image for so long that was put out there about Yandy, man. And that's the image that she has, portrayed for a long time. And a lot of people believe that. Now, with all due respect, this guy could be lying, but how this came out before, Yandy's stylist is the one that actually put this information out. Yandy's stylist called himself snitching on Yandy. I don't know why. It could be for any type of reason. I don't know why. It could be a money thing. I don't know. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past Yandy, right? But I think when people pay attention to relationships like that, that's what made people scared to actually get into marriages and you know, especially marriages, because somebody would actually tell themselves, if Yandy could do that, anybody. That's not true. We got to stop pedestalizing these people, man. We got to stop pedestalizing these people. All right. And a lot of times you guys get sold this image that they portray to you guys on television and you believe it. Got to stop pedestalizing people and idolizing people and believing what we see on television and stuff like that. We don't know what's going on behind closed doors. We don't know. Yandy could have been doing this stuff while Mendices was locked up. 10 years is a long time. Right? 10 years. How many women could be faithful to their man if their man was locked up for 10 years? Let me put a poll in the chat. Let me see how many women could be faithful. Let me put a poll in the chat. For women only. Could you be faithful to your man while he's serving a 10-year sentence? Should I say husband? To your husband. Should I say husband or man? I'm going to put husband. I'm going to put husband because some of y'all going to get technical with it. Could you be faithful to your husband while he's serving a 10-year sentence? I'll put the poll in the chat. Let's see what they say. Let me see the beginning. Let me see. And y'all tell the truth too. Don't just be, listen, these polls are anonymous, so nobody can know what you voting, right? These polls are anonymous. Nobody know how you're voting. The polls are anonymous. For women only, could you be faithful to your husband while he's serving a 10-year sentence? Okay, we got 57% yes, 43% no. Let's see. It's only 7 votes. We're gonna let that poll run up and see what the outcome is on that poll right there. And I'm not saying no Diddy no more. I'm not saying pause no more. I'm not saying none of that no more. And I'm trying not to cuss too. Shout out to my sister Travel One in the building. What's going on, Travel One? Finally, great to see you finally, sis. Shout out to Travel One. And shout out to my brother, Taz. Taz in the building. What's going on, Taz? Make sure y'all subscribe to Taz's channel, BYT GOAT. BYT GOAT. And make sure y'all hit that notification bell over on Taz's channel. I'll be checking Taz out, man. He be having some real meaningful conversations, and he be giving some jewels over there. Shout out to Taz, man. Shout out to my sister Mel in the building. Mel said that's abandonment. So I'm taking it. Mel said no, she would not be faithful. Mel said no, Freezy, that's abandonment. Okay. Okay, what else we gonna talk about? We're gonna cover this. R. Kelly is trying to get out of prison, y'all. R. Kelly is very adamant about trying to get out of prison. Have y'all heard?
R. Kelly is seeking a presidential pardon. The former R&B artist is in prison after being convicted on charges including racketeering and sex trafficking. Earlier this week, Kelly's lawyers filed a motion for his immediate release, saying his life is in danger behind bars. R. Kelly is seeking a presidential pardon. The former R&B artist is in prison after being convicted on charges including racketeering and sex trafficking. Earlier this week, Kelly's lawyers filed a motion for his immediate release, saying his life is in danger behind bars.
R. Kelly has been trying to get a pardon. Lately, his legal team has been going hard trying to get him released from prison. Shout out to Red Bull. And what's going on, Red Bull? Great to see you, Red Bull. Great to see you in the building, Red Bull. Yeah. R. Kelly's been going hard trying to get out of prison. I don't know if it's this recent climate of President Trump giving people pardons. Maybe R. Kelly feels like, he has a shot because he's a celebrity too. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. And I think I heard Taz actually report on this too on his channel. And I agree with Taz on this. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. To me, it kind of gets underneath my skin that people just feel like because they're celebrities, they can use their celebrity to be pardoned from something that, well, I deem is despicable. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, like, I know about R. Kelly's past. I know about what happened to him when he was a child. I think R. Kelly should have got help before he just continued to use his celebrity to do whatever he pleased to young girls. You know what I'm saying? He shouldn't have let it go that far. He should have went and got some help. R. Kelly done did gospel CDs. He know about God. Can I tell y'all a secret? When R. Kelly got locked up in Florida, he got locked up in my county, Polk County, Florida. The first time he got locked up, he was remanded in Polk County, Florida. That's the county that I grew up in. And let me tell y'all something. My mother's best friend, right? Shout out to Miss Shirley. Miss Shirley's husband was one of the lieutenants at Polk County Jail System. And where R. Kelly was locked up at, the confinement that R. Kelly was locked up in, my mother's best friend's husband was in charge of looking over R. Kelly's cell. And guess what? We had got a chance to, we talked to R. Kelly on the phone. Me and my mom and my brother, we actually prayed for R. Kelly at that time. We was like, we hope that you change your life. We hope you make it through this or whatever. We did that. I was young. Yeah. This is a true story. I know y'all don't believe me, but it's a true story. And even before he got locked up, right? He was staying in the city that I grew up in Central Florida, close to Devonport, Florida. And he actually came to the local gym to play basketball. Let me tell y'all something. R. Kelly can play basketball. He's very good at playing basketball. Yeah, guess what? Guess who was on the court at the same time R. Kelly was playing basketball? Huh? Your boy, Freezy. And guess who was sticking R. Kelly? Freezy was sticking R. Kelly. I put that on everything. And listen, I know some people gonna think I'm lying, but check your history. Where did R. Kelly get locked up years ago when these allegations first came out, years ago when that videotape came out? Where did it come? Where was he stay? He was locked up in Polk County, Florida. Where, I don't know if y'all heard of the sheriff, the famous sheriff in Polk County, Florida named Grady Judd. Anybody ever heard of Sheriff Grady Judd? That's the county I grew up in. Trucker Yell know what I'm talking about. Trucker Yell has came through here before in his diesel truck. Hold on, get y'all mind out the gutter talking about pause. What Natasha said? Natasha said, you stuck him with, no, I was sticking him on the basketball court. I was playing defense. I told you, I'm not saying pause no more, okay? Trevor one, hey, you know about Grady Judd, Trevor? She said, yes, Freezy, Grady does not play. Yeah, that's who actually went and got R. Kelly and locked him up the first time. Yeah, so, yeah. I played, but before he got locked up, I played basketball against him on the basketball court. And I'm gonna tell you, he can play. That dude can, and one thing R. Kelly can do, that dude can play some basketball. I'm talking about that dude is he's damn near on collegiate level. He was on collegiate. That's how good R. Kelly can play basketball. But I was scoring on him too. I was finna say I was scoring on his ass too, but I know how y'all gonna do it. I know what y'all gonna do. But yeah, when he got locked up, my mom's best friend's husband allowed us to talk to him over the phone, and he was eager to talk to us because he was locked up. He was in jail. Yeah. But that's neither here nor there. No matter what the history is, he kept doing what he was doing. He kept messing with underage girls. At the time, it was still hearsay, even though an alleged videotape was out, right, where he was messing with a little girl. People were still trying to say it was hearsay. That's why people was trying to, forgive him. And they didn't know if the girl in the video in question was underage, if she was 13 years old. But then this last time before he went to prison, that same little girl that was on the videotape, she came out and spoke out, and people realized that she really was underage and she was a real person. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, she was a real person, but that was the same girl, and she confirmed that she was underage, right? So the point that I'm trying to make is, yes, R. Kelly is trying to get a pardon. He's trying to utilize his celebrity, and he has his legal team requesting for Donald Trump to pardon him. But I think that R. Kelly needs to stay his ass in prison. His legal team is saying that he needs to be pardoned because somebody tried to make an attempt on his life. Well, newsflash, R. Kelly, I think I said this on another live stream. Newsflash, R. Kelly, that's what happens in prison. That's what happened in prison, R. Kelly. You know, people stab each other. My best advice is for you to go ahead and learn how to make a shank. That's what everybody do in prison. Just learn how to make a shank and just be ready to kill somebody. I mean, that's just what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to kill people in prison. If they mess with you, they try to get to your booty. But isn't it ironic that he was trying to get little girls in their booty, but he don't want to be stuck in his booty? Isn't that ironic? Isn't that ironic that he was trying to take advantage of young girls, but he don't want to be taken advantage of in prison? Isn't that ironic?
No Cap-tivity.
What do y'all think? I think that's ironic. He wants President Trump to save him because somebody tried to take his life in prison. Somebody tried to get his booty. But he was okay with taking advantage of young girls. But he doesn't want to be taken advantage of in prison. Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony. Shout out to my brother, DJ Easy. He said him and Diddy, Jay-Z, the freaky three. Shout out to DJ Ant in the building. What's up? Wow, great to see you. Oh, man. And shout out to my sister, Mo Love, coming through. What's going on, Mo Love? She said Freezy and the No Cap crew love, hugs, and all the above. Shout out to Mo Love. Make sure y'all subscribe to my sister's channel and hit that notification bell. Shout out to Mo Love in the building. Kevin Cook, Mr. Cook, how are you doing? He said, They trying to go half on the baby, huh? Hey.
Singer R. Kelly is seeking a presidential pardon. The former R&B artist is in prison after being convicted on charges including racketeering and sex trafficking. Earlier this week, Kelly's lawyers filed a motion for his immediate release, saying his life is in danger behind bars. Singer
Oh. Mike, can y'all put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me now? I'm so damn dumb. I had myself on mute. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me now. Okay, good. I'm so damn dumb. Shout out to Lucifer in the building. What's going on, Lucifer? Great to see you, Lucifer. Thank y'all for letting me know, man. Blaze said, code 3. Freezing, code 3. No sound. Shout out to Blaze in the building. What's up, Blaze? Shout out to Blaze in the building, man. Oh, back to my brother, Big Bad Bull. Where Big Bad Bull at? Where's Big Bad Bull's comment at? Wait, hold on. Big Bad Bull, where's your comment? Big Bad Bull, did you delete the comment? I think Big Bad Bull deleted the comment. Oh, no, he didn't. Big Bad Bull said, oh, damn. Where the No Cap brothers at? Y'all need to get that woman's name off the sponsorship board. What woman are you referring to? Miss Piggy? Oh, there she go. Miss Piggy, $50. Big Bad Boy said, oh, damn, where the No Cap brothers at? Y'all need to get that woman's name off of the sponsorship board, man. Come on, man. It disgusts me when I walk in and a woman's name is up there. The F? I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm going to be honest with you, Big Bad Boy. Nothing against everybody else. Nothing against the other men. But it ain't too many men got a lot of guts to go up against some of these women that be on the sponsorship board, especially Miss Piggy, Kimberly, right? El Cheapo was one too. El Cheapo. It ain't too many men that's willing to go up against the women that have taken the sponsorship board. I'm talking about have been reigning champions. It ain't too many. It ain't too many. I think Mo Love has been on the sponsorship board. Who else? Oh, our sister, Conversations with MJ. MJ, that's another. A lot of men. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. It ain't too many men that's gonna go up against these women. I know it's Big Bad Bull, Joseph A. Gomez. Who else? A few more. Blaze. I know Blaze. Blaze used to go up against him a lot. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, Logic. We can't forget about Logic. But yeah, it ain't too many men that's gonna go against these ladies, man. Miss Piggy said, oh, let me show y'all, Big Bad Boy, let me show you Miss Piggy's, this is Miss Piggy's repping the ladies tonight. Miss Piggy saying she repping the ladies tonight. On the sponsorship board, repping the ladies. What Miss Piggy said, Big Bad Bull is a he-man woman hater. What Big Bad Bull said? Big Bad Bull said, yeah, Freezy, I got screwed back to back with Miss Piggy one day and then Kimberly the very next day. They wasn't playing fair with my ass. No, we need some more men to have you back. Right? Especially tonight, because what is one of the topics for tonight's show? One of the topics for tonight's show is, the main title is, are black women under the threat of black men or vice versa? That's one of the main titles. That's the main title of tonight's show. Are black women under the threat of black men or vice versa? Oh, yeah. Shout out to my brother in the building. The world class in the building. He said, Freezy, what's up? Make sure y'all, listen, make sure y'all subscribe to the world class channel, the world class. All right, and hit that notification bell, man. I've been subscribed to the world class channel for a while. That brother is full of knowledge, full of information. And y'all know I wouldn't steer you wrong. Hold on, my charger came out the socket. Hold on. Everything just malfunctioning. Hold on, y'all. There we go. I got it now. I just heard a cash cow come through. Let me read it. Let me see. Let me read the cash cow. Thank you. It's Miss Piggy once again. Miss Piggy is being nice, y'all, too. I don't know if she throwing this in y'all face, or I don't know if Miss Piggy throwing this in y'all face or what, but it seems it's a nice message. I'm going to receive it, right? I'm going to receive it. Shout out to Miss Piggy. Miss Piggy, thank you, Miss Piggy, for another $20 cash cow. She said, happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Shout out to Miss
Cap-tivity.
Miss Piggy said, happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Miss Piggy is being nice, man. Come on, man. Y'all. Shout out to Miss Piggy, man. Y'all shout out Miss Piggy, man. She, you know, she's a sponsor and she's telling the men happy Father's Day too. Miss Piggy is holding the men in her arms and she just cradling y'all. She just cradling y'all. Like, happy Father's Day. Just sit down somewhere. I got this. The ladies got this. Happy Father's Day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Shout out to the world class, man. Shout out to Paul Bunyan in the building. What's up, Paul? He said, women smarter than men, so we all know it's men in danger. Oh, really? That's an interesting take. Shout out to my brother, Bobby Knight. He said, salute, Freezy. Hit the like button, family. Shout out to my brother, Bobby Knight. Man, the whole crew is in the building, man. Y'all ready for this? Oh, y'all ready, man? Come on, man. Let's get it. Yeah, R. Kelly, sit your ass down somewhere, man. Sit your ass down somewhere, R. Kelly. Okay, please. Stop it. Let me see. Let me see. Yo, this right. Have y'all heard about this? This is very sad. This is sad. Here we go.
Dominic Bradford says he has permanent damage to his right eye after being tased in the face by a Robbins police officer. Now, the Robbins Police Department claims Bradford was hostile when he was asked to leave a convenience store. But Bradford believes the use of force was unjustified. The ABC 7i team has obtained video of the tasing incident that followed, and we want to warn you, some of the footage and images might be hard to watch.
I'll never look the same again or feel the same, quite frankly.
Dominic Bradford's right eyelid is stitched together after he underwent 4 surgical procedures. The Chicago man says he may never see out of this eye again after he was tased in the face by a police officer.
This is what my reality is now. I don't wish this on my worst enemy.
The incident happened on March 18th. The 22-year-old says he and his friends were on their way home from a sports bar and they stopped by a convenience store in Robbins. He says a store clerk thought he had recognized him.
That became a minor back and forth of, I think I've seen you. No, you haven't. I've never been here before. That's when I knocked on the glass for the item behind the counter.
Bradford says a Robbins police officer who happened to be in the store asked him to stop knocking on the glass. He says words were exchanged and he was asked to leave. Bradford says he followed orders and left. And that's where the officer's body cam video begins.
You come back up to the glass and you seem frustrated.
So that's him that just came back up to the glass because he was made to leave the convenience store. Hold on. What was that? Kimberly, what do you mean? Did I see male? What do you mean by did I see male? I had spoke to male earlier. I spoke to male earlier.
Frustrated, upset. You seem to.
Yeah, he didn't want to leave the convenience store, but here we go.
Be yelling.
Well, I was frustrated, upset, being removed from an establishment for no reason.
In the video, you can see Bradford and his friends walking to their vehicle. The officer approaches and orders Bradford to get into the car.
Hey, you got 2 seconds to get in the car. You got 2.
Bradford's friends try to intervene and things escalate.
Now, here's the thing. The question is, do y'all think the police officer should have used that level of force on this boy? The boy didn't have a gun. He was acting aggressive, and he would not follow orders and get in the car. I don't know why he was mad. I hope he wasn't simply mad because they made him leave the convenience store. But you guys about to see what's about to happen.
Bradford is tased and then advanced.
So he was tased right there the first time. And it seemed like he ate that one now. He ate the first one. And it seemed like it didn't faze him, right? He tased him and he still was kind of advancing forward.
Advances toward the officer.
That time, the police officer tased him in the eye. Now, I don't know if the police officer was actually aiming for his eye, but he actually tased him in his eye. Yeah, and this boy might be blind for the rest of his life. Right here we go. Right there. He got tased in the eye. Do y'all think the cop used too much force in this situation?
Sit down.
Bradford is tased a second time in the face. Moments later, the officer calls for backup and Bradford reemerges.
If there's anyone watching the body cam video and they say, if his behavior weren't the way it was, we wouldn't be here, what would your response be to that?
Sure. I'm not here to sugarcoat the fact that Dominic was angry, but he's outside the store. That's the key. He followed his command. Police officers, quite frankly, are trained to not emotionally react, particularly when they're not being placed in danger.
A Village of Robins spokesperson says it does not comment on matters of litigation, but did say in part, quote, a Robins police officer was engaged in an incident outside a local business with an individual in which the police body camera shows was irate and noticeably intoxicated during the exchange. All of which was in response to the owner of the local business requesting the officer to have the individual leave the store following a prior hostile exchange. An ambulance was called to the scene and Bradford was taken to the hospital.
It was difficult to view, so to see, like blood on his face, his eye almost hanging out of his head. No mother, no father, no parent should ever have to see their child in that situation.
I will say this, that second time, because I looked at that video before, but it seemed like the second time the police officer purposely aimed the taser at the boy's face. It might have just been me, but it seemed like the second time the police officer purposely aimed the taser gun at the boy's face. Now the boy was visibly upset and he was kind of coming toward, like he was he was being confrontational. He ate the first taser, but the second time it does seem like the officer purposely aimed the taser gun at the boy's face. I don't know if he was trying to hit him in the eye, but if you watch closely, those taser guns have like a beam on it. It's got like a beam on it to where you could precisely hit the person where you want to hit them at. And it seemed like the officer purposely pointed the taser at the boy's face. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if his lawyers can prove that in court, it's gonna be a big payday. And another thing, I think he probably lost his vision for the rest of his life. I don't know how somebody's eye can withstand a taser. I'm talking about how fragile somebody's eye is, how it could withstand a taser. Yeah, that's crazy.
Bradford and his attorney now suing the Village of Robins and the officer who tased him. They believe the use of force was unjustified. Bradford denies being intoxicated on the night in question, maintaining he was upset that he had to leave the store after being misidentified by the clerk. I asked Bradford why he advanced at the officer after being tased the first time.
I was stealing of a mode of protection because I had just witnessed this officer push my friend out of the way in order to tase me. It was very intense and everything was happening super fast.
I feel confident in saying like that video does not display his proudest moment. But in that video, I watched him and his friend walk away. So I don't understand why he pursued them.
I forgive you because I should. And the police department definitely needs to do better training.
The Robins police officer in this incident has not been charged with a crime and is still with the police department. Bradford, who was tased, was not arrested or charged with a crime. Dominic Bradford says he has permanent damage to his right eye after being tased in the face by a Robins police officer.
What do y'all think, man? They haven't even charged the officer. Listen, I'm pretty sure if I look into police procedure, unless an officer is in an imminent danger, I don't think you're supposed to be pointing a taser gun at somebody's face. As a matter of fact, I don't even think that if an officer has to shoot somebody, the first part of the body the officer thinks to shoot somebody in is the face. I think, I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, I think officers, if need be, if a person is not armed or something, but they're acting aggressive, if they just have to shoot somebody, you aim for the leg or something. I mean, why would you shoot? Why would you do that? Oh, come on. Come on, big bad boy. Come on. I can't even read that one, Big Bad Boy. Come on, man. God. Shout out to Don in the building. What's going on, Don? Don said, Freezy in chat hugs. What's going on, Don? Yeah. So we're going to keep up with that right there. Also, would you call the police on your daughter? Would any woman in the chat call the police on their daughter? Watch this story right here.
An Indianapolis mother is in jail tonight accused of child neglect, and officials say it is not the first time. Thanks for joining us at 4:30. I'm Aaliyah Blackburn.
And I'm Rafael Sanchez. Fox 59's Jesse Wells explains the suspect was already on probation when police were called to investigate a new case this week.
Suspect's own mother told me she's not surprised her daughter ended up back here in court in Marion County accused of child neglect because the suspect got a slap on the wrist and put on probation for a previous child neglect case 2 years ago. The suspect's mother hopes parents everywhere learn a lesson from this story.
Would y'all call the police on your daughter for this reason, for if you felt like your daughter was neglecting her children? Would you call the police on your daughter? Let me know.
At this apartment complex along Troy Avenue, an 8-year-old girl called her grandmother crying and saying she'd been left home alone for most of the last 2 weeks, looking after her 3 younger siblings, including a 4-month-old. According to this affidavit, the girl's grandmother then called police, who found the home littered with food and trash and no sheets on the beds, leading to the arrest of 27-year-old Tanisha Eccles for child neglect. At the time of her arrest, Eccles was on probation after her 6-month-old daughter died from blunt force injuries at her home here on Renton Street in 2019. Eccles was initially charged with neglect resulting in death, but later pleaded guilty to neglect resulting in injury in 2023. Judge Jennifer Prince Harrison sentenced Eccles to 2 years of home detention and 2 years of probation, but allowed her to avoid prison time for her daughter's death.
And I think it just goes to highlight that this is one more example of a larger issue that continues to swirl within the city.
Indy FOP President Rick Snyder says the case illustrates how the revolving door of justice, especially involving cases with children, puts other kids in danger.
We are failing to take these issues of child abuse and neglect seriously within Marion County.
While the suspect's mother initially sat down and talked to me about the case, she later requested we not air that interview. Still, she encouraged everyone to do what she did at these apartments this week and call police if they suspect child neglect or abuse is taking place, even if it involves their own family. Finally, the suspect is temporarily being held without bond. She's due in court for an initial hearing on Friday. In the meantime, prosecutors are seeking to revoke her probation.
This girl's mother is encouraging parents to call the police on their kids if they are neglecting their kids. If they're showing severe child neglect, this mother who called the police on her daughter is encouraging other parents to call the police on their kids. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I have no qualms, no issues with this mother calling the police on her daughter. At all. I ain't got no issue with it.
No captivity.
I mean, one of the girl's kids have already died from neglect. I guess the grandmother was like, how many more grandkids do I got to lose? I'm not losing no more grandkids. No, you finna take your ass to jail and I'm finna get custody of these kids. Yeah, I think we need more parents like this grandmother. Call the police on your damn kids. I think she needs therapy. I think the girl needs therapy. The mother needs therapy. Like, she's not mentally there. She's not mentally there. Yeah. Oh man. Anybody ever grew up with a single, like with a mother that was a single mother, and you know the mother, she wasn't with your birth father. Anybody ever grew up in a house like that? You grew up in a house under your mother's roof, and your mother was had primary custody of you. Anybody ever grew up like that? Well, this young boy grew up like that, and his mother started dating a guy. His mother got a boyfriend, and I'm finna show y'all how this story went. It's crazy. Watch this. So right here it says 19-year-old Mississippi teen sentenced to 35 years in prison after fatally shooting his mother's boyfriend. Let me see. Let me read. Wait, do I gotta read this? Let me see if I can find a news report on this right here. Where is this at? This is in, what city is this in? Mississippi. 19-year-old Mississippi teen shoots mother's boyfriend, sentenced to 35 years. Let me see. "19-year-old Mississippi shoots mother's boyfriend, 35 years." Let me see if somebody got. Nah, they ain't even got no story on this. I mean, they ain't even got no video on it. That's what I meant to say. Teen kills mom boyfriend after reading racy text. I'm trying to find a video, y'all, but I'm not gonna look too long for this video. I don't even see a video for it. Video. Nah, I can't find it, y'all. I can't find it. Here we go. I'm gonna just read it. 19-year-old Mississippi teen sentenced to 35 years in prison after fatally shooting his mother's boyfriend. Teen originally planned to confront the man after discovering explicit text messages in his mother's cell phone. So this boy found sexual text messages in his mother's phone from his mother's boyfriend, probably telling her what he planned on doing to her sexually. Once they get together, he was probably talking about what he was gonna do, this and that, some nasty stuff. And the teenage boy lost his mind, and he confronted the man. Right? Let's read the backstory right here. Here was it. A 19-year-old Mississippi teen has been sentenced to 35 years in prison plus an additional 5 years of supervised release after fatally shooting his mother's boyfriend. According to Law and Crime, the teen, who was 15 at the time of the incident, became upset after discovering that 49-year-old Jimmy Lee Pierce Jr. was dating his mother. Reports say he went through his mother's text messages and found explicit text messages between her and the victim, which caused him to devise a plan in an attempt to quote unquote confront the victim. After convincing his cousin and uncle to help him, the trio located the victim sitting outside his Jackson apartment in May 2022. According to witnesses, the three approached Pierce and demanded his wallet. When he responded, "We don't have anything," Williams fatally shot him twice in the chest. Pierce, his mother's the boy's mother's boyfriend, died from his injuries at a local hospital shortly after the shooting. Williams and his cousin were charged with capital murder, while his uncle was charged as an accessory after the fact. After pleading guilty, Williams was sentenced to nearly 40 years in prison. This boy was sentenced to 40 years in prison for shooting his mom's boyfriend. Let me ask y'all something. Can we have real talk tonight? If you was raised in a household where it's where you was raised under your mother's custody, especially if you are a boy, does this prove that the way boys take things pertaining to their mother is different from the way girls take things pertaining to their mothers? This boy was so furious when he looked in his mother's phone and seen these sexual text messages from his mother's boyfriend. He devised a plan with his cousin and uncle to go rob this man, and because this man did not want to give up his belongings, he shot him in the chest twice and killed him. Now he's doing 35 years in prison, 5 years outside of prison supervised. I'm gonna be like, how is it very challenging to see your mom with another man outside of your dad? I want to have a real conversation. Is it challenging to see your mom with another man outside of your biological father? Initially, do you want to whoop that man's tail? Do you want to whoop his behind? Do you? Just because this dude is with your mama? From a very young age, boys are way more territorial than women are. I think women need to understand that too. Males from a young age are way more territorial. Now, I'm not condoning this kid's actions, going in his mother's phone. He did this at 15 years old too. I just want y'all to know that. He just got convicted at 19. He did this at 15 years old. He went through his mother's phone, seen those explicit text messages from his mother's boyfriend, and devised a plan to go rob his mother's boyfriend, and subsequently ended up shooting his mother's boyfriend in the chest and ending his life. This is sad, man. And guess what his mama finna do while he's doing life in prison? Can anybody guess what his mama gonna do while this boy is doing life in prison? She gonna find her another boyfriend and get the brakes beat off of her ASS. I'm trying to stop cussing, y'all. Why you did all this? Your mama, while you in prison, is finna find another boyfriend and get the brakes beat off of her butt. I'm gonna tell all the mothers out there, if you have sole custody of your sons, please do not treat your son like a son husband. Please do not treat your son like you gonna be faithful to him and he need to be faithful to you. I'm telling you right now, this is the reason why fathers need to stay in their son's life, right? Because it's a different relationship dynamic. See, if this young kid would have looked in his father's phone, and seen explicit text messages from a woman, he wouldn't have did all this. He wouldn't have devised the plan to go rob his daddy girlfriend and then eventually shoot her in the chest 2 times. He wouldn't have did this if he would have went through his father's phone. I don't even think he would have went through his father's phone. The reason why he went through his mother's phone is because young boys grow up being very protective of their mothers. And guess what? Vice versa. Mothers grow up being very overly protective of their sons. And this is what men are saying when men say a woman cannot raise a boy. A woman cannot raise a boy the same way a man can. A woman cannot teach a boy what a man can. The relationship dynamic is totally different. This is why fathers need to make sure they're in their son's life. And I'm not saying this was the father's fault. I'm not saying that because I already know how some guys will play it. I'm just saying the relationship between a son and his father is totally different from the relationship between a son and his mother. And vice versa. A mother and her son versus a father and his son is different. It's just different. I just thought that was a good story. Now this kid is doing 40 years in the system. Has anybody been keeping up with the No Kings protest? Anybody seen footage of No Kings protest? Let me see if I can find some footage of the No Kings protest. Listen, I've been following this No Kings protest. And I'm going to tell y'all something. This protest is one of the largest growing protests we've ever seen. Look at this. This is from somebody's I don't know if this is from somebody's condo. This picture right here. Look at this. This is from somebody's condo. This is earlier today. This No Kings protest is huge. Let me see if I can find some video footage of No Kings protest. Look at that. This is another footage of how many people is out there. Was out there earlier today. It's another footage. No Kings protest, y'all. This is Charlotte, North Carolina. Shout out to all my North Carolinians. The other one was LA. They're protesting all over America, y'all. This is Charlotte, North Carolina. It's big in North Carolina. It's big in Chicago. It's big in Florida, really big in Florida. It's big in Philly. It's very big in LA. It's big all around the globe. It's big in Kentucky. So, does anybody know what No Kings mean? What they mean by No Kings protest? Does anybody know what they mean by No Kings protest? This is in This is in New York, y'all, right here. Look at this. This is in New York. Look how many people are out here in New York. This was going all around the country today. Look at this. Does anybody know what no kings protest mean? No kings means no dictatorship. They're saying that Donald Trump and his administration, Donald Trump is trying to run a dictatorship, and there are millions of people across the United States of America that's protesting Donald Trump and the dictatorship that they are saying he's trying to have over the American people. Do y'all see how many people are protesting Donald Trump today? This is crazy. This is New York. Let me see if I can get some footage in LA. This is LA right here.
You're going to places like home parking lots, car washes, garment factories, places where people go to work who have been here. I've spoken to several families who've been affected by these raids. People who have been here for 20, 30 years, who have U.S. citizen children, who are in their 20s, who are in their teens, in many cases, U.S. citizen grandchildren. The degree of embeddedness in the fabric of Los Angeles that this community has is the reason I think that these enforcement actions and the way they were carried out really struck a nerve. And it's why we're seeing what we're seeing today and why we're seeing what we've been seeing over the course of the last week.
You're spot on. That is what's bringing people out, because these numbers are absolutely overwhelming downtown Los Angeles right now. Let's just hope and pray that it all stays.
Press records or who have open warrants. They're going to work. They're going to places.
This is downtown Los Angeles. That was downtown Los Angeles. What is this? This is Chicago. This is Chicago. It's crazy all over America. They are protesting Donald Trump and his so-called dictatorship. This is on the cusp of the ICE raids, the deportation laws, the immigration protests in LA and all across America, right? Now today, these are the No Kings protests. And I'm going to tell you what's crazy about this No Kings protest. Prior to the No Kings protests, right? Prior to the No Kings protests, it was the LA protests and the immigration, the ICE raids protests. But what we seen predominantly in those protests was Hispanic Americans. With the No Kings protests, there are all races, all through all facets of life participating in the No Kings protests. White, black, Asian, Hispanic, you name it, East Indian, all races across the globe, across America, is participating in these No Kings protests. All in the name of they're protesting Donald Trump being a dictator, and they're saying they want to impeach Donald Trump, and they want to get rid of Donald Trump and his policies. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. This is what a lot of people don't understand. People think that these protests actually just started because of the immigration laws and the deportation laws. Have you guys seen what's been going on with the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump got to pass through? I mean, he got it signed in Congress, but he hasn't gotten it passed through all the way yet. I think it has to go through the Supreme Court or whatever. I don't think the big, beautiful bill is all the way passed through, but he was able to sign it, and he was able to get the majority vote in Congress on the big, beautiful bill. Does anybody know what the big, beautiful bill is? And this is why people are saying, this is a big reason why people are saying Donald Trump is trying to run a dictatorship. Not just the deportation laws, but this big, beautiful bill that was signed and that was passed through Congress. Does anybody know what the big, beautiful bill entails? The big, beautiful bill entails making significant cuts to Medicaid and having stricter, more restrictions surrounding Medicaid and on how to get Medicaid. It's going to be more difficult to get Medicaid. It's going to be more restrictions. Also, the SNAP program, food stamps, right? Nutrition, food and nutrition, supplemental nutrition. I forgot what the A and the P something program. SNAP, the SNAP program. Supplemental Nutrition Administration Program or something like that. Oh yeah. They are cutting a lot of the resources for food stamps. Donald Trump is trying to cut, if this bill is passed through, if the Supreme Court actually okays this bill, because it's already been voted on in Congress. It's called the Big Beautiful Bill. Like BBB, like Big Bad Bull, BBB, Big Beautiful Bill. Have y'all been following this? This is the reason why, this is a large reason, a big reason why a lot of people are protesting Donald Trump. This is why they're doing the No Kings protest. Are you guys following me? Huh? This is in Chicago. We've seen New York. We've seen LA. We've seen North Carolina. It's all over the place. If you haven't been following these protests today, you're living under a rock.
No captivity.
If you haven't been following these protests, you've been living under a rock. These protests are growing more and more and more and more. We're going to have casualties. The country is in martial law damn near. If you haven't been following this, I don't know what y'all been following. We need to get our heads out of love and hip hop, because this is way more serious. This is way more serious. This is all over the United States of America, y'all. People been protesting. Let me see. I'm trying to find one more that's good. Okay, here we go. And listen, I still see a lot of Hispanic flags as well. I see a lot of Hispanic flags. I'm gonna be honest with you. We talked about this last night. A lot of this is a lot of these protests are Hispanic motivated. A lot of these protests are Hispanic motivated, but lately a lot more races have been joining this fight with Hispanics. Now I have my own opinions about these protests, especially the immigration, right? When it comes to immigration, when it comes to deportation laws and everything, I really could give a damn. If you over here illegal, guess what? If you're over here illegal, may God be with you. You know what I'm saying? Like if you get caught and you don't got the right paperwork and they end up shipping you back off to Mexico or shipping you to El Salvador, what they got to do with Freezy and the tea in China? I mean, I don't got no sympathy for people like that. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, I'm an American citizen, right? So, and then I care about my family first. That's just the way it's going to be. I care about the well-being of my people first and my family first before I care about an illegal immigrant. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. I don't want to sound like I don't have any love for people or humanity or whatnot, right? But I'm just saying right is right, wrong is wrong. But these LA protests, these deportation protests all across the country have migrated into the No Kings protests. Now they are protesting Donald Trump being a dictator all across America. And it's more races involved than just Hispanics.
This fucking Trump supporter. Nobody talk to these guys. They're Trump supporters.
roll.
Nobody fucking talk to them. Nobody talk to this fucking Trump supporter. Fucking dividing America, creating a narrative.
You really support Trump. Honestly. Yeah, why are we Trump supporters?
Good God. Fuck, what do you mean? You
He's
fucking,
a motherfucking
you post
the first time around he killed 800 fucking thousand Americans, dude. All right, very nice crowd.
Nobody.
Let's see. They want them no keys, but they already murdering their own.
Said no kings within the suspect vehicle.
Okay, so what has came about these protests? Let me show y'all what has came about these protests. These protests are getting very dangerous. Let me show y'all what happened. Let me show y'all what happened. These people right here were murdered. 2 Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses targeted in politically motivated shooting. Authorities say suspect posed as a police officer before fatally shooting one couple and critically injuring the other. Let me see if I can get a story on this right here. According to, let me see, Governor Tim Walz, Minnesota State Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband were fatally. Melissa Hortman and her husband. Let me see if I can get a story on that right there, because this is very important what I'm about to show y'all. Melissa Hortman shot. Here we go. Okay. Let me bring this story up, man. Y'all, this is in light of the protests. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand how serious these protests are. People are out to prove a point. This, what I'm about to show y'all, is in light of the protests. My bad, Miss Piggy. Let me change your Let me change your sponsorship to $70. My bad, Miss Piggy. It's $70. Shout out to Miss Piggy. I got too caught up in the story. Miss Piggy is the official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $70. Shout out to you, Miss Piggy. Thank you. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it's only $70 or more. Let me show y'all this protest right here. I mean, not protest, but let me show y'all what happened as a result of these protests. One of the things that happened as a result of this protest. Here we go.
Situation. We're talking about Brooklyn Park and that situation. I know that our Paul Bloom is out there right now. And Paul, if we want to toss it out to you, we're just sort of trying to reset the scene here for folks who have just kind of joining in and bringing all the latest information. You are very close. I'm actually surprised at how close you are to the home of Melissa Hortman.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of football fields behind. I don't know if in the shot you can see the flashing lights of that SUV in her driveway and the speaker's driveway. But we believe that to be that fake squad car that this gunman arrived in, the flashing bar lights up on top. We have no confirmation that that's the vehicle. It's surrounded by yellow police tape. We have seen investigators going in and out of it. We presume that is where the manifesto was found, the No Kings handwritten scribble that has prompted state authorities to basically say it's in their best judgment that people.
So before these people actually killed Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband and injured two other couples, and injured another couple, a husband and wife, they left notes, no kings, from regarding the No Kings protests. So these, the people that actually killed Melissa Hortman and her husband, Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, are supposedly protesters from the No Kings protests. This is how serious these protests are getting.
Stay away from any planned No Kings rallies. We've watched for the last hour or so as law enforcement have kind of been in and around the Hortman's property. I did want to pick up, Amy. I thought perhaps I could, add a little color to what you mentioned about the drone. And you could imagine a couple of police officers arriving at this house preemptively. They've had the shooting, not 10 miles away from here. A friend of the Hortmans and Senator Hoffman.
Whoever killed Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband and injured another husband and wife posed as police and a police officer. Shout out to Carl Anderson in the building. What's up, Carl? Carl said, I believe these events occurred hours prior to the protest. He must have planned this as he had access to a police vehicle and uniform. That's great insight, man.
They're coming here proactively. They think there's a police car in the driveway. So perhaps going through their heads that they were beaten by some cops and they were checking on them. And then the exchange of gunfire. And then we understand from that news conference earlier this morning, there was an exchange of words. We don't know what was said during that exchange, but gunfire is exchanged. And then the suspect runs into the house. And of course, at that point, law enforcement would have lost sight of the gunman. So now they have this moment. They eventually see the body of Speaker's husband down on the ground. They don't know what they're going into. They get him out of the house, and now all of a sudden.
Wait, hold on. So wait. How did they lose sight of the gunman again? Wait, this don't sound right. Shout out to Marcus Phoenix in the building too. Does this sound right to y'all? Wait, how did they lose sight of the gunman again? They say the gunman ran into a house and let me rewind this because this don't sound right. Hold on. Wait, hold on.
They were beaten by some cops and they were checking on them. Not 10 miles away from here, a friend of the Hortmans and Senator Hoffman. They're coming here proactively. They think there's a police car in the driveway, so perhaps going through their heads that they were beaten by some cops and they were checking on them. And then the exchange of gunfire. And then we understand from that news conference earlier this morning, there was an exchange of words. We don't know what was said during that exchange, but gunfire is exchanged. And then the suspect runs into the house. And of course, at that point, law enforcement would have lost sight of the gunman. So now they have this moment. They eventually see the body of Speaker's husband down on the ground. They don't know what they're going into. They get him out of the house. And now all of a sudden, where is the suspect? Are there more people inside? What's going on at this house? And you could understand why law enforcement would probably take a more cautious approach to searching the house to look for any other victims, to see if any suspects are hiding in the house. And that, my guess, is why the drone would have gone in and discovered tragically Speaker Speaker Hortman dead. Been talking to some neighbors. It is quiet here. It does appear people are heeding the order to lock down, to shelter in place within this 3-mile radius around the Edinburgh golf course. I've heard from several neighbors now as I just go up cautiously to knock. I think people's nerves are frayed around here, so I'm kind of just knock, wave in the window, make sure people know who I am approaching their door. And, the Hortmans were beloved neighbors, dog walkers, chit-chatting in the neighborhood, as one might imagine. Sounds like they've lived in this subdivision around the golf course, beautiful neighborhood up here in Brooklyn Park for years. Heard unconfirmed report that tragically, in addition, I'm going to throw it back to you guys. I understand there may be some development.
So did they kill the killer? Did anybody? Hold on, man. Did they kill the killer?
All right, Lisa, thank you so much. And we are following breaking news in Minnesota, where the manhunt is now underway for the person who shot and killed a lawmaker and her husband. A second lawmaker and his wife were also shot. The two separate shootings are said to be targeted political violence. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz says that former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed. State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were shot multiple times. They are out of surgery, but in serious condition. The two shooting locations were about 8 miles away from each other in Champlin and Brooklyn Park, that's just north of Minneapolis. Authorities say that the gunman attacked by knocking on the doors and asking the victims to come outside. The officers found a person who was dressed as a police officer at the door of Hortman's home. The suspect fired at the officers. Gunfire was exchanged and the suspect was able to escape.
What the hell? Wait. Let me run that back. Hold on. Wait. What?
The door of Hortman's home. The suspect fired at the officers. Gunfire was exchanged and the suspect was able to escape.
You got to be effing kidding me. So the police laid eyes on the gunman and they had a gunfight and this killer was able to escape? Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I don't give a care in the world. I'm trying to stop cussing y'all. I don't give a care. This does not sound right. This has foul play written all over it. I don't care.
No Cap-tivity.
This has foul play written all over it. Shout out to Ree Buffy in the building. What's going on, Ree Buffy? Man, listen. Any black man that shoot at the cops, ain't no way in the HELL he gonna get away. No, it don't. And then you laid eyes on the gunman and he got away? How can police lay eyes on a gunman and that actually kill somebody, kill a couple, and injured another couple, and then gets away after shooting at the cops. Shout out to my brother Prime in the building. What's going on, Prime? He said, Prime said police suck at catching people. I know from experience. Don't tell on yourself, Prime. Shout out to Bree in the building. What's going on, Bree? Great to see you, Bree. She said facts. Yo, this got foul play written all over it. I don't care what nobody got to say.
A list of other at the officers. Gunfire was exchanged and the suspect was able to escape. A list of other possible targets was retrieved from the suspect's car. Security resources have been dispatched to protect those people named on the list. The deputy director of the FBI said retrieved from the suspect's car. Possible targets was retrieved and the suspect was able to escape. A list of other possible targets was retrieved from the suspect's car. Security resources.
So this suspect was set out to kill other targets, other senators, other congresspeople.
Have been dispatched to protect those people named on the list. The deputy director of the FBI says they are fully engaged on the ground, and in Minnesota, they're working in collaboration with local and state partners. And of course, we'll continue to follow this story. We will bring you the very latest information as it becomes available.
Yo, does anybody else think that whole story is weird? Does anybody else think that after hearing this story, this just happened? I think it happened earlier today. Well, it's morning time where I'm at, but it's yesterday, but earlier today, June 14th. Does anybody else think that this is weird? How the hell the police get a chance to lay eyes on you? You're the shooter, and you shoot at the police and you get away? Shout out to my brother. Super chat. Shout out to my brother, GameWise DJ. Thank you, Game. I seen you in the chat earlier, GameWise. I was about to give you a shout out, bro. Shout out to GameWise DJ in the chat. Thank you for your $2, GameWise. He said, salute Freezy. Shout out to GameWise.
Cap-tivity.
Listen, to let your voices be heard from the chat on these controversial topics, please either send a super cap or a cash cap to $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. Also, let me show y'all. Also, the PayPal right here. The PayPal is no captivity with freeze. That's right. The PayPal is no captivity with freeze. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, GameWise. I appreciate you. And shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show, Miss Piggy, with a total of $70 to become a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show. It's only $70 or more. Shout out to my sister, Miss Bella, in the building. What's going on, Miss Bella? She said, happy G-Day to all the G's. Happy Pappy weekend. Shout out to Miss Bella in the building. Happy Pappy week. I ain't never heard that before. Happy Pappy. Happy Pappy weekend. Let me see. Carmelo Anthony. Have y'all heard the latest on Carmelo Anthony? Huh? Y'all thought it was over with, huh? Let me see. So so recently, right, we just found out that there's supposed to be a video, a surveillance video of the whole incident. Now, word is there is a surveillance video of the whole incident from the school, and the police been had this video, but they're not releasing the video. Let me see if I could find, let me see. Carmelo Anthony surveillance video. check, mic check, mic check. Check, mic check, mic check, mic check. I don't know why my microphone keep doing that. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate you. This is an exclusive update on Carmelo Anthony, y'all. I know y'all thought it was over with. No, we're still following this Carmelo Anthony case to the end. We're going to keep following this Carmelo Anthony case. This is an update from CBS News. CBS News says Frisco ISD releases video of fatal track meet stabbing involving Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. Let's see what they had to say right here. Here we go.
Frisco ISD is releasing surveillance video of the stabbing at the track meet that led to the death of a student back in April, but only under very strict conditions. So through open records, they will allow whoever requests it to view that video, but no recording whatsoever is allowed. On that note, we sent our IT producer, Kelsey Mittauer, to watch that video. She joins us now in studio to walk us through what you saw. We're going to go in order here in just a second, Kelsey, but in general terms, what did the video depict? What did you see?
It shows everything from the moments leading up to the stabbing, to the medical response, to then the beginning of the police investigation.
Okay, and it lasted several minutes is what they showed you.
It did, about 30 minutes.
Okay, so let's start in the beginning now and talk a little bit about what you saw at the front end of that video, because you got to see the attack, the actual stabbing took place.
So it starts, I started watching about 9:53. The camera shows half of the field. So it's about from the 50-yard line on, and the tent where it happened was kind of right in front of the 50-yard line, but the camera is down here.
Okay.
It's positioned across the field. So everybody in the video, you can tell there are kids or adults, but no one's identifiable.
So a long shot is what
a long shot, yeah.
So a couple of minutes in, and you actually see the altercation take place.
Yes, everything leading up to it, everyone's milling about. It seems very normal. And then right at 9:55, that's when like there's this explosive movement or action between two people under the tent. And that's when the employees in the room told me that's when the stabbing happened at 9:55.
Right. And you were talking about people kind of start to scatter at that moment. Obviously, something went wrong. And so what happens next? Because now, a little bit later on, that's when the ambulance shows up.
Right. So when the ambulance.
So this doesn't seem like a video that's right up on the incident, because from what she's saying, the video is from a distance. Did anybody get that? From what she's saying, the video is from a distance or something like that. I don't know. Like it's not right up on the incident.
Arrives, it actually comes through.
Hold on, let me back it up.
The camera shows half of the field. So it's about from the 50-yard line on, and the tent where it happened was kind of right in front of the 50-yard line, but the camera is down here.
Okay.
It's positioned across the field. So everybody.
Okay, so the camera is positioned across the field from where the incident took place. So I don't see how somebody could actually have a detailed look. I don't know. It's across the field. I mean, it's on the football field. I don't know. It just depends on the angle of the camera.
Everybody in the video, you can tell there are kids or adults, but no one's identifiable.
So a long shot is what
a long shot, yeah.
So a couple of minutes in, and you actually see the altercation take place.
Yes, everything leading up to it, everyone's milling about. It seems very normal. And then right at 9:55, that's when like there's this explosive movement or action between two people under the tent. And that's when the employees in the room told me that's when the stabbing happened at 9:55.
Right. And you were talking about people kind of start to scatter at that moment. Obviously, something went wrong. And so what happens next? Because now, a little bit later on, that's when the ambulance shows up.
Right. So when the ambulance arrives, it actually comes through near the end zone at the gate, and then it comes up to the 50-yard line directly in front of the tent. You can see Austin Metcalf is right here. But then when they pull up close to the tent, they realize that they can't get the stretcher to him because of the barrier of the bleachers. So at that point, then the paramedics have to get out, and then they have to walk all the way back to the end zone. This is actually, in the next slide. They have to go all the way back to the end zone and then come all the way back. That takes another couple of minutes. So at this point, they've arrived and they are actively working on Metcalf at that point.
And we want to reiterate, we're using some imagery here to sort of denote exactly what was happening here, these little icons that were using the ambulance, because again, the video was not able to be released. You're watching all of this happen, Kelsey, and you're watching the time sort of elapse. What are you thinking about when you see this, especially when you...
So, towards the beginning, shout out to Big Bad Bull, shout out to Carl Anderson. They did say that nobody was identifiable. They said nobody was identifiable. I wonder how helpful is this video?
You see sort of the issues in getting Metcalf out of there.
I mean, you know, I understand why it happened the way it happened. They were still working on him, actually. The thing that really struck me is they're working on him, and that's when you see the rain's coming down heavier, and then they actually pull out the blue tarp.
The blue tarp that we saw.
Right, and then I noticed the crime scene tape is already up. I was so focused on here, I didn't even see that, but they're building the crime scene actively around him as they're continuing to work on him in the bleachers.
So that was happening while he was still there.
Yes, he's in the bleachers.
And in closing here, because we know that several minutes had elapsed, and people are sort of...
Wait, who was in the bleachers? Carmelo Anthony? Hold on.
The crime scene tape is already up. I was so focused on here, I didn't even see that, but they're building the crime scene actively around him as they're continuing to work on him in the bleachers.
So that was happening while he was still there.
Yes, he's in the bleachers.
And in closing here, because we...
okay, Austin Metcalf, my bad, y'all.
Know that several minutes had elapsed, and people are sort of scurrying in different areas. What do we know about the suspect in the stabbing, Carmelo Anthony, and his whereabouts?
So I asked the women in the room, the employees, I said, of everybody on this screen, is Carmelo Anthony in here? And they said, you know, we couldn't tell you, we don't know. And honestly, it was so hard. Once it happened, you know, there's people going this way, that way, this way, and this way. So it was just hard to know what direction he headed.
All right, Kelsey, thank you very much.
Man, this lady ain't see a damn thing.
Take place.
Yes, everything leading up to it, everyone's milling about. It seems very...
Because you got to see the attack, the actual stabbing took place.
So it starts, I started watching about 9:53. The camera shows half of the field. So it's about from the 50-yard line on, and the tent where it happened was kind of right in front of the 50-yard line, but the camera is down here. Okay. It's positioned across the field. So everybody in the video, you can tell there are kids or adults, but no one's identifiable.
So
man, get the hell up out of here. You took us through all of that BS. Man, if you don't, man, I'm so damn mad. Hold on, y'all. Frisco surveillance. Let me see if they got video. Let me see if they got it on Twitter. I don't see it. They ain't got nothing on Twitter. If they ain't got it on Twitter, it ain't on Twitter, y'all. If it's not on Twitter, it ain't nowhere. And the only okay. Y'all look at this right here. What y'all think about this? Somebody put this on Twitter. So this says fatal Austin Metcalf stabbing caught on surveillance tape, but Texas school district won't publicly release video. Texas school district won't publicly release school video. So this person wrote, Frisco, Texas school district has confirmed that cops have video of the Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf incident. Always remember, the only time white cops don't leak video involving a black person is if it favors the black person, meaning the video shows Carmelo defending himself. What do y'all think about that? Do y'all agree with this post from Bold Justice? Does anybody agree with that? The only time white cops don't leak video involving a black person is if it favors the black person, meaning the video shows Carmelo defending himself. What do y'all think about that? Does anybody agree with that? Shout out to Angela Bryant in the building. What's going on, Angela Bryant? Thank you for being here, Angela Bryant. Lucifer said, true. Her that's her said, I agree. Carl Anderson said, normally, yes. Red Bull said, I concur, Freezy. Big Bad Bull said, nope. What the hell? Oh, yay. Shout out to all y'all, man. Kimberly says, I agree. King Rooster says they don't want to release that video because it shows a white boy and his family member in the wrong. Yo, we're going to talk about several things tonight. We're going to talk about that, but let me show y'all this right here. This is what I want to talk about right now. I'm about to put the link in the chat, y'all. This is StreamYard Saturday. Let me bring this up. Let me remind y'all, this is StreamYard weekend right here. It's a StreamYard weekend. So I ran across a video clip of K. Michelle. K. Michelle was recently on Cam Newton's podcast. And K. Michelle and Cam Newton talked about Cam Newton's what I want to say. They discussed Cam Newton's kids and his sons. His kids, his sons and daughters that he's had with multiple women. And him possibly creating broken homes. I want to talk about this. Cam Newton had a candid, open conversation with K. Michelle. I want to discuss this first. Now I'm about to show the video clip where K. Michelle specifically talked to Cam Newton about, broken homes and his relationship with the kids and the mothers and all of that kind of stuff and his girlfriend. I'm going to show a clip of this right here, right now. And I want us to pay attention to what to the things Cam Newton and K. Michelle actually said to each other. Very interesting. Where is it at? Okay, there we go. Hold on, before I play this to y'all, let me show y'all this right here. This is crazy. Plies, man. Plies just made a comment about Father's Day. It is Father's Day. It's Father's Day in Florida, right? Do y'all agree with what Plies had to say right here? Let's listen to what Plies had to say.
I'm motherfucking sick of it. I'm motherfucking sick of it. Just take it off the motherfucking calendar altogether. Take it off the motherfucking calendar. Because nobody care about it any motherfucking way. Yeah, motherfucking Father's Day. Ain't nobody care about no motherfucking Father's Day. I'm just checking into the motherfucking hotel. I asked the lady at the motherfucking front desk when I'm checking in, ma'am, are y'all fully committed this weekend? I'm just trying to motherfucking talk educated. I don't motherfucking be knowing. She's all, no, sir, this weekend it's like slow weekend. Nice. You'll be fine. It'll be peaceful. I said, slow. I said, I expected to be fully committed. Holiday weekend. She said, holiday? I said, yeah, holiday weekend. She said, what holiday? I said, ma'am, don't even fucking worry about it. Don't even fucking worry about it. And I realized motherfucking Father's Day is on the same motherfucking level as Groundhog Day. It's on the same motherfucking level, man. Ain't no motherfucking body care about Groundhog Day, and they goddamn sure don't care about the motherfucking Father's Day. So just take it off the motherfucking calendar. All the motherfucking guys. Ain't nobody gonna motherfucking miss it. Ain't nobody gonna motherfucking miss it. Motherfucking, oh, it's a holiday? You goddamn right. It was supposed to be a motherfucking holiday, a fake motherfucking holiday at this motherfucking point. Let's take this shit off the calendar, man.
Do y'all agree with Plies? Plies said, just take this shit off the MF and calendar, y'all. Dang, Plies got me cussing. I was just repeating what Plies said, so that don't count. Do y'all agree with what Plies said? He said, just take it off the calendar, because Father's Day don't count. Why y'all do Father's like that? Plies said he was at a resort and the resort wasn't even recognizing Father's Day. He said Father's Day is equivalent to Groundhog's Day. That's what your boy Plies said. Plies
No
crazy.
Cap-tivity.
Let me show y'all this interview with K. Michelle and Cam Newton. This interview went deep. It was very deep, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you. Cam Newton had a conversation with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. This conversation, in my opinion, I think this conversation got a little deeper than the conversation that he had with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. But I'm gonna let y'all be the judge. Here we go.
My children do deserve a two-parent household. The reality is that's just not how it worked out. Now, the guilt in me feels that.
You have a guilt?
No. When you hear it, there can be a guilt that happens. It's like you create broken homes. I can't do nothing about that now. But what I can do is try to make my wrongs right. I do that by showing up.
So we know where the broken homes thing came from. That was first raised by Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She accused Cam Newton of creating broken homes, right? So it just seems like he just can't get rid of that stigmatism ever since Dr. Cheyenne Bryant put it on him. Well, he's having a conversation with K. Michelle right now, so let's check it out.
Constantly. I have certain things that I do with children, my children specifically, that's our thing.
But what about now and having new kids and creating, is that a goal of yours? And you don't have to answer to anybody.
No, ask the question that you're asking.
You want me to ask you a real question?
Please. Go there.
Okay. Well, having the situation and relationship that you're in now, I did see that your significant other now is having
another
one. Is your goal to create? I think everyone would like to know, is your goal right now to create a two-parent home for your child that you already have and your new child? Is that the goal? Because you do skate around that. From everything that I've watched, you do kind of skate around that.
Yo, Cam Newton is on the chopping block, man. I'm telling you, women have been putting Cam Newton in the interrogation room trying to figure out, hey, what are you planning on doing with all these kids from these different women? Do you plan on bringing them under the same roof into one two-parent household? What are you planning on doing? This is what K. Michelle asking.
Is the goal, what is the ultimate goal right now in your dating and having kids?
Every situation that I've ever been in, I thought this was the last one.
Okay.
My goal has never been to have multiple significant others.
Okay.
It just worked out like that. So when I say my wrongs to the world or to the the stereotype of what a household should be,
Mhm.
it has always been screwed up.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What do you think a household should be?
I think there should be a male presence and a female presence in each household because there are certain things that a man or a female.
Wait. Does K Michelle have kids and is she in a two-parent? Did she furnish a two-parents household with her kids? Let me see. Does K Michelle have kids and is she with her husband?
Should only or can learn specifically from a man.
Yeah.
And then there are certain things that can only be taught from a female.
Okay.
So that's what I do believe in. I do believe there should always be a two-figure household.
Can I ask you something you might get mad at me about?
Man, you can't make me mad. I'm bulletproof. The goal has never been to have multiple significant others.
Okay.
It just worked out like that. So when I say my wrongs to the world or to the stereotype of what a household should be,
Mhm.
it has always been screwed up.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What do you think a household should be?
I think there should be a male presence and a female presence in each household because there are certain things that a man or a female should only or can learn specifically from a man.
Yeah.
And then there are certain things that can only be taught from a female.
Okay.
So that's what I do believe in. I do believe there should always be a two-figure household.
Can I ask you something you might get mad at me about?
Man, you can't make me mad. I'm bulletproof. Go.
Being that you're living your life and you are who you are, you have your significant other who is who she is. Do you ever at night and when you're alone or in a space ever feel like you're speaking and things are hurting her?
Yes. Yes.
Who is Cam Newton with now? Who is Cam Newton's girlfriend now?
How do you feel? Like, what does that do
It took
to
her
you?
to tell me that. I didn't know. Because you got to understand, too, that people have to give other people grace because those aren't prerequisites of understanding for most men. And I always say this about men. Men don't register things the same way females do. Meaning, I don't know how that make you feel. I know if you ask me a question, would you hit? Yeah, I hit. But you standing next to your woman.
Mhm.
And
Being
now it's like, would you hit?
do you see, like, I don't even get into that, but the attack that your significant other gets, I feel is very unfair.
And it's in large part self-inflicted.
What you mean?
Meaning inside the household, I bring these attacks to her. She used the words, not me. She said, baby, I feel like a piñata.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. I'm sorry, y'all. Mic check. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now? Put a 1 in the chat. Thank you, Sunshine. Thank y'all for telling me when my mic is muted. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. I don't know what StreamYard has been cutting my microphone. I don't know what's been going on with StreamYard. But yeah, what I was gonna say is this. Jasmine Brown has been she hasn't been very vocal at all. I think she spoke out one time, maybe through an article, but Jasmine Brown has not been very vocal. I think she had one interview or something like that, but Cam Newton's girlfriend has not been very vocal. So, but Cam Newton has just disclosed that she does feel like a piñata, that, you know, everybody's taking hits on her and she just really doesn't have a voice. So Cam Newton said that he recognized that, you know.
They've liked her before y'all have become a couple.
For sure.
And some things that she has said, you know, might have offended women in other ways, like, you know, and now they're like, oh, so now you're in this situation that you made fun about.
Right. And now all of a sudden you done switched up.
Yeah, you done switched up, but I'm telling you, something called being drunk. That dick.
But now it's like, would you hit? Things, and this is why I always tell females, and I'm grateful that we're having this conversation and you're asking me these questions, because even as strong as I am, even as successful and how much money, I still need help. Help meaning you got to tell me, babe. Like, I don't know how this is affecting. No, for sure. And sometimes women lead with, you know, you're supposed to lead. Mm-hmm. And that could be like, hold on, but I still need you to give me insight so I can lead us, right? Mm-hmm. And we have these conversations. That's what I'm saying. I'm an open book.
I didn't know how you were going to be like in a conversation, because I'm like, I'm going on his show. And one thing, I've made a living off of singing the thoughts and writing the thoughts.
Now, I want y'all to pay attention to what K. Michelle is about to say. We know K. Michelle has broken into country music, and she's about to give her experience with country music and correlate that with Black families, the Black community, and how broken the Black community is, and how broken Black households is. She's about to correlate her experience in country music and what the predominant crowd that listens to country music, which are white folk, how much pride they have in country music, and how family is a big part of country music, in contrast to hip hop music and R&B music in the Black community. Watch what she's about to say.
In real time.
And the true feelings of women.
Things, and this is why I always tell females, and I'm grateful that we're having this conversation.
Nowadays, what we're witnessing city girls, we're witnessing this and that. And it's like the genders are doing this.
Clashing.
It is really destroying families. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. Family is respected in country music in that space. But in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch in Nashville, because they'll never even listen to your music, and your professional career will suffer. At what point in the Black community do our men create real homes? Nowadays, what we're witnessing city girls, we're witnessing this and that. And it's like the genders are doing this.
Clashing.
It is really destroying families. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. family is respected in country music in that space. But in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch in Nashville because they'll never even listen to your music. And
Does anybody agree with what K. Michelle is saying? Shout out to Allende in the building. Thank you for being here, Allende. Does anybody agree with what K. Michelle is saying right now? As far as the pride that white people have with country music and how they pride themselves on family, two-parent households, as to how black people are influenced by rap music and hip hop music and of the sort. Has anybody noticed the difference? K. Michelle is inside of the country music genre. She's in that world, and so she's giving an account on an assessment on how white people pride themselves on family within country music. But she's saying it's not the case with R&B music and rap music. She's saying that's not the case, and that is a big problem within the black community. That's what K. Michelle is saying. She's talking and speaking to Cam Newton.
your professional career will suffer. At what point in the black community do our men create real homes? Nowadays, just our first time talking, and you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on black family, you know? And my grandfather, I watched my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, black men, and I tell my black men to really step up for black women and create families.
Yeah.
It's really not cool. Black men are attacking black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating homes. They're just our first time talking. And you said you didn't even mean for that to happen.
So, as we can see, K. Michelle got very emotional on that. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Is my mic still on? Let me make sure my mic. Okay, my mic is still on. K. Michelle got very emotional on that interview with Cam Newton. She said black men are attacking black women. I thought she said black men are killing black women. Let me change my thumbnail. Hold on. Because on my thumbnail, I put, hold on, let me see. Black men are, let me put attacking. I know some, hold on, let me see. Okay, I changed my thumbnail. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I'm about to change my thumbnail, y'all. Because I thought she said, black men are killing us. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Let me change my thumbnail right quick. Okay, I just changed it. Good. Black men are attacking black women. That's what she just said. Do y'all agree with what she said? Black men are attacking black women.
Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on black family, you know? And my grandfather, I watched my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, black men, and I tell my black men to really step up for black women and create families.
Yeah.
Do black women really care as much as K. Michelle is portraying right now? K. Michelle is breaking down, crying, and saying black men need to. She wants black men to step up and create families, and she's saying this while getting emotional and crying. Do black women as a whole really care this much? How K. Michelle is pouring out her heart, she's crying. It's like she's crying out for help from black men, right?
It's really not cool. Black men.
So we know from AI, right? We know from AI that K. Michelle does not have a husband. She has a son and she's single. If a man came in K. Michelle's life and said, hey, listen, this is what you wanted. You need to dress more modest. You need to throw away them dresses, that dress that you got on, and you need to dress more modest, and SHIT is going to change around here. Do y'all think she would listen to him? Do y'all think K. Michelle would listen to that man and say, okay, I'm ready to follow your lead? Do y'all think K. Michelle would listen? A lot of this is everybody wanting their own way. Right? I believe that she really wants black families to be more together. I mean, she kind of compared the black community to white people in country and how they value families. But do we really think that K. Michelle would be ready to follow her man's lead if a man came into the picture in her life and she married a man that became her husband and he demanded that she dress more modest and stop showing her body parts? Listen, look at K. Michelle's dress. That girl got, her titties is basically out. And then I don't know what she got covering her titties, but it's got a nipple formation on it. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying K. Michelle is wrong, but it just looks crazy with her crying like that and saying families are out of order and families are broken and black men needs to create more families. But she got this damn dress on. Come on. I mean, and then she got a son. Maybe she do need a man to bring more order in her life. Maybe she is waiting on a man to come in and tell her what she needs to do. Maybe that's what she's saying, right? I don't know.
Are attacking black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating homes. They're just our first time talking. And you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on black family.
K. Michelle is saying she's looking at a black man that's literally capable of turning the narrative on black family. You know what? Cam Newton is doing while she's talking? Can anybody guess what Cam Newton is doing while she's talking? She's saying some good stuff too. Can anybody guess what Cam Newton is doing while she talking? Cam Newton is looking at her damn breasts. That's what he doing. Exactly, Sunshine. He's looking at her tatas. Exactly. Big bad boy looking at them boobies. That's what Cam Newton. This the point I'm trying to make. Miss Bella said it's just a dress. You think this is just a dress? Why y'all do this? Why women do that?
You know?
This is just a dress.
And my grandfather, I watch my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, black men, and I to my black.
That's just a dress. So this is just a dress. Why do y'all do this, man? Why do black Miss Bella, why you doing this? Why you doing this to your brothers, huh? Shout out to Lante Network in the building. This is what I'm saying. Like, black women just act like black men just don't see. This just a dress, huh? Do y'all think her message would be more effective if she was covered up more? Do y'all think K. Michelle's message would be more effective if she was covered up more, speaking about black families in sincerity, wanting black families to be created, and wanting black men to step up to to create more black families? Do you think her message would be more effective?
Black men to really step up for black women.
Cause she got real emotional. She got real emotional, man. I want to talk about, do you guys feel this in everyday life that black women desperately want black men to step up? I want to talk about that. And do you agree with what K. Michelle said? Are black women under the threat of black men? Are black women actually under the threat of black men? Are black men actually attacking black women? Are black men attacking black women? As a matter of fact, let me change this title because I think that's a more appropriate title. Are black men attacking black women? Yeah, that's a better title. Are black men attacking black women? I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and I want y'all to come up and holler at your brother Freezer. Now, we reacted to a few videos, so we're gonna be discussing a lot of stuff, right? We can discuss Carmelo Anthony. We could discuss the No Kings protest and what's been going on with that, right? I definitely want to discuss what K. Michelle actually had to say to Cam Newton and how she broke down crying, saying that she feels like black men are actually attacking black women. All right. So I'm about to put the link in the chat. First off, shout out to everybody that's been supporting the show so far. Shout out to everybody that's been giving shout out to everybody that's show support so far to the show. I appreciate Bucket88 so far. Shout out to What We Know Podcast, JT. Shout out to Fear No Motors for renewing her membership. Shout out to GameWise DJ for his super cap. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez for becoming the initial sponsor of today's show. And also, last but not least, shout out to our sister, Miss Piggy, for being the official sponsor so far of tonight's show. Miss Piggy has been holding strong with the sponsorship and the women. Miss Piggy says she's representing for the ladies. Miss Piggy has been holding strong, and yeah, the ladies have spoken. That's what Miss Piggy said. I'm about to put the link in the chat, and you know, I want y'all to come up and have a discussion with your brother Freezy, man. We got all night, man. Let's go, man. Let's get it. Here we go.
Sliding like a lubricant. Don't forget the Gucci print. My little chick Peruvian. Hold up, let me check my ego. Lately been really focused on the neighborhood hero. Switching up my stamina, transforming the stilo. Niggas are playing hard, I'm playing smart. Yes, I should. I'm no longer in the hood like 10 hard bands start. Playing in my pocket, don't knock it to protect mine. I will introduce you to a rocket plugged in like a socket. I know all of your connects. When you see me, when you greet me, give me all of your respect. Waistline still, nothing getting killed but the tech. Tell your bro, keep her body. I just deal with the neck. Holla, ball, like the Lakers. Spot filled up with pizza, you got flavors. Anywhere I could take you. I don't want no bullshit bitch with me in Jamaica. Yeah, get rid of that hoe like she was stolen. Hey, look, you can keep that money if you owe me. Yeah, and you and your partner, y'all be rolling. And should've let my boy take shot like he was Kobe. Zay, play, Zay.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Freezy, a pioneer. Freezy, a pioneer. Freezy, a pioneer.
Shout out to my brother, Trucker Yell, in the building. What's going on, Trucker Yell? Great to see you, dog. Great to see you.
What's good, man? I had to stop up here real quick because, man, this girl out here looking like a pastor waiting at the end of the church to get at somebody's wife, boy. And she the biggest hypocrite. These motherfuckers, man, get on my damn nerves. Biggest hypocrites over at the loudest mouths and ask for the sympathy, but nigga, she don't believe shit she's saying. Cause she ain't
You
doing
don't
it.
think she believe nothing she's saying, Trucker Yell?
Hell nah. Last time I checked, she was talking about how not to trust men and how men is on this femicide bullshit.
No.
And how men can't be trusted and all this other shit. But yeah, you up here crying like Taraji P and shit. And sit your ass down. Like if you really cared, if you really cared what men was talking about, you asking all these men to make more families, then why don't you start with the women first? Why don't that'd be the crazy part. Y'all be so quick to jump on and ask these men to get up here and be men, but none of you hoes will actually sit here and actually sit your own sisters down and say, yo, you need to tighten up. Stop, don't end up where I'm at. That's why they got that saying that black women is scared to check other women. Because y'all don't say shit to each other, but y'all quick to say shit to the men. And that's some bullshit. Like straight up.
Shout out to Trucker Yeah, man. Opening up the conversation with an explosion. Also, shout out to Dallas. Let me see who all just came in through the building. Shout out to Hakeem Glass. Shout out to Stratosphere Girl. Hakeem Glass, Stratosphere Girl, Dallas, and TNL Q Bonafide. Thank y'all for coming through. I appreciate y'all. So let's talk about what you just said, Trucker Yell. So you're saying that she's full of SHIT because she's talking about what she wants the man to do, but her right along with other black women, they're not checking other black women and trying to get other black women into place.
It's not even that. They not even following their own advice. You get what I'm saying?
Their own advice.
Like it's easy to give advice to other people when it's time for you to put in the work. Now you want to bitch up. No. If you really believed and stood on what you're talking about, you want to come with these white girl tears and shit like that, then you need to be moving the same way too. Straight up.
So she said that she wishes that black men would step up to the plate and create more families, and basically saying that she's saying that black men have the power to do that. Do you think she's saying that once black men actually step up to the plate, black women, that's when everything will fall into line? She's saying that
Man,
the only way we're going to have successful families is if black men step up and create these successful families. That's what she said. What do you think about
bro,
that?
man, she full of shit. There's plenty of black men that want families and things like that, and actually is trying to create them. The problem is y'all call these the same men that's trying to create these families and things like that. Y'all call them misogynists for saying, "Yo, I want you represent me and I represent you. I don't like the way you going outside looking the way you like." Hell no, I would never like. Think about that. See, she up there right now with her titties out. You can the titties out and everything. Her motherfucking nipples are so damn hard that you can see it right through the dress. Like, bro, come on. And if the husband say, I'm gonna need you to put on something a little bit better than that. Man, you can't tell me what the fuck to do and all this other goofy shit. So
So
no,
you okay, so she's trying to give the impression, she was giving the impression that if a man actually came in and put his foot down, families would be more in order. You're saying that if a man actually came in, if a man approached K Michelle and she took a liking to that man, shout out to Hot Sauce in the building. What going on, Hot Sauce?
Cap-tivity.
So you're saying that if K Michelle met a man she liked and this dude put his foot down and said, "Hey, I don't want you wearing dresses like that," what do you think, K Michelle? How you think she's gonna respond?
she gonna cuss him out and put hands on him. And
She
then
gonna
his
put
ass gonna end up in jail. Bro, I'm dead serious. You think nigga there's been episodes of her literally doing this shit. You know, like that's what I'm saying. Like you asking men to stand on business, but then when these men stand on business, y'all don't want to follow him unless he a white man. And that's the fucked up part about it. You will listen to a white man first before you listen to a black man that got the same type of shit, that got the same type of business, that got the same type of agenda, that got the same type of family values, all of that. Y'all gonna bypass the black man, but you'll listen to the white man though. So can you really
shout
can you
out,
really get
shout
mad?
out, shout out to Pumps in the Bump. Pumps in the Bump says she not the one with a bunch of baby mamas and kids. What you got to say about that, Trucker? Yeah.
She's not. She's not. She don't got a bunch of baby mamas and kids, but at the same time, but she ain't following no man. Shit, like you just told a story, right? About a woman who waited until her kid was damn near grown, raised that man. So he was grown, and he was raised to be a son husband, basically, to the point where he literally deleted her boyfriend. That ain't the first occasion. It's plenty of situations where women will wait until their kids are damn near grown to start dating when it don't really matter. You should have been doing this. You should have took it serious when the kid was younger, so they could see the family values of how to treat each other, how to love each other, how to respect each other in the home. All of that. Not when the kid is out the home. You get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So that's how I look at that. So she may not have a bunch of kids and baby daddies, but at the same time, she be causing havoc too. It only take one. Shit, it's one was it baby daddy? One baby daddy to traumatize a kid, basically. You giving a hard time with just one. Fighting for his kid and you giving him a hard time. It don't matter how many kids you got. That shit takes a toll. That's like almost PTSD at that point.
Shout out to Doug Will in the building. What's up, Doug Will? And shout out to Beige Lives Matter in the building. Thank you for being here, Beige Lives Matter. You said shout out to Ashley Larry. Thank you for coming up, Ashley Larry. I'm gonna come to you in 1 second. Chucky, yeah, you did say if it was a white man, black women would be more quicker to listen to white men. K. Michelle did reference white country music, and she kind of praised how in the genre that she's in now, which is country music, she kind of praised white people and white men, saying that in that genre, which is country music, they actually they value family in their music. She said she couldn't actually be talking about bitch this and bitch that in her music, or she would actually get shunned from country music. They don't allow that over
Crazy.
there because they have
Crazy.
more
That's a lie.
of a
That's a lie.
wholesome, like they have more of a wholesome family aspect that they actually value in country music. And she was basically comparing country music to urban music, which is hip hop and R&B, and she was saying that it's just a shame that how black people actually how we actually cultivate our culture and our culture, what our culture has come to, and we don't promote healthy families like country music artists do. What do you have to say
Man,
about what she actually said when she referenced white people and country music
mm,
and
she's full of
families?
shit. I've heard country. Look, if you really listen to country music is gangster and slow mo. If you really listen to it, if you listen to the lyrics, you read the lyrics, it's pretty much hip hop in the country way. Let's just put it like that. If you really listening to it. Now, don't get me wrong. Some songs is family value things like that, but most of it it's it is what it is, bro. Like it ain't it ain't hard to just sit there and take the 5 minutes listen to the lyrics, bro. And I got introduced to country by a dude named Doug from Georgia. He put me onto it, and he was like, "Listen to the lyrics." I sat there and listened to the lyrics, bro. Most gangster shit I've ever heard. I'm like, this shit, like these niggas is really talking gangster in a country tone. So she full of shit. I mean, but then again, the hypocrisy. The same woman who made millions of dollars off of her music. You get what I'm saying? And still doing it. That's what I'm saying. You asking people to move a certain way, but you won't even follow what you're saying at all. Zero. And that's why it makes it so hard for people to trust other folks. You know what I'm saying? Like you shit on dudes that actually tell y'all to present yourself like women, but now you're up here begging men to do all this other stuff. Like, yo, you can't have it both ways. Either you gonna stand on business or you gonna stand on bullshit. That's just what it is.
Shout out to Taylor Bell in the building. What's going on, Taylor Bell? And also shout out to Sin 7 in the building. She said that's completely BS, trucker. Sin 7 in the building.
What's completely BS in 7?
She
You gonna have to
was
explain that.
she was responding to some of the stuff you just said. Let me go to my
It's
brother
not for
Ashy
me.
Larry, aka Hot Sauce. What's going on, Hot Sauce? Ashy Larry.
Ashley
Shalom,
Larry.
bro.
How you doing, Ashley Larry?
I'm ashy, brother, but I'm the good but ashy.
Good, but ashy.
So you caught the interview that K. Michelle had with Cam
Yes.
Newton, right?
Yes,
What's
I
your
have.
what? K. Michelle got very emotional. I mean, she kind of broke down crying, and it was as if she was crying out for black men. You know, to come back and create two-parent households and families, and she feels like black men are attacking black women, and she's in, it was almost like she was desperately crying out. What do you think about that?
I have yet to meet a black man that attacks black women. I haven't seen it yet. Second, just because we're not doing what our fathers did doesn't mean we're attacking you. Right? We're just refusing to be safety nets. Right?
Facts.
You know what I mean?
agree
Like
with that one.
the people who were born in the 50s, like our father's age, majority of them were stepdads, right? And it was an honorable thing in the 90s, if you were in your 30s, to be a stepdad, right?
It was respected.
Right.
Highly.
But we ain't the safety net no more. And just because I'm not the safety net, now I'm attacking you. That's crazy. That is nasty work.
But why the safety net ain't safety no more, hot sauce? Why don't you explain that part?
Check this out. Just because I want better for myself, now I'm attacking black women, bro. That's real nasty work. That's real nasty work.
So, okay, you and Chucky Yale are anecdotal. Maybe she's speaking from what she's been seeing
No,
in general.
We're not anecdotal, bro.
No, I'm just
Like,
saying. I'm just trying to kind of like. I'm trying to come from what women are saying. It's like, for example, K. Michelle.
Yeah.
Maybe she has seen men that's been standing on business, but I think what K. Michelle was speaking on, she kind of referenced black culture in comparison to country music and how in country music they value family and they don't actually disrespect their women in country music, right? And this is what she was saying as far as her experience since she's been in that genre. She started getting emotional saying within the music and the culture of black people and black culture, she's saying that she wishes that black men would actually take their rightful place and step up and value families more and create healthy families and two-parent households. And she's saying that she feels like as far as black culture goes, black men are attacking black women. What do you think about that? I think she was basically making more of a generalized outlook on what she was
but
saying.
the thing about it is, Freezy, we have to break down we have to deconstruct what she's saying, because women's power is in their ability to make the world view them as victims. When you are able to view a person as a victim, especially females, then they have power, because women understand that the world moves from female tears, right? Countries have been destroyed because of a white woman's tears. Rosewood was destroyed over a white woman's tears, right? So you got to understand how they use victimhood as a way of power, right? So when we're talking about, okay, black men wanting to have families, well, the first thing you have to do is you got to kind of like stop having kids out of wedlock. 80% of us are born out of wedlock. It is in a woman's right to have sex with what, like, she has the power to have protected sex until she has her wedding. She also has the power not to have sex at all until her wedding. She has more reproductive rights than men do. So the fact that you're telling me that black men don't want families and black women do, their actions don't show that. Now, more important is this. When we talk about
before you go into your second point, if you would allow me.
Yeah.
So do you think black culture is healthy right now? Or do you think it's
No, I don't think it's healthy.
Okay, so if you don't think black culture is healthy, do you think black culture promotes healthy families?
No, it doesn't. But
right.
Even
So,
despite,
is that speaking to K. Michelle's point?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Shout out to Cash. Shout out to Cash Journey in the building. Thank you for being here, Cash Journey. My bad, Hot Sauce. I just wanted to kind of say that. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And shout out to Ruthless Truth in the Ruthless. Hold up, Ruthless. Why you ain't hit me back on Instagram, dog?
Man,
I'm just don't worry about it, Ruthless, dog. Goddamn, dog.
Yeah, but
Ruthless, I got you. I'm finna cut you because I don't. Ruthless, hold on. I don't want to interrupt Hot Sauce. I got you. I was just speaking to you, Ruthless. You know I got love for you. I love you, Ruthless. I love you, Ruthless. Go ahead, Hot Sauce. I'm finna go to Ruthless next.
When you look at the kids now that are in high school, right? Like Gen X, right? The 90s, right? We had a teen, like a lot of teen pregnancies, right? MTV made a documentary about it, right? Like our generation had a lot of teen pregnancies. There's almost zero teen pregnancies nowadays. So even though the black culture doesn't promote families, black teens today do not have do not have kids like that. Nowhere near to where we had kids before. So the power of creating families relies on two people, right? So stepping up to the plate is BS, because that's not stepping up to the plate for me to take care of another man's kid. That's crazy talk. And the second point I wanted to make was that, oh man, I forgot. Second point I wanted to make was black men don't go to the office and start calling black women B words. Black men don't go to McDonald's. The average black man go to McDonald's and be like, hey, Trick, I want large fries, a mac and cheese, a Big Mac, right? And hurry your ass up, ho. Right? We don't, black men don't do that. So I don't know why we constantly use rap music and say that's how black men treat black women from rap music. Niggas don't go around speaking lyrics at people all day. That's insane. Trucker yell, do you walk up to a random black woman and be like, hey ho, what that mouth do? Shake it, shake that monkey.
No, no. Like that's the crazy part. But how such you got a point, and that's what's crazy is because you taking a very, very small portion of men and tying it to men in general, which is crazy. You get what
Then
I'm
walk into
saying?
the office to the reception, be like, hey ho, break it down for a real nigga real quick.
And
I
again,
wish we need some women up here too, so we
I'm
can
getting ready to get. I'm
so
getting
we
ready
can
to get
get their
down for you.
experience, because I don't want to speak for women, because women, they get
I'm
approached by.
I'm not speaking for women,
Yeah,
but
I don't want to do that.
I'm speaking for
Nah,
black men, and I'm speaking
but
for black men, and I know black men
but
don't
but
go around
again,
disrespecting black women like that. I'm speaking for black
but
men.
again, the question that I keep asking myself, because everybody is always asking, black men do this, black men do. It's like, yo, when are y'all? Because there's some women that do it, but when are y'all is gonna actually sit down and just be like, and just tell the truth and say, yo, this shit ain't cool. Like y'all say y'all want families, but we not moving as such. We need to tighten the hell up, ladies. Point blank.
So hold on, reverse that. Black men are killing women of not getting their phone numbers. Black men are disproportionately locked up in a correctional sentence. Black men by fact get more sentencing for the same crime than everybody else. So you telling me in America, where arresting a nigga is like apple pie, it's in the culture. You gonna tell me that niggas in mass are going around killing women, not giving phone numbers, and no repercussions? See, I mean, you know what I mean? See, it has to stop. The madness has to stop.
Hold on, and
So,
then Freezy, and then
look,
Freezy, when they say
go
shit
ahead.
like that, they say shit like that, and these other, you know how women believe other women, sadly,
Yeah.
and then they pass this shit on to these kids. Then these kids grow up coming up with this bias already. Then they take it into their relationships before they even get to the point. You get what I'm saying? That's why I said it's going to have to get to a point where women are going to have to sit with other women and shut this shit down and just tell the truth and just be upfront and personal. Everybody ain't perfect, but just be honest about the shit. Y'all say y'all want families, then show it. Stop saying it with your words. Speak on action. You know what I'm saying? If you see some shit like this where she out here throwing this raggedy ass message in the thing, hey, stop telling that bullshit ass lie. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't cool.
Arresting a nigga is as an American as eating apple pie. It is America's pastime. We even saw, like, when you saw that football player in Florida got arrested, multi-millionaire black man, treated him, arrested him, had him on the seat. His teammates pulled up in a Range Rover. The police arrest him too. And this man is beloved in the city, and he's rich and famous. So come on. Black
So
men don't
let's get the full context of what K. Michelle was saying, right? She was basically talking about black culture and the role that black men play in black culture, right? She was saying that in comparison to country music, black men have allowed black culture to get out of hand and to I guess she was saying objectify black women.
What?
Also she was saying that the only way we can get back in, the only way we black culture will be able to get back on the right path is if black men take control. Do you guys disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that part.
I disagree. Black men.
I don't disagree with that part.
I disagree. We don't need to. It's women. I disagree. I'm just gonna. I disagree.
I'm saying. Listen, I don't disagree because, truthfully, to be told, just to be honest, it's a lot of weird ass niggas out here doing weird shit too. I ain't gonna front, and niggas need to tighten their asses up too. I ain't gonna hold you, but at the same time,
all that shit is my like small group of people. Small group of people. If look,
bro,
community, bro.
hold on. We can't. Hold on. Wait. We can't say it's a small group of people, right? When you got NFL players, okay, getting contracts just to paint their fingernails. You get what I'm saying?
NFL
shit
players
like that
are
matters.
literally NFL players are literally the elite of the league. Only 1% makes it. So you're
and yet you got a culture of young black boys doing it on the regular.
Well, I mean that's more.
You got a culture of even black fathers supporting this shit.
Yeah, and scam. Matter of fact, yes, I would send my 11-year-old daughter at just to get milk at 11 at night because I live in a good neighborhood.
Y'all be safe. I'm getting some sleep.
I
just came up here though.
Sending her to get milk at 11 at night.
Shout out to you, Chucky. Yeah, we're gonna be going all night. Make sure you come back, bro. We're gonna be going 24 hours.
I'm gonna send you some country music, and I want you to play it, and you listen to it for yourself, because it's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, no problem, bro. Let me
All
get
right, later, y'all.
All right, Chucky. Yeah, let me get my brother, Ruthless Truth, in on the conversation. First off, how are you doing, Ruthless Truth?
I'm good.
Ruthless Truth, what do you think? Did you see the video that I played involving K. Michelle and Cam Newton?
Well, you paraphrased it pretty good. I get the gist of it.
I can play it over again for you.
Man, I don't want to get more love turned up. So
Oh no, we got all night. I'm just saying I can play it again.
All right, play it again.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Let me see. Okay. Let me start from the beginning. Here we go.
My children do deserve a two-parent household. The reality is that's just not how it worked out. Now, the guilt in me feels that
You have a guilt.
no. When you hear it, there can be a guilt that happens. It's like you create broken homes. I can't do nothing about that now. But what I can do is try to make my wrongs right. I do that by showing up constantly. I have certain things that I do with children, my children specifically, that's our thing.
But what about now in having new kids and creating? Is that a goal of yours? And you don't have to answer to anybody.
No, ask the question that you're asking.
You want me to ask you a real question?
Please. Go there.
Okay. Well, having the situation and relationship that you're in now, I did see that your significant other now is having
another
one. Is your goal to create? I think everyone would like to know, is your goal right now to create a two-parent home for your child that you already have and your new child? Is that the goal? Because you do skate around that. From everything that I've watched, you do kind of skate around that. Is the goal? What is the ultimate goal right now in your dating and having kids?
Every situation that I've ever been in, I thought this was the last one.
Okay. Having
goal has never been to have multiple significant others.
Okay.
It just worked out like that. So when I say my wrongs to the world or to the stereotype of what a household should be, it has always been screwed up.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What do you think a household should be?
I think there should be a male presence and a female presence in each household, because there are certain things that a man or a female should only or can learn specifically from a man.
Yeah.
And then there are certain things that can only be taught from a female.
Okay.
So that's what I do believe in. I do believe there should always be a two-figure household.
Can I ask you something you might get mad at me about?
Man, you can't make me mad. I'm bulletproof. Goal.
Being that you're living your life and you are who you are, you have your significant other who is who she is. Do you ever at night and when you're alone or in a space ever feel like you're speaking and things are hurting her?
Yes. Yes.
How do you feel? Like, what does that do?
It took
to
her
you?
to tell me that. I didn't know. Because you got to understand, too, that people have to give other people grace, because those aren't prerequisites of understanding for most men. And I always say this about men. Men don't register things the same way females do. Meaning, I don't know how that make you feel. I know if you ask me a question, would you hit? Yeah, I hit. But you standing next to your woman.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, would you hit?
Do you see, like, I don't even get into that, but the attack that your significant other gets, I feel is very unfair.
And it's in large part self-inflicted.
What you mean?
Meaning inside the household, I bring these attacks to her. She used the words, not me. She said, baby, I feel like a piñata.
They've liked her before y'all have become a couple.
For sure.
And some things that she has said.
Things, and this is why I always tell females, and I'm grateful that we're having this conversation and you're asking me these questions, because even as strong as I am, even as successful and how much money, I still need help. Help meaning, you got to tell me, babe. Like, I don't know how this is affecting. No, for sure. And sometimes women lead with, you know, you're supposed to lead. And that could be like, hold on, but I still need you to give me insight so I can lead us, right? And we have these conversations. That's what I'm saying. I'm an open book.
I didn't know how you were going to be like in a conversation, because I'm like, I'm going on his show. And one thing, I've made a living off of singing the thoughts and writing the thoughts
in real time
and the true feelings of women.
Things, and this is why
Nowadays, what we're witnessing city girls, we're witnessing this and that. And it's like the genders are doing this.
Clashing.
It is really destroying families. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. Family is respected in country music in that space. But in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch in Nashville, because they'll never even listen to your music and your professional career will suffer. At what point in the Black community do our men create real homes? Nowadays, what we're witnessing, just our first time talking. And you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful Black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on Black family, you know? And my grandfather, I watched my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a Black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, Black men, And I tell my black men to really step up for black women and create families.
Yeah.
It's really not cool. Black men are attacking black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating homes. They're just.
So, as we see, that was a very emotional interview. I'm gonna go back to Rufus True. Rufus True, now that you've seen the whole interview in its entirety, what do you think about the back and forth between K. Michelle and Cam Newton?
That was pretty interesting. Obviously, she wasn't listening. Cam probably broke it down that women expect us to guess what's going on inside them, whatever. But at the last part, I'm calling Cap. Although she said black men need to step to black women and say, let's build a family. So is she taking away her autonomy? Is she implying that she's willing to give up the feminism, equal rights and shit like that to make it work? Now, if she's willing to give up those rights that they fought for, we might have a deal. But I'm 100% knowing that that's not going to happen, right? So I think maybe she just wanted some views. She wanted to build her followership up because we know that.
So you don't think her being emotional was sincere?
Hell nah. Women are the ones walking away, and I'm not. Look, we had a discussion last week, right? When I said, if the relationship is, too one-sided, like it's very violent, death around the corner, extreme cases, yes, you got to walk away. If drug use, got to walk away. But anything in the middle, that's, I'm not feeling it anymore. I need to graduate from being married. That's being petty, right? So, and women are leading the numbers in divorce rate. They're the one filing, right, for petty stuff. So, basically, what I'm saying is it's impossible to go to someone who has full autonomy and tell them, you know what, let's build a family. They might say okay in the beginning, but that doesn't mean they're going to feel the same way 5 years down the line, 6 years down the line, right? That can change because why? Feelings and emotions which women invest in heavily change, right? They're fleeting. Love is fleeting. Happiness is fleeting. It comes and goes. And because women deal in these facets, they're most likely, if them things are compromised, right, by being, I guess, tempted by the outside sources such as, Instagram, friends telling you could do better, self-love, inflated with their ego. I mean, hey, and the law, and also they have the laws protecting them and on their side. So it's all up to them whether they want to stay in that relationship and make it work and make that family work. Because most likely, if the woman says, okay, I'm not going to exercise my rights and I'm going to fight for this, that relationship has an 85, 86% chance of getting through, right? And that's where I'm standing. But most times it's just not going to happen like that, right? She's going to see a therapist, and the therapist is going to tell her self-love, and she's walking. So I'm calling Cap. Women are the quitters. They quit at a higher rate than men. I'm not saying no men don't quit. There are some men that walk away, but majority of women are walking, right? Until they learn to have tough skin and deal with the ups and downs of love and the relationship, then there will be no two-parent household in the next 10 years. It'll be straight single mamas and baby mama dramas.
So you're saying women are walking away. I think we're going to talk about that. That's a whole nother conversation within itself. One thing I want to note that when we just watched this video back over again, Trucker Yell said that the problem is women are not holding other women accountable. One thing I did notice in that video that I didn't notice the first time, she actually referenced the city girls and how problematic the city girls are. She actually said that. So that was kind of like holding women accountable. And also, what was the other thing she said when in reference
rap
to
culture?
Huh?
The rap culture?
Well, that too, black culture, but she was also talking about okay, she was talking about the city girls and how much of, you know, how dysfunction. Oh, this is what she also referenced. This is what I forgot to say. I almost forgot. This is what let you guys know these celebrities are watching these panels, right? They're watching because look what K. Michelle said. Did anybody catch what she said? She said when she's looking online, it's like this, like a gender war. Did anybody catch that? She said it's like a gender. Yeah, she did her hands like this, and she said it's just like nowadays within the black community in particular, it's just a gender. It's like the genders are at each other. And then she referenced the city girls and you know how the city girls are representing dysfunction and everything. But when she referenced black men, she was crying out that black men actually grab the steering wheel and fix black culture, because she was saying basically the only people that can really step in charge and take their rightful position and change black culture, she's saying that it starts with black men.
And you know that's a lie.
So you're saying that's not true? That's what you're
No,
saying?
no way. First of all, how can women have full autonomy and they have rights that they can exercise? And then they got people that come in and regulate that shit for them if somebody forces them or try to make them not have those rights, right? So, so what are you saying? Are you implying that black men should go and grab a black woman by the arm and say, "Hey, let's go. We're going to start a family. We're going to do this, right?" And the black woman goes, "Okay, daddy." Is that what we're implying? I don't think so. I think she's calling the cops on you. So we understand, right, that
if you want to drop the auto insurance rate,
the masculinity trait is not the most popular.
I removed my personal info, guys.
You know,
$140.
I can't hear your mic. Your mic's going out.
No, that was scam. Likely, I just muted him. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So yeah, listen. In the perfect world, that's the way it should be. But women have been afforded a lot of power, man, and they're capitalizing on it. The value of man to them isn't what it used to be, right? They don't need man to get to the bag anymore. They don't need man to validate them anymore. They don't need those things as much as they once did. So to say that we can go in and suffocate them, right, and tell them this is what we're going to do and this is how it's going to go with no negotiations, right, will be another war, start another war. So you know they're going to.
You saying black men can't tell black women what to do because we'll suffocate them?
I mean, I said we can't tell them what to do. No, the only way, if we try to tell them what to do, they'll take it as we're suffocating them, right?
They will take it as if we're suffocating them.
Right. Taking away their rights.
On the woman.
Taking away their full autonomy, right? If I go to a girl and say, "Look, this is what we're gonna do. I don't care. You ain't going no more lashes, no more BBLs. You ain't hanging at no girls trips. you finna sit up in this house, and we gonna sew blankets, and we gonna do this as a family." Hey, she's going to immediately call 911 and say, "I feel threatened of some sort, and get me up out of there." Right? She's gonna get me up out of there because now she said, "Oh, he's suffocating me," or he's women are not going for that. Everything now is negotiation. When you get in a relationship, everything's negotiated, right? There's the monogamy aspect, then there's the respect aspect, right? And then it comes down to, okay, the monogamy aspect is the expectation. And then the way how you're gonna treat each other, what we are compatible in, then we try to move from there. And that's just how it goes. Ain't no, this is what you're gonna do. One man comes in, this is how we gonna roll. Those days are over.
Shout out to Doug Will.
Super chat.
Doug Will, thank you for your $10 super cap. Appreciate you, bro. He said K Michelle is the same person who said in a radio interview that she don't need to follow a man. Now she wants black men to lead. Pick a lane and go marry a Nashville white man. Shout out to our brother Doug Will. Thank you. If you want your voices to be heard from the chat, you can either do what Doug Will did, which is leave a super cap, aka super chat, or you can leave a cash cap, aka cash app to $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. Shout out to the sponsor. Shout out to the sponsor. Shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show so far, Mrs. Piggy. We appreciate you, Miss Piggy. Thank you so much.
Hey, Freezy, I couldn't send this video to your Instagram, but I'm gonna put it in the back chat, okay?
Okay, no problem. To become a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it's only $70 or more. $70 or more. My bad, I had put the wrong thing up there. $70 or more, thanks to Miss Piggy. And you will either join Miss Piggy on the sponsorship board or you will take over the sponsorship board. Miss Piggy said in her cash cap that she's representing for the ladies. So she's challenging the men to see if any man can take over the sponsorship. Shout out to Miss Piggy.
No Cap-tivity.
Hey, one last thing. Country music, all they talk about is their wife cheating on them.
Nah, hey, I just put something in the back. Now you tell me this don't sound like hip hop. Sound like what we listen to. It's just smoother. Listen to the lyrics. All right,
Sit on my face. I don't know if I could play this, Trucker, because it's 16 million. They're gonna give me a copyright.
You can't play it.
I don't know if I could play that, but
sad as a motherfucker. I don't know the motherfucking country.
So basically, the name of the song, I could show the title though. Let me see. The title says "Sit on My Face."
That's interesting.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me show y'all the title. Trucker, yeah. There it is. Sit on my face. Sit on my face. Well, we can imagine what he's saying, right? He's saying sit on his face.
Right.
But okay, so Trucker Yell just showed us a country song named "Sit on My Face." Do you guys think, as a whole, in general, country music is promoting this type of these type of messages?
I don't know. I don't follow country music enough to know.
Okay.
So when I hear country music, for what I hear it's a lot of niggas getting cheated on. They get cheated. They talk about the women leaving them, sleeping with their best friends, all that stuff. It's very sad. It's a very sad.
You think K Michelle was making all that up?
Yeah, country music is that all the wives be cheating on them.
I mean, come on, let's be honest now. When it comes to country music and their culture and how they dress, it's not as nearly as bad as black culture. I mean, let's just be honest.
No. This is where I have to push back.
Okay.
It may look different, but white people are ratchet too, nigga.
I didn't say they wasn't. I'm just saying.
So what do you mean? White people just make their ratchetness looks better, right?
No. Okay. I'm not saying white people aren't ratchet. I'm just saying, just from the overall outlook and image of country music, it's not a lot of.
It doesn't get a lot of radio play.
Well, okay, that's true. But what I'm saying is, as far as the overall image of country music, it's not a lot of degeneracy going on. That's what I'm saying.
The wives get cheated on by their wives.
Huh?
They get most of the songs, 90% of the songs are talking about their wife cheating on them and leaving them.
I don't know about that. I'm just saying, like, from the way they dress, their parties that they have a lot of times when they go to their functions and stuff.
If you listen,
even the sound of country music is very melancholy. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like it's what I'm saying is that just from my experience listening to country music, I don't nearly get as much degeneracy squeezed out of country music as we do with black culture. I just don't see it.
Well, because
It just you know.
but you should listen. You should
Yeah.
listen before you make this assessment, though.
No, I listen. I do music. I sing. I
Yeah,
listen to
but you
country
listen-
music.
But do you listen to country music?
I listen to country music. The point I'm trying to make is that what you're talking about is not like really noticeable. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I noticed it. I'm like, damn, turn this shit
Well,
off.
I'm just saying to the masses, it's not the degeneracy isn't like in your face.
Super chat.
Shout out to Doug Will for his $5 super cap. He said, "Go listen to the song "Stay" by Sugarland, a country duo. It's basically the side chick anthem." Shout out to Doug Will.
I think I heard that.
Shout out to Doug Will.
Man, so hey.
Before I go to Mo Love and Scam, I want to ask you another question, Ruthless, before we go to Mo Love and Scam Likely. You said women just need to learn how to stay in relationships, right? Didn't you say that?
Yes, they need to stop being quitters.
So you're saying women are the quitters in these relationships, and are you referencing like the divorce rates as far as who's divorcing the most, who's actually filing for divorce and all that kind of stuff?
Yes. Women, by the numbers, right, are running to the motherfucking divorce pedal and pushing that motherfucker, bam, right, and at a high rate, especially black women, right. And listen, I'm gonna say this though for the women, I'm a little hard on y'all, so do live your life, right, but black men can't tell y'all what to do. If y'all want to leave us, y'all packing y'all shit and y'all leaving. And the numbers don't lie. Now, if we want to get into why you leaving, we may have that conversation. But you signed up. You guys signed up to deal with the bad times in your wedding or your marriage, right? But then what happened? I guess you forced you forced on your side of the deal. So yeah, like I said, I don't blame women for just the total wrong, bad things that happen inside the marriage. Both parties have their part. I would say that we have our part, women have their part. But the ones who are more likely to just quit and give up on what they signed up for are the women. And this is undisputable. This is not even close, right? It's not even close. So yeah, I'm putting a lot of this on the women as far as the destruction of the family.
So you think you think black women are just purposely destroying marriages?
I will say yes, and I would say that their intentions in the beginning is to destroy it. But I say as the time goes, I do believe they see that it's not what they really want.
Okay. And they just wake up one day saying, "I don't want to be in this no more," and they just file for divorce.
I think it's a process. A process, piece by piece, right? First it's communication, then it's withholding sex, then it's, you're not home enough, just a little bit of things. Then plus going to the family members, they're saying you could do better. So it's a process. Then the breaking point is the Instagram, the grass is greener on the other side.
Okay. If you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either leave a super cap or a cash cap to $Freezy no cap. It's scrolling below. $Freezy no cap. Let me go to my sister, Mo Love.
No Cap-tivity.
In the building. What's going on, sis?
Hey, Freezy. Hey, everybody.
Well,
So
Mo Love, they laid a lot on the whole panel. What's your opening thoughts on this whole thing, especially what K. Michelle was saying? What's your take on K. Michelle too?
K. Michelle. So in a sense, I feel like she made valid points in regards to men being less likely to protect Black women. And I say that she didn't have to say it. Black men are becoming very open about not being willing to protect Black women. So it is what it is. But I will say this, a lot of her points sound regurgitated to me, if I'm honest. And I also feel like from what I saw, there was a lot of attention seeking behavior. You know, when you mention other artists like City Girls and whoever else she mentioned, like there's gonna be a lot of backlash. And then people can feel however they want. I think that the dress kind of contradicted a lot of what she said, even if she didn't say that. Me personally, like I don't have to do all of that. I don't believe that women have to do all of that just to, you know, be desired. But then again, that's just my take. I just feel like it was a lot for attention. The tears, I didn't really feel the tears.
You didn't?
No, I didn't. You know, I'm honest. When the men are off, I call it out. When the women are off, I call it out. I didn't feel her tears at all.
Why didn't you feel her tears?
I just didn't. I know people get like, and then you have to think like people know K Michelle, but she's not just super popular. So sometimes I think when people get an opportunity, especially in the entertainment industry, because it's so competitive, like if they have a moment to get more attention, they'll do it. And I could be off, but that's just my honest opinion.
So what do you think about what she said as far as regarding Black culture and where it's at now in comparison to other people's culture?
And let me say that, like, okay, so my thoughts are all over the place. She was right when she said a lot of what our music represents is degeneracy, right? That's true.
Yeah.
Sex, drugs, money, everything is just from a materialistic standpoint, right?
Mhm.
Very true. However, I do feel like some of that was to win favor from the other side.
Oh,
Even
from
though it was
the country
facts.
music genre.
Yeah, even though it was facts, but country music represents a full family. Country music doesn't do, you get what I'm saying? So I think that she just took full advantage of whatever she could in that moment.
Oh man, okay, that was the first time I heard that take. So when she said that she feels like it's up to Black men to create more healthy families, two-parent households, she's saying that Black women feel like Black men have been attacking them. She referenced these gender war and everything. Do
So
you kind of agree with what she was saying there, or do you kind of disagree? What do you think?
So she said it's up to Black men to create what? Solid families, two-parent households.
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair. Oh, I guess it is in a sense, right? Because I'm learning more. The more that I study the word, like the foundation is everything, and it starts with the men. However, women have been off too. Like we've just been off, you know, and a lot of people are not focused on doing better. Most people are only focused on complaining. I don't think that you can just blame one side when it comes to that, because women also have a choice to say, I'm not going to just lay down with you. I desire more. It is what it is, instead of always taking a chance. And that's not to say that a lot of men don't play games and pretend to be the part and they end up not being. But women also, it's so much, right? It's so multifaceted to where I can't just say one thing. It is so much on both sides. And I hate that instead of focusing on a solution, all we do is talk about it on YouTube every day, you know?
Yeah. So she was saying that Cam Newton is a big figure and a lot of people know him. He's famous. And she was speaking on his his much spreaded out family with his kids and different baby mamas and everything. And he even said that he feels like the ideal family, the ideal household is a two-parent household with a man and a woman in the household, because he feels like the kids need both perspectives from a man and a woman. And he said that, you know, he does feel like that's the ideal household.
Yeah.
She was saying that it's kind of sad because you know how big he is and how big his image is, how big his image is and how popular he is. She was saying she feels like this isn't he has an opportunity to show to the masses, especially in Black communities, you know, to be a good example of, you know, a great leader as a husband and a father and everything. And she
Mhm.
was saying that she wishes that more prominent figures in Black culture would show better examples as fathers and husbands. That's what K. Michelle was referring to. She was using Cam Newton as an example. What do you think about
Yeah.
that aspect of what she was saying to Cam Newton? And shout out to Mr.
Okay, so
Fantastic in the building as well.
hey, fantastic. So I do agree. Hold on, what was the last part? Oh, like with him having the status that he has.
Yes, she's saying
I
that
don't
him along with other men like him,
right.
she
So
feels like it's a lost opportunity because these men are in the forefront and they could actually show great examples of cultivating healthy families and two-parent households.
okay, so I'm happy to hear that he does believe in a two-parent household, right?
Yeah.
I agree. I think that's the 9 times out of 10 the best environment to have your child in. Me personally, I think it's toxic to say that money justifies having how many 12 or 13 children. They're still like spread it out. I'm pretty sure that he can take care of them, you know, financially. But there is more to covering a child than just finances, even though finances are a huge part of it. I also believe that the women have to hold themselves accountable. We don't get to blame the men for having 10, 11, 12 baby mamas. You knew what it was. So I just think that the blame game, like we could look at both sides and identify issues on both ends. It's kind of hypocritical to complain about the men. Oh, y'all creating these households, but who's opening their legs consistently? So we have to do better as a whole, men and women.
Okay. So I don't think so. The woman Jasmine Brown, that's who's with him now. I think she's a comedian or whatever. That's who's having his kids now. Jasmine Brown, light-skinned woman.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think I think when he with his talk with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. I think he actually told Dr. Cheyenne Bryant he had no intentions on marrying her no time soon. You know what I'm saying? But Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was criticizing him because he didn't have any intentions on marrying Jasmine Brown anytime soon, but he still wanted to have a lot of babies. And that's where the broken household syndrome thing, whatever Dr. Cheyenne Bryant made up at this, whatever diagnosis she made up, that's where that came into point. And this has kind of been following Cam Newton. He's still talking about it, obviously, even on his podcast. And on that last interview that we just seen with K. Michelle, even he kind of seemed a little remorseful. Maybe Dr. Cheyenne Bryant got to him or whatever. He does believe in a two-parent household with a mother and a father in the household. K. Michelle was like, so these other kids that you have, do you plan on furnishing a two-parent household with the kids going into the future? Do you plan on having your kids under one roof, furnishing a two-parent household? I don't even know if he answered that question or whatever, but yeah. So he has multiple baby mamas, and he says he wants more, right? He wants more kids. I don't know if he said he wants more baby mamas, but I know he said he wants more kids.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that being that he is financially stable, to put it lightly, that men like him, and who else can I throw in the bunch? Nick Cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you think these guys have more of a privilege to actually facilitate these type of environments for kids where they could just have kids from different women and these kids not be under the same household with the mother and the father?
I think that's very common with those type of people because most people are driven by money. So yes.
I'm saying, do you think that's okay, or
Do I think it's okay? I don't. I don't think it's okay.
Okay.
I think that's dysfunctional. It's just on a different level, you know.
You think it's dysfunctional, it's just on a different level? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But just to add to that, but I believe most two-parent households are dysfunctional.
That could be true too.
So either way, is it which way you want to cut yourself? In the foot or in the toe?
Wow, Ruthless actually said something that was almost true for once.
Shout out to Scam. What do you think about what K. Michelle was trying to convey to Cam during this interview?
The truth. I want to say it goes in one ear and out the other, but it doesn't even make it in the ear to begin with. The truth is this. It's all bullshit. It's the same thing. To solve a problem, you have to identify the problem. You have to create steps to solve the problem, then you have to do something, which is what 99% of the conversations are absolutely against. Actual doing something, meaning changing yourself, changing something. And they usually get talked over when I say the word solution or action, like improving communication skills and listening better or going to the gym, all the stuff that make people better. Or if you look around in the world, the people who are actually rocking, they don't have 4 attorneys in their living rooms, 3 police officers beating a woman half to death. Or the woman ain't 476 pounds on section 7.
Right.
But I've never seen, I just don't see in real life NBA team losing and then trying to go and campaign for them to lower the basketball, go to 7 feet so they can all dunk. That's not what I see in reality. But in the conversation, just always, who can we blame? It's the system, it's the dog, it's the cat, the goldfish, the woman, men's. All of a sudden, I think it was Hot Sauce talking about men don't protect. Something said, men ain't disrespecting black women. Dang, who is? Who's doing it?
Bro, I said the average black man ain't going around disrespecting the black women. That's what I said.
Right. The Talking Point Mafia, which you have a major subscription, they do it every hour on the hour, probably every second on a second, with microaggressions. That's what their foundation is. That's all they do.
You're telling me when you go
I'm telling you that the Talking Point Mafia has nothing to. If I ask what time it was, if I ask you what time it was, they say something about a black woman.
It ain't
Hey man, you got to change 4 or 5 black women.
Not go around disrespecting black women.
You do it.
Point.
And then when the woman comes start whooping that ass, yeah, see the system, the attorneys, yeah, women's. You know damn well you wouldn't send your daughter out 3 o'clock in the morning to get some milk, and it won't be for homosexual females that jump her and take her purse. You know who it would be. Now to them, man, we protect and provide. Protect. What do you need to protect from who and from who? And I'm not saying all, I'm not saying average, but you know damn well, if your woman is changing in the shower, you're not going to open the door and just let a black man and go right back to sleep. Or even a Yugoslavian man.
What
is there for a reason.
It makes no sense, though. Of
course it doesn't make any sense. It never does. What is protection, and protection from who?
Bro, stop trolling.
Is it Yugoslavian man?
Can we have a conversation where you just stop trolling and have
right.
an
When I don't say what they want to hear is trolling, because I'm not bashing.
It's clearly trolling. Bro, it's clearly fucking trolling.
Right. What city do you live in, Fantastic? What city?
Bro,
I'm in Jacksonville. I'm in Jacksonville, Florida, bro. I live in Jacksonville.
Do you have daughters or women you date and women that you know, female friends? Would you send them out at 1 o'clock in the morning? Would you send them out at 1 o'clock in the morning? Hey, man, it's all good. Just walk up to the liquor store. Who do you think?
Like I answered you, Scam.
Or you just say no? The Yugoslavians gonna get you.
I wouldn't suggest that to. I wouldn't suggest that to a man. So that's why I say you're trolling. What the fuck are you saying?
Oh, you
stupid.
want to suggest it to a man?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. This how far we got.
I am not going to be in certain areas at odd times of the night in fucking bad neighborhoods, bro.
Now it's certain.
Even men know that.
Now it's bad neighborhoods.
Well, it is obviously. I mean,
You
I'm
don't
pretty
send
sure
a
if
woman
I
to
if
any
I
neighborhood. See, this is what we're
Well,
doing.
scam. Like I said, I have no problem where I'm living at right now to send my wife, my daughter out at 1 a.m. to get some milk. No problem whatsoever.
Yeah, what are we talking about? There are literally crime statistics that can support that. There are some places, believe it or not,
Okay,
scam
I
that's
don't
never
want to. I
even
don't
had a
ever want
murder
to hear the
occur.
word protection again in the dust pan. I don't want to hear the word protection. Women can hold their own now. They
No,
good.
that's stupid. That's dumb. See again, I say
So it's
you go to the trolling bullshit.
convenient. Right. It's when convenient.
It's not convenient, bro. It's just you're literally talking. You're talking against the reality of that we know reality
No,
is
I'm
lived
talking against
in,
some
bro.
dumbass talking points. It's reality
No,
when
it's
you
not
want
a
it to be
dumbass
reality.
talking point. It's a fucking reality. You got dumbass replies, and you
Hey,
have nothing of substance to
All
ever
right.
say, and then
Yeah.
you say stupid shit like talking
Freezy,
points.
what's your next
When hold
question?
on, when what you're
Freezy, what's
saying
your
is
next
what?
question?
When what you're saying is fucking talking points, you dummy.
All right,
Scam,
cool.
hey, one thing about
Okay,
scam,
cool.
you ain't got nan woman 20 miles across the
Freezy, what's your next question?
That is fact, man.
Because like I said, when you say stuff, they just start
Scam
talking.
won't touch a woman
You
with his
can't take
eyes
it.
closed. Scam
Bro,
ain't
you have
gonna
so many
touch a woman.
talking points. It's ridiculous.
Talking
Scam.
points against
Yeah.
the talking points are
What's your-
talking points, by the way. Just
Cool. Freezy,
for
what's
the
your next
record, brother.
question?
For the record, let me tell you before
But that
Freezy
means
asks you
I
the
have
next
to agree
question.
with this stupid shit.
You don't have to agree with shit. For the
So
record, your talking
agreeing
points
is
against
talking
talking
points, and
points are
talking
still
against it
talking
is talking
points.
points. What do you want to hear?
Talking points against talking points are still talking points. You
So that means
fucking genius.
everything's a talking point.
Thank you. That's
All
literally
right,
what it
cool.
is. That's
Cool.
literally. Thank you. You learned something today.
You
Finally. So
figured
can
it
you
out.
stop saying that
Freezy,
dumbass
what's your
shit?
next Freezy,
Everything's a
what's your
talking
next
point.
question? 'Cause
Christianity is a talking point. Islam is a talking point.
Yeah,
Boston is a
cool.
talking point. Democrat is a talking point. It's a fucking talking point, you fucking genius.
I see why the women's is doing it. I see why. Okay, Michelle, get your money. Get your country money. Get the money from the Simps with your titties
No,
wobbling back and forth.
no.
Get Cam
Disprove what I
Newton's
said.
money.
Say fantastic, you're wrong. Say you're wrong, fantastic.
Get
Say you're
Fantastic's
wrong.
money. Why
Say
not?
fantastic, you're wrong.
You're wrong when you
Say it.
click the link. Freezy, what's your next question? Because
Yeah,
they ain't
like I
gonna let me
said,
talk.
fucking
But I
dumbass
gotta tell
troll
them
as
what they want.
always.
I gotta tell them what they want to hear. Just like the
Okay,
panda
so my
spirit
next
does.
question is K Michelle referenced she compared black culture to the genre she's in now, which is country music, and she was saying how in country music, how family is more coveted, family is more valued in country music. They don't even allow you to say a lot of bitches and hoes in country music, because and if your music is full of that degeneracy, they won't really accept you within the country genre like that, whatever. She's saying that within black culture, it's so full of degeneracy, and she did reference the city girl, so she kind of held the women accountable for a quick second too. She was saying that she feels like for us to get our culture back on point and for us to have more two-parent households, healthy households, and families and stuff, she's saying that the black men, black, it's up to the black men to do it. She's saying that black men have to actually take the steering wheel. And I'm just kind of paraphrasing what she said. She's basically saying black men have to take the steering wheel and create more healthy families. She said that black women are waiting on black men. Well, she's saying that people are waiting on black men to create healthy families. It's up to the black men to create healthy families. Do you agree with that aspect of what she said to Cam Newton?
I agree with about 10% of it. The only 10% I'll agree. Like, if there was some kind of mission, we're going to take over and change this world or change whatever. Should it start with black men? Yes. If not, I don't want to ever hear the word leadership ever again. What's the point? Pitch it on the women, but get down on two knees and say, women, y'all got it. We're going to follow, which most of them are doing anyway. The vagina goes left. They take 5 steps to the left, jumping off the window, doing what they got to do, all for the almighty stank vagina. Then get on the internet and complain about it. But that part was most of what she was talking was some bullshit. But you know what? At this point, why not? I don't do the black versus the white man in the countries, and it's all junk.
Mm-hmm.
It's entertainment. Sell your records, be controversial, whatever, and get your money. But as far as making it the culture and the leadership of the country and the rap, man, if you following entertainers for your morals and values, you doomed anyway, because they don't stand on nothing, and most of them drugged up and diddied out. Yeah.
And she did reference the gender war during her speech. She did reference the gender war during her speech. And she was saying that she feels like black men are attacking black women, you know, in the midst of this gender war or whatnot. What do you think about that?
The best when there's a gender war, don't participate. You can't get hit with bullets if you're not in the war.
Okay.
Unless you're talking about the people attacking people going to the liquor stores, that. But most of the people getting ganked and shanked in gender wars are willing participants.
You get hit with straight bullets, nigga.
Yeah, that's what I just said. But most of the people, the more unsafe, in court, yakking, quacking, all the way from the internet to real life, they voluntarily participated. Just like willing participants are making these kids out in the street and ended up in the courtrooms and all this. They have a volunteer force. The dudes raw dogging in the streets, the chicks busting it wide open for raw dog running. That's volunteer service.
Takes two to go wrong.
Yes, I said both.
It feels good too. Feels better.
Okay. Then get going right on in the court. Get in the courtroom then. Might as well bust it open in there too.
They gotta tell me twice.
What?
Maybe 3 times. How many times you been in there?
Just because you
Hold on. Did he say you don't have to tell me twice?
Yeah.
Tell me twice.
Yeah, he'll say that and then probably got 3 kids.
I got a daughter and a son. My son's grown though, but my daughter, she's.
So how you gonna say we ain't got to tell you twice?
I don't like
just doing the math.
I said it tastes. Sex is better without condoms. That's what I'm saying. Period. I don't give a fuck what y'all say.
Okay.
I'm not gonna argue that one.
Scam, did you finish your point? Because I'm about to go to Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, pretty much. And I know everything that was gonna get said before. I know it's gonna get said during, and I know it's gonna get said after. It's usually forms of the same thing.
Okay.
80.3% of women. I don't see women. I don't see men doing this. Comparing the best of men with the worst of women. It's the same thing.
You do all this motherfucking crying tonight, nigga.
This is what I wanted to ask you too, Scam. Do you feel as though she really was emotional when she was saying that she feels like black men are attacking black women and she wants black men to
for the most part, no.
Okay.
But
nobody feels like she was sincere.
I might give her 15%. Because people do know people who domestic violence, from ganking and shanking, women that fell victim. But overall, that whole comment with the whole conversation, no, it's just talking that stuff. But just like that Fox Soul thing, when you had the 5 people arguing about some race thing, at the end of this, they clicked the red X's and they split the money 2 ways, or they split it 5 ways. It's just what it is.
Let me go over to my brother Mr. Fantastic. And after Fantastic, we can just have a roundtable open discussion. As long as everybody respects everybody's, time to speak. I'm not about to be calling on y'all all night long. We adults. After Fantastic is open roundtable. Fantastic, you got a chance. Was you able to watch the interview between K. Michelle and Cam Newton in its entirety?
No, I'm just hearing you talking about it, bro. I had no idea he even interviewed her. I'm not really surprised though.
Okay. You want me to play it?
Well, no, from the context you given, I can just go from there.
Okay. So let me just play the last part, because that's one of the most important parts. Let me play the last part. Here we go. Where is it at? Okay.
Our children do deserve a 2-parent household.
Being
now, it's like, would you hear things? And this is
nowadays what we're witnessing city girls, we're witnessing this and that, and it's like the genders are doing this.
clashing.
It is really destroying family. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. Family is respected in country music in that space. But in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch in Nashville because they'll never even listen to your music and your professional career will suffer. At what point in the Black community do our men create real homes? Nowadays, well, just our first time talking, and you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful Black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on Black family, you know? And my grandfather, I watched my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a Black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, Black men, and I tell my Black men to really step up for Black women and create families.
Yeah.
It's really not cool. Black men are attacking Black women.
So that was really the meat, no pun intended, of what she was saying. What do you think about what you just saw, Mr. Fantastic? So
Yeah, typical K. Michelle playing victim, and I guess trying to have a rebrand when she's post-wall, when she's no longer relevant. I've never heard of her being respected or acknowledged as a country singer. Now, her whole music career failed, right? She was more so known for the BBL that she claimed she didn't have, but damn near killed her, so she had to get it removed and finally tell the truth about the initial lie she told. Furthermore, she's not married, right? K. Michelle's never been married, correct?
no, I don't think she ever been married. No.
I don't, but does she have kids? I don't think she have no kids though either,
She
right?
got a son.
Oh wow, so she don't got a son. So
No, she got a son. She got a son.
So that's what I'm saying. So I'm acknowledging what you said. I wasn't sure. So she has a kid, but she had a kid with a man, didn't create a family, right? She was out here participating in the same genre and doing the same bitch, hoe, slut, all this other stuff on, what was it, Housewives? Not Housewives, or hip hop, right? Love and Hip Hop.
Love and Hip Hop, Atlanta.
Yeah, Love and Hip Hop. So again, so now that she's literally made her her money and her fame and her likeness to all of the debauchery shit she's talking about the black community and Black people being about, and there's not a white person in anywhere. And now just K. Michelle is a country singer. Okay, so now she's gonna come back and now claim victim for all Black women and say it's for the Black men to create the families. When again, and this is why I don't know what's up with Cam. Cam is taking this simp role super duper heavy, right? Because even though Cam wasn't married to his baby mama, Cam took on his baby mama. We already had a child and then had kids with her, and they lived together. Cam was living with her. I think he ended up having a side kid somewhere in between that. And even now, this current girl, the same thing. They live together. So why is everybody talking about Cam Newton, but nobody's bringing up Rihanna? Did Rihanna get a pass? Rihanna's not married. Rihanna's on her second. Already has 2 kids, and is she pregnant again? Is Rihanna pregnant again? I asked this question the other day. Nobody answered it.
Yeah, she's pregnant again.
Third child. So now she's on her 3rd child, not married, but at the same time, 2-parent household. So why are we going to hold the man to the standard where we know the man's going to be the person that loses if there's a divorce, custody, all these different things, and pretty much, the man that he put himself in a bad predicament because of the family court system, right? In the marriage system and in the marriage laws. But again, when the women are doing the same exact thing, we have nothing to say. And then say it's the man's fault to fix it. No, it's not the man's fault to fix shit. The man, for one, can't have no child. Any man that a woman gets pregnant, she determines whether the child gets here, still to this day, Roe v. Wade or not. Even if Roe v. Wade is not available in your state, you can go to the next state over or wherever the hell you want to go and get the procedure done, right? So again, we're still coming to the man, telling the man that he needs to fix things that the man has no control over. Okay. Outside of, impregnate a woman in the first place, which of course be responsible and all these different things. But Cam did that. Not only did Cam stepped up, right? He wasn't the dad that stepped out. He was the dad that stepped up. He even claims those 2 kids that aren't his biologically. You know what I'm saying? When Cheyenne Bright pulled the bullshit she pulled. But so now he gets no credit for taking care of another man's responsibility, right? And giving that child, those children experiences they would have never in their life experienced from their natural fathers. And now he's just supposed to, be the example of black families after, again, K. Michelle herself hasn't did anything to add to it. You know what I mean? And I think she had a song called "She Just Wanna Fuck." Something like, yeah, it's literally one of her songs. That was one of her singles.
Right.
That was her song.
She did.
Yeah. So what are we saying? So again, wrong message from the wrong messenger. And yet again, it's the black man being the issue and the problem when the black man no control the outcome.
Can I say something in regards?
Yeah, before you say that, let me read Doug Will's super cap 1 second.
Super chat.
Shout out to Doug Will for his $5 super cap. Thank you, Doug Will. He said the biggest star in country right now is Morgan Wallen, who has never been married and has a child out of wedlock. Make it make sense. Shout out to Doug Will.
Cap-tivity.
If you would like your comments read and highlighted, or if you would like your voice to be heard from the chat, you can do what Doug Will did by sending a super cap or a cash cap to $Freezy No Cap. I appreciate you. Go ahead, sis.
I just wanted to say in regards to Cam Newton, I don't think, well, maybe some people are, but I can never take away the credit of him being an awesome father. I was speaking towards just creating multiple children in different states, like all over the country. I just think that speaks to a level of dysfunction, if I'm honest. It's just, in a different way, but it's still dysfunction. That's it.
And I want to say I did bring attention earlier before I put the link in the chat. When I initially played K. Michelle interview with Cam Newton, I pointed out that she was not married, and I pointed out that she did have a son. And I was trying to figure out what angle she was coming from when she was saying this is
Me too.
Cam Newton is Cam Newton, he has an opportunity to be an example of a black man that shows he has a 2-parent household and have a healthy family. Which here's the deal, right? When she said that to him, I'm not going to ignore, I'm not going to kind of play like I don't understand exactly. I mean, somewhat of what she was saying. I think what she was saying, she was speaking to Cam Newton as a public figure and as a man, right? Because I think she was coming at it from an angle of she was raised by, I think she kind of mentioned her grandfather, right? And she mentioned her uncles and stuff. She was saying I was raised under my grandfather and my uncle, so I know basically she was saying she know what a real man is, and she know what's a good example of a man. And basically she's saying she feels like that's been lost. What she's seen in her grandfather and her father and her uncles or whatever, she's saying that's been lost. We don't have those type of dynamics in the black community anymore.
I think she made valid.
Like women, like we got to understand something. Men were not born to serve women, and all we constantly.
Wait, that's what you call. That's what you call from that.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, because step up.
Go ahead, explain. Go ahead.
Step up to the plate. Fix my problem. You're not creating families, right? But okay, so if we're not creating family, if we want to create families, but yet when women get on here, they always talk about how many engagements that they have turned down, right? Men are not here to serve women. We're not put on this planet to serve women. And matter of fact, if we go by the Bible, it's the opposite.
I was gonna say, don't you go by the Bible?
There's nowhere in the Bible that talks about men are here to serve women. Nowhere in the Bible that says
Love
that.
your wives as Christ loved the church. That speaks to a level of servitude. Absolutely.
There is women was created to be a helpmeet for man. That is in Genesis.
Shout out to Joy is Real online in the building too. Go ahead, y'all.
So please stop it. Men are not here.
No, I'm just saying what the word says.
Well, the Bible says right. Women are to be a helpmeet to the man.
Absolutely. It first says, "Wives, submit yourself unto your own husbands." I get that, but it also says, "Husbands, love your wives as Christ loves the church." You stated that there's no men are not meant to serve women.
Do we serve Christ or do Christ serve us?
To a level of servitude, hot sauce. Let's be real.
Do we
and
serve
it's supposed to be reciprocated. It goes both ways.
So do we are in service of Christ or do we serve Christ? Right? He is.
Wait, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Do we serve Christ?
Yes.
Okay, then. So love your wives as Christ loved the church. So Christ is. So again, man is not here to serve women.
That's your personal opinion, but according to the word, there is a level of servitude that takes place if you abide by what it says, and that's I'm not going to debate that. That's an actual fact if you believe in the word.
According to the word, it says wives are be here for helpmeets. According to the word, it says love. You
did this. Anybody that claims to be an Israelite and then you said spiritual warfare not real, like you be on some different type of energy. Looking for
I'm on the truth. You on some different type of energy.
No, I'm not, and you've been mad for a whole month. I pray you get over it soon.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad about it. You bringing up old shit. I'm talking about shit.
Go ahead, hot sauce.
You bring.
I'm just saying, and I'm only bringing it up because of what you said.
Okay, but I'm the one mad.
How can you quote the Bible and not understand that there is a level of servitude that takes place? Even people that don't believe in the word
again, like I said before,
that's
men
crazy.
Men are not here to serve women, and that's the problem.
Not only that, but that is a part of it, is what I'm saying. And women are also here to serve men. It's supposed to be a reciprocation going on. Reciprocal.
No.
Yes. Are you trolling right now? Do we go off the same word? This is weird.
You're being weird.
No, I'm not. You sound crazy as hell.
Shout out to Trey in the building, and shout out to American Tradesmen in the building.
Like I said before, right? Men have autonomy.
Shout out to CT Burlingham in the building.
Men have autonomy just like women have autonomy. Men are here to you're not here to serve.
I'm not even getting
that is just crazy talk.
But when you married and you're really in love, you don't serving someone as a burden. Your whole mindset is just twisted to me, but then again, that's
can I ask for a question?
I got you, fantastic. Shout out to Lady D and Nightbreaker too. Go ahead, and shout out to Dope just came in. Shout out to go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
Well, I'm just trying to level set between the two so we can understand what we're saying, because you guys might be saying the same thing, just missing each other. I don't know. So, Mo Love, when you say the man served the woman, could you be a little bit more detailed or reference the scripture that you're talking about?
Okay, I mean, just how do you serve? You're very considerate of the person. You cover them. You protect them. You take into considerations their emotions. You care about more than just things from a sexual standpoint. You care from a spiritual standpoint. It's the whole nine. That service.
Okay, so you're not saying the woman be over the man, or the man be.
Listen,
I
obsessed with believe in that. Absolutely not.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm just trying to get clarity, because it sounds like Hot Sauce was taking it in the literal sense, saying the man's supposed to serve the woman and so on and so. So that's why I asked for clarity, so we could just get a middle ground. And like I said, I'm pretty sure you guys, and Hot Sauce, do you agree or disagree with that point she's making?
So first of all, I was speaking into the context of K. Michelle talking about stepping up to the plate, meaning to be the safety net. And I said that in the beginning. I talked about how our fathers used to be stepfathers and stuff like that. and that was a badge of honor. And now men are saying, no, we don't want that anymore. And I'm speaking into that context that I said.
But you going somewhere else. You specifically said men were not meant to serve women. That's what
I did not cut you off. I showed you.
Okay, you don't have to be dramatic. I'm just saying before you
I
go
showed you
out
courtesy
on a rant all the way left.
I
I'm
showed
trying
you
to bring you
courtesy
back.
and respect.
But go
You
ahead.
talked fantastic.
Go
I didn't see-
ahead. The dramatic
Right?
hot sauce. Go ahead.
I'm not. I'm just saying, right? I just showed you courtesy and respect. I would like to have.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank
I
you.
got you.
So that's what I'm speaking to the whole time, and then she just comes in and interrupts. So I don't know what type
I said
of.
I got you. You don't have to keep
No,
referencing.
I'm speaking to Mr. Fantastic.
Go ahead. You are so petty.
Well, yeah, but I listen. I'm just trying to. I was just trying to level set between the two. Like I said, I again, I see what you're saying, Mo Love, and then Hot Sauce. I see what you're saying also. Especially, like I said, K Michelle has no ground. She has no history. She has no weight, no anything to be the person having this conversation about
I agree.
what she's having.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I was saying that I was speaking to that, and then Negative Nancy over here start interrupting. So,
Hot sauce, you got one more time to try me, sir.
Well, I mean, look, I'm just asking for the same.
You got one more time. I didn't even mention you. I was done. I said I was going to respect you.
Then we're done
without interrupting. So respectfully, we just disagree on that point, and we can move on.
I agree. Fantastic.
So what if K Michelle was coming? Can y'all hear me? Because I don't, for some reason, StreamYard. Have you been experiencing that too, Mr. Fantastic? StreamYard been kind of cutting your mic, like you go mute.
Yeah, a little bit. It's some weird. I think they've been having technical issues over the last 3 or 4 days, Freezy, to be honest. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird, bro. So okay, Mr. Fantastic he just stated it. And Mo Love, she stated it, and you also said you agree with Mr. Fantastic. Hot Sauce stated the same thing, and Ruthless Truth stated the same thing. This is my question to the whole panel. Why can't K Michelle say what she said in reference to black families and black men? I mean, well, what makes her? I'm saying, like, what if she's just crying out? What if she's crying out for help and she knows she's in a dysfunctional type of position, with her son and not being married? What if she's just crying out for help and she wants things to turn around? What about that?
So I think people would have been more receptive if she would have led with that. I know I have not been the perfect example, but I am trying to, I guess, be the change that I want to see and then go into whatever else. But it does seem disingenuous and a bit judgmental, considering that she has never been married and the way that she was dressed. And then the tears, as I stated earlier, I think it was a lot of attention seeking. She's in the entertainment field. They're always looking for a moment to shine. So she knew that talking about the city girls was going to bring backlash. Bringing up that's one of the biggest topics on these platforms today is relationship, gender war issues. So she knew a way to get attention. Then the dress. Me personally, I think it was just over the top. Call me old school, whatever you want to call it. I just don't believe that it takes all of that to be sexy or to be desired. And maybe that's because I'm old school in the way my daddy raised me. But I just think it looks like hypocrisy in a lot of ways. Like, my thing is, okay, do what you do. But if you want to shed light on where men are failing, you need to be on your P's and Q's too, sis. So, and again, if she would have maybe led with, I know I ain't always been perfect, or I was this way, I have a son and I wasn't married. She didn't lead with those things. So it's kind of hard for men to be receptive to what she's saying. But did she speak facts? Was a lot of what she said facts? Yes, but I don't think it was genuine.
Somebody said earlier, right message, wrong messenger. I think it was Mr. Fantastic. One of y'all said that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fantastic said that.
Yeah, I said, well, I don't necessarily say I said wrong. I said wrong message, wrong messenger. So
you said wrong. Okay,
yeah, wrong message from the wrong messenger. Because again, it's is loading it to one side, right? And she's again, I don't know why Cam even does this, but you know, this man, nobody's thinking about K Michelle. I don't know the last time K Michelle's even been relevant. You give her an opportunity to, you know, be on the show, be on the platform, and she uses it as a way to pretty much shit on Cam Newton. You know what I'm saying, about requiring him and questioning his personal life, right? When again, like I said, she didn't say anything about Rihanna, who's somebody else that's doing the same thing right now. And I'm pretty sure there's plenty of other women out here, the same situation, right? These women no one ever has an issue or problem when women do the same thing, as we used to call it back in the day, I guess, shack up, right? And protect themselves and protect their assets while still, you know, living in a household and being a two-parent household for their children. Again, we have to stop looking at things from, you know, 20, 30, 40, or however many years ago. These are not those times. This is now. So a lot of people are having relationships and being in families, just not married on paper. And especially when you're talking about a lot of money and assets and things, I mean, it's kind of smart. So I can't ever tell a man if he's in a relationship with, and I say this all the time, a lot of people get mad when I say it, but all a marriage is a licensed relationship. That's all it is. That's all a marriage is. A marriage is a relationship recognized by the state or whatever, so on and so forth, right? And as we know, most of those are dysfunctional as fuck, right? So I don't know why we put so much weight on that term, that or you know, that identification, when okay, half of them are going to end up in divorce anyway. And then, you know, if it's just because, and somebody said it earlier, just because you married don't mean that it's healthy. That doesn't mean that. Yeah, so that's what I'm
Fantastic.
so.
You don't think there's a sacred aspect to marriage anymore? I mean, what in
No,
general?
I do. I just don't. I know this, Freezy. I know, you know, it wasn't no marriage licenses, you know what I'm saying, up until I guess within the last 100 years or so or something. You feel what I'm saying? And you having to get permission of the state to do any and everything concerning your marriage, right? So that's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's plenty of people in, you know, different religions, regions, cultures. That's where they get married, and hey, they're married, right? So from that aspect, yes, of course, I believe there's definitely a spiritual aspect to it. You know, you promise and make a promise before God that you're going to be with this person till death do us part. But then people come to understand how long it is till your ass die, and shit changed.
I'm gonna ask you this question. I'm gonna ask Ruthless Truth the same question. Shout out to Trey in the building too.
How y'all doing? What it is, everybody?
Just chilling, man. This is what I was gonna say, Mr. Fantastic. So there has been a growing trend as far as people mentioning spiritual marriages and stuff. It's I've been hearing more. I've been hearing it more so from men, like on certain panels or whatever and platforms. Do you think men and women today, if they even agree to spiritual marriages without the paperwork from state, do you think people are mature enough to even handle a spiritual marriage in today's society, in the Western world?
Yeah, I think for the most part, I talked about this like probably a couple weeks ago. I asked the question: the typical relationship lasts anywhere from 2 to 5 years, right? So if you're in a monogamous relationship with that person, you just don't claim to be married to them. Again, the only difference is your vow and your bond, right? As long as you're being faithful and both parties are being faithful, a marriage again is just a relationship as to where it be spiritual or whatever, whereas you're confirming it before God, and hey, you're making a promise before God or whoever you believe in, right? Whoever it may be that you believe in. So I think a lot of people are operating within that space. You know, even before that, right? I mean, very few people meet today, get married tomorrow. You meet, you guys establish a relationship, you maintain a monogamous relationship, engagement, and then marriage, right? So it's just pretty much practice up until you get to the thing. And the only thing you're doing once you're married is continuing what you already had going anyway. So I think, yeah, people are definitely mature enough to do it. I think it's just that we don't look at it as to what it's doing because people only want to acknowledge, another thing I heard Freezy is, oh, if you ain't married, you're not in a relationship, which is crazy to me. So,
I think Anton said that. Kevin Samuels said. I think Kevin Samuels say that? I think he said that.
He said that also, and it's one of the most idiotic things ever.
Yeah.
Dumb.
That sound like single men keeping single men single to me.
Shout out to
Super Chat.
Shout out to J Dub, man, for the $3.50. Very much appreciated, my brother. J Dub said, "Love, bro, and for the collection plate." Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Cap-tivity.
Anybody that wants their voice to be heard or simply just want to support the show, it is Scream Yard Saturday. You can either leave a super cap or a cash cap to $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. Ruthless. Let me go to you, Ruthless. Are you there, Ruthless?
Yeah. What's up?
You ain't out to eat, are you?
No.
Okay, because but do you think most men and women in the Western world would be able to handle or be responsible enough in a spiritual marriage without the paperwork from the state, adhering them to certain conditions?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Because
why do you feel like
even in basic relationships, people leave each other, right? It's the problem is a lot of men and women don't get along. Mm-hmm. That's the overarching problem, right? We want to sit here and force this idea of monogamy like it's just a God-forbidden way, godly way, when ultimately, really, if you really look at the picture or the big picture, we don't get along as couples. There's either we leave each other or there's unhealthy marriages, like some people stand together for the sake of the family, the kids, till the kids grow up, or because they're trying to keep, please other people, their parents and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We have to say, honestly, even in the 60s and the 70s, right? That shit was toxic as fuck. They just hit it better. This is why, Maury Povich blew up, find out that you're not the father, right? Right. So, and then dad, he had family on the side of the track. So this has always been, a pretty much a divided household. Now it's just more, it's just more in the open. So if you take away the paperwork, it's not going to stop the women from putting themselves first and they self-love, and it's not going to stop the men from wanting some extra coochie. So we are going to be humans at the end of the day, right? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why the women and the men are so delusional to think that when you get with someone, or you're looking for someone righteous and holy who's, not going to do no wrong or have no baggage with them or do something that's, maybe going to cause conflict.
Yeah.
This is a great delusion in the mind, right? Because then when these things do come about, everybody acts like this is new or something like.
So what do you think is going to take for it to work, for marriages to work, whether it's a spiritual marriage or marriage through the state? What do you think that it actually takes for these marriages to be healthy and for it to work?
Co-parenting is the new way. It's just where it's going to be.
Oh, right? so no two-parent household. That was just saying.
That's going to, I say the next 20 years, right? Because women are getting further and more into their power, which they newfound power of, I can do this all by myself. That is not going nowhere. They're getting more stronger. Men are becoming, they're asking women to marry them less, right? Because men are starting to see that women are not a good investment. So the new future, next 20 to 50 years, is co-parenting, right? You live in this house, I'm living in my house, and then, we meet somewhere in the middle in the bills. I'm gonna help whoever gets the kids, and then we'll go from there. But the days of, two-parent household and y'all live in the same house, occupying the same place, are coming slowly but surely to an end because the women don't want to stay. I don't care how much that black woman crying on there talking about what black men need to do. We all know that women are pushing the line of respect of what they want for themselves, and they're burning down the house. So
yeah,
get used to it. Get used to it. Men are adapting. Women will adapt as well, right? And we're going to have to work together from a distance.
Shout out to Taurus Briggs, Kenny's Unholy Grail, and Dope in the building. All of the new spectators, all of the new watchers, everybody that's new that found this channel, please, I urge you to subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell. Make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
So yeah, so seems like Ruthless kind of completely gave up on two-parent households and marriages.
Well, Freezy, you got to look at the information we got.
I'm just saying you sound like a bunch of doom and gloom. I mean,
no, it's not doom and gloom. Actually, no. No. It's not gloom. Listen, I'll be honest with you. It might be better to do it the co-parenting way because it's less pressure.
Mm-hmm.
At least y'all don't have to fake it. The kids are going to get financial support and psychological support, right? So with their mom, with their dad, they're gonna get the both.
So what about the dynamic of most of these families? The kids witnessing a stepmom or stepdad on one side, or a stepdad on one side and a stepmom on the other side. So it's ultimately like 4 parents. You think that should be the norm? That's
going to be the norm. That is
going to be the norm.
This is the stepdaddy, stepmom will be, because the more that we have families and we separate, right?
Well, that's kind of on opposite sides of the coin what Hot Sauce was saying. Hot Sauce was saying men should not be stepfathers.
I'm speaking just in reality, right? The reality of it is single moms is an epidemic and growing. Single moms still have their needs, which is, their little, they want their little itch scratch, or they, what I mean? So they're going to have a man, and most likely they want one man to come around their kid. So yeah, that's going to be stepdaddy pretty much. This is going to be the reality, and it is the reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to stop lying to ourselves. Stop lying to ourselves, right? Because if you think the women are going to go back to the kitchen, you got another thing coming. If you think the women are going to go back to, honey, how was your work day? And let me take off your shoes. When you come in, let me rub your back days. Them days are gone, right? And we have to, us men have to stop being delusional and accept
That's so crazy.
That we have to adapt to the new way of dealing with our females. Because ain't no way they're stepping back from that.
The only thing I would find a problem with though is it wouldn't be a stepdad, stepmom situation because people aren't getting married. So the marriage numbers are declining also. So unless you're just saying like boyfriend, girlfriend,
I guess you
could. But still, then no, that wouldn't, because relationships as a whole are deteriorating. Be it marriage or even relationships, everybody got situationships. Right?
You said it better than me, right? You said it better than I did. Okay, so I take that.
So yeah, because I'm not saying, because what I'm saying is that people are not getting married.
Yes,
right? I'm saying it's going to be co-parenting, or or community raising. I don't know what the hell.
I know it's going to be none of that. It's going to be
co-parenting. But where's the direction though? Because it seems like we all over the place right now. Like think about it. This what K Michelle was speaking to. It's like no direction is all over the place. Right?
No. It is a direction.
What's the direction? What's the direction?
Co-parenting, right? That's the direction, right? Simple. It's really simple. It ain't all over the place, right? That's what's happening. Now there's going to be some outliers, right? There's going to be some outliers that make it through. The most part, most people are going to divide. Whether you try to force the marriage.
Well, look. Fantastic said is basically leaning more towards situationship.
Same thing. That's
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying,
So
is that the direction or?
That's
no, that is the direction. Freezy, they saying now to where they're saying in by 2030, 50% of women are going to be single, right?
Yeah.
So that's what the whole society as a whole are dividing. There, it's not just a black thing, right? It's just that we, canary in a coal mine, or what I'm saying, when America gets the cold, we get the flu type shit, right? So it seems to be more visceral in our dynamic than everybody else. And it hits us first. This is why we've been, having this thing way before everybody else. But yeah, there's a huge issue in society because the women, feminism, right? And I know people talking points, but they literally is something. And if people did the research on feminism, understand that feminism is a subsidiary or an extension of communism and Marxism, right? And the purpose of feminism is to tear down the society from within itself because of the way women operate versus how men operate, right? And the more you give women, the more they're going to want, and then the more they're going to feel and emote and not understand that certain sacrifices and things, have to be done. Everybody can't be a winner. Everybody can't be a millionaire. Everybody can't be all these different things, but women don't see it that way, right? Love is love. And then he's, promoting certain types of ideologies and poisoning society with these things. And that's how you literally, tear down a society and a civilization from within.
Yep.
So I'm coming to Trey. Yeah, I got you, sis. Let me say this. I'm coming to Trey. I want Trey to get a chance to speak too. I want to say this acutely, right? Responding to what Mr. Fantastic said, Hot Sauce and Ruthless Truth.
Ashley Larry, brother. Ashley Larry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ashley Larry. Acutely, right? As far as, let's just say men individually. I don't know how many men up here actually have kids. I know Ruthless said he got a boy and a girl. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, even if you don't got kids, hypothetically, with your own families, with your own kids, you want better than a situationship for your sons and your daughters, right?
So we also have to understand, right, Freezy, I'm just going to make this simple. Sometimes you can want the two-parent dynamic.
What the God?
Right?
But it's doom. Doom.
But the problem is there's no point.
It's gonna always be negative.
No point.
You hating, man.
It's just funny. It just listen. I just mentioned the kid. I just talked about your own kids.
I'm going to give it back to you.
But I'm not. But hold on, I'm not hating, man. It just,
bro, you hating, man.
I'm not. No. Okay, go ahead, Rufus. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can't live for the kids no more. Those days are over because the women are not living for the kids, right? And if you want a house that is unhealthy, so you can, live for the kids, then you're going to be miserable, and the kids are going to feel that. Listen, back in the day when my auntie and uncle was beefing, I felt every bit of it. They try to hide it, but I felt every last negative energy. I'm like, damn, this shit is toxic. And I was only, 14, 13? So we as a community got to stop trying to put a circle in a square, nigga. It is what it is. It is what it is. Men and women typically.
So wait. These are your kids. Wait. These are your kids, and you obviously have leadership over your kids, right? I mean, you raise your kids, right? So don't you have more of a control when it comes to direction your kid, like, or training or conditioning when it comes to your kids, and helping them make better decisions and not getting to, as far as not getting into situationships? I mean, those are your kids.
Not once they grown, Freezy. I mean, you gonna like I said,
Yeah.
I was taught, what I'm saying, a lot of different things. And as soon as I got away from my mom, I did what the fuck I wanted to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I train up a child in the way she should go, but how many children are being properly trained nowadays? You feel me? Most kids don't have direct or more time with their father than their mothers. And like you said, it is a trickle down effect that we're not talking about, and the fathers keep being the ones getting the blame, but no one's talking about how the mothers are doing the things that they're doing. You know what I'm saying? In order to, build that culture. So that's something that not we said. That's something that people, way more informed than all of us are doing these things to pretty much predict the percentage, and they're looking at trends. So no matter what we want, I mean, can we hope that? And I will hope. I agree. I hope my kids could, find a wife or husband, and have my grandkids in a 2-parent household, family. But understanding the reality, I can't control that freeze. I can hope all I want, but if that's what they're saying that society is going to, that means it's going to be highly, highly more difficult for them to have that because of the way society is going.
Yeah, I want to say something really quickly, right?
Go ahead, Ashley, Larry. And I want more love to get what she had to say, and too, and then I'm gonna go to Trey. Go ahead, Ashley.
I'm
Larry.
gonna be extremely, extremely quick, right? Both of these brothers are correct. You can hope and want all you want to, but when it comes to a two-parent household, you need participation, right? Like, so you can be 100% in to the wheels come off, but if she's not, I mean, what can you do, right? She is free to leave at any time for whatever reason in America. So at the end of the day, and like Mr. Fantastic pointed out, right, the current of the water is going to co-parenting. That is the direction of the new American family household, is co-parenting. So you're swimming against the tide. You can do your part, but it requires cooperation. So at the end of the day, you can wish for what you want to, but it takes two people. It takes an agreement. And I'll leave it there.
Right. So, okay, now you're saying it takes two people, but I've also heard that a child is better off under the tutelage of the father than the tutelage of a woman, right? So,
but a child is better with 2-parent household better than a father or just a mother.
But I'm saying somebody brought out a study saying a child. I don't know if it was Ruthless Truth or somebody said something. Somebody said that a child being under the tutelage of the father is almost just as good as a 2-parent household.
Yeah, it is. It is. So no, that's the fact. So that's what it is, Freezy. So it Ashley Larry was correct. It goes 2-parent household, single father, then single mother. The worst outcome by far, and it's a great drop off from the results of either 2-parent household or father-led single father household versus single mother.
Right. So with that being said, is it? What was say? I got to be careful before hot sauce call me a hater. Let me see. With that being said, is it conducive? Is it conducive that men actually look at these situations in the microscope and say, hey, if this is the case, why don't we actually grab the bull by the horns and try to get more of a handle on this, because kids are better off with the fathers just in case it's not a 2-parent household.
Yeah, so you think women gonna give up child support and leverage and control? Freezy?
No.
What woman's going?
Well, I'm saying, okay, I understand after the fact the damage is done. After, okay, like you say, just say if you knock up an OnlyFans model or something, or if you just knock up a woman that really
not even OnlyFans, just even now.
Let's just didn't serve your best interest, right? Just a regular woman.
Well, no, let's just say she's a regular smuggler, 9-to-5 woman that's working, right? And you had a child with her, but of course, she put you on child support, right? She gets to claim on taxes every year. She gets all the other benefits. If she's making under $40,000, she has one child, more likely than not, she'll be able to qualify for government assistance, right? So do you think women are going to give that up and give up their, you know what I'm saying, their assistance and their advantage in life? They're not going to do it. Freezing, that's the problem.
I don't think so.
That's what nobody wants to talk about.
I don't think the women in mass are going to give that up. I guess what I was speaking to, that's why I brought up kids, right? Is there a way to better fine tune? I believe the children are our future. Teach them what you know that type of stuff. You
That
know,
was
is it
that's
a
something
way to
terrible.
better fine tune the future? Let me go to Mo Love, and then we're gonna go around the panel. I'm gonna go to Trey. Shout out to Riaz and Tough Guy. Go ahead, Mo Love.
I just don't like how some of the comments just seem one-sided. Like these things there are so many different dynamics to a lot of these cases where the men are saying, oh, the woman is choosing whatever government assistance or even if she receives child support, but there's never any acknowledgement as to why. It's not always because the woman she chose that. That's what she wanted more than the relationship. I just think that that's unfair. A lot of women do hold on and they fight. And as far as feminism, yes, I think it's a huge issue in today's society. But again, we also have to take into account that a lot of women were shut down. They didn't have a voice back then. And I'm not a feminist. I'm just being real. A lot of women went above and beyond blood, sweat, and tears for these men. So I think part of that may be because women don't feel like they were appreciated. And it's very unfortunate the way, like I feel like the enemy is playing on both sides. There's so much hate. And so much of the blame game, we don't focus on resolutions, but I think it's a lot bigger than the things that we voice sometimes.
What do you think about the men's outlook as far as where we're headed? Society has dictated that in the future we're going more towards situationships, like Fantastic said. Women are opting out of marriage. I forgot what year he said, by such and such. Women are going to be totally, they're going to be basically settling for just not being in marriages and stuff like that. What do you think about that as far as what's being said is the future ahead?
I will say that I think it's very unfortunate because I believe in marriage, but because we have so many dysfunctional people, I can understand how that could be a thing. And it's biblical. So I'm not surprised.
Okay. Trey, what's going on, bro?
What it is, man. What it is.
Okay, what's your thought on what's been said so far as the shape of our communities and in these households, and us actually minding out, why it's so hard for us to actually get it together? Do you think it's out of men's hands?
It's not in nobody's hands, to be honest. It's not in men's hands, not in females' hands. It's not in neither one of our hands. And the thing is, we sitting over here trying to get this person to be this way and this person to be this way. Man, at the end of the day, people gonna be the way people are, and you just gonna have to accept it, and you gonna have to work with it. I was about to say, see, the thing is, the world has always been segregated in cliques in your own group. You got people that's your type of people, and then you got people that's not your type of people. You going you either going to be around your type of people, and you're gonna be able to get along with your type of people, or you not. I mean, you're going to be around the people that you choose to be around, and everybody not the same, men or women. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got something with them. Ain't nobody perfect. Everybody going to fuck up in some type. The thing that we have as human beings is we don't have a connection with each other. Men ain't really, you feel what I'm saying? Men ain't there for men. Women ain't there for women. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if we ain't gonna be there for each other, how the fuck do you expect somebody else to be there for you? You feel what I'm saying? The opposite sex to be there for you if you can't even be there for your own goddamn sex, for real. I mean, it sounds crazy, but when you really think about it, it's not. Like, men can't get on the same page about a certain fucking topic, and females can't get on the same page about a certain topic, but yet it's the female's fault, and yet it's the fucking male's fault. I don't understand it, and I'm you feel what I'm saying? That's where I land.
Shout out to Tough Guy. Tough Guy, what do you think, Tough Guy? From
What
what you've
up?
been
What
hearing
up,
so
my
far.
nigga? What's happening, man?
Salute. What's up, bro?
So what we talking about? What's the question so I can
So
Collaborate effectively.
we just got through reviewing K Michelle's interview with Cam Newton, and she made a few remarks in reference to the black family and how it's just out of whack, and
Do you
how
mind if I hear it real quick, just so we can get a
yeah,
refresh?
no problem, no problem. I'll let you hear it. Here we go.
My children go now. It's things, and this is
Nowadays, what we're witnessing city girls, we're witnessing this and that, and it's like the genders are doing this.
clashing.
It is really destroying families. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. Family is respected in country music in that space. But in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch in Nashville because they'll never even listen to your music, and your professional career will suffer. At what point in the black community do our men create real homes? Nowadays, what we're witnessing city girls. Just our first time talking, and you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on black family, you know? And my grandfather, I watched my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, black men, I got to tell my black men to really step up for black women and create families.
Yeah.
It's really not cool. Black men are attacking black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating homes.
Okay, so this is what I have to say about that. Obviously, there were things that took the black man out the home, and obviously, there are things that are trying to keep the black man out of the home still to this day. At the end of the day, man, if you want to be a man or you want to be a father to your children, that's what you're gonna do. Period. Ain't nobody got to tell you nothing, and ain't nobody got to like try to persuade you or nothing like that. A man is a man. A man is gonna step up and be a man, no matter what. So, a lot of the times, this whole black family thing, if you look at just, let's take the block out of it. Let's just talk about families. If you look at what is going on right now, there's a lot of incentive for women to be independent and to be on their own and to quote unquote not need a man. So at the end of the day, there are a lot of incentives for a man not to even be around or to deal with women. It's very unfortunate, but that's just kind of how society is, as far as relationships go. And if we think about how things were back in the 70s, because that's what we're talking about, how things used to be, when our grandmother had many children, because there was big families back in the day, but there wasn't Instagram, there wasn't technology, there wasn't the internet the way it is nowadays. I mean, there's so many different factors that go into how even our children are raised because they're even being raised different. We do not understand what our children go through. We do not understand the mentality that the children have today because when we grew up, we even knew a lot of stuff. We were pretty advanced then, and we were being pushed to be adults then. We had weed and alcohol. That's what they talked about. But now these kids have a lot of different other substances that they have to deal with. So a lot of the stuff that the kids go through nowadays, it's just not the same. So a lot of these conversations are what you call an echo chamber. But at the end of the day, these kids are going through something totally different than we would even imagine. You know, so this whole family thing, you know, we can understand that. Let's say if you're in my age range, I'm 40. So if you were born in 84, 80, all the way up to like the 90s, you kind of experience aunts, uncles, cookouts, you know, family gatherings. You understand, you know, your mother, your grandmother getting older and her being able to see the whole family come together. And, you know, we take care of her. You know, everybody is there basically for that grandmother. That's why when a lot of the times grandmothers leave, the families fall apart. And I'm trying to be long-winded, but I just got on here, and I know a lot of people have had to say what they had to say. But I'll
No,
have
no,
to
no,
say
no. Go
this, and
ahead. You
I'll
got the
land my
floor.
plane.
You good. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but I'm just trying to explain a lot of different elements and then land my plane because I don't want to be too long with it. But
Bro,
at the end of the day,
we
there's
got what that is, 20, we got 19 more hours. Don't worry about it. You
yeah.
good.
Okay, so let me say this. So that was just like the tip of the iceberg, and then I'll go to the beginning. The beginning is, you know, like we all understand that as far as our age. Then the second part to this is think about your life and the things that you went through, but think about if you had Instagram, if you had women that were just throwing themselves at you because was, you know, we used to have to work for it back in the days. These little boys don't gotta work for nothing because these little girls is red. They be trying to like initiate with the little boys, you know? So, you know, we always talk about as fathers, you know, oh, my daughter
Stop
better
the
not be little,
cat.
I'm gonna take. But you know that a lot of these little girls be the ones initiating shit instead of the little boys trying
Stop
to
the cat.
initiate shit.
Stop the cat,
So,
bro. Times I was about to say the only thing though, bro. It's all the same, bro. The only difference is it's a different type of time. Man, come on, bro. Females been throwing themselves at men just like men
but
been.
not like that though, because they only had the mailman or the
Bro,
dude
when you
across
get
across
behind
the
them
street,
closed
the
doors,
dude
when you
across
get
the way.
behind them closed doors, you don't know what the fuck going on. Just like when you be chilling, I'm talking about something. I know you can. I'm talking about something. I know this for a fact. You feel what I'm saying? You ask a lot of men, bro. When you get, I was about to say, you ask a lot of men when they got their most, you feel what I'm saying, the most pussy, bro. They was chilling, they wasn't even thinking about it. They was probably trying to play the game or something. And the females throwing themselves on. That's probably the first time they ever hit that thing.
But that's a lot of
A
times
fact,
with
though.
men
That's what I'm saying, though.
in
Come on, bro. We
general
gotta be
though.
honest, bro. That's what I'm saying. Just be
But in
honest.
men in
It's,
general,
it's,
look,
if
what
you
you just
wasn't
said,
getting it
what
like
you
that,
just said,
you wasn't getting it
but
like
what you
that.
just said,
That's on you, bro.
you
But
just said
human
though,
beings always been human beings, bro. Stop it, bro. We
but you
always
just said,
told
but my nigga,
females,
you just said, you
God,
just told
God,
me
God, your man,
that women
goddamn business, man.
usually
We
get the
all
pussy
always.
up when men ain't thinking about it, right? That's what you just said, right? That's what you just said, right? Okay, so if women is giving it up when men ain't thinking about it. Men need to start doing what the women are telling their little girls to do. The women tell their little girls to be independent, not be thinking about a man. That is the type of information they need to be given to their sons because their sons need to be independent and not thinking about a woman and being more successful. And it's just like they teach the opposite shit to the opposite sex nowadays. So at the end of the day, it ain't no cap. It ain't no bullshit because like I said, we did not have the same life back then. Nigga, when we was growing up in the 90s, you had
We
to
didn't get
have some
no pussy
game to
back
even
then.
get a
That's
date with a girl, nigga. Nowadays, you just DM a bitch on fucking Instagram, and if you got some shit going on, you got some motion, you got some money, you could be a lame ass nigga. But nowadays, if you got some money,
So
everybody
tough
can
God,
smack.
are you
nowadays.
saying even the
Now,
lame, are you saying that even the lame guys they're not having no problem getting girls now and getting coochie and stuff? You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
because if they pay for it, then they got it. That's why.
Well, that's been the case for a long time, man. If you got
Okay,
money.
but that's the
bro,
whole
that's been the
thing is,
case for forever. What? Come on,
but
bro.
but what
This
I'm
ain't
trying to tell
new,
you is
bro.
this though, man. Nowadays it's more prevalent than everything. This is why when I start talking about the game, nobody likes it. But I'm gonna tell you this: everybody likes the benefit of the game, pimping and hoeing. That's what I'm talking about when I say the game.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody likes the benefits of pimping and hoeing, but they don't understand what comes with it. They don't understand the lifestyle. This is why when you know that boyfriend of yours, you know, is accepting your hoeing until, you know what I'm saying, he get mad at you. Unless you the pimping, that shit don't bother us because we ain't trying to be your boyfriend. We ain't trying to be your husband. We trying to get paid. We got something in mind. And even if she fucking the whole fucking world, she's protected by a condom or, you know, being safe. And then when she come back home, that's a different relationship. It's not transactional with the pimping. You know what I'm saying? So this
dudes
is
would
what
be
I'm trying
off?
to.
You think dudes would be better off if they learned how to pimp?
I think dudes would be better off if they paid for the pussy and fuck with a hoe because a hoe is dealing with a pimp, and a hoe
Yeah.
usually is you're gonna pay for a hoe to leave. You're not gonna pay for a hoe to stay. You're paying for the hoe to leave you alone. You get what you want out of the bitch, and she leaves. That means this Shannon Sharp bullshit. The Shannon Sharp. If he was dealing with a hoe, meaning the pimping was in control of that. You know what? She wouldn't even have to sue him. She would just break him. That's the thing. It's called game. It ain't got shit to do with all this weird ass shit people be doing. These OnlyFans models and all
15
these
years.
people, they are taking the game from a pimp. That's where usually a lot of this
Terry,
online
Bro,
technical shit comes from.
please.
Everybody be
I ain't
stealing
gonna
game
lie.
from the pimping.
Hold on,
I
let
ain't
me
gonna
read
Terry,
this
lie.
super chat.
Super chat.
Shout out to DeBell, 5,000 for the $5. Appreciate you, DeBell. He said, if a woman doesn't believe in father's rights or 50-50 parenting, there ain't nothing to talk about. Leave her funky ASS alone. Shout out to DeBell. Appreciate
No
you.
No
freebie. This is what I think.
captivity.
Instead of child support, they need to give the man child.
So,
They need to give the man. They need to give the man custody
so
instead of
just
child support. And
To
if
all
he
of the
shows
new
himself not
Hold on. What is
worthy
time
of
out?
custody,
Time out.
then
Time.
she
Pimpin'
should go.
turns
Then the
15
child
years.
should go. Then the child should go to the mother. But
Pimpin'
as far as
turns
child
15
support and as far as supporting the child, as far as all that shit goes, it needs to be 50-50 off jump. And then
Pimpin' turns
you know,
15 years.
Shout out to the new watchers. If you just watching the show for the first time, please
Pimping is
subscribe
illegal.
to the channel and hit the notification bell. Subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell if you're a new watcher. Or if you have watched and you haven't subscribed yet, hit the notification bell. Do that too. We appreciate you. Go ahead, Ruthless Truth. And I want to go to Young Riaz
Yeah,
too. Go ahead.
I wouldn't encourage pimping carries 15 years, right? It's illegal. I got a lot of homies getting caught up right now. They're going to the feds, called it sex trafficking.
that's
So
because that's because they don't know what they're doing.
no, if your girl tell you,
No, bro, because you all whooped that trick, bro.
hold on, y'all, hold on, Trey. If the woman says that's my pimp, he's going away for 15 years. So another
Yes, of
conversation.
course. But that's the whole thing is
This one here for the thug.
That shit was so goddamn funny, man.
So I wouldn't advise anybody to take that route. But
I wouldn't advise nobody to take that route neither. You ain't hear me say everybody take that route.
and
That's
this
not
is
what
the
I
thing,
said.
right? And this is the thing, right? I understand, but I understand your premise and I understand what you're getting at, though, right? I do. Your philosophy is valid.
No, I'm fucked up.
It's just that in
somebody
the
will have to
way.
let me know about that.
Damn, can I finish, nigga? Damn,
Yeah,
you
let him finish,
over
man.
there?
You interrupting niggas,
So,
man. We trying to hear what people saying, man. What
yeah,
you say, bro?
so what? But I see what you said. But the way the laws are being constructed in this infrastructure, where the way that the women's rights are growing at an all-time high, it just and the support they're getting from the government, and on top of that, plus the support they're getting from everybody around them, it's just impossible to. And I do agree that maybe we should teach our boys to, hey, maybe you can be a good co-parent. That might be. Though, hey, marriage is
No,
not.
man. Like I said, no. What I'm saying is this, bro. Listen to this real quick. Listen to me. No. You shut the fuck
Oh,
up.
y'all sitting over there talking about motherfucking. The only way
This
that
nigga
y'all
was just
can
trying
get
to
a
explain
woman, the
himself.
only
You
way that
talking
y'all
over him and shit.
to listen is by putting your
God damn.
on them. Y'all literally talking about bringing pimping back. Like this is wild work. Like that's all I'm saying.
No, it's not wild work, nigga. It's the way of the world. Like pimps and hoes been around forever, nigga.
So you telling me the only way that you can get a female to listen to you is if you pimping them out?
No, that is not what I'm saying. If you a man, a woman is gonna listen to you. You gotta be a man first before you anything, nigga.
So
You
what the
gotta
hell
be
are
a
you
man
saying?
first before you a
So what
pimp,
you
nigga.
saying?
I'll tell you that,
I'm
nigga. Because
confused.
men take care of women. That's
So I
what
would
they
say this,
do.
tough guy.
They don't hurt women. That's what we don't do.
So I would say this, tough guy. I just seen Michelle Obama complain about her man, who was probably one of the most successful men ever in the history of being black, and she complained about him. So I don't know, man.
That's what I'm trying to say, but this is what I'm trying to explain to you about the game. Because listen, everybody wants the benefits of the game. I done told you. This is where the motherfucking OnlyFans models comes from. This is where everybody trying to be a fucking hoe and get a sugar daddy comes from. This is where bitches trying to be hoes and fucking around on a significant other. It's because of money. It's because of flesh. It is because of the game. I'm trying to fucking tell y'all niggas what the fuck it is. It's lust.
I'm not pushing
It's lust, bro. That's what's going on. And if people were actually responsible, especially women, with opening their legs, especially women, because they know that they can have a child. And as soon as they open their legs, they know that they can have a child. So yes, men should be men and not fucking insert themselves in somewhere they don't need to be.
So,
but we need to instill that in our child, in our men, in the little boys. And the little boys don't need to be living with no motherfucking women. A little boy needs to be in a man's presence so he know what the fuck a man is. All these little boys be around their mamas and their aunties and shit, and then we wonder why these little niggas gay.
Okay, let's have this conversation. I would agree with you on your main part, right? That women are tempted by their desires of their flesh, and they have been corrupted, and they're no longer. They're damaged goods. I agree with you, but that doesn't change the fact that that the men who are coming up by nature, who are providers and protectors, are not going to just change. So all we can do, and once again, I agree with you again. All we can do is give awareness out to the to evolve, so that when this does come your way, how you can deal with it. Because the longer women have access to resources, they are now competitors. And they have a certain amount of leverage in their mind, in their ego, and they're not giving that shit up. Period.
Oh, this was I was about to say, I ain't even gonna sit down and lie to you. All right, so that second message that tough guy had put out, that the second thing that he said didn't match up with any other thing that he said the first time. That's all I got to say. I mean, you should have just led with the second part instead of just saying what you had to say in the first part.
No, because I have different elements of what I'm saying. I'm talking from the square world until another world, bro. And what I'm trying to tell you is, in the square world, everybody is trying to enter the game. That's the problem with y'all's relationships. That's what I'm trying to say.
You said into the game. You got to
The
explain.
game, pimping and hoeing. When bitches get paid for fucking or fucking with a motherfucker that they know they don't really even fucking with like that, to make money, for gain, personal gain, for financial gain.
Man, all right. So I was about to say, so females are in it for the money and all that. So what the men in it for?
Pussy.
All right. So I mean, isn't that just another form of tricking?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Everybody is the game. Listen to this. Shut up real quick. The game is omnipresent, bro.
Hold on.
Okay, everybody is a part of the game. This is why. This is when I speak. Well, listen. When I speak, this is why Mo don't like what I'm talking about, because I talk about the game. But everybody is trying to enter the game. But you want to have a square relationship, though.
No, listen, dog. You got the game.
That is what's going on.
No, hold on. You gonna talk to me with some respect, dog. Don't tell me shut the fuck up. You got the game.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
You got the game fucked up around here. That's all. You got the game fucked up.
Okay, so tell me where I'm wrong at, nigga. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I said you got the game fucked up. Talk to me with some respect.
Nigga, fuck you. You ain't nobody, nigga.
Yeah, say less.
Yeah, say less, nigga. Yeah, say less, nigga. You don't see what happened to niggas in Vegas, nigga. You don't know who you talking to, nigga.
Respect the money. Respect the money.
Shout out to Tough Guy for his $5 super cap. Thank you, Tough Guy. Tough Guy said, hit the like button. He's reminding everybody to hit the like button, man.
Cap-tivity. Hit the link.
Tough Guy. Appreciate that, man.
You said link button? Or like button?
The like button, nigga. You don't know how to read, nigga?
Nigga says link, nigga.
Oh, it did? Okay, well then maybe I'll just type
That's what
fast,
you
nigga.
talking about.
Riaz, what do you think about the family dynamic and why there's so many broken homes in America, or
Wait,
in the Western Hemisphere? And what do
Hit
you
the
think?
like button.
What do you think?
Hey, Freezy,
Needs,
I apologize in advance.
and what happened?
Oh no, I'm just saying. Once the respect go out the window, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, it's it's StreamYard. So
You
it's
just gotta watch
StreamYard.
your mouth, man. You can't talk to everybody the same, nigga.
Hold on, let me talk to Riaz. So Riaz, what do you think is the answer, Riaz? I mean, how do we get families back on track?
Just basically what they value though as well though in a spiritual sense because we're conscious subconscious beings it also comes down to who you choose and stuff like that. What you put out is what you get back. Because it's like a spiritual frequency if we're high or low on it though and depending on how you manifest it in a spiritual sense. If you manifest it subconsciously or you're thinking subconsciously here, you're gonna physically manifest it afterwards though. So basically on that type of thing as well though it's how the way people move and stuff like that. So I believe is what people put out is what they get back. So just getting back these results anyway, though it ain't right though. Most of them ain't right though. But that's how the reality is, though. To be honest, though, and the Western Hemisphere, when it comes to that, though, is to just slowly get back to like the faith aspect as well, like basically to work inside the inner part though as well. Yes, basically do the external work too. But I feel like some people actually lack the inner part too though. Like, the spirit in the inside though as well. So it's like a fire in your heart. Imagine like this though. God lit a fire in your heart and basically that just symbolizes your connection to God though, right? And basically depending on how your deeds is, depending on how your deeds are, it either gets higher or it gets really, really low till the point it burns out. And when it burns out, that means your connection to God is gone. Or think about it, your heart, though, right? It's like there's a black mark in your heart. The more and more, depending on your deeds, though, right? The more and more bad you do, the more and more it spreads to the point that your connection to God is gone. So I just probably feel like it's a spiritual aspect too, but also it's just how people value what they value as well though, to be honest.
What they value? Do you think that men? K. Michelle said men need to create more healthy households and families. Women are waiting on men to create two-parent households and healthy families. Do you think it's in the men's hands for the most part to create these healthy families?
It is though, but I just also feel like it's both genders at the same time. Basically, it is both genders' responsibility to do so. However, it is the man's responsibility to do so because he's the one
Freezy.
that has to. Wait, hold it, man.
Hold it,
Look,
man.
You heard Riaz? Go ahead, Riaz.
Hold it, man.
okay, hold it. Anyways, though.
Man, hurry up, Riaz, man. You ain't got no experience and you always long-winded, nigga.
Hold on, tough guy. Don't say that because your ass was long-winded too.
Thank
Let that man
you.
talk. Let that man talk, man. Go
Tough
ahead,
guy.
Riaz.
Get that dick off
Okay.
your chest,
I
dog.
was, you right. But
So I was just about to say also that basically both genders is responsible. Of course, the man is responsible too, though, and how he basically moves as well. Because the man. It's also this though. As well. Some guys can barely take care of themselves. What makes them think they can lead? Just because you're a guy, don't mean everyone's meant to lead, though. And also some of them can barely take care of themselves, though. They can barely, they barely clean their room. They don't even know how to shower properly, look after themselves, clean and stuff. All of that stuff, though. Simple life skills. Some of these guys don't know, and they basically want to lead, though. And
Yeah. I got you.
What the hell did he say?
No, but so basically he was saying, the men have to actually want it. They gotta actually,
Get the fuck out of here.
Well, he's saying that the men is ultimately up to the men, and it's basically, it's basically on what men actually want. when it comes to relationship. Basically, he was putting on the men and the women.
Get
Actually,
the fuck out of here.
he plays.
He did not say that,
I wonder
Freezy.
what the
Why you
fuck your
lying? He did
browser
not
look
say
like,
that,
dog.
Freezy.
You know what?
That's what
Literally,
he
though.
said.
That nigga said,
Literally. Literally, Wallah, you're this making me this cuss though, to making me mad. What I was just about to say though, anyways, is I said it's on both genders though. I'm putting it on both. It's not one or the other though. Of course,
you're
both gotta
contradicting yourself, though.
No,
You said it's
listen.
on the
He
men,
put
though.
it. Listen. In the beginning, he put it on both genders, but he said ultimately it is up to the man. He said,
Yeah, I heard him say that shit, that dumb shit.
I'm explaining it through a man's perspective because I'm a man though. I don't know what a woman actually does though. Look, I can observe and see what they do. I can actually see what they do, or they, you know, I can
But
see
you
what
have
they do.
no experience, though.
It's not about the experience thing though.
It
I explain.
is. Okay,
Okay,
you
look.
tell me why it's not. Explain why
Okay,
how is no experience.
look, man.
How can you tell me how to play basketball if you don't know how to play, nigga? How you gonna tell me how to run a route, nigga, if you ain't never done football, if you ain't never been on the football team?
Okay, I
But
gave you
isn't it okay
enough.
for him to give his opinion like everybody else? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Be confused then, shit.
I
I'm
mean,
just
he can say
saying,
his
this nigga don't know what he's talking about.
Freezy gave him
He
the
can
okay
say
to
his
speak.
Nigga
opinion.
don't know what he's talking about, Mo. That's all I'm saying.
Tough guy.
I
He can say his
understand that,
opinion.
but it was his turn, is all I'm saying.
Tough guy.
Okay,
He can say
well,
his
he
opinion.
said what he had to say. He wasn't saying
But
shit.
he wasn't done. You interrupted him.
Yeah, he's
Okay, so we gotta sit here and wait 15 minutes for him not saying shit.
Yeah, nigga, you got to wait, bitch. Just
He
like
was
Yeah.
everybody
still
had to wait for
talking,
your
tough
bitch ass.
guy.
Fuck you talking about?
Let's clear it
Shut
up
up,
and
Trey Trey.
come to do the same. Let me be very.
Nigga Trey Trey is
I
stupid.
mean,
Shut
low
your bitch
key,
ass
like
up, little nigga.
hold on.
Hold on.
Can I say this really
Go ahead,
quick?
Mola.
I heard a lot of truth in what Riaz said. He said a lot of these dudes chasing women, they can barely take care of themselves. I mean, that's true for some of these men.
That's a fucking
Did
fact,
it
bro.
hit a
Fucking
nerve or
lie. Niggas
something? Did it
always
hit a
complaining
nerve?
about losing
Okay, but
money.
women be wanting men to pay their bills, just like women be chasing men.
I
Women be
was just
wanting
speaking
niggas to
to
pay
that
their bills
fact
too.
that Riaz made that
Oh
you tried
shit.
to
Well, that's a
carry
fact too, nigga.
like
Tell
it
me
was
it's
some
not.
You look like you
horrible.
slick. I see what you're
Tell
doing.
me
It
it's
makes
not a
sense.
fact. Tell me it's not a fact that these bitches out here want niggas to pay their shit.
Freeze, you put the
They
bag
Well,
on.
food,
you
they
just said
rent,
it.
they
Ruthless,
nails.
be quiet, Ruthless.
You're
You tell
entertaining.
me it's not a fact that niggas out
You're
here ain't
entertaining.
living in
You're
shit.
tough
Freeze.
guy. You
That's
just
because
said
niggas is thirsty.
you're
They don't know how to get no
entertaining.
pussy. That's why.
Can I talk, please?
Yes, let her talk. Let she the woman. Go ahead.
So my thing is, if
How
you're
much costs get more
entertaining
off?
what you consider to be B's and H's, how do you get to complain in the same sentence?
Mm-hmm.
No,
It
my
doesn't
point
make
was
sense.
this. If you want to listen, you don't have to. But my point was this. In all of these shits that y'all be talking about relationships and all this square ass shit,
I don't care.
everybody be involved in the motherfucking game. And y'all need to stay the fuck out the game. And y'all will have a better relationship.
Who you
That's
mad
all I'm
at?
saying.
To
I
talk
done
to you
heard
and
your
fuck, he talking to his
regurgitated.
goddamn
I've
self.
heard your regurgitated pimp talk for 2 years. Why you
Well,
yelling?
that's what the fuck it is. Ain't shit
Then
changed. The truth
yell.
don't change, baby.
Everyone doesn't
You know
think
what
like
the
that.
Lord God don't change, right? That's the truth, right? Guess what? The truth don't change, baby.
That's your truth, baby. Not everybody's. Is what I'm
Hey,
Right.
saying.
shit, the truth stays the
Super
same. The truth don't
chat.
change, baby.
Oh
That's
man,
your
shout out
truth. That's your lame truth.
shout out to Big Bad Bull for the $20 super cap. Big Bad Bull said, "Oh, this is a bounty." Big Bad Bull said, "Let Trey pick who to drop. Who you want to drop, Trey?"
Tough guy, get your bitch ass up out of
Yeah,
here.
you fucking faggot.
Shout out to Big Bad Bull. Thank you for the $20 super cap. We appreciate you. What is that? What it said? 425. Tough guy. You got 20 minutes. You'll be back at 445. 445, and you'll be back. It takes $20 to bring. If anybody wants to see Tough Guy come back up, it takes $20 to bring him back up.
Appreciate that, big brother, big bad bull. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Shout out to Big Bad Bull.
Hey man, hey, when I seen that one coming, I said Trey. I said bye, tough guy. Riaz,
let's examine what Riaz said.
Can I? I heard everything he said. Can I go in there?
Okay, but I want you to acknowledge that he did
Yes,
say
I
he
heard
put the accountability on the men and the women, but he said ultimately the men the men should be the leaders. Go ahead.
Because I heard everything he said, even though it took me a little while.
Go ahead.
I got it right. So
You ain't left no cash. You ain't left no cash app in about 4 shows too. I just want to say that. But go ahead.
So what you said was you contradicted yourself in all one breath, right? You said it's on the man and the woman, but then you came and said ultimately it's on the man, and that's a contradiction, right? He's on both parties or no parties. Ain't no one party and the other. No, it takes two to make this shit go right. Period. And you said it right the first time. I don't know why you want to pander, Mr. Riaz, to these little females. Oh, well, it's ultimately on the man. Because I know you try. I know what you're doing. You ain't slick. The Spanish Landingo, right?
No, I'm balanced though.
No, I'm just saying this. You said it right the first time, but then you turn around and say, oh, you put it back on the man. You say, oh, ultimately it's up to the man. And then if I go up to a woman and say, look, shut your mouth. You go in the house. We're going to be together for the next 20 years. I guarantee you she's out that bitch. And nothing I can do about it. Unless I want to go to prison. You know what I'm saying? Or I go to the grave, right? Because her brothers might come in, or her dad might come in. Somebody might come and deal with me, right? So I don't want to hear this shit about what we could do to when we listen, when we're in a relationship with a woman, it is negotiable. Now, us men, we try to lead as much as we can because pretty much we're putting up the finances, right? Which gives us some sort of form of leadership. But ultimately, she's the one has to accept this gift and then imply it how she feels suitable for her benefits. And if she feels that you no longer benefit her, right, and you still have the finances, she'll still leave you and take your finances too. So this is a time right now, right, where we have to understand people want to be heard. And particularly women have a loud voice that they're not going to ever put out. And this is their superpower now. We're going to have to accept it and evolve. Simple.
Oh, do you agree with that, Young Riaz?
I mean, look, I kind of get that, though, but at the same time, no, it is basically you're responsible for yourself, though, and it's not really about the gender thing to me. It's more about the universal type of thing that both genders is responsible for themselves. I've literally stated. I've just basically put it on the man first, though, because that's what he's expected to do. So I'm holding the men accountable first, and then afterwards, I'll put the women accountable afterwards. Though. So it depends on what I see and what I observe. Though I see that's just what they're saying, and I observe that, and I'm willing to hold them to it. Though, and I'm keeping it real. I'm keeping it real.
That man just cooked you.
Let me ask you a question. So you said that man has expected to do a certain type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are we expected to do?
Expected to lead, though, and basically, though, if you want to lead, that's what you put out and what you get back and stuff like that, though. And basically, you're the one who's supposed to do the work, of course, though. So also, it's not about how you lead, though. It's not about what you say or like when you lead and stuff like that. It's also the way you do it as well, though. Like it comes down to good communication and stuff like that. Like that's how it is, though. That's how it's about it.
Are you saying that if the way I talk to her needs to acquiesce to her standards? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not that to expect less, nothing like that, though. I'm saying it's the way you communicate and the way your tone is, though. Tone is everything, though. Because, look, the way you speak, your tone and stuff like that. Yeah, because, look, they can actually feel your energy and stuff like that, depending on what. Wait, just listen. So basically, think about it this way. Like, the way they feel that type of energy as well, and the tone it is, and the way you speak and stuff like that, though, they can feel that and match that. So basically. They can match it.
Okay, so now
shout out to Cassandra Brown in the building too. Go ahead.
Oh, now let me help you understand what I understood, right? So, as you're saying that it's expected for us to be leaders, correct?
Yeah.
And so that means if I have to adjust my tone and paraphrase or phrase everything to make her happy and kind of basically acquiesce to, make this shit like I gotta bend and great. I mean, she could. So if she does something wrong, I can't tell her she did something wrong. I gotta say it.
You
Well,
can tell her. Listen.
One
You
of
can
this
tell
now
her.
is you ask for respect. Now give it back, nigga. Okay, so we have to understand, right? As a leader, if you do that, you lose. Because a true leader, right, gives orders and he expects results. That's a true leader, right? Now, I'm gonna say this. Certainly, sometimes some people lead by example. I'll give you that, right? These type of people, but that doesn't imply in a relationship with a woman, right? Because a woman is not going to follow a man's example, right? Women have their own thing. So you have to either, if you're going to be a leader, you either have to give orders and expect results.
Crazy.
Or I'm not saying that this is how it's got to go. I'm saying either that or you have to let her lead. Because if I have to watch my voice tone and the way I say things, that means I'm acquiescing. I'm acquiescing to her happiness and the way her ego is built. So that means she's running the relationship.
Wow. All right. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, cool. That's
Super
false, right?
Cap.
This is why that is false, right? Because at the end of the day, both sides got feelings, right? I have feelings, she got feelings, right? You got feelings, she got feelings. We both got feelings, especially when you're dealing with a person on that type of level, right? Boom. So they doing something that you don't like. It's not something that, you feel what I'm saying? If it's something that's egregious, then yeah, I wouldn't expect you to be all nice guy and this, that, and the third, right? But if she's being herself and you don't like something that she's doing, you feel what I'm saying? Like just, you feel what I'm saying? Or she just made a mistake. You feel what I'm saying? She might have said the wrong thing too loud or something like that. And you ain't like it for real, right? It is up to you to acquiesce and come at that situation with some respect and decorum to her feelings, right? Because at the end of the day, people make mistakes all the time. You might say something to somebody, it might offend them, and you didn't have any attention on offending them, right? It happens all the time, right? They might see what you said, they might take it as disrespect. You didn't mean no disrespect by it. It happens. We all human. So when you have a problem with somebody and you go address that problem, you address that problem with respect, with decorum. Just like you would go, just like if another male had said something that you ain't like, you gonna sit there, you gonna tell him like, yeah, bro, I ain't really like blah 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 blah, and then he gonna respond how he respond. But at the same time, you not about to sit there and yeah, you bitch ass nigga, you not gonna come at him like that. So why you gonna come at a female like that? You feel what I'm saying? And that's and that be the energy, and that be the energy that they be talking about. And I digress there.
Damn, that was good, man.
That's a
Hold
good
on.
point. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see. Shout out to, let's see. Shout out to
Super Chat.
Shout out to Stanley Cross, my brother Stanley Cross, for the $5 super cow. Stanley said, tough guy being from a 2-parent household is experience, sir. Shout out to Stanley Cross.
Hey, Stanley.
Shout out to Stanley.
Super Chat.
Also, shout out to the Wife School podcast. She said, please drop that Ruthless. He on the slow beat. Bye, Ruthless. Ruthless, you're gone until 4:54. 4:54, 20 minutes. You're out of there unless somebody bring Ruthless back. Unless somebody pay $20 to bring Ruthless back, Ruthless won't be back until 4:54. Shout out to you, Wife School Podcast, and shout out to you, Stanley.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate you, man. Oh, Ruthless said check the cash out. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. So Ruthless just gave a cash cow. Let me bring Ruthless back right now. So there you go. Ruthless is back.
Gracias.
Ruthless is back. I'm finna show y'all why I just brought Ruthless back. Let me see. Here we go. Is this it? Okay, this is it right here. This is it. Shout out to Ruthless. Ruthless just came back because he has $40. Ruthless cash out $40, and that means he has $20 credit. So it's gonna take. It's $20. He got $20 credit. So it's gonna take over $20 to drop Ruthless. It's gonna take over $20 to drop Ruthless. Ruthless is back with a $20 credit. Shout out to Ruthless as well for the $40 cash cap. I appreciate you, Ruthless. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Let me give you a big no cap, man. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's get it. So yeah, so here's the deal. Y'all don't want to admit it, right? But I think Ruthless Truth is the only one that don't want to admit it. What qualms did you have with what Riaz said? Riaz was cooking, when he was talking just then, right? I mean, because think about it though. We what we want in life, we put our minds to it, right? Does that apply to men, Ruthless Truth?
No.
So that saying is not true in all aspects of life when it's come to men. Men can do whatever they put their mind to. You don't believe that's true?
No, because I could want my woman or my wife to stay for every reason possible, and if she says, "Nigga, it's over," it's over. What I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna force her, and I'm gonna force her, right? Am I gonna tie her up and bind her? Okay, so once again, right? My mind might say, look, if I'm pouring my resources into this woman and to our time spent, and I put a ring on it, and then we over the threshold, and then I pay for the wedding, right? That's already 60 bands right there, because I eat expensive restaurants, so that's like 70,000, right? Before we even get married, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, pretty much, I'm not going to leave her unless it has to be really extreme. So if she walks away from all that, I'm pretty much helpless, right? I'm helpless if she wants to, baby, I just don't feel it no more. I'm not happy no more. I'm leaving you. Bye, baby. So then I have to say, what? Okay, I got to get a divorce lawyer to try to protect myself. So other than that,
yeah.
Now, so it takes two, not one, but two. Mm-hmm. It takes two to make this ship sail.
Yeah.
And two heads will always be better than one.
So let me say my opinion, right? Because I've been listening to everybody talk. I think this is where a lot of these conversations get lost. Yeah, I agree. Once a man actually chooses a woman to be involved with, once a man approaches a woman, he starts having sex with a woman, if the woman allows him to or whatever. And then let's just say, I got you, Ruthless. I got you. I'm about to put it to. Let's say he decides to marry this woman. Doesn't a man have more control in the beginning when he approaches a woman and what kind of woman he approaches, right? Doesn't he have more control when it comes to who he chooses as a wife, right? Because a lot of times these conversations are predicated upon after like the man has already had a child with the woman or married this woman.
Exactly.
Right? A lot of times, most of the conversations that I've been witnessing is predicated upon this man already being married to the woman or he's already had a child with the woman. Mm-hmm. But let's rewind and go back to before this man actually approached this woman. Doesn't a man have more control over who he approaches and who he gets involved with and who he actually has sex with? Shout out to Ruthless Truth for another $25 cash cap. That makes $65. $5 more he will be a co-sponsor, or more than $5 more he will be a official sponsor of tonight's show. Also, this adds to Ruthless Truth credit, which is a total of $45. Ruthless Truth has a total of $45 credit, and it's going to take more than $45 to drop Ruthless Truth. Yeah. Go ahead, Mo
Good
Love.
morning.
Did you want to
How
kind
are
of
you, bro?
yeah, what's going on, Vigoda? I'm gonna come to you in 1 second. What do you think about that, Mo Love? What I just said? Did what I say kind of make a little sense or whatever?
It makes sense. Just as men tell us to be mindful of the men that we choose, it goes both ways. The men are normally the chasers. So yeah, hold yourself accountable as well.
So I have to
I always
push
say like the blame game is just so ridiculous because when you view it from the men's perspective, okay, well, she let me hit or she chose to lay down with me, so don't complain now. The men. I mean,
So
okay, but you chose her. So it's like both ways. What are we doing?
so I have to push back on you, Freezy. You know I do.
I know you
So
do.
the person you meet is on a 99.9% time, particularly, let's just say we ain't in the hood, right?
Hold
So
on
you
before
go
you
out,
do that, Rufus Shoot. Shout out to all the new watchers. Shout out to Panda Stay Chilling. Thank you for being in the building. Shout out to everybody else, all the new watchers in the building. Shout out to Just Filming Really. Shout out to you in the building. All the new watchers, all the newcomers, everybody that's new in the chat. Thank you for being here. You're part of the family now. Shout out to M. Mackin in the building. Thank you for being here. If this is your first time here, please make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Go ahead, Rufus.
don't you ever interrupt a great statement. I'm just playing.
Go ahead.
So 99.9% of all cases, right? Unless you're growing up with somebody and then you might have a little more information. You might be able to better make that assessment. But most of the time, right, you're going to meet somebody, you're going to see their best representative, right? And this is why vetting and courting doesn't fucking work. Because if that woman really wants you at that time, she's going to put her representative for it at a strong level. Now, where you have married her year one, she may be different in year 5. She might switch it up in year 5 or 6 or 7 and say, you know what? Fuck this. This is not where I needed to go. I'm going a different direction. So all that shit is null and void because you can't. This is why it's a gamble, right? This is why any relationship you get in or marriage you get in is a gamble. You're rolling the
You
dice.
don't think that you'll see signs though, maybe in the beginning or over time before 5 years?
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, who's perfect, right? So you got it. And then nobody wants to die alone. So yeah, she's gonna show some. Ain't nobody gonna be absolutely, damn. But you're gonna have to let some shit go because, like, damn, how many girls you gonna keep dating? How many? And if you catch feelings, you're gonna try to work it out, right? But here's the deal, right? All I'm saying is this is why, and I'm gonna land it so somebody else get in. Courting and vetting is probability versus probability, right? It's still a gamble at the end of the day. A person can switch up on you in the middle of the journey and end the shit, even though you do everything right in the beginning and look for all the red flags. And I'm gonna say it there.
Let me tell you something. And I'm gonna do this very quickly. So the newcomers, everybody who new can get in. What's up, K the Goat, and what's up, Vendigo?
Yeah, shout out to y'all. KT the Goat in the building too.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick. So the thing is, human beings, right? We have this ability, right? It's called adaptation. And what we do is we either adapt for the right reasons or we adapt for the wrong reasons. Y'all can go.
Okay. Who was next? I'm gonna go to Vigoda. What do you think, Vigoda, as far as family dynamic? Who do you think is more responsible at kind of mending households back together in the Western Hemisphere? What you doing? What?
Yeah, I've what's his name already told me. Be careful.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, what do you got? You got dropped?
Man, what that got to do with the conversation?
Nothing.
He was talking, wasn't
No, you got to go. You got to. You got to go, man.
Okay. Some gangster shit going on here today? Okay.
No, I'm just saying, we talking about this man talking about some.
Okay.
Was it just me or I mean?
No.
It's nice experience.
Hey,
It's
Freeze,
a,
I ain't know what the hell he was talking about.
It's more to it than that, though, because you have to be careful. He will try to get your channel flagged.
Hey, Freezy. Hey,
Yeah.
You have patience. Well, I know it's bad.
I don't know from what I've seen, what I've actually witnessed.
You got to go.
Who's that? Kate?
You got to go. I'm just saying, come on, man. You got you can't. I already gave you a warning last time you came up. I said, bro, you can't say nothing trigger. You can't say no trigger stuff. You around here talking about such and such and such and such ain't got nothing to do with the conversation we talking about. What the hell did you do, bro? But yeah, you can't come up here no more. That's it. It's over. But
Cap-tivity.
What do you think, KT, to go? Did you hear what K Michelle said? Did you hear the interview between K Michelle and
Cam Newt.
Cam Newt?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you think about what K Michelle was saying and her cry out to black men as far as making successful families again, creating 2-parent households, and she feeling like as far as this gender war going on, she feels like black men have been attacking black women and they just won't come together with black women to make healthy families?
I think it's being dramatic and like a little facetious. Like I ain't mad at it, but like I say, let's be honest, right? We got. I came up here and said I don't think men been in control since about the 70s or 80s, right? That's me personally. Whatever. It's on both of us. Like, and it can't be just telling men to get your act together. It's like, like everybody, all y'all been saying, we in a different dynamic now, bro. And this is why I say it'd be more like to the women, because I said they've been in control because since about the 60s and 70s, that's when we started getting the more single parent households. And it wasn't single father households, it was single women households. So when we get in these conversations today about, oh, these ain't shit niggas, like, even though I'm gonna agree, a lot of these niggas ain't had no dad, but who raised them was the mother. Like, yeah, the daddy already made an ain't shit nigga. I mean, he a ain't shit nigga. And I ain't gonna lie, me watching my children personally, I believe it's a lot of things you get genetically we may not have no studies on, but I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, my son naturally knows how to do some street shit, and he ain't never been in the street. This motherfucker rolls around with guns like Call of Duty. Like, I'm talking about rolling on my floor. Boy 4, you hear me? I ain't teaching this shit. I don't play Call of Duty. But the boy know it. It's in his genetics to pop a nigga. But I don't want him to be that nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, funny. It be like that sometimes, though. No bullshit.
Nah, it is,
like,
though.
God damn, like, shorty, what the hell? Who taught you
Yeah,
that?
like, little bro be bugging. And bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna deny. I'm from the streets, so I made sure to say with my kids, they not gonna be anywhere near that situation. I'm gonna give them 2-parent households, all that. Little bro is still with it. Like, he be finding ways to do the shit. And I'm like, yeah, that's just your genetic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a still, teach you better. But regardless, I'm just saying, yeah, I think it has to go to a little bit to the women. I do say men have to take. Somebody said earlier, everybody's learning reverse roles. I think that's the prime problem we have today. Cause listen, it has to be some submissiveness. Whether or not women like that word, I don't give a fuck. I don't really care. Like, that's the thing. We have to stop being so coddly. Everybody to this point. Look, man, it's gonna be words used motherfuckers don't like.
Do you think, can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that women don't like the word, or they think it may be a bit odd for men to expect submission when they're not even walking in a God-fearing role?
No, I think that's cap. I think that shit's like self-serving, right? Like, let's be honest here. You want a man to be submissive to you in some shape, fashion, or form. You may not say the word, but that is what you want. You want your nigga to be loyal, that is submission.
a good covering for me. Yes.
All right, and I'm saying that takes submission in order for them to do that, even for him to provide that. You know what I'm saying? Like a man can sit here and say, I could provide this to any woman in the world, but I'm choosing to do it with you. That alone is submission. So we all
Right.
have to kind of.
So, I don't
Go
think
ahead.
there's an issue with submission. I think there's an issue maybe with some of the men requesting submission. And as I always say, so well, I can only speak for me. It comes natural with the right man.
No. Now listen. I was gonna start this off because I was gonna come up here earlier, but I was gonna come in here mad. But I'm gonna be honest with you. What I was gonna say at first is it sounds like a lot of people up here just don't get pussy because y'all don't have experience with females. Because I think everybody can agree every woman to act a certain way for a certain man, and that's because let's be honest, it's not just because the nigga look
Vice
good, maybe.
versa.
Yeah, for sure, for men too. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be a whole
No,
thotty
that's what
body
I'm
out
saying.
here.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, people just don't be understanding, bro. Like, motherfuckers be, that's what I said. Like, that's what I meant by adaptation for real. You either adapt for the right things or you adapt for the wrong things. It all going the same. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's, God, think about it. That's it.
I think it's weird to me or strange for a lot of the men that don't even believe in biblical principle, but they love to preach submission. And they're not even following the guidelines in order to receive like the submission that they want. They're like, God has a set of rules in order for that submission to take place. We can't just preach submission. But you get what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I always say it goes both ways. Like the women could say, okay, well, the men aren't doing this. The men could say, well, the women aren't doing this. But at the end of the day, like most people can't scream and want her to submit. They're not even walking in their rightful role.
No, I feel you, but I gotta say this real quick. The thing is, it can't be. Listen, y'all gotta establish y'all rules. When you say men and women, whatever, when y'all both agree we're in a relationship, you have to agree to submission, or the relationship's not working. What you're doing now is being high schoolers and you're just fucking. You feel me? You getting high and shit. Like, and sometimes y'all do some nasty shit with it. Y'all not even being adults here. Because that's what I'm saying. If you're trying to actually have a successful relationship, yes, that involves submission. Does it involve full submission? No. But you're seeing if that person is worth that full submission. In order to do that, you do need some submission. That's the part of the relationship. Like, you know what I'm saying? You make some concessions to make things. She was saying the war part. I was going to say, well, in every war, before it ends, it's concessions, man. You know, it's very, unless now this is called a dictatorship, or why we look at America as fucked up now, because otherwise what you're doing is just going over there and fucking some people up and telling them what to do.
Hold on 1 second. Shout out to Ruthless Truth. Ruthless Truth he just made a big statement. Ruthless Truth say the men have taken over the sponsorship. Ruthless Truth is the new sponsor of tonight's show. Sorry, Miss Piggy. I'm sorry. Miss Piggy said Miss Piggy said the ladies was going to win the sponsorship tonight. Well, Ruthless Truth just took over the sponsorship. He has a total of $80 in the kitty for the sponsorship. This $15 brought him to $80. Shout out to Ruthless Truth. This does not count towards his bounty, but this is counts towards his sponsorship because he didn't specify that. But shout out to Ruthless Truth. He is a sponsor. I'm going to change it in 1 second. Also, shout out to Black Hawk. Black Hawk, thank you for the support. $5 cash cap. I appreciate you, Black Hawk. Thank you, bro. I appreciate all the support. Thank you to Ruthless Truth, and shout out to Black Hawk. Let me give y'all a big no cap.
I don't want to hear you crying no more.
No
Cap-tivity.
Well, you represent for the men too. You know, listen, the women been
I
strong.
don't represent for those niggas. No, I don't. I represent for me.
No, you represent for the man, nigga.
No, I don't.
Oh, I'm just playing. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and change this right now.
Take your wife out and get a
sorry,
steak,
Miss Piggy. Sorry, Miss Piggy. It's Ruthless Truth. Ruthless Truth took over the sponsorship.
Go take your wife out.
What are you going to say, Ruthless Truth?
Take your wife out, get a nice steak. Get you a steak.
With $80?
Well, nigga,
I eat tomahawks.
Everything. That's everything. 70 to 80.
Nigga, I eat tomahawks, nigga.
What's that? Where you eat steakhouse?
Nah, I don't go to no steakhouse. We cook
Oh, then
steaks
what
at
you
home,
talking about?
dog.
Steakhouse. I mean, what? You get
I'm
a
just
steak.
playing, man. I do
Top
not
line
go
steak
to
is.
listen. I don't go to expensive restaurants like that.
What
We
I'm saying
cook at
is, top
home.
line steak is $60, nigga. Porterhouse goes
First of all, we know you a steak man. We know. Listen, I don't seen your IG, dog.
Man, don't throw me out there like that. Don't throw me under the bus.
You already out there. You on IG. Shout out to Ruthless Truth. He is the official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $80. Shout out to my dog Ruthless
That's
Truth.
$40
man.
piece for each of y'all steak.
No captivity.
Shout out to Ruthless Truth, man. But did I cut KT? Did I cut you out, KT?
I mean, I don't even remember where I was if you did, so fuck it.
I want to say something, right? I want to say something about the submission thing, right? And I'm gonna let you go, Riz. Let me be quick. The submission thing in my eyes, I mean, the woman can't submit to God, right? Eve didn't even submit to God when she had a chance, right? She went and took a big ass juicy bite, right? So she definitely not gonna be submissive to man. And this is, I will believe. Now, how did this get lost in translation? So in those times, survival was a net, right? Because it wasn't structured like it is, right? People just come take over shit. So women were pretending or acting in submission because that was their protection. You needed men, really, because keep you from other tribes and shit. But now in 2025, because we no longer have those threats in totality, right? Women do not value men the same way they did once upon a time. But I do agree with Kay, the GOAT, that you do need a form of some submission from both parties for it to work, right? Which makes perfect sense. But the fact of the matter is, this is why they're not working. This is why we're having these conversations, because it's a big problem. And submission is what's lacking.
Hold on, Ruthless. This is what I should have asked you. Ruthless, I did it improperly, Ruthless. Did you want me to count the $15 towards your sponsorship too? Or?
Yeah, just put that on the sponsorship. And then somebody wants
not your sponsorship, but did you want me to count the $15 towards your
somebody wants to challenge the 65, I got some, I got some.
No, listen, I'm saying, did you want me to put the $15 towards the credit?
No, I just want the sponsorship. That ain't got nothing to do with the credit.
Oh, I'm saying because I thought it was proper to ask you that if you wanted me to do that.
No, you can just put that 15 added total up. Credit.
Okay. So you still only got 45. You got $45 credit. That's what you said.
Yeah, 45. Yeah.
You got $45 credit. That's why I asked you that.
Yeah. And I'm hoping somebody beat that and drop me so I can break out my bag. You know I like money wars, right?
I don't just be quiet because it's women over here got money. Just be quiet, Ruthless. You sitting good right now. Just be quiet, okay?
No. I want to start some shit.
Okay, just finish saying what you were saying, Ruthless. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, right now, I'm gonna be honest with the men and of the world. The days of old is over. The women will not return back to the kitchen. Not returning back to grab that mop.
Look, though, that's why I be saying. I feel like it's a little different.
They have this newfound toy. Like a little kid when you get a toy, a real toy, he just, he like, oh my gosh. These women have this newfound power of feminism.
Man, listen, what year was you born in? No offense. Like, was you born in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s?
I was born in the 70s.
Man, listen, this is what I'm saying, and that's why I be wanting to talk about this talk.
I want to finish what I'm saying.
Since you've been born, that ain't been a thing, bro.
No, what I'm saying is, though, my point is now, right? I'm living in now, right? All I'm saying is the women are moving for supremacy.
They have been since you were born. That's what I'm saying. It ain't that like, let's stop acting like now all of a sudden today, because listen, the only thing that changed since from when you were born to now is they get paid more.
Hey, Doc, let me not offend you, right? You're the outliers, right? But I'm speaking to the men who are delusional in these spaces, man. You got dudes who really believe, like Freezy. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to say that. You got dudes really believe that this is going to go back to the old days. And that men and women are going to be submissive, feminine, and they're going to stop wearing lashes, BBLs, all that shit, right? They think there's hope. And I'm here telling them there ain't no fucking hope.
Well, you have to consider the type of women, again,
That's for sure.
You sound crazy.
I also think just too.
Ruthless, you out of here, man. You gone. $65 to bring Ruthless back. $65. Shout out to Miss Piggy. Miss Piggy's basically she heard what you said, Ruthless. Miss Piggy was a sponsor. She's back to sponsor now with a total of $170.
Well, she got ready on two friends.
Shout out to Miss Piggy. I seen it coming. I was trying to tell Ruthless to be quiet, but he didn't want to be quiet. So shout out to Miss Piggy. She said, "Bye, Ruthless. You out of here." It takes $65 to bring Ruthless back. Other than that, Ruthless, you're going for what's that? 50 or 60 minutes, and then another. Wait, hold on. Wait, that's 60. No, that's 60. 60. Okay, we're gonna just do an hour and 15 minutes. You going for an hour and 15 minutes, Ruthless. Hour and 15 minutes. Miss Piggy got an hour and 15 minutes. That's $65, Ruthless. Unless somebody pays $65 to bring Ruthless back, or Ruthless pays $65 himself. Shout out to you, Ruthless. I appreciate you, man.
Okay, sir.
Bro.
Okay. Anyway, sir, I was just about to say that kind of get you on that though. But what I was saying though, brother, it was like when you're choosing as well, there's the type of frequency though that you are on. Like high vibrate, like basically what type of spiritual frequency you're on as well as what you attract. So basically, I believe in what you put out is what you get back. Just like basically what goes around comes around type of situation as well. So like whatever you're thinking, however you're thinking in your head or in your subconscious, you're going to physically manifest that, and they can feel that energy around you though. So that energy around you, they can feel that though, and depending on who you're choosing though, that just attracts you. So you yourself is responsible for who you attract, and this is for both though.
Mm-hmm.
I take that too, but here's the thing.
Go ahead, KT.
Since we're speaking in general, I want to say like most people don't what y'all talking about, right? How y'all talking about like even submission from a guy's standpoint to what you saying, Rhea, is about like spiritually being like what frequencies you on. Most people not in tune with their frequency, and I know most people in the world are Christians, but let's be very honest. Fuck submission. They not even following the regular Bible. They Christians only in name. They not actually out here following the word as they should, treating the fellow man, this, that, and the third. Like, so we got to stop acting like that's why I'm saying when you getting with somebody, y'all have to establish what y'all understanding of these main points of a relationship are, such as submission. It can't say like, well, I thought submission was what they're talking about in the Bible. Because like, no offense, submission existed before the Bible. Like that's not the, maybe that's your understanding, but
the Bible though, when you think about it, they correlated with what the Bible says. That's why I mentioned that.
Okay. You got
no, I'm saying, but that's how like a lot of people lead into these miscommunications. Because listen, you read your word. I see how I peep just watching the show. I see you deeply into your word. You know how many other Christians you know who don't know shit about the word. So you will meet.
I also think that when it comes to certain titles, like that can be a bit much to me because a lot of the things that Christianity is rooted in, I don't agree with. And I have studied beyond just what Western civilization has taught. So it goes way deeper than just religion. It's about a true relationship that I nurture 24/7. So I don't get caught up in all those titles, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, but it's deeper than that because a lot of Christianity, there's a lot of evil involved in it.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm not a Christian. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, but do I love the Lord? Do I love the Lord? Do I believe in Jesus? Yes, I do, boldly. But as far as like the title of just Christian based things, because a lot of the traditions are they represent like blasphemy towards God.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand that. And maybe it's because I'm younger. I don't prescribe to. That's what I'm saying. Me personally, find God however you like to, seek him on your path. My main thing is making sure a woman wants to know some God. Like have an understanding of the higher power. Now, how you seek that higher power, as long as there ain't no demonic way, we can rock. You feel me? So
Okay. I mean, look, I
So
get what you're saying, though. Okay. I'm basically a Muslim. So I've got a Muslim type of vibes. I knew I get you on that. It's just that the way I was taught, okay, I'm a practicing Muslim. The way my family taught me, though, is I'm practicing, no, to actually live the faith, practice it, understand the simple fundamentals, the simple stuff, though, first. Then basically go to the advanced and deep stuff afterwards, though. Because some people, though, don't understand the simple stuff, but how to basically view, how to treat people, how to basically pray properly, how to read properly, all of that though. So it's the simple stuff though. I get you on that type of aspect.
So here's my opinion. I think the reason why we even having we've been having these conversations for years, as far as gender and marriage, relationships between men and women, mostly held by men predominantly. I think the reason why men talk a lot about relationships and marriage is because deep down inside, men want successful relationships. Men want women to um be under their like their leadership or under their covering. Men want that. Men desire that. That's why that's why we've been having all these conversations for years, right? Y'all don't think so?
nah, most niggas on here in real life they want that. Niggas on here want harems of bitches. Like they want goofy women who fall for this bullshit and back what they say. Like that's why I say like listen, I look at this internet shit at this point. Like when I first got here a couple months back, I was like, maybe this is realistic shit. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, it's only one nigga on YouTube that I've seen and he's not even involved in like none of this type of stuff. Like he more into like Pan-African nigga shit, you feel me? But shit, I seen that nigga make a school. You feel me? So I ain't really, you know what I'm saying? That's the one motherfucker I done seen do some shit out here for real. Other than that, I feel like it is people trying to get there, but I think like you just not gonna find that crowd if you actually trying to be entertaining on YouTube. Let's be honest.
Well, here's the thing. So you're saying the main reason why men are having these conversations is because they just want a harem of women and they just want to have sex with these women?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, no, seriously, like niggas is on here trying to collect goofy bitches and finesse them out their money, and goofy niggas and finesse them out their money. Like, because that's the thing. It's a group of people out here that really prescribe to like dumb, goofy shit that we talk about, that we know. Like it's just like talking about women going back to the 1800s, like get your ass in the kid. I'm not gonna lie, that's nasty work to even think that'll even, you know what I'm saying? You know it's not, but you know what it is if we look at analytics of YouTube, people don't respond to things that they know or actually agree with. They're more likely to respond if they disagree. So like, you know what I'm saying? It's easy if you're trying to like that. What do people say on here all the time? It's content. It's content. I understand that's that damn, I forgot what's the word for it, but when you say something without saying it, you know what I'm saying? But that's the other way of basically saying, yeah, I'm a goofy nigga. That's what I take for
Like
it.
subliminal or
Subliminal, yeah, kind of like it's nah, that ain't the precise word. It's fuck. They use it with white people co-opting words and shit. I can't remember what it is right now. But yeah. Like I feel like that's just the new way, the modern way of saying like, yeah, I do goofy shit, but you know, it's content. That ain't real. I don't really feel this way. It's content though. You know, that's the excuse.
Right.
Well, this is what I was saying. So if what I was trying to say was true. I'm not saying what you're saying, KT, is not true. I'm just saying hypothetically, if what I was trying to say is true, I feel as though my opinion is the reason why most of these dudes are having these conversations, the reason why the manosphere was created, right? The reason why all of this was created was because men feel like, you know, they needed to bring more awareness to what's actually going on in society, in the westernized society today, when it comes to how women are, the laws that's catered to women as far as like custody, family court, or like divorce court or whatever. I think in my opinion, I think a lot of the reason why men facilitate these conversations is because they've been trying to figure out ways on how to make, part of the reason why they've been having these conversations is to make women aware how men feel and what men have been disapproving of when it comes to relationships and marriage, right? And how households have been going thus far, right? They're trying to let women know how they feel, right? Because I know a lot of times I have heard men say, well, for so long women have had a voice, right? With the talk shows with like Oprah and Sally Jesse Raphael and so on and so forth. Now with the internet, men have a voice, right? We've heard this several times. Men say men have a voice now and they're going to speak and they're going to tell women how they feel about them. Same way women have told men how women feel about men for years, right? So I believe the reason why men are telling women how men feel about them and what they're doing is because I don't think men would be wasting their time telling women and talking to women if they didn't desire to have successful relationships or marriages with women. I do think men wants things to turn around and they try to give their own input on how things, it used to be men giving criticism on how things could turn around as far as having successful marriages. But now, from what I've been hearing, especially on this panel, they think I just be hating when I say that. But all you hear now is there's not even solutions anymore. It's just this the way it is, Freezer. It's doom and gloom. By 2030, it's gonna be just, it's not even gonna be
No
relationships
mention.
no more, no marriage.
Yeah.
There's not even, like, now what I'm hearing, there's not even any answers anymore. It's just yeah, this is the way it is. People don't even want to be in relationships no more. I think Fantastic brought up situationships. It's not even relationships no more, and that's just the way it's gonna be. Ruthless Truth brought up. He said we need to stop looking towards marriage. We need to start focusing more on co-parenting. That's the answer for the future.
Yeah, that's
So,
I was
do
here
Freezy, do you
Yeah.
think that that's true for the majority when it comes to people really don't want to be in relationships anymore? They would prefer situationships. There's a difference between truly desiring situationships and settling for them. So which one is it? Like, I think people genuinely want something real deep down,
Yeah.
even though they may never admit it, because there are so many emotional people that get on the panel in regards to relationships.
No, people
So I
want
think
it
that
like
there's a
on the surface.
level, huh?
My bad. I think people want it on the surface. I don't even think it's no deep down. I think that's evident for everybody. Everybody wants a relationship. Now,
Well, most
do they
people say they
believe they'll
don't.
find that person? I don't think that. I think that's what I think people have accepted that they are settling or they have to settle. But I also don't think it's bad of that. Like I think in this world we're in, the Western world, right? We've gotten to the point in our mind where we all very much like feel we deserve more than we should, in my opinion, a lot of times. Like a lot of us think like oh, I've been a nice person, so that means I deserve nice things. Like, no, that's just not how it works. You feel me? Like I believe in karma heavily. That's my religion, if anything. However, I also understand that's just a piece of the pie. Nothing is how we always say, nothing's absolute. It's no one singular answer or thing that can just fix everything. It's a number of things for everything, right? So I think people just this internet shit does make it fucked up. It's easy to get brainwashed. Like, and I know people don't like talking about that. Oh, you on some conspiracy crazy nigga shit. Nah, man, I'm talking about, like, we know what they've done with TVs. I don't understand why we don't think they would do this now. And I've always, like, the clearest thing to say would be rap, because rap is desensitizing us. That's what it did. Like, that was the whole,
You
like,
said
when
rap?
the era. Yeah, like that would be the clear proof of like brainwashing. Because, like, let's be very frank, it's a lot of J. Cole's and Kendrick Lamar's. However, rap industry chooses to highlight the money bag yo's and finesse 2 times because this would be a better, first of all, for them, we don't have to pay as much for you. Because guess what? J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, Drake, these are the 3 highest paid rap artists over the last decade. All 3 of them have some very good lyrical ability. You know what I'm saying? So
shout out to Miss Jalen. Sorry, KT to go. You got $100 bounty on your head. How much is $100? Let me see. Yeah, I forgot how much $100 is. Sorry, KT to go. Let me see. There it is. $100 is 2 hours. So KT to go, you won't be back until 7/18. 7/18, that's when you'll be back. 2 hours. Let me see. I think Ruthless Truth has about, what does Ruthless Truth have? Ruthless Truth been gone for like 15 minutes or 20 minutes or something. Well, how long you think Ruthless Truth been gone, Mo Love?
I don't know. I wasn't even paying attention.
I think Ruthless Truth been gone for about 20 minutes. Ruthless Truth got
Probably,
like about,
yeah.
I think Ruthless Truth got about less than an hour. What that is, 55 minutes. Ruthless Truth got 55 more minutes left. So just over 6 something. I think 6, what is that? 40 minutes, 55 minutes. Okay, Ruthless Truth will be back at 6. What is that? 19. 6:14. 6:14. 6:14. And KT the GOAT will be back at 7:18. 6:14 and 7:18. Yeah. There you go. But this is what I wanted to say. Right. First off, shout out to Miss Jalen. Thank you, Miss Jalen. It takes $100 to bring KT the GOAT back. $100 to bring KT the GOAT back. Shout out to Miss Jalen. Thank you, Miss Jalen. I'm gonna give Miss Jalen a no cap song for the $100, man. Too. Here we go.
Yeah. You can't trap me, no captivity. Crazy. I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, but speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. When life slides, was it appreciating the way that
We appreciate you, sis. Thank you for the $100. Once again, it takes $100 to bring KT to go back. Other than that, he'll be gone for 2 hours, and then he's free to come back. What is that? 7:18 for KT to go, and 6:14 for Ruthless Truth. But yeah, what do you think about what we've been saying so far, Mo Love? Like a lot of the rhetoric. Okay, so let's go spiritual on this, Mo Love. Do you kind of feel like in these conversations, do you feel people's faith being torn down when it comes to having hope in a blessed marriage, a healthy marriage, finding a husband? I mean, you know, God placing a husband in your path that will love you, cherish you, take care of you, and do the right thing by you, and vice versa. A man, God putting a good woman in his path, a good wife in his path that will actually, love him, cherish him, and vice versa, the same thing. Do you feel like the rhetoric that we've been hearing in these conversations, people are losing faith?
Yes, absolutely. Like majority of what we hear is nobody's getting married. People are settling for situationships, right? Um, I think it's sad, but at the same time, I understand why people feel the way that they do because the majority of society is very carnal. Um, and I also think a lot of people have been so disappointed by the opposite party. So many people, like, we hear them say, oh, bump marriage or forget being serious, but a lot of that is hurt and anger and unforgiveness if we really want to, get to the bottom of it.
So I had offered a solution when Ruthless Truth was up here. I said, before, a lot of times these conversations are you still there, Trey too?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So I had made a statement earlier that a lot of times these conversations are predicated as far as like what they say the results are for marriage and relationships between men and women, especially in black communities. A lot of times when we speak about these things, well, not me, but just saying in general, when men, especially men, speak towards these things, and women too, women have spoken negatively on relationships. I in my opinion, not as much as men do. Not that I've heard, but I have heard women speak negatively when it comes to relationships.
Yeah, majority, if I'm honest, I hear more men speak out, and I guess because they felt like for so long they couldn't. But regardless of the reason, I agree. It's mainly men.
So this is perfect because I think you got more space to talk to. You know, it's like a perk to be up here like this, isn't it? It's almost like a perk, but but anyway, what I was gonna say is a lot of times when people speak on relationships, regarding failed marriages, failed relationships, pregnancy, all that kind of stuff, it's predicated upon men and women already having a child together or already being married or
Right.
But do you think and do Trey think that a lot of this could be fixed initially when men approach women and vice versa, women accepting what kind of man she would allow in her life? Do you think a lot of this could be fixed with the initial contact between men and women and choosing better in the beginning? Ruthless
Um,
Truth said no, it don't matter because women can put on a face in the beginning and trick men, and even 5 years down the line, she could reveal who she really is. Do you think that's
okay.
possible?
Yes, that's possible, right? But he is so dramatic. 9 times out of 10, you will see so many red flags before that 5 year mark. But do
Okay.
women like trick a lot and pretend to be someone that they are not? Absolutely. That's true. But again, both sides, both parties play games.
So what do you think, Trey? I mean, is it possible for men and women, in my book, more importantly, men, to have enough wisdom to know what a good woman is and to pick more wisely to try to avoid these horror stories in the future?
Too easy. let me
Yeah.
tell you how you avoid these horror stories, right?
Yeah.
And this is real personal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes, you know, you got to love yourself before you love somebody else. So sometimes you got
Hold
to
on. Let
wake
me give
up.
you a big no cap on that one right there. You getting
No captivity.
damn. You
Sometimes
might be getting to
got
the root of something right now.
so
Go
sometimes
ahead.
what you got to do is, right, you got to realize that you shouldn't even be with nobody right now because you don't even love yourself fully. So what you got to do is you got to wake up, you got to look in the mirror when you brushing your teeth, washing your face, and you got to tell yourself 3, 4, 5 times before you leave the house,
Mm-hmm.
I love myself. You feel what I'm saying? We out here. You can be as confident and you can hide that shit as good, you feel what I'm saying, as much as you want to. But when shit really hit
Yes.
the fan and you going through it and you with somebody and you just sitting there like, damn, like when you sitting there and you really think about the situation, you be like, shit, I'm not even happy with my fucking self for real, for real. So let me go ahead and fix that first.
But do you also know how many people hide behind marriages that aren't happy?
I
That's
don't
their
really
only security.
I don't really know about that. You feel what I'm saying? Because
It's a real thing.
I ain't really, around too many married people. Like I know my grandparents been married for a long time. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say my stepfather and my I said my mother and my stepmother and my father, they been fake married for real, for real. That's what I call it. Yeah, man, they been fake married for a long time. But other than that, I don't really have too many married people around me.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just more so it's like what I notice is people don't love their self. People not really fully happy with their self. Like when you supposed to be having a good time, you thinking about something else because you're not
That's
happy
so true.
yourself. And the thing is, what happens is we'll put that hurt on somebody else and then
Yes.
expect them to fix us. Or you feel what I'm saying? Expect them, you feel what I'm saying? Like it go both ways. And it's like you can't put two broken people together and think that everything gonna be fixed. No, fuck no. You gotta love yourself first. And you know you love yourself when you know you love yourself. You don't, you feel what I'm saying? Like if you're not having fun by yourself, with yourself, you feel what I'm saying? When you around other people, even when the other people not lit, if you can't be lit, you feel what I'm saying? When they not lit, I mean, it's something within you, and that's all I got. Digress there.
What did you, Frizzy? What was the question you asked?
So a lot of times when we hear mostly men, but also sometimes women too, speak on these horror stories and why relationships aren't working out, why marriages aren't working out.
Mm-hmm.
When we hear men speak on how women are and you know a lot of these marriages end in divorce and it's just
Mm-hmm.
well, I call it doom and gloom. They were saying I was kind of hating earlier, but I wasn't trying to hate. It just does. It does sound like a bunch of doomy. It sounds
Right.
doomy and gloomy. I'm just being honest. And so what the question I was asking is, a lot of times when we hear these conversations, it's most of the time what they're describing are relationships that have already happened. Like
Went
people,
left. Mm-hmm.
yeah, already went left. They've already had a child with the woman, or they've already been married. They've already chose this woman to be married, and it just didn't work out. What I
Mm-hmm.
was saying was, is a big part of the problem not having enough wisdom on knowing what is a good wife. You know what I'm
Um,
saying?
a big part of the problem.
Have we lost that?
I
Have
think
we?
some people may have never seen that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes even when you see it, like I say, my biological parents, they've been married 44 years. I still make mistakes. So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's not that you don't see the example. Sometimes you just choose to go left. But I also think a huge issue is um we are in such a rush. People get super excited, move too fast. and never really take out time to know the person. A lot of people are led by lust, like what they see from a physical standpoint. You are so tied to that before you even get to really know the person. Then you end up walking in regret because, you know, you didn't really know them.
Shout out to our sister Jalen. Just hit the panel.
No Cap-tivity. Welcome in there.
Hold on, Riaz. I got you. What's going on with you, Miss Jalen?
I had to call out the clouds. Good morning.
Great to see you, sis.
Hi, Mo. Hi, Trey. Hey,
Hey, Jalen.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, he. I had to come out because, you know, I watched you from the couch for a long time. But
I appreciate you
today, I had to because, you know, I love
let your voice be heard.
I love your show. I really
Thank
do.
you.
Everybody's entitled to agree to disagree, but I think what it is the approach, how you talk to people, and it's just the disrespect that comes out of people's mouths. It's not a man thing, it's not a woman thing. It's how you approach things, how you want to take care of things. And I love what Trey said. And that's all
I do too.
Yeah, I love what he just said, because you have to look at yourself. It's not a man thing, it's not a woman thing. There's so much anger out here. Everybody's so angry and everybody's so opinionated, and everybody wants us to feel the way they feel. Right? And the thing is, I know I'm a lot older than all of you. I say my age all the time. I'm 53. And the thing is,
you look very young too. I just want you to know.
Thank you. The thing is that all since the beginning of time, since Apple came out, and the first chats to come out was AOL, if everybody remembers. All this has been around for years, more than 30 years. That the way everybody, like you said, now everybody has mics, everybody can turn on a cam. There's no more secrets when nobody looks like, but everybody's just so judgmental, but nobody looks at their backyard. And you're on a blow-up mattress, you're all lonely early in the morning when you wake up. You don't know when your next meal is coming from. You got a lot of things to worry about, but you're on the internet day and night. When do you turn this off? Right? Because I'm at work right now. I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning. I've been up since 4 a.m. Right? And the thing is, but the thing is, I'm a workaholic. Nobody knows that. And the thing is that I don't hate no one. And that's all I hear every single time. And I just turn it off. That's why I kick them off. Because submission is not your decision. Submission is not your decision. And the thing is that you especially married couples, like, why are you not sitting down with your wife and your significant other and sitting there having a conversation? You're on the internet day and night trying to control people's thoughts, ideas, and feelings. If you're gonna put out the information, put it out correctly. Don't be like, oh, you know what? I'm going to beat you down today, and I'm going to call you a bunch of B's and hoes, and I'm going to call him a bunch of N's, and I'm going to tell him he ain't no good. Stop attacking each other.
Right.
Why don't you bond together? Speak to each other. When they come up here, you know what, please? I feel like they don't even have control in their own life.
So
that's good.
I have said myself, when we have these type of conversations, what are the intentions? Is the intentions to tear down, or is the intentions to build? Right? Anytime I have a conversation, me myself personally, I can only speak for myself. I try to build with people, right? I try to, like, you know, that's why when that, you know, I let people talk. And shout out to my brother Big Bad Bull, just came on the show.
Hey,
Shout out
Big
my
Bad
brother.
Bull.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Big Bad Bull.
Salute.
Yeah, salute, bro. But yeah, my intentions every time is to build. Right. I like to pick people's brains, and I like to hear everybody's point of view, POV.
Right.
But anytime I talk about relationships and marriage, right, I want to see people in successful relationships, successful marriages.
Right.
And I try to come up with solutions. I try to, because listen,
Me too. I
it's a
think it
beauty.
depends on the person, right?
Well, it's a beautiful. What Trey said was so deep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna tell you something. What Trey said, we don't usually hear that on panels, right?
Especially for men.
Especially for men. It's not a man thing. It's not a woman thing. It's a. What did you say, Trey? It's like a you thing. It's a
you thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a you thing. Yeah.
Right.
So that was deep because also Levy backing off of what Miss Jalen said. If we look ourselves in the mirror when we talk about wanting marriage, when we talk about relationships, and even the doom and gloom, is that a reflection on what's going on the inside of that person? Is it a reflection on what's going on the inside of that person?
I think it can be.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it could be based off of what they've seen. It's not always what they've necessarily went through or witnessed personally, but there are so many factors. I even think the internet could play a big part in why people view things the way that they do.
Big Bad Bull, what you've been listening for a while? What's on your mind, bro? What's your initial thoughts, bro?
Yeah.
Shout out Big Bad Bull.
Shout out Big Bad Bull.
Shout out to you, Trey. I mean, Trey, he's been keeping it 100 with us ever since he stepped on the scene over here. Like, he's been authentic. I mean, 100% raw and vulnerable, putting himself out there like that. He's a man of integrity. I must say that. Unlike many that come up here, right? So,
yeah.
Let me just say that first. One thing, I believe it's an age issue, and if I can, I wanted to kind of converse with Miss J. Lynn if she's
Most
still
definitely
there.
Most definitely.
Because we're like the same age, so I'm just curious, Miss Jalen. Back when you was in high school, approaching graduation, probably had your little crushes and things like that going. Was marriage even anywhere on your mind at that time?
Nope.
No.
I'm on mute because I don't want you to hear all my clicking, but that's why I'm on mute. But I can't. No, marriage was not on my mind. I was getting ready for prom. Please, I was working. I went to school. I had 2 jobs. Like I said, I was a workaholic. And the thing is like I was like, I want to go to college. I put myself through college, and I mean, school back then, I don't understand. I love school, like even growing up, like I hear these stories. Oh, only women teachers in schools. All I saw was male teachers when I was growing up.
Did you grow up here? Because you sound like you have an accent. Did you grow up here?
I grew up in New York. Yes.
New York. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm born and bred.
So
I am Puerto Rican.
But what you say, you're probably like more of the exception with your mindset, or was the other New York women around you, they had the same mindset as you?
The way I grew up in the mud. You have to fight your way out of it, and it's a choice. You can choose to go the wrong path, or you can choose to go through the right path. it's a choice. And I was gonna say to Freezy, all you could do is plant that little mustard seed, and people have to water it. All you can do is plant it. And what I'm telling Big is, I grew up in the church with my grandma, my dad, and my mom. And the thing is that, and it was very controlling being there. And as I grew up, I learned that that structure, no matter how you see the book, who you praise or who you give your heart to, but you have to grow. There's no one can do it for you. Because once you out of your parents' home, you still got to take care of yourself. You got to find a job. You have to put a roof over your head. You have to seek your shelter. And if it doesn't happen with a man, it's fine. But the one that tells us constantly is society. Oh, you have to be married. You have to have children. You have to do this. But none of you follow the Bible correctly. You sit up here, you dog out each other, you put each other down. We didn't go through this when we grew up. We was outside touching grass. We were in the playgrounds. Basketball courts were full. Baseball. We play skelsies in the middle of the street. If you know even what skelsies is, that was the little milk, the top of the milk carton, the gallon of milk. You fill it up with candle and you used to right in the middle of the street. You don't even know what that is, and it's called structure. So, like, to answer you, Big Babu, growing up, being in high school, I didn't worry. Boys, yeah, you talk to them, whatever, but my mindset was different. I was taught differently. I was taught that, finish school, go off to college, take care of myself. In our household, we fed the men first. Men ate, we fed the men, and then the women came and we ate. I don't know how to explain it to you, because you come up here and you hear so much hatred towards the women. It's horrible. The way I never experienced this until I got to this section of YouTube. Is an abuse already. It's an abuse. It is. I heard a little bit of Kenny Michelle. I was half asleep when I heard it.
You want me to play it again, or you okay?
Yeah, I love Kenny Michelle. I follow her.
Okay, I'll play it again. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just play it from the beginning. Here we go.
My children do deserve a 2-parent household. The reality is that's just not how it worked out. Now, the guilt in me feels that
you have a guilt.
No. When you hear it, there can be a guilt that happens. It's like you create broken homes. I can't do nothing about that now. But what I can do is try to make my wrongs right. I do that by showing up constantly. I have certain things that I do with children, my children specifically, that's our thing.
But what about now in having new kids and creating? Is that a goal of yours? And you don't have to answer to anybody.
No, ask the question that you're asking.
You want me to ask you a real question?
Please. Go there.
Okay. Well,
my children do deserve
having the situation and relationship that you're in now. I did see that your significant other now is having
another
one. Is your goal to create? I think everyone would like to know, is your goal right now to create a 2-parent home for your child that you already have and your new child? Is that the goal? Because you do skate around that. From everything that I've watched, you do kind of skate around that. Is the goal? What is the ultimate goal right now in your dating and having kids?
Every situation that I've ever been in, I thought this was the last one.
Okay.
Goal has never been to have multiple significant others.
Okay.
It just worked out like that. So when I say my wrongs to the world or to the stereotype of what a household should be, it has always been screwed up.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What do you think a household should be?
I think there should be a male presence and a female presence in each household because there are certain things that a man or a female should only or can learn specifically from a man.
Yep.
And then there are certain things that can only be taught from a female.
Okay.
So that's what I do believe in. I do believe there should always be a two-figure household.
Can I ask you something you might get mad at me about?
Man, you can't make me mad. I'm bulletproof. Goal.
Being that you're living your life and you are who you are, you have your significant other who is who she is. Do you ever at night or when you're alone or in a space ever feel like you're speaking and things are hurting her?
Yes. Yes.
How do you feel? Like, what does that do to you?
It took her to tell me that. I didn't know. Because you got to understand, too, that people have to give other people grace because those aren't prerequisites of understanding for most men. And I always say this about men. Men don't register things the same way females do. Meaning, I don't know how that make you feel. I know. If you ask me a question, would you hit? Yeah, I hit. But you standing next to your woman.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, would you hit?
Do you see, like, I don't even get into that, but the attack that your significant other gets, I feel is very unfair.
And it's in large part self-inflicted.
What you mean?
Meaning inside the household, I bring these attacks to her. She used the words, not me. She said, baby, I feel like a piñata.
They've liked her before y'all have become a couple.
For sure.
And some things that she has said, you know, might have offended women in other ways, like, you know, and now they're like, oh, so now you're in this situation that you made fun about.
Right. And now all of a sudden you done switched up.
Yeah, you done switched up, but I'm telling you, something called being drunk. That dick.
And now it's like, would you hit things? And this is why I always tell females, and I'm grateful that we're having this conversation and you're asking me these questions, because even as strong as I am, even as successful and how much money, I still need help. Help meaning you got to tell me, babe. Like, I don't know how this is affecting. No, for sure. And sometimes women lead with, you know, you're supposed to lead. Mm-hmm. And that could be like, hold on, but I still need you to give me insight so I can lead us, right? Mm-hmm. And we have these conversations. That's what I'm saying. I'm an open book.
I didn't know how you were going to be like in a conversation, because I'm like, I'm going on his show. And one thing, I've made a living off of singing the thoughts and writing the thoughts
in real time
and the true feelings of women.
Things, and this is why
nowadays what we're witnessing city girls, we're witnessing this and that, and it's like the genders are doing this.
Clashing.
It is really destroying families. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. Family is respected in country music in that space, but in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch in Nashville, because they'll never even listen to your music, and your professional career will suffer. At what point in the Black community do our men create real homes? Nowadays, just our first time talking, and you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful Black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on Black family, you know? And my grandfather, I watched my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a Black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, Black men, and I tell my Black men to really step up for Black women and create families.
Yeah.
It's really not cool. Black men are attacking Black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating homes.
So as we seen, K. Michelle got very emotional towards the end. The gist of it is she feels like, you know, she looked at Cam Newton and said he has an opportunity with the celebrity he has and the image he has to actually be a good example to show other young boys that, you know, men, you know, can create 2-parent households and healthy families. She got a little emotional towards the end and said that she's just tired of the gender war, and basically she said that Black culture is very dysfunctional compared to, I guess, the genre she's in now, which is country music. She was saying that country music champions more when it comes to families and stuff. They don't even allow you know, the artists to actually call women bitches and hoes in their music, your professional career will suffer. That's what she said. So she got real emotional towards the end, and basically she was calling out for Black men to create more healthy families. And she was basically saying, you know, she wants Black men to step up and just, you know, she said basically it's almost like she was kind of tired of the results that she's been seeing in the Black community. And yeah. So we've seen, and then she also made a comment saying she feels like that Black men have been attacking Black women. I think she's speaking towards the gender war conversations. And you know, speaking of that, you know, obviously a lot of these celebrities, even a lot of celebrities have been paying attention to these conversations. Like Miss Jalen, you spoke on these conversations and, you know, what you're tired of hearing. It seemed like K. Michelle kind of broke down too. She was like, kind of like, she's just over it. She's tired of the gender war conversation, and she just wants Black families to come. She wants families to come back together. What do you think about that, Miss Jalen? What you just heard?
I've been told the last couple of weeks I am not allowed to speak on anything because I am not Black.
Wait. Who told you that? Well, first of all,
listen,
you don't have to tell me. You don't have to say who told you that.
If you read your chat, they were just talking about it.
No, wait, stop. Let's stop there right here.
Listen.
First off, I consider Black and brown people, you know, in correlation and related. I don't promote that over here.
No, I got it.
Yeah, we don't have to just stick on Black people. We can talk about just families as a whole, but a lot of Hispanic people have roots in you know, when it comes to Black neighborhoods and just intertwine and all that kind of stuff, and especially with hip hop and R&B music and all. So, you know, I'm not, you know, we're trying to push the conversation forward, right?
But so, you see, that's what I'm saying is easy.
Yeah.
I'm on the internet, and the thing is, this is real life. How everybody speak. This is real life. People keep saying, "Oh, the internet," but we're real. You're real. I'm looking at a real Freezy, and I know I'm looking at avatars, but there's real people. Like Mo is real. Big is real. Look at Riaz. You know, we all real. The thing is that people don't watch what comes out of their mouths, and everybody's looking at K. Michelle she looks very, very different when she started. Like, yeah, all the plastic surgery, blah, blah, blah. But she's still the same person on the inside. And she has gone through so much. She's put herself through so much. She keeps trying to mask this new face. And she keeps trying to change it. It's still going to be the same script. No matter how much you try to change it. Oh, this typo, let me fix it. No, you're still the same person. You're still going through the same pain. Like Trey said, you're looking in the mirror and you're still looking at the same pain. It's you, it's no one else. Cam, I don't know who he is. I heard pieces here. And the thing is, he's talking about he's trying to fix. What is he fixing? He's living a poly life like everybody does. And that's the problem. Everybody wants to live this lifestyle. Oh, I want all of this money. I want to do all these things, but you don't want to work for it. You want everything handed to you, but there is a price to pay. Everything you have to do in life, there is a price. He thinks because he has all this money, but how about if you wasn't Cam Newton and you wasn't sitting in that chair? You have men like him that are broke, that are still spreading their seed all over, and then they sit up here. Oh, I'm on child support, but cover the BP. You understand?
Right.
I'm 53. I don't have children, and I keep saying it over and over again. And it wasn't because I didn't want them. It's just I was too busy lifing. And
Right.
do I feel bad that I don't have children? No. But you know what they come and tell me? Oh, woman, because you didn't reproduce. How dare you? But that's how you're gonna always judge me. But the thing is that my life, me doing life, I was engaged twice. And that's as far as I'm gonna go personal. But the thing is that they were not what I wanted. See, you have to make choices, women and men. If you see that the person is no good, because you see, I don't say men, if you see the person is no good and they're not going to do right by you, that's why I didn't get married twice, because they were not my forever. They were not gonna be there forever. The way their path was going was not where I wanted to go. They were not going to take me where I needed to go. It wasn't about submission, because they had submission. But the thing is, it's not about submission. It's what you're gonna do, what we're gonna do together. That's the problem. Everybody, even out of relationships, we all have to work together. Work with Freezy, work with Mo, make them better. They're content creators. Riaz, I don't know what Trey does, but we don't help each other. I come out here and I support what I feel is real, and sometimes you fall down a rabbit hole and you got to come out of it. You can't come up here bitching and crying. Oh, look what this person did. Let it go. Silence is golden. I stay silent. You can attack me until the cows come home, even though I let it out on someone the other day, because he just got the brunt of me getting tired of hearing the same hatred over and over again.
Yeah, sometimes it gets old and you snap every once in a while.
Oh, I did. I lost it. I had to apologize profusely. It was disgusting, my behavior. But the thing is us as subs, we're down there and it's like you get slapped. It's always turn the other cheek, but people just push a button and they push your buttons. But to stay on topic, Cam Newton is giving he knows different than what's that the one Wilding Out, what's his Nick Cannon. He no better. He's no better
at all.
Yeah, they keep producing these children because they go, oh, we got money. But the thing is, do you spend time with these 13 children? What time do you give them each child? They think multiplying is a flex. They think having multiple women is a flex. Women think, oh, this is my next lick. I'm listening to the Sean Combs thing. I'm like, the thing is, women put themselves in a situation and then they want to sit up here and cry, oh, look what, no. And the worst part of it all, they're a bunch of druggies. They nothing but a bunch of drug addicts. They nothing but a bunch of drug addicts. And I'm sorry I'm jumping around, but the thing is, I don't look at celebrities like they celebrities. They human beings just like you and I. And
Right.
they broke. They don't have no money. They have no. How many of these celebrities don't they die broke?
Yeah.
That's so true.
So
How
so I
many of
want
them die broke?
I want to say this too. K Michelle, she actually touched on just more than black relationships. She talked about, the genres of music that's accepted by black, and not only black, but Latino, Hispanic as well, right? Black people aren't the only one that's making this music, right? We got Cardi B, we got
You
Nicki
got
Minaj,
reggaeton. You got reggaeton.
reggaeton, right? It's a lot of genres of music that actually express a lot of the degeneracy that contributes to what we see in our communities. We can play like most of our communities aren't meshed with black and brown people, but okay, well that's fine. We can live under a rock, but I mean, I'm just having a realistic conversation. And here's another thing, man. Shout out to my folk, man. But this is what I don't understand. Why didn't young Riaz get this same? Like when Riaz been up here giving his opinion.
Yes.
Riaz has been up here giving his opinion for damn near what 2-3 hours now. And not one time did I see any pushback or criticism saying, "Oh, Riaz ain't black. He shouldn't be talking about it." And so now it forces me to feel like it's a woman thing.
The women always catty.
I'm just being honest. Like Riaz has not gotten any pushback at all since he's been up here.
The
At
only
all.
pushback I've ever got though is basically what do you know though? You don't have any experience though. Not the race part though. You're kinda right though. I agree with you though. The only pushback they've ever given me is basically the experience part. Just because I'm a Muslim virgin, I have no experience. That may be true. I may not have experienced the way they've experienced it. I just know a lot. That's why though. I just know a lot from observing though. Because I grew up in a two-parent home. I've seen that dynamic. So I've observed, the people around me, though. That's why I kind of know so much, though. And I research too, though. That's why I know so much. So I agree with you, though. You are correct.
Yeah, and shout out to Artifacts in the building. Shout out to Genesis I Am in the building. Natasha, did I say what's up to you, Natasha? And shout out to all of the new watchers. Shout out to all of the new watchers. If it's your first time over here watching the show, please subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell. Don't hesitate. Hit that notification bell. We go live almost every day, and we do uploads as well. But yeah, I just wanted to put that disclaimer out there. What do you think about that, Big Bad Bull? I think Big Bad Bull stepped away for a second.
You know what, Freezy?
Go ahead, Miss Jalen. Go ahead.
I don't know if he has the TNL gentleman over there. He's saying he's the first one. He's saying that Riaz don't disrespect black people, right? And the thing, like I explained to the fool once before, and I'm going to say it again. I'm in a predominantly black sector on YouTube, right? And for your information, I'm accepted all over. That's just the way you feel. You feel attacked, that's your business. Okay, for your information, to answer your question, Freezy, I don't listen to this music now. I stopped listening to this type of music a long time ago. Like I still listen to old school music. Like when I tell you old school, that's what my catalog holds. And the thing is, I refuse to support the ones that support this music is the generation today, right? So, like I said, I'm a lot older, and I ignore ignorance because when when a person speak, not people, when a person like him speak that way, you're the racist one. You're the one that feels that way, and you're the same person that I have to work with. I'm the same person that I have to ride the bus with, because you run around with that anger, but not everybody feels the same way you do. And that's what I'm saying. We have to change how we feel. We have to change how we approach things, and I don't change. My behavior never changes. If you sitting up here acting a fool, I'm gonna treat you just the way you are. And the reason why I didn't come, I wanted to come up here when KT was up here, but I was like,
Yeah.
you know what? It's better to remove his mouth, peacefully, and come up here peacefully, because I was like, the venom up here on a Sunday morning, I was like, I didn't wake up for this, because you're keeping me company for work, right?
Yeah.
But to tell you what she's talking about, genre, the music, she's comparing country music, but does she have the right to say country music goes universal, right? Anybody
Yeah.
can sing it. Anybody can sing rap, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't matter, because you have different uh, cultures that sing it. You have Jamaican. What's Busta Rhymes? Busta Rhymes is Jamaican, and he raps. You don't even know that. You don't even know people's culture. You don't even know where they come from. You just hear them saying, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah." It's how you accept it and how you put out the message.
Do you think men in general, do you think men have control? Do you think men can control uh putting together healthy marriages even before they even approach a woman? Do you think men have the power to cultivate healthy marriages down the line even before they even approach the woman that they want to be with?
Yes.
Okay. So I've asked that question. Let me ask Big Bad Bull. Big Bad Bull, do you think men have the power to cultivate healthy marriages down the line? You know, from the very beginning on when they actually approach a woman?
So that's kind of tricky, because you talking about the single men
Single men.
cultivating that?
Single men, I'm talking about from the very point of a man seeing a woman and approaching her and choosing whether he wants to go further with this particular woman that he approached. Do you think men have the power um to kind of eliminate the bad choices in women in the beginning? To so they can intentionally have a healthy marriage
I
with
mean,
children and stuff.
the only way those single men can is based on the upbringing that they had, and from their father, and like without that, you know what I'm saying?
So without that, you don't think that they would have the wisdom and on like what's a good woman to actually move forward with in a marriage?
It's not so much about what's a good woman. So I guess using my example, I had my mother and my father. I was raised with both, but yet by the time I got to high school, I had already decided I never wanted to get married. I never wanted children. My parents didn't promote that to me, but that was a decision internally I had already made.
Yeah.
Right. And by the time I was in 11th, 12th grade, I was dating, and I had 4 girlfriends, but 2 were like off and on, and the other 2 was kind of serious. And then I got one of my girlfriends pregnant, so I broke it off with all the other ones, and the one I got pregnant is the one I chose to marry.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I never wanted to be married. I never wanted to have kids, but here I go. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's why I'm saying a single young person that hasn't really been groomed or taught to think a certain way, if you leave it up to them, you get results like me. And
Okay, I
I
got
was
it.
raised in a 2-parent household.
Right. Right.
So did you do it because you felt obligated?
Yes, I didn't. I never wanted to be married. I never wanted to have children, but because I made that mistake and I got a young girl pregnant, I never wanted to have a child grow up in a broken home. I didn't want to be responsible for that. And she wasn't getting an abortion, so there you go. Marriage was the only option for me.
And so it didn't work out, I take it.
Right, and we had 2 more kids.
So you
within the marriage.
Right.
Okay. So why don't you think it worked out? I think I heard you speak on your marriage before.
I mean, we did in the Discord a little bit, but
you don't got to speak on it if you don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I to sum it up, we were young, and like I said, in my heart, it wasn't something I ever desired anyway. It wasn't anything I was groomed or taught to do. My parents, my mother just passed, and they was married all the way up. You know what I'm saying? So my father's still living, but they were married to the day she died. So, their relationship was just, it was, you know what I mean? Like, it was, I think it was normal, to be honest. They had their ups, they had their downs, you know what I'm saying? But they stuck it out through thick and thin. And like looking at them, like after I became an adult, and like I could really see the love, and I could understand it better. But growing up as a child, it was like, man, I don't ever want that shit. But like later on,
What do you mean? Did you see a lot of dysfunction growing up?
Yeah, so my father, he used to drink. He used to go out and hang out and stuff like that. He wasn't really in the church back then. My mother was. So, it was a lot of arguing with him being out and stuff like that. But like I say, after I became an adult, I went away to the military for 6 years. I come back. Now he's a born again Christian. He's more religious than my mother.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So, and they still would argue and stuff, but it wasn't to the same intensity as before. And it was all the drinking and smoking and everything that he was doing. He obviously wasn't doing that anymore. So, so I guess I think had he been that back then for me, and I think he probably would have invested more in me. Like my mother did her best to get me into church. She took me to church every Sunday, but my father wouldn't be there. You know what I'm saying? So had it been a whole different dynamic and he was involved, then I would have, I probably would have had a different mindset. So I think it depends heavily on the parents and the upbringing of these children. You can't.
Well, I noticed you know a lot of your equation. You mentioned your father. If your father would have been more, a certain way, right?
Absolutely, because they say all the single women stuff and the men are screwed up because they raised in a single home. I was raised in a 2-parent home. But my father wasn't in the church, and he was out in the street creating turmoil in his relationship. Right? He wasn't teaching me how to be a functional husband. He was destroying his marriage. He was just with an old school girl who wasn't going to leave for nothing. So, by the time I was going to get up and deal with women, they wasn't going to be dealing with that. And I knew it, and that's why I was like, marriage ain't for me.
So let's touch more on that. Is that an indication that more well put together households with men, wiser men in these placed in these households, you think the kids will actually have better outcomes? Is if there was two parent households,
Yeah.
and the men more intently was raising these kids to duplicate healthy families and gave them the wisdom, and they like you said in your case, had more of a spiritual aspect in their life as far as God in their life, like what you wish that you had more in your dad. Do you think that if men actually took on that mindset more healthy families would be reproduced?
Absolutely. And I'm not saying that's the only way, but yeah, that way that's a valid, that would work. Yeah.
Well, I know this not the only way, but here's my thing when I have these conversations. I understand there's way more components than just the men, right? But when I have these conversations, I like to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and that wasn't what I was saying. Like my mother
No, I
was
understand
the
that. Yeah.
perfect, in my opinion, my mother was a perfect example of a wife.
Yeah.
Right. My father at that time, I didn't view him as a perfect example of a father back then, growing up as a child. Right. I didn't hate him. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just like, and I think he was a good father to me, but he didn't raise me to be a husband. He
Right.
wasn't being the example of a husband that if I was going to duplicate what, and I did try to duplicate what he was in my marriage, not necessarily that I was drinking and I was hanging out. So yeah, I guess I kind of duplicated what he did in my marriage. And that obviously didn't work, right?
And man, shout out to Big Bad Bull for actually just
being honest
and landed, just telling the truth. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I think people need to hear, stuff like that. Because it's almost like, people do need to see a canvas. People lay out a canvas and see what what you placed on that canvas, just to take a look at what they're dealing with. And people can learn from other people's mistakes and avoid making the same type of going down the same path, going down the same. That's why it's good for us to be transparent in these conversations. A lot of times we withhold certain things for the just for the sake of ego, being, our ego being bruised or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't understand it, especially with some of us older men. Like I'm 50. I'm old. I'm out the game. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even understand why we wouldn't tell our truth.
I was about to say another thing is right. Who better to teach a young man how to love themselves than somebody who learn themselves by themselves? You feel what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, when you growing up, you don't see like if you have a how to love yourself, then all you get is false perception of confidence, right? So you see man confident, da 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 da, right? You think that he shit, you think that he the toughest guy in the world, right?
Yeah.
Most of us, it be our older cousins that's only what 3-4 years older than us. Our fathers and our uncles ain't really engaging with us in conversation. They sitting there saying, "Oh yeah, this grown folk conversation. You gotta get out the room." Shit like that.
Yeah.
So your real superheroes be your 15-year-old cousin when you 10 years old, and then you see him. You feel what I'm saying? See him balled up and all crying because he got a girl pregnant and everybody yelling at him and shit like that. You like that. So, and you don't really know who you is. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't be being honest about that for real. For real. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Your superhero was that cousin that was 3 years older than you. You feel what I'm saying? It wasn't your father or your
Yeah.
uncle or anything like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and that's where we be getting this false perception of, oh yeah, yo must love yours. No, he just falsely confident. I mean, like he's confident, but he falsely loves himself. Like he's hiding behind that in a
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, from what I've been witnessing, man, it's just grown people should be able to, you know, grown people should be able to live in their truth.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, grown people, right? We're not in high school anymore.
Grown.
We're
Right.
not in high school anymore.
So
A lot of times that's what you find. You find that immature dynamic in high school where somebody is pointing across the table and snickering and pointing at you. Oh, look at oh, did you hear that? Nah, that's childish, you know. It's child. Nobody's perfect. Let me give y'all a news flash. Let me give
Exactly.
y'all a news flash. Everybody that hit these panels and hit the link. I know some of y'all want to think that y'all got it more put together than other people. Nobody's perfect. If we could see, if we had X-ray glasses into people's lives, it'll be a lot of humble people hitting these panels. Trust and believe. I can tell you that.
Right.
And so I salute men and women that actually not ashamed of, you know, their past,
Right.
and you know, can actually be transparent about the things they've experienced, and also care enough to, you know, to try to help somebody else, not go down, go down the same road. Right.
Mm-hmm.
A lot when I hear conversations like this, it's conversations, you know, out of love. It's a lot of love in the conversation. And I'm gonna tell you something. It goes back to what Trey was saying earlier. The reason why we don't witness a lot of these conversations is because
people are afraid.
there's a lot of damaged people on the inside.
Yeah,
Individually.
and then it's like certain people can be shamed for one thing, and people look down on that. Like that may not be your particular issue or where you may be weak, but trust me, there are some. We all
Yeah.
have them. It's just in different areas. So, you know.
Do you know how many times I've talked about the mistakes I've made on my own show? Like I don't care. I don't
That's
care
what I
because
say.
but
And I always
but here's another thing. The reason why I don't care is because people, it's the internet, right? People care too much about what people think. It's like it's clout chasing, attention. You feel like you know your level of importance might go down. I'm gonna tell you something. News flash. You never really had this level of importance that you thought you had. Nobody really cares.
And what's so crazy on the
Yeah.
internet, they will flip the script on you in 2.5 seconds.
That's a fact.
So you might as well keep it real with
Might as well,
yourself.
man.
Not saying get on here and just, you know, spill the beans, but if you're led to share something, it is what it is.
Yeah, and then guess what? If you got something to be doxxed, my advice is dox yourself before somebody dox you. You take their power away. Go ahead, big bad bull.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify what does a damaged man look like? Like, do you view yourself as a former damaged man, Free?
Well,
I was a damaged man, and at one point in time I had to look myself in the mirror and tell the truth. The worst person to lie to is yourself. And I had to actually have a moment of truth for myself and my life, and where did I really want to go? You know, even before I got married, I wanted to get married. I wanted to have a good wife. You know, I was faced with the same obstacles and challenges a lot of these men talk about on these panels, right? But then, you know, what helped me was changing myself. Like I say this all the time. I look within and I changed myself. I changed the things I used to be involved in. I changed, you know, how I used to carry myself.
You have to grow up.
I changed a lot about myself. And so what happened was anybody that came in my life, they had no choice but to actually respect these changes in my life, and they was forced to they were forced to how should I say, I don't want to say behave a certain way around me, but they was forced to, I guess, be a certain way around me because I I wasn't allowing. When you change yourself for the better,
yeah.
When you make personal decisions to stop doing certain things and to build yourself up, right? When you do that for yourself, you're going to demand certain type of treatment in your life. You're going to demand, like, the way you carry yourself is going to demand it. It's going to demand
Well, I mean,
a
yeah.
certain type of respect on its own without you
Yeah.
even saying it. People will see, damn, he
Well, I mean,
he ain't doing this no more. He ain't doing that no more. He talking like this. He's on a different path. Damn, we can't even do this around freezing no more. No, you can't, because I'm not on, I'm not on that type of time no more. So that even translated with, my wife. I've gone on record. My wife used to have a really bad attitude. I'm talking about before we got married, when we was, just boyfriend and girlfriend, and we was.
I remember you saying that.
Man, I've said it several times. My wife had a very bad attitude, very bad. But guess what? I used to try to. With me living the same life I was living, I was still trying to get it through her head and change her. I was trying to tell her, no, you need to be this type of way towards me. You need to be submissive towards me. I used to have the same complaints to with the woman who is now my wife.
Yeah.
But guess what? I realized a man can't demand. A man really can't demand anything unless he start having boundaries and standards for his own self.
Thank you.
Like, I needed to start having standards for myself, because at that time when I was demanding certain type of treatment from my then girlfriend, I was still living. I was still in the street. I was still living how I wanted to live. I was still, going to clubs. I was still living that way. You know what I'm saying?
Freezy, once you changed your life and grew close to the guy, didn't she pretty much follow suit? Like, things started to align.
She had no choice.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, you did.
But
she didn't have no choice,
like,
because I was no nonsense at that point. You feel
yeah,
what I'm saying?
when the man does the work too, like, it's easier.
But she could have walked away from you, though.
Yeah.
She could have walked away.
Right. She could have been like, I want to deal with this. Like, she could have been like, but she saw something good in you, right? And she worked it out.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what it was, Miss Jalen. She had already invested a lot of time in our relationship. So she looked at the man I had became, or the man I was becoming, rather, and she probably told herself, man, I can't let another woman get my hard-earned work.
That's not true. Oh my God.
No, just think about it. Think about it.
Yeah.
Think about it. All those years we was together.
Example, Freezy, and you know what? She could have rolled the dice and said, you know what, snake eyes, and walked away too. There's women that give up. Women instill a lot of hard work in the man and say, you know what, it's okay, and just drop him.
No doubt, it's all situational.
It can happen. That's what I'm saying. She like you said, people have that, perception that, I put in all this hard work and let me stick around.
Nah, she love that brother, man.
She love you, Crazy. Walk away.
Duh.
Well, no. Well, Miss Jalen is absolutely right. She's grown. She was an adult. She could have made a decision to say,
that's true.
I don't want to be on that program, right? What? Here's the point I'm trying to make. At that point, with me, whether she walked away or whether she accepted me, the path that I was on, and she was going to conform to what I needed in my life, right? No matter what she did, I had already had my mind made up as a man on who I wanted to be as a man. So I was going to be this Freezy with or without her.
Yeah.
And so she took a step back and realized that, like, this dude is serious. Like, this dude is gonna be, he's gonna be on this path whether I'm in his life or not. And so I believe, she never told me this, I'm just taking a guess. But I believe that she took a step back and evaluated the situation and said, I've already been with him for quite some time. Why would I? The man that he is now is the best man I've probably ever known him to be since I've met him. Why would I let another woman get that when I've invested all this time? No, we can't do that.
Listen.
So I think she made a decision to say, you know what? I love him. I don't want to lose him. I don't want to lose him. He's become a man that needs to be respected.
Right.
Whether she liked it or not, I had became that man. So I think she made a personal decision to say, you know what? Why would I walk away from this just because of my own stubbornness? And you know what I'm saying? I think the same fork in the road that I came to, guess what? She came to a fork in the road too.
Yes.
She came to listen. When you with somebody and you come to a fork in the road, guess what you force the other person to do? You force the other person to come to a fork in the road too. That's the power of change.
But
That's the power of change.
I mean, it wasn't like you was becoming a worse man. You was becoming a better man. So why would she leave you when you're becoming a better man? Logically, it doesn't make sense to me that she would have left you.
But here's the thing, and if I'm becoming a better man, or let's just say vice versa, let's say she became she made a decision to become a better woman. You know what I'm saying? Before me. Right. Guess what? I would have had an ultimatum. I would have came the fork in the road that she came to, she would have forced me to come to a fork in the road.
Right.
And if she would have actually developed different type of standards in her life and demands and stuff, it would have been up to me on if I wanted to rock with that or not.
So, Freezy, can I ask you something? So, do you think
before you ask me that, shout out to Shiesty Bomb in the building. What's going on, Shiesty Bomb? Great to see you in the building, Shiesty Bomb. And shout out to Roy Sim in the building as well. Go ahead, sis.
Hold on, before she go, I'm gonna let her go first. I am gonna let you go first, Mo. But I just want to say I wasn't finished with you, Freezy, because the ladies took you all the way to the solution. But where I was going with it, I was trying to talk towards the young men that, you know.
Yeah.
I was trying to get back to that conversation. But go ahead, Mo.
Oh, okay. We'll go back to that conversation in 1 second. I got you. I remember what you're saying.
I just have a quick question. So, do you think that provides proof that when men hold themselves more accountable, the women will follow suit and things will become less dysfunctional?
Yeah. So here's the deal. We can just use one man as an example. If that one man makes a decision to, because you know, I'm gonna give the manosphere a little credit. Their talking point when it's pertaining to that is men finding their purpose or staying on their purpose. I don't use that talking point because I don't know what your purpose is. Your purpose might be to, you know, to get rich and F a lot of hoes. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That might be your purpose. I don't know. My purpose was getting closer to the Most High God and, you know, trying to figure out what does God want me to do? What instructions does God have for me? Right. And so that was going to be with or without my wife. God taught me not to idolize anybody, a man or a woman. A lot of the reason why we stay so engulfed in these relationships is because people don't want to admit it. People have idolized people.
That's real.
People have put people before God. The reason why I used to argue with my woman so much is because my mind was focused more on my woman than it was on God. The reason why I used to, develop headaches and sometimes I used to like get so frustrated with my woman, and we used to argue and we used to cuss and all that kind of stuff. It's because I was focused more on what she was doing than than on the Most High God.
So what you were supposed to be fighting spiritually, you were fighting naturally.
It's a fact. And so once I took my mind off of her and I was like, enough is enough. I ain't trying to go through this no more. And then it just seemed like, you know what I'm saying? Like I was running into roadblocks. I was running into brick walls and we just wasn't getting any better. Right? I used to tell her, listen, I want you to be this. I used to be just like a lot of men on these panels. I think you need to be like this, be like that towards me. You need to be submissive. You need to be more kind. You need to get rid of that attitude. I used to tell her what she need to do all the time.
Yeah.
And guess what? I stopped telling her what she need to do. And I started looking myself in the mirror and started telling Freezy what he need to do. Yeah, guess what? If nobody gonna listen to Freezy, Freezy gonna listen to Freezy. And guess what? Once I did that, once I made that adjustment in my life, a whole bunch of stuff started adjusting in my life.
I bet.
By default.
I know it.
By default. Now I'm be honest with you. To Mrs. Jalen's point, she could have walked away. But that wouldn't have had any precedence on Freezy. That wouldn't have made no difference on the path that I was on. Right? When it comes to me obeying the Most High God. She could have walked away, and guess what? She would have went right back out there to the world. That would have been on her.
She was in God's plan for you, you know. Y'all were made.
That's the point. And listen, I used to pray. I prayed for us all the time. I prayed that our relationship got better, and we actually
now you cooking. Go ahead. Now you cooking.
No, I ain't leaving nothing out.
Now you cooking. Go ahead.
I used to pray. You know, I used to ask God, what needs to happen for us to get it right so we can get married and we won't have these issues. Because I didn't want to be like my mom and dad. My mom and dad was married for almost 40 years. And their marriage was very tumultuous. It was very contentious, tumultuous, and very dysfunctional. I didn't want to be like my mom and dad. People have been in marriages for a long time and it's still not a good marriage.
It's not.
It's not a good way to live. I think Big Bad Bull was speaking on that.
Yeah, you understand what I was talking about then.
I know exactly what you was talking about. So just being married is not the answer either. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something.
Thank you.
Being in a healthy what is it called? What's the other word for marriage? Matrimony, right? Being in a healthy matrimony is not only a blessing for the husband and the wife, but it's a blessing for other people that watch y'all. It's a blessing for it's an example. It's one more example, and it gives other people hope. That
like you said, a healthy marriage is key.
This is possible, right?
Yes.
Not only that, it's a good environment for kids. It's just so much can happen from a healthy marriage.
Right.
Kings and queens can come from a healthy marriage. Right? So I can't speak for other men, but I know what worked for Freezy. See, I'm gonna tell you something. Can't no man tell me, oh no, it started with the women. Can't no man tell me that, because I know from real life, with my life, what actually turned everything around. Me looking in the mirror. That's why when Trey said that. Listen, that's why when Trey said that earlier. How old are you, Trey?
26.
This man 26 years old, and that type of wisdom came from him.
Listen. Okay, can I ask you something, Freezy?
Go ahead.
Oh,
this
Mo, you ain't right.
But I will be very quick, Freezy. Do you think? I'm sorry, Big Bad Bull. Do you think that? Okay, men are supposed to serve women. There should be a certain level of servitude when you are married.
See,
doesn't take off for women? Like we're supposed to serve each other to a certain extent. Like when I'm talking about being aligned with the word.
So I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question right after I answer Big Bad Bull, what Bad Bull was saying. I remember exactly what you said, Mo Love.
Okay, cool.
So as far as kids, as far as the children, right, the youth, right, Big Bad Bull, and you can remind me if I'm on the right page with what we was talking about earlier. I think that when men are in the right headspace, it's going to be healthier for kids too. Right? But that's why I feel like it's so toxic when I hear grown men on these panels say, F them kids, bro.
Yeah.
When we got grown men saying that, and then imagine younger kids listening. Because my nephew watched my podcast.
I hate that phrase, F them kids.
Listen. My nephew is 15 years old. He watches Uncle Freezy. Imagine him. He just keep hearing grown men say, "Man, F them damn." You know what I'm saying? This is a young man.
Yeah.
I think that we as older men have forgotten we have a level of responsibility to the youth that watch us, and we have a level of responsibility with the things we say.
No doubt. No
right?
doubt.
But this society has become so, what is it called? Self-centered.
Yes.
Toxic.
Selfish.
You know, and it's like that collective mindset is, I'm kind of agreeing with Fantastic and Hot Sauce and Ruthless Truth when it comes to that collective mindset is slowly just going out the window. I don't
What
think.
do you mean? Because a lot of mindset. No shade.
Say it again.
A lot of the people I hear on here have a collective mindset.
Yeah,
they do have a collective mindset.
Like they are. A lot of them think alike. Yes.
Oh, you talking about on that level? Okay.
On that level, yeah. A lot of them think.
I see what you did.
They say a lot of the same things. So
that is kind of like collectivism. It is, you know,
Hey,
in a twisted kind of way.
You know what it really is? It's
What's
the
that?
same thing. It's right now that we on the internet, right? Let's just disregard the young man, right? It's grown folks talking. Get your ass out the room. It's the same thing. It's just in a different form.
Well, here's the thing. What I just conveyed. How long did it take for me to say all of that? What I just said, about 10 minutes. What I just conveyed, somebody would probably clip this or make comments about what I said and say Freezy simping up there. Right? This is how dysfunctional we became. I said that I made a decision to take a different path and then to improve my life as a man. I stopped focusing on what my woman was doing, how she was treating me, her bad attitude. I stopped focusing. I stopped going back and forth. Let me tell you something. When you the type of man that I am, you ain't finna be going back. You ain't finna be just keep going back and forth with your woman like that. You ain't finna keep doing that. Because you know what needs to happen. You listen, I'm trying to get into the kingdom of God. I'm trying to work out my own salvation.
Yes.
Right? So guess what? If she's like insisting on implementing toxicity in my life, no, I have to be able to love myself first. I can't allow myself to go backwards. I can't do that. Now, guess what? Do you want to go forward with me? If you do, guess what? It's going to be a lovely ride. I can tell you that. It's going to be awesome because I'm going to love you. I'm going to treat you. I'm going to respect you as a woman. I'm going to provide for you. I'm going to work my hardest to. I'm going to work my hardest to actually, guess what? Serve you too. So this segue into what Mo Love was saying.
Shout out to Mrs. Freezy.
Right. So no, I don't subscribe to men aren't supposed to be in servitude to their wives. I serve my wife every day.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear, Freezy. So you said you do serve your wife. I'm sorry, Trey.
I serve, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell you,
that is a true leader.
So that kills that foolery in the comments.
Man, I ain't with all that. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not. I mean, shout out to them. I'm not with the macho stuff. I'm gonna tell you something.
What it is, they want you to cook for them, but they don't want to rub your feet or rub your back. That shit is crazy.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. What I mean by, and I actually agree with what you said earlier, Mo Love, when you quoted that scripture, husbands are commanded to love their wives like Christ loved the church, and gave himself for it. Let me ask you something. Did Christ serve the people?
Yes. And why does God command the husband to love his wife as Christ loved the church? Because he first said, wives, submit to your husbands. So we also have a duty to commit to. Submission means withholding nothing. I trust you with everything. So you also have something to uphold. Why is this so difficult? It's all about it's like God created us to complete each other, not compete with each other. And I think that's
talk your stuff today. Yep.
So
that's our biggest issue.
So here's the thing. In my marriage, and shout out to Artifacts in the building too. Shout out to you, bro. In my marriage, right? If my wife say, babe, could you fix this sink for me could you get up under the sink and fix this problem for me? Yeah, I'll do that. Could you take the trash out? Yeah, I'll do that. Could you make sure the light bill is paid and the water bill is paid so I can make sure I can have a hot shower? Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Could we have Bible study? Can you give me some scriptures so I could go over whatever? Yeah, I could do that. Could you wake up early enough to like before it gets too hot to cut these hedges in front of the house and cut these limbs and stuff? Because every time I walk outside, they keep hitting me in my face. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Is that not me serving my wife?
Absolutely.
It's whatever you want to call it. That's why I say it's a play on words, right?
No. But here's the thing.
Men who got a problem with that word, they're gonna call it something else.
Here's the thing. If my wife if her back hurt or if her legs, her feet hurt, you think I'm not finna massage my woman's feet or her back? You think I'm not finna do that? When women go to masseuses, don't they pay for that service? So why can't I offer that service? Am I serving my woman when I do that? Yeah.
I don't think nobody would disagree with that.
What I'm saying is,
the word choice, maybe. Right?
But here's the thing. Damn.
Choice.
But Big Bad Bull. Yeah. Damn the word choice. I don't give.
I'm with you, bro.
Yeah, I don't. Here's the thing. Men have to stop caring about what other men think.
Absolutely.
No, it's the
and
word.
Stop worrying about other.
Listen,
I don't think it's about what other men think. I think it's about the gender war and that word serve. Serve. Women see it as a weapon when men say it to them, and now women are trying to flip it and say the men need to serve them too. So that word just becoming a weapon.
People been on
Just
YouTube.
having an immature mind, you know. Those are
You
people
know,
that got
Trey,
immaturity
Trey,
going
get
on.
out of my head. Trey, get out of my head.
Wait, they're saying that. Oh wait, Sugar Bomb saying they down here timing people out. Who's time? What's going on?
I
What's time?
timed her out because she called me a bitch.
Oh, okay.
When? When did she call you that? I
Come
didn't see it.
on, man.
How
Y'all
long did you
can't-
time her out for, Hot Sauce?
I
don't
know
know.
y'all not doing this, man. We not about to start this up, man. Act like y'all know how to act.
How long did you time her out for, Hot Sauce?
300 seconds.
300 seconds, 5 minutes. Yeah.
5 minutes. Okay.
Right. So
I'm
because
trying to find the comment.
so anyway, so bro, I'm just gonna say this.
She put BIH.
You wait, bro. You taking the comment I'm talking about way out of context because I was speaking it in the context of
Does that count as the B word?
I never ever interrupt.
I'm just asking. I know you gonna get dramatic, child. My bad.
I was about to say that it get ridiculous, man.
Easy already approved the
You act like a
timeout.
big
Let's move
baby.
forward.
Oh my gosh, I never interrupt you. Okay, my bad. Let me go on mute.
This emotional man, a big one.
Y'all take it easy. Y'all take it easy then. All right,
Come on, Hot Sauce.
Finish your point, Hot Sauce. Just finish your point, Hot Sauce.
I'm just gonna say you taking it way out of context. I just don't appreciate that. But y'all have it. Y'all got it.
Well, I wasn't speaking on what you were saying.
No.
Don't nobody care about your feelings, man. Get up off this panel, man. You a grown ass man talking about your goddamn feelings, man. Don't nobody want to hear that shit.
Hold up.
Fuck out of here.
First of all, nobody's talking about.
Take your ass to sleep, man. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. You a grown ass man talking about your feelings. Man, get the fuck off this goddamn panel, man.
Get the fuck off the panel, you ignorant bitch. Nobody was even talking to you.
But you can call.
But I'm talking to you now, nigga.
See, that's what I'm saying. Though, but you going Tom Shiesty bomb out the hypocritical.
And she didn't even call you the B word.
Yes, she did.
She put BIH.
The meaning is the same.
But you treat women worse. But let me
You just call all the facts the same thing. So Freezy, he should go for 5 minutes.
I have never ever called a woman.
According to Hot Sauce, he should be gone for 5 minutes, right?
No problem. I'm leaving now. Cool.
So here's the thing, right? Mo Love asked me my opinion about servitude. Prior to that, we was talking about marriage. I was talking about how my marriage got to the stage it's at now, right? I was just giving a personal attestment. But Mo Love asked me specifically, do I believe that men serve their wives as well as women, wives serving their husband? I do believe that men show levels of servitude towards their wife. I believe that it's commanded by God for men to love their wives in a certain way. I believe that both men and women. Did anybody remember when I said this on another show here? I said the best relationships aren't men and women trying to figure out what they can get from the other person. The best relationships are when men and women are trying to figure out what they can give to the other person. Both parties.
Yes.
Freeze.
It's not what you bring to the table. Don't ask what you bring to the table. Ask the other person, what do you want me to bring to the table? That's what I said. We need to start asking that question more.
I love that.
Like y'all know those interviews on the street when dudes be interviewing women and say, what do you bring to the table? And women say, I am the table. Y'all seen those interviews?
Yeah,
those
I've
street
seen
interviews?
that. That's ridiculous.
Instead of these people being on the street asking, what do you bring to the table? You know what men should be asking women? And this is how men can avoid a lot of issues with women. And this is how women can avoid a lot of issues with men. Instead of asking women, what do they bring to the table? Ask the woman, hypothetically, if we was in a relationship, what would you want me to bring to the table?
I think that's so good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Guess
It puts
what?
the accountability back on that person. So
And
we
guess
both
what?
have a job to do.
Depending on what the woman says, now you get to choose on whether you can deal with it or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And guess
that's what I
what?
was thinking, Freezy.
And
Mm-hmm.
guess what? And guess what? Once she tells you what she wants you to bring to the table, see, now you done took the answer that I am the table answer off the table. You done took that off the table. She can't even say I am the table no more because you're not even asking her what she brings to the table. You're asking her, what do you want me to bring to the table? Now, after she answered the question, guess what you can ask? Guess what she can, guess what you're going to instruct her to ask you? You're going to instruct her to ask you, well, what do you want me to bring to the table? Now the woman has to ask you, well, what do you want me to bring to the table? Instead of coming with that I am the table crap. Nobody cares about
like
whether you are the table or not.
what is your table? Is the question.
Right. So now the woman is forced to ask, well, what do you want me to bring to the table, sir?
Mm-hmm.
And now the man can tell her. See, if men and women ask each other that question more, people would avoid getting into toxic relationships more.
I agree, Freezy.
Yeah. Go ahead, Big Bad Bull.
So,
but before you say that, Big Bad Bull, the whole meaning of that question is servitude.
Yeah.
Did y'all get that?
Absolutely.
You call it what you want to call it, Freezy.
I'm saying, what do you want me to bring to the table? Go ahead, Big Bad Bull.
Yeah, so Freezy, the examples you were giving with your wife, like, she mentioned, before it get too hot, can you go out there, cut them hedges down or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I seen my mother do the same thing because I seen her stand out there and watch my father cut the damn grass in the middle of the day, sweat beating off his head. He done had heart surgeries and shit. And she's not settled inside watching him potentially, harm his health, right? So she might pose a similar question, right? Like, you're going to do what a man going to do anyway, but your woman looking out for you, she asked you, can you do it before the sun come up?
Mm-hmm.
See, I know you going a different way, proving the servitude. I'm just saying.
Well, she would say do it before the sun come up because that's her way of looking out for me, so I won't call out.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess that's why I'm like, forget this servitude word. I think two human beings that come together in love, they're gonna look out for each other anyway. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but if they genuinely love each other and they want to build a life together and be together for the rest of their life.
Yeah. Let me ask you something. Let's take it out of husband and wife. Let's take it out of the husband and wife parameters. And let's just say you're a man of God. As a man of God, would you come up with certain ideas on how to give back to your brothers and sisters in your community? Would you do I don't know, like toy drives or set up seminars or set up tutoring sessions, or would you find some type of way to give back to the community? Would you find some type of way? There are men that feel compelled to give back to the community. Like set up, there are men that set up turkey drives during Thanksgiving. They give away turkeys, book bags during, close to school time. Aren't you serving the people when you do that? Aren't you serving the people when you do that?
Yeah. Like I said,
do y'all just hate the word serve?
I don't. The word don't bother me.
I'm saying. So let's just say when a man goes to work.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't like the word serve. So
wait, hold on, wait.
Don't tell
when
me
a man goes
coaching over here. What you talking about?
Listen,
I guess the problem I have with it is
hold on, wait. Here's the thing: the only time serving sounds right is when a man is on his job and he got a boss. Let's say you got a female boss,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or if you're doing a job, if you got, let's say you got a mobile detailing business, and you got a woman client, and you have to wash her car. You have to wash 3 of her cars in her driveway. Are you giving her a service?
If she bad, hell yeah.
So you're gonna turn down that? So you're gonna turn down that money if she ugly?
I'm saying.
I'm saying if you getting paid for your services.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
If you getting paid for your services, are you going to offer this service to a woman if she wants you to wash her car? If you got a mobile detailing business?
No, I'm not turning down that business. I'm going to serve you. You feel what I'm saying? Don't let her be bad. Oh my God.
Right. Why are you going? Why are you going to serve your clients? Why are you going to do that?
Because you want them to come back. You want them to spend that bread.
No, because you're in the service industry.
You're in the service industry.
Your job, yeah.
Right? So why does that stop? Why does the service industry stop with just businesses and stuff? I would argue the main place you should be in the service industry is in your household, in your marriage.
But the thing is, you are, but it's not like, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna do what you're gonna do. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna do it anyway. You're gonna do what a man's supposed to do in your relationship.
What do you mean?
It's not like you just sitting around getting catered to by this woman. It's also stuff that you have to handle and take care of. That goes without saying, right?
Right, but that's serving.
Okay, that's why I'm saying I don't have a problem with the word under that circumstance. But the way these women are trying to throw that word back up in men's face in these gender war conversations, like that, they just fighting. They just fighting.
Let me ask the men. I'm gonna let Art go. I'm gonna let Art go next. But let me ask y'all this: when a woman cooks for her man, is that serving her man?
Hell yeah, cooking with Kaya. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask y'all something. Let me ask you something. When a man barbecues for his woman, is that a man serving his woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still cooking, ain't it? Is it not serving because barbecuing is more macho?
You know what I'm saying? You know, grill master type shit. So you know.
I'm just saying, like, if we get so caught up in these, like, we so worried about what other men gonna think.
Thank you. You know what? I think
you keep saying what the other men are gonna think, Freezy. That's where you wrong. It's the way the women are trying to use that. Like, women are the one who got a problem with serving men.
That's not true.
And that word being used.
You fall in your own rabbit hole. You see, you Big Bad Bull, you fall in your own rabbit hole. See, you say one thing and you see one way, but then you dip into the nonsense and say, well, these women, but you just said it's a gender war and you feed into it. You feed into it. You feed into the nonsense.
How do I feed into it?
You're doing it right now. Just like when Mo was talking earlier. Oh, Mo now is going to talk us down in the rabbit hole.
Look,
and
Mo
sitting here and you're using their talking points to, they don't want to, it's out here as a gender war. They don't want to serve their men. What you should be worried about is the woman you with, that is she serving you. Don't worry about everybody else. Worry about you.
I mean, but we all here on the panel having a conversation, so I'm contributing to the conversation. And we just witnessed her go out of her way to bring that word up in a conversation to Freezy. That's why I say it's not the men, it's the women.
Okay, well, Big Bad Bull, I brought it up because I saw Hot Sauce put it in the comments again. And because this is Freezy's show, I genuinely wanted to know his opinion in regards to should men serve their women.
We all are having a conversation.
Right. So I wasn't being funny, or the things that I say is not rooted in bitterness or on any type of troll. Like, that's just not what I'm up here for.
And you have that right. I'm just saying, I don't have a problem with the word. I have a problem with women trying to reverse play reverse psychology and now weaponize the word to men. That's why
Okay, so
the
my
men.
question is, do you feel like I did that? Because I just referenced the Bible in which both parties are supposed to be held to a certain standard for things to properly align. I wasn't necessarily just pointing out the men's role. I also pointed out the women as well.
Yeah, I think who was it? Fantastic kind of touched on that. Just seemed like you and Hot Sauce, y'all just like y'all both kind of saying the same.
Well, he's just so dramatic when it comes to me. Like, it's ridiculous. So,
it shouldn't have never went where it went between you and Hot Sauce.
Right, but I do that with him because if I don't, he'll continue. And I wasn't up here to like go back and forth and stay on the same topic for 2 hours. Like we did that with him about a month ago on a different channel. And I just tried to make it clear early on, like I'm trying to have a genuine conversation over here. I'm not trying to argue. But Freezy, you said that you think that one of the men's issues, they care too much about what other men think, right? And they continue to say that they don't.
Yeah, you should care about what God thinks.
Absolutely. And I think Next Level said it best when he said, we always point out women's flaws and we always point out how if men, I think that was the night when they was trying to call you a simp. We always, if men hold other men accountable or if they are in agreement with a woman, they're a simp. But he said we never call out men simping for other men because that is a thing. We see it on panels.
Absolutely, Mola. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of suckers in this space that run behind certain entities and they think they're gonna get something out of it and then they get disappointed. You got to stand on your own too. But for me, how y'all doing on the panel?
Shout out to you, Artifacts. What's going on with you, bro? Hey, thank you for
What's
being
up,
patient
Freeze?
too. Thank you for being patient.
It's all good. I think from a man's perspective, we should try to make things as equal as possible, but we should already know that things are not equal when it comes to men and women. When it comes to reciprocity, you got to expect your woman to want you to pour into her more than you think that she's going to pour into you. It's just your expectations as a man. You shouldn't want things to always be equal. Then you're going to have a competition. You get what I'm saying? It's like you always got to be ahead of the game. You need to be more responsible than that woman as far as the relationship is concerned. And you got to pour in first. And I think that's what we missing in our culture is that we don't want to work to success together. We don't want to do this thing together and everybody's waiting at the finish line. We want the perfect product at the end. And that's where we all, you know what I'm saying? That's where we all going to fail at. I think it's okay to say what we won't do. You know what I'm saying? I think we need to live with the choices that we made in life. If we said that we wasn't going to settle, if we said that we wasn't going to deal with certain things, stand on it. It's cool. And I don't think you should be judged for that. But I also think that we need to accept responsibility and knowing that we made those decisions and that we should be able to live with them. You know.
Trey is gone for 10 minutes. Trey is gone for 10 minutes. Trey will be back at 7:19. And Natasha, what's going on, sis? Shout out to Natasha Vincent for her $15 in Canadian cash. She said, Trey, take a social media break. You got an analogy about service, then spit a red pill talking point. When asked about a woman's service, you mentioned cooking with Kaya. You deserve your own thoughts, Trey. Trey will be back in 10 minutes at 7:19. 7:19. Shout out to Natasha Vincent. Also, shout out to my brother No Cap Logic, aka Keep It Funky in real life for a $10 super cap. He said Freezy is a simp. Shout out to No Cap Logic in the bill. I appreciate you, man. Also, shout out to my sister Natasha Vincent for another $2. She said that wasn't to kick him off, Freezy. My apologies. Oh, okay, my bad. I thought that was to kick him off. When you said take a social media break, that's what I thought you were saying. That's why I played the music, you know. My bad, Trey. My bad, Trey. But go ahead. Go ahead, Artifact. My bad.
Look, Freeze, what we doing now is a form of service. You know, there's somebody that's tapped into this space that need to hear what we gotta say, men and women. And what we doing now is a form of service right now. We may not think that it's important right now, but hey, it could be touching somebody. But I think men have we have a false identity. It's a lot of people that's walking around here with false understanding of their own self. And so they have to try to match up things to try to fit their narrative. And this is just my experience, Freezy, man. The toughest men, I've seen the toughest men fold in some of the craziest conditions you can ever see. So when it comes to this alpha male, I'm big, you know what I'm saying? It's all cool. I respect every man. But just know that I've seen it in different environments. I've seen the biggest, strongest, toughest men cry to the smallest man. Because it's not about the physical dominance, it's about the inner dominance. And it's just the truth. Your presence as a man really has nothing to do with your outer exterior. It's what you have on the inside. And for my brothers that's listening, just understand that this world is tricky, but you got to deal with grown men out here. And you shouldn't be afraid of a man, especially a man that doesn't have his own self-identity. When these men that go into these gyms and they got to build themselves up because they have no personality, and the only thing a woman can get from them is their strength, their physical strength. Just think that's all you got. You can't give that woman nothing emotionally, bro. Because all you doing is moving off of macho instincts. And I understand that these women out here, they are money hungry, and you gotta wave them out, bro. You don't have to treat them bad. You just gotta put them in certain categories, man. You know, but we have to all come to an understanding if we want better in our community. Because if we don't care about it, who else gonna care? You think these white people really concerned about our circumstance like that? They just used to us doing what we've been doing, taking each other out and reaping the benefits for it. You know what I'm saying? But you have to put yourself in certain environments to see what you're willing to do and what you ain't willing to do as a man. And so a lot of these dudes that's in these spaces, they ain't been nowhere but they house and they job. And all they have is their little emotions because they ain't never been to no grown man to give them counsel to tell them what it is and what it ain't. Straight raw conditions. It's like you walking around, you've been thought that you was somebody that you wasn't. And it's okay to try to go back into your drawing board, figure out who you really is, look at your ancestors, see who your uncles is, see who your father is, to really understand who you is. And I'm talking about from a biblical standpoint, everybody have good qualities. People just may have leaned too much into the negative dark traits, and they think that it's cool to be ignorant all the time. They think that it's cool to be the asshole when that ain't what God wants you to be. He wants you to be a light. He wants you to be a light to people. And sometimes you got to be the good guy in order to get what you want. If you think that girl is special and you know that you have to change your ways, sometimes you got to change to her standards because she done raised that bar. And if you want her, you will change your standards, man. From my understanding, like it's not about what she's doing; it's about what you're doing, and as far as how you changing. It's on you as a man. If you want that woman and she got high standards, yes, you gotta capitulate. You gotta man up, get on your shit, and then I promise you're gonna get those opportunities, but it don't happen overnight. I just don't think so.
Well, I'm gonna say this: I wouldn't advise a man change his standards for a woman, right? I wouldn't advise a man capitulate for a woman that that just because he's trying to get her. No, I didn't change my standards for my woman. I didn't capitulate for what she wants or who she was. I changed my standards for God.
Okay,
right?
gotcha. Yeah,
That's what I did. I changed my standards for God, and so I would advise no man to make it their sole reason on why they change is for a woman. You on a bad path. You on a bad path because I'm gonna tell you something. If that woman disappoints you, or if it doesn't work out the way you want it to, you might turn into one of these incel ass dudes or these bitter ass dudes.
That's real shit.
I'm just saying, so don't change for a woman, change for God.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? Like follow God's instructions. Ask God what kind of man he wants you to be. Don't ask a woman what kind of man she wants you to be. Don't do that. That's a recipe for disaster. Right? So that's the difference between me and and a lot of other people. I didn't change for my woman. I changed for God because I really care about what God thinks.
Yes.
I didn't really care about what she thought. Because just like Miss Jalen said, she could have walked away after I changed for God. She could have walked away. You understand what I'm saying? This is how we go to start. This is how we go to compromising ourselves for people. And I think I said this earlier. Our biggest mistake is putting people before God. That's a fatal mistake.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's a fatal mistake. That's why we hear these horror stories that we've been hearing. Right? And that's why things go to doom and gloom. Shout out to Tanisha in the building. Shout out to Liberated Soul in the building. Leo Fernandez in the building. Shout out to our sister Pink in the building, and shout out to Quantum Love in the building. Shout out to my brother No Cap Logic with another $10. He said, Freezy, when you dropping the new simping book? I'm dropping it right now.
Y'all funny as I don't know what.
Logic, come up on the panel, man. Holla at your boy, man. Come on the panel, bro. This another thing I wanted to say.
I got a question because I
let
thought
me say this first, big bad boy. When a man gets married, he should be ready for whatever. He should be ready for whatever might happen to his wife. Let's just say your wife get into a bad car accident, and she has to be off of her feet for a while, and she's in the bed. What, you gonna use that macho shit then and say, I ain't serving my wife? No, you need to cook. You need to feed her, even if you don't want to cook. Go get something that's nutritious to, guess what? Give it to her, put it on a plate. If she can't feed herself, feed her, take out enough time to feed her. Go in there and talk to her, right? If she needs some medicine, if she needs to take medicine, you need to go ahead and get her pills, serve her medicine, right? Don't let the house get too dirty while she's off of her feet. Right? You understand what I'm saying? Like, so when men and women get married, you should prepare for the worst. Your mindset should prepare for the worst. Whatever could happen, anything could happen. Right? You don't know what could happen. Anything could happen. It's not like we're in the best of health in 2025.
Man.
Anything could happen. You should on a drop of a dime, on a whim. Especially when the doctor tells you certain things and say, hey, your wife is in this type of condition. What you gonna do? You gonna revert back to the manosphere and get macho? That's what you gonna do? Or you gonna serve your wife?
Hey, Freezy, it's not.
Are you prepared to serve your? Hold on, let me do this. Let me bring up this scripture. Shout out to my brother Bolo, just came up too.
Hey, Bolo.
Let me bring this up, man. Because this is the scripture that Mo Love referenced earlier, Ephesians 5, right? So up top it says, wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do to the Lord, for the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church, his body, of which he is the savior. Now as the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit to their husbands in everything. Husbands, love your wives just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her to make her holy, cleansing her by the washing with water through the word, and to present her to himself as a radiant church without stain or wrinkle or any other blemish, but holy and blameless. Okay, this next part, people would say Paul is a simp. This next part says, in this same way, husbands ought to love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. After all, no one ever hated their own body, but they feed and care for their own body. Let me ask you something. If you feed and care for your wife, is that servitude?
Absolutely.
Just
and that's
as
why I brought
Christ
this.
does the church.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned that verse. How can you say that there is not a level of servitude that takes place?
What's up, Olo? What's going on, bro?
I love that scripture. Can you pull that scripture back
Yeah.
up?
Oh,
Please?
okay, I got you.
That is
My
definitely
bad, big bad boy.
servitude.
I forgot about you, big bad boy. Let me see.
Big bad board up, baby.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here's the thing that cats don't go to, right? Pull up verse 21.
Verse 21, let me. Oh, I started with verse 22, didn't I? Hold on. Let me see.
Pull up verse 21. Because this is, this is what trips me out. Cats get caught up with women having problems with the word service.
You want the King James?
It could be King James, yeah.
Okay.
Cats have problems with women having problems with that word service, and they got the same problem. You ain't no different. Listen, at the end of the day, verse 21 says, submitting yourselves one to another in the fear of God. This is what
That's it. Why did I go to verse 21? That's it. That's what you should have brought up earlier, Mo.
So this is what cats forget.
Yeah,
Listen, you see, the word talks right now. If you bring up the rest of it, please bring up the rest.
Okay, no problem.
This is where because again, when you take into context, because that's the problem. The problem is people are not reading it in context, and what happens is people are reading the scripture through hurt, through vengeance, through ego, through pride. So these things, skip them. So when you look at verse 21, it says, submitting yourselves one to another in the fear of God. First of all, what I do as a husband is in the fear of God, because that's what I'm doing for the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Duty that I'm doing for the Lord happens to be affecting my wife, and vice versa. Because before I'm a father, before I'm a husband, I'm a child of God, and vice versa, the woman. So when you read and it says, for the husbands is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and you read all of that, because they stay on those three verses. But the verses you stayed on, and this is very important, this is what service looks like, right? Verse 25, husbands, love your wives, even as Christ loved the church and gave himself for it. Now he's going to go into what the service looks like, because this is what we get caught up in the service of marriage, right? When we look at the wedding, the man is usually on the altar, right? And the woman walks in, here comes the bride all dressed in white, and it's about her. And we look at it wrong. This right here verse allowed me to look at it totally different. It says that husbands, love your wives as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it, that he may sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of the water by the word, that he might present to himself. So he's on the altar. He's presenting to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle nor any such thing. Now, how do you get the spot and wrinkle out? That means you take time. That means you spend time to nourish it. That means you spend time to grow it. That means you spend time to be there with it, to grow together. That's what one flesh means. One flesh doesn't mean that you become one overnight. One flesh can mean it takes 30 years for you guys to become one, because you're growing together. So he presented the church to himself. So what are you doing when I'm already at the altar? I'm presenting my wife to the world and say, look at what the Lord gave me, and through him helping me, look at what I cultivated. So when you start that scripture, when you're talking about, I never seen a man not love himself. I just finished making breakfast for the family, and today is supposed to be air quotes Father's Day.
No Cap-tivity.
Wow.
I don't get
happy Father's Day.
You know what I'm saying?
Happy Father's Day.
And I don't get caught up on those things. This is the problem, because service, we understand that back then men's roles were more definitive than they are now, and women's roles are more definitive than they are now. In today's time, it's a little bit more abstract, but understand the point. The point of the matter is, you know what your position is. She knows what her position is. So at this point, if I see my wife is tired, I'm gonna make some breakfast.
Right. And I say this? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I specifically pointed out the verse, husbands, are supposed to love their wives as Christ loved the church, because Hot Sauce said that men were not supposed to provide service to their women. So I pointed that scripture out in particular. It's not that I was skipping through anything.
No, you weren't skipping through, but
no, I was responding to a few of the comments that I saw, but it was only I intentionally referenced that verse because of what Hot Sauce said.
But let me say this to what Mo Love brought up, right? Let me say this into what Freezy was talking about. Cats get caught up into themselves. And let me say this. First, let me boast of myself. I'm nothing. I'm a filthy rag. I'm not worth anything. Okay? So that's my boast that I'm giving you. I'm nothing. Okay? You have the creator of the universe. You have Christ, our Lord and Savior. Our Lord and Savior. Now I want you to understand, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, all of those names that he has that, are so many. He washes 12 feet. If that is not humility, if that's not him servicing his 12 feet, although I am your king, I am still your brother. If that's not him giving humility to get on his knees to wash his 12 feet, how dare you have a problem with cooking your wife breakfast? How dare you have a problem saying that I submit to my wife? Does submission look the same? No, it doesn't. But at the end of the day, you dudes are no different than the women that complain about servicing.
Absolutely.
You're no different. But it's worse with you because you're supposed to be the future leaders. And then you want a woman to follow you. The reason why women don't follow you is because you give them nothing to follow. We got to stop playing with words. Stop mincing words. The reason why you dudes don't have the women that you want is because you're not giving them something to want. You seen what Freezy said. He said, listen, at the end of the day, my trajectory is my trajectory. Either my wife had two choices. She's either going to follow or she ain't. Those are the two choices you got. You're either going to get down or lay down. That's it.
That's a fact.
There's not a third. So she's either going to follow which way you're going, because at the end of the day, when she sees the man that you're becoming, how can she not follow? Exactly. You got to talk about submission and all that stuff. Here's the answer, and I'll give it to you, because it seems that you guys seem to have a problem with submission. Let me give you the answer. If you want your wife to submit to you, or you want a woman to submit to, or really your wife to submit to you, give them Christ-like leadership, and the only answer to that is submission.
Amen.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds pretty clear.
And here's the thing, right? It's gonna have to come to a point in a man's life where he stop caring about what other dudes think, like we in high school or something.
Thank you.
Like when the guys call me a simp, I'd be like, in my mind, I'd be like, it's so childish, man. That's so childish. Like, I'm married. I'm a whole married guy over here. And most of the time, when the dudes that be throwing that word simp around, them guys think they don't even know what a marriage look like. They ain't. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just like, why would you even give credence to a lot of that stuff? And I'm not talking about no cap logic.
No offense taken for you.
I'm just saying, I know, but I know Logic was just trolling. I just want to put that out there. I know Logic was. That's not towards Logic. It's not towards Logic at all. I know he was just trolling, but it's going to have to come a point in a man's life where he stopped caring about what people think in general. When people participate in that type of behavior and rhetoric, God is far away. God is far, far away from their mentality.
Yes.
I mean, that's an indication when people, like somebody just wrote in the chat earlier, oh, this is a simp channel.
Yeah.
But it always be people that don't never show their face. They ain't gonna never come up here. They ain't gonna never show their face.
It's easy to talk.
And here's another thing. You think I give a damn? Listen, my wife loves me.
Exactly.
She loves me. You think I care? I'm not gay. I don't care what these dudes think. I don't care. That's why I said a long time ago, I'm not team, man. And that shit be weird. I'm sorry, because I'm just saying. It be weird because we give so much. It be like like being a part of a motorcycle gang.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, we together. Don't go outside the man circle. Is you a damn fool?
You got me messed up. You don't know what some of these men been dealing with or what they've done in life. So I can't protect a man that much. I can't go that far with it.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I don't give a damn what these dudes think. And I listen, this is nothing towards hot sauce or anybody. I just don't give a damn. I'm married.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna do exactly what God want me to do. And guess what? I'm gonna do right by my wife. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna provide for and guess what? I'm going to serve my wife just like my wife serves me. And I don't have no issues with saying that online in front of 130 people.
Exactly.
I don't got no issues with that. And if you want to know how to cultivate a healthy marriage, talk to men like Bolo. Talk to men like Freezy.
Right.
Listen, you'd rather talk to Freezy before you talk to Kevin Samuels. God bless the dead. I'm just saying.
Period.
You know why? Because I'm living it.
Exactly.
I ain't with all these theories and shit. No, I'm actually living it. I can tell you exactly how to do it. Now, whether you don't want to do it, that's a whole nother issue, you know. But that's the main issue, isn't it? Do men really want to do what it takes to actually cultivate healthy marriages? Right? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can't make a woman follow you. That's true. But you can demand certain standards and behavior. Right? We went over a scripture earlier in Bible study today where it says, as a matter of fact, let me bring it up because we can attest this to marriage as well. Let me
While
see.
you're doing that, Freezy, as I stated earlier, submission comes natural for the right man. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be forced. You don't have to beg if you are on doing what you're supposed to do as a leader. It's not as difficult as we make it seem.
That's a fact. Right here, this is Matthew 10, 13, and 15. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you what's powerful when a man get in order. Yeah, you can't make a woman follow you.
Right.
But does the Bible, I'm going to tell y'all how powerful this verse is right here. Does the Bible describe people as temples?
Mm-hmm.
Is your body a temple?
Yes.
So guess what? This says, and if the house be worthy, guess what we can also correlate a house with? A person. Their temple. And if a person be worthy, let your peace come upon it. Mm-hmm. Let your peace come upon them. But if they be not worthy, let your peace return to you. The problem is we be entertaining the wrong people just because we might like what we see.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it says, and whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words, when you depart out of that house, or when you depart from that person, shake off the dust of your feet. That's what a real man do. That's what a woman does, as a matter of fact. Right? Mm-hmm. So guess what? When you actually come to the truth of God, and when you actually submit yourself to God, you're not going to continue to give your time to people that don't mean you no good. You're not going to continue to entertain people that God has shown you is not worthy. That's how a man is supposed to walk. That's how a man is supposed to operate. And I would argue that's how a woman's supposed to be too. Right? So, yeah, you can't make a woman do what you want them to do. You can't. But you can decide on if you're going to entertain these people or not.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a decision on how if you're going to move forward with this woman, if you're going to move forward with this man, you can make a decision right in the beginning. Wasn't we talking about that earlier, Mo Love? The beginning stages. But a lot of people that be talking on these panels be talking from experience and hurt places, what they've experienced already and what they've been through with women.
Yes.
But let's talk about a new day.
Mm-hmm.
How can we make change for the better in the future? What I've been hearing earlier, a few hours ago, I was hearing a bunch of doom and gloom. That it freezes. It's over with. It ain't no more changes. It's done. We're doomed. Freezes. Marriage is about to be out the window, and that's it, Freezy. And we need to stop focusing on marriages. We need to start focusing more on co-parenting. Yeah, that's what I was hearing earlier. I refuse to accept
So basically, let's big up the dysfunction.
Yeah, let's see how we can function more in the dysfunction.
Mm-hmm.
They think just because they function in dysfunction, that makes them functional. And that's the problem. The problem is mediocrity is now the new standard when it comes to men. And then you want to complain about women saying there are no men out here. When you read Proverbs 13:20, it says, he who walks with the wise will become wise. You don't see millionaires hanging out with thousandaires. They hang out with billionaires because they're trying to improve themselves, right? If you find yourself being the smartest person in the room, then you're in the wrong room. But then it says, but the companion, now I want you to hear the wording that the Lord uses. He who walks with the wise become wise. There has to be something that both of us agree on to walk in that same direction. But then it says, but the companion, the dude that befriends of fools will suffer harm. This is why you guys are still crying 35,000 hours later every weekend talking about why women are this and women are that. You spend 5 hours on talking about what women aren't, what you don't want, and spend no time on the women you do want, like babies. You're sulking. What you focus on is what you will go after. You have to understand how you feel affects how you see. If you keep talking doom and gloom, your brain will affirm doom and gloom. This is just how we're hardwired. And we continue this conversation and it's circular. It's circular because these guys, they talk so much. Oh, yeah, Bolo, you a simp. Bolo, you a simp. And you the same dudes that call me.
Call you a simp too, Bolo? Well, damn.
That ain't nothing but the truth, Bolo. Ain't nothing but the truth.
I had a cat call me a simp on Friday, right? Call me a simp on Friday. Well, you a simp, this, that, and the third, and da, 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 da. And I'm like, okay, it's all good. That Monday, Duke called a hotline and crying like a baby.
Wow.
Because this girl left him. Crying like a baby.
Whoa. Wow.
Now, if I was the type of dude that these cats are, I can throw names out, but that's not what I do. Till this day, I never said anything to him. With him and I would counsel him. We would deal for hours on hours. We did what I'm saying. I never brought up, Duke, Friday you called me a simp.
Right.
But he can't go to the same dudes that he trolls around back in the days on YouTube. He can't go to them and say, listen, man, my girl left me, because them same dudes is going to troll you. So you can't lie to yourself. You can lie to me all you want. The one person you can't lie is you. You dudes go to bed lonely. You dudes go to bed not knowing who you are in yourself, because like Freezy said, you're looking at men to validate you opposed to God validate. You look for men's validation.
That's the difference. And
that's the problem. You're no different than these women, dog. The only difference is you're worse, because you're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to be the head, the king, the czar. All these different names y'all give yourselves, governors, all these different names y'all give yourselves.
Lords.
This is the true definition of a simp.
Hey, that's funny.
The true definition of a simp, according to the dictionary, is a silly or foolish person.
It's short for simpleton.
That's it's short for simpleton.
It's short for simpleton, someone that doesn't think, someone that doesn't have a thought process, that doesn't sit down and really try to understand the mechanics of what they're trying to get into and why they're getting into it. That's what simp is, a simpleton.
So it sounds like
I would argue the real simps are the people that's calling men simps.
I was just about to say that, Freezy. Yes.
Because they are the most foolish. It's foolish. Those are the real foolish people. Like, you can't call Freezy foolish because I'm in a successful marriage. My wife loved me. She just came through the chat and said, I love serving my husband.
She did.
My wife just came through the chat and said, I love serving my husband. But Freezy a simp, but they gonna show enough say it loud then, ain't they? Yeah. But
I wanted to say I never seen success without a proper level of order though, Freezy. That's what I don't get neither.
But here's the thing.
It got to be order.
Think about it. They done took the power away from simp, the word simp.
Yeah.
They don't throw that word around so much. It ain't even no power to it no more. They don't even know what simp mean. They just throwing simp around. They just weaponizing it like little girls.
They
right?
are. It's crazy.
Think about it. From the true definition, just like Bolo said, it derives from the word simpleton, right? The true definition of the word simp is foolish person.
Yeah.
Who are the real fools?
Who? Good question.
Who are the real fools? Is it Freezy? I'm just saying, to think about that though.
That's what's so crazy about the internet. That's why you have to have a mind of your own.
Yeah.
And you can't mind being trolled, or you have to be ready for people to try to shame you, but you still have to walk to the beat of your own drum and not worry. People are going to have something to say regardless, so you may as well stay true to yourself.
And when you look at and to what Mo Love is saying, when you look at the truth of it, the reason why, and again, this is a spiritual war that we're in. This is not a physical one. Yes, it happens in this third dimension of length, width, and height, but it's a spiritual war. The Lord tells you that they were going to disrespect you because they disrespected him. So when you look at the essence of it, you got a bunch of people, forgive me, if they don't change, that will suffer fire telling you that you're a simp or that you're a weak woman, following your man, or you're this and you're that. And then when you look at them, they don't have no man, they're single, maybe have 2 or 3 children, 4 or 5 children, and you sit there and go, you need to just get your act right. And my man, you need to get your act right. You definitely, before you start attacking people and calling them out of what they are, because again, it's real easy to grab the lowest fruit. But when you have to sit there and do work and have to climb that tree, before you climb that tree, you have to get, you have to work out. You got to get yourself right. You got to map out what fruit you want to get. That takes a lot of work.
It does.
And they don't want to do the work. It's easier to blame Mo Love than it is for me to say, let me get my act together. Because once I realize I'm the problem, I then have to become a solution. And cats don't want to do that.
So a shout out to the Wife School podcast just joined the panel. Big Bad Bull, I hope you ain't lost your train of thought, because I just went on a tirade. Do you remember what you had to say, Big Bad Bull, earlier?
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about, I guess I had asked you back when you was young. And I guess before you made a change in yourself that your wife had to make a decision to follow. Like before you decide to make a change in yourself, did you always know you were doing wrong by her?
Okay, so I'm gonna just give it to you blood raw. I knew, like, when we was like boyfriend and girlfriend and stuff, and when I was in the street and everything, you're doing wrong. I mean, when I was messing with different women, the times I cheated on her when we was in boyfriend and girlfriend, before we was married, I knew I was doing wrong. But how I justified it was she had a bad attitude. Right? That's how I justified it. I used to say stuff like, Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be doing this if you treated me better, or if you had a better attitude, if you wasn't so, if you wasn't so disrespectful towards me. That's how I justify what I was doing.
Right.
Right. But
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was gonna be circular forever if I stayed on that path. Because
Right.
guess what? She got a bad attitude. She disrespects me.
Mm-hmm.
I go off and do whatever. She gets hurt. Now she has a more of a reason to have a bad attitude towards me. Do you understand how circular that is? Okay, now she keeps disrespecting me.
Right.
I'm still living like this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still living like that. Now she has an excuse to still have a bad attitude towards me. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I got, what I did was got out of that damn circle.
I love
That
that.
circle of life.
Yeah, I understand the solution and how you and your wife are flourishing to this day. But I guess what I'm going back to is
Yeah.
like how you were, how I was, is how most young boys transitioning to men are, and we doing all this cheating and competing with how many women and crap we can get. And granted, you just kind of said you could put some of the blame on her. I don't even think I couldn't put the blame on the women. I was just out there. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of men are just out there. You were fortunate not to had a child with her prior to you and her reconciling and building a strong bond with one another.
Yeah.
Whereas some of us, like me, I had a child out of wedlock. So and a lot of us have children out of wedlock in those young situations. We having these conversations with people who are old, who have already made the mistakes, and in my opinion, like that's too late because you know what I mean. Like that's too late. How do we get the young before they put themselves in these situations to create these children out of wedlock?
So here's the thing: we need more men that exemplify being obedient to God.
Exactly.
So what happens when you do see the example? You don't think that kids can go astray anyway for a period because that may be part of their journey?
So kids are more impressionable.
Mm-hmm.
Kids are more likely to be influenced and shaped depending on who's the strongest influence in their life. That's how kids are set up most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if let's just say if a child grew up in a house where he mostly seen responsibility, a husband and a wife, his mom and dad serving each other, like we were just talking about, what Bolo just went over. And a child sees these examples in their mother and father. Naturally, when they grow up and leave the household and start exploring the opposite sex, they're going to be looking for these qualities in people they're, closer to their age, that when they start courting and stuff, they're going to start looking for these. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying there aren't going to be prodigal children every now and then. Yeah, it's going to be prodigal children, but guess what happens a lot of time, even with prodigal children? They come back to their senses and they remember what was taught to them. You know what I'm saying? They still hold on to, what they gathered in the household that they grew up in. So to Big Bad Bull's question again, it's going to take sincere men who really wants to sincerely obey the Most High God.
Can I
Now,
add this?
that's not popular to say because most men are going to say, "Oh, man, that's so corny."
That was a great question, Mo Love, too. Great question.
Can I say this too to what he's saying?
Oh, before you go, Bola, I want the White School Pod. She came off mute. I wanted her to say what she was going to say. Go ahead, White School Podcast.
Hello, everyone. Most definitely. It was said before, like we're just seeing this issue going on, these conversations continue on, because this is a spiritual issue. This is not a carnal issue that we're seeing, and women not doing this and that, and men not doing this is a spiritual issue. And the only way we can correct it is turning our face, turning our attention, turning our heart back to God, and seeking the solution, that's first. And also with just talking about the children, what do they need to see, like being young. My dad, now I know a lot of y'all guys want to get your phone, want to buy the phone, give the kids the phone, give them everything that you didn't have. No, more importantly, you need to be putting that word in them. That is training up a child. That is not cheating. Don't go into that. Don't do that. Thing. No, actually do it. You know what I'm saying? They need to see the fidelity to the wife, or even if the mom's acting crazy, they need to see how the father handles a woman that has a bad attitude, that this and that. Okay, that this person's virgin needs to pray instead of having, I'm going to go get the milk. You know what I'm saying? So even reading, this is what my dad did with me. He read the Bible to me and my brother every night. Every night. My father did not leave any of that to my mother. Not saying that she could do it, but he knew his role.
Your voice sounds a little muffled, wife schools. Are
Yeah,
you?
I thought it was just me. I can't really hear you.
Is it bad now? Is it horrible?
No. It's better. Way better now. Yeah.
Oh, so sorry. What my dad did to me is he put that word inside of me and my brother, and he read that Bible to us every night. Thank God we didn't have all these phones that we do now. You got to take them phones out them children's hands, because it's growing them up faster. The music that they're having access to is growing them up faster. So you have to do your job first, finding a good woman so y'all can have a family, and put that word in those children so they won't stray from it, or at least they'll first revert back to God, right? Or have God in their knowledge. And I believe that helped me out a lot, even when I was in bad situations growing up, or had these expectations or pressures of life, because the children have a lot of pressures too. And now we have this bad curriculum that's, encouraging to, be submitted to the rainbow. Like, it's just so much more against the children now more than before. And so that means we need to even be more spiritually on our toes than we are. And I feel like, I think we revert back to the first Adam. So when he got caught up, he blamed his wife. You know what I'm saying? Instead of saying, well, what he did, well, I didn't do what I was supposed to do, or I should have, whatever. You know what I'm saying? We can't go back to that way. We can't go back to the first Adam. We got to take control. We already know, have the blueprint. Christ did the blueprint. He lived his life successfully in the spirit, and he showed us how to do that. But I think it's just easier to blame, and it's easier to want to feel right. But I do admire you, Freezy, and men that do the self work and ask God to change them and transform them. It's not so much to believe God. You got to let Him transform you. You got to become Christ-like. Christ-like will forgive. Christ will give you another chance. Christ will do the 70 times 70. He'll go that extra mile with you. But I don't think people in their own ego have the patience to do it. So there's a lot of transformation that does need to take place. And I think we will start seeing better results, and as far as our family and people come together. Yeah.
Yeah, ego is so huge. I agree.
Shout out, Bolo. You can go right after this. Shout out to Super Chat. Shout out to Swarthy, classic Swarthy in the building. What's going on, Augie? Thank you for your $5 super cap. He said Matthew 11:29. He said, "Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls." Shout out to classic Swarthy. I appreciate you, bro.
Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Bolo.
So here's the crazy thing. I had to change my trajectory because of what wife school said.
Oh.
Y'all came because of me, Bolo.
No. What you said was good. You brought up the first Adam. And, here's the thing. Adam messed up.
Hey, Jalen.
What's going on, Jalen?
Adam didn't take the position that he was supposed to take in standing in front of his woman. In other words, saying, Lord, yeah, she messed up and I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to handle it. So whatever punishment that you got set up, I'll take that because, I was supposed to deal with her and I didn't. What he did was he backed up and said, this was the woman you gave me. So in fact, he blamed him. The beauty of Christ being the second Adam is what Adam forfeited to do, Christ did. Christ died for his wife. He died for the church. So that's the example that he gives you when we read Ephesians, right? What he did, the first Adam failed, the second Adam did. The second Adam completed that cycle. So we have to understand that what Freezy was saying is children learn more from it being repetitive, from them seeing it in their face continuously, right? And you have to understand that with all of us, this is, we seem to forget what it took for us to become men.
Mm-hmm.
That it was trial and error, right? It was theory in lab until we went outside and actually made it fact. And this is why we have to have a call to arms. This is why we're running a men's class, because a lot of these cats are not men. They have the genitalia of men. They have the genitalia of what a man should be, but mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, they're not. And they're mentally stunted where they are because they can't grow emotionally to get to that point. And instead of seeking things logically through emotion, what they're doing is they're using emotions to seek through logic. And it doesn't work that way. So, we have to get men. We need more men to stand up and be that example that they can physically see. You can't tell someone to be something and they've never seen it before. It's impossible. So when they see men being vulnerable with each other to the point of, when I was young, I did this, I did that, and learn from their mistakes, then they'll say, well, then it's not wrong for me to fall. I'm not a punk if I slip.
Right.
I'm not this if I did that. Because here's the thing, a failure is not a failure if you learn from it. It's called a life experience. It's only a failure if you ain't learned nothing from it. And that's the problem. The problem is we're not taking the time to sit in the tribulation, to learn what we need to learn to become better men. The women are going to follow. The women ain't going nowhere. I promise you guys, they're not going nowhere. But the problem is you're picking the wrong one because your sight is askew. You're using the sight of men opposed to the vision of the Lord to find out what you need opposed to what you want. Understand what you need becomes what you see. You can't, when you're 13, the way you see things at 23 is different. When you're 23, the way you see things at 33 is different. And that's why we use the vision of the Lord, because he seeks through all those things and says to you, now, right now, you ain't ready. You're not ready to be a husband. But what happens is you jump into these husbandly games, get a child, and then when she takes you to court for child support, you blame God. You don't look at yourself. You know what? You know what I'm saying, Freezy? They don't look at themselves and say, you know what? Yeah. The Lord wanted me to meet my wife at 38. I wanted to meet my wife at 22. Like, it's the same way when you tell your child, don't do this. They're like, no, I'm going to do it. My son used to always want to play with the radiator. And I would tell him, don't. He'd always play with the radiator. How do you explain to a little 2-year-old what hot is? Don't touch it. He touched it, burned him. I never had to tell him that again. You know why? Because in his mind, he understood. That's not something I want to do. And unfortunately, like Mola was saying, you're going to have some kids that are just going to have to learn through experience, right? And they will be that learning curve for those that come up behind them, right? Because I did what you were doing. You know what I'm saying? And something that I did for 15 seconds robbing that bank, it gave me 15 years. Now, that math don't compute, but if you want to live that and miss, I went into jail and there were flip phones. Now I come out, there's no damn buttons on these phones. I don't know how to work it. You want to lose that time and half time, and this is what happens. Physically, when you go to jail, you're physically in that prison, and life passes you by. Yeah, you physically, but it passes you by. Emotionally, that happens to us when we go through something traumatic and don't go back to go get that kid emotionally where that walked into it. And that's why it's important for this men's class, for all these young men to get down with the men's class that we're preparing, man. It's very important because we're suffering out there.
So Bolo, when are you gonna start, or do you have?
Oh, we're still working on the curriculum. We got we're about 80% of it done.
Oh, good.
About
Okay.
80% done, but we're working on the curriculum. I mean, the last pieces of it. And understand, like Freezy said, when he said that when you have these little food drives and all these things, that's servicing. No one is paying us for this. We're not getting a government stipend. None of us is getting paid for this. These are brothers that are coming together that said something needs to be done because you know what? We are failing. We are slipping.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole point. We're doing this out of the love in service, like Freezy eloquently said.
I mean, I don't got no problem with saying service. These niggas got a problem with saying service. I ain't got no problem with saying
So
service.
weird.
That's just crazy to me. I ain't got no problem saying I serve my wife. Yes, I serve her to death. Yeah, all the way through there. Yeah, but see, that's that grown man in me though. I don't care about. I don't give a damn about no childish ass on whether somebody gonna accept me or not, and they gonna pick at me and do it, whatever. I don't care about that. I do not. I've been. I'm gonna tell you when I was like that. I was like that when I was in the street. I cared about what people thought. And do y'all understand? I done elevated from that. You could tell when somebody made a change, and like that's how I used to think when I was in the street. So I know. A lot of these guys, they ain't in the street, but they still got that mentality, and I know what that mentality is. I know what it is because I used to be like that.
Yeah,
I used to be like that, right? But let me give y'all a example. If you had a savings account, this is why men, and I'm gonna say women too, right? I'm not gonna leave women out. Neither party has an excuse when they actually allow people in their lives. I'm gonna tell you why. If you got a savings account, let's just say you got a savings account with $10,000, or however much money you want to pretend you got. If somebody came to you with an offer to, for you to invest your money, are you just gonna, just because it looks good, just because the whole setup looks good from the outside, are you just gonna be quick to invest your money? Are you gonna be quick to invest all $10,000, your whole savings account, without doing research, without actually looking at the reviews or talking to other people? Are you just gonna be quick to invest your money off of face value?
No.
Well, why are we so protective? Why are we that protective with our money, but not that protective with our lives?
Right.
We're so quick to entertain people, possibly get them pregnant. Now, guess what? we put ourselves in a situation where we'll possibly have to be in connection with these people for the rest of our lives. And then let's say you enter into a marriage that's very toxic. But the whole reason why we entertain these people, because from face value, they look good. Right?
Absolutely.
They talk good. They had a good talk game. But don't salesmen have good talk games? Don't business people have good talk games too? Are you just gonna be quick, willy-nilly to invest your life savings into something just because it looked good? Just from face value, it looks good from the outside looking in, it just look good. Or are you gonna do your due diligence before you invest your money? Men understand that with money. Well, some men, most men do. I hope. Why don't men understand that with women? Why? Why don't men understand that with women? You know why? Because we're easier to get got if a woman shows her body, or or ass and titties or something like that, or if she's grooming his ego or something. That's what salesmen do, don't they? Don't salesmen make you feel good and groom groom your ego? Don't that ain't that what salesmen do? So guess what? I would argue there are people that has gotten cheated out of their life savings before.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's people that have gotten cheated out of their life savings and have regrets for even believing this person, even making that investment. Do we think who we entertain is an investment too? Do we think who we marry is an investment too? I would argue who you marry is a way bigger investment than them $10,000 in your savings account.
Absolutely.
But we don't look at it like that. Instead, we'll come up here and complain about what the salesman did to us.
That's it.
So what that mean? You're not gonna work hard to save some more money, hopefully for the next time to invest it properly. What that mean? You didn't learn from your mistakes, or you just gonna wallow in you losing $10,000, or is you gonna be a real man and get that stuff back?
Amen.
I'm just saying. Though.
You're right.
You ain't gonna call Freezy a simp if he tell you how to invest your money, right? But I'm telling you the right way on how to move forward. If you are interested in marriage, right? If you are interested in marriage, forget the men that's not interested in marriage. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Just go ahead and keep your OnlyFans account. I don't give a damn. Right? But the men the men that are interested in marriage, there's a right way to do it. But here's the trick. Here's what they try to have you fall for. There is no right way in America.
Oh my God.
It's all doom and gloom in America. There is no right way, Freezy. As long as you live in America, you're destined for your marriage to fail.
It's ridiculous.
So you think I'm going to allow somebody to speak that on my marriage? No, I'm married right now. Right now I'm married in 2025, June 15, 8:08 Eastern time.
That's right.
Yeah. But it be dudes that come in the chat talking about, oh, Freezy is simple, this crazy.
It's so childish.
Is you married? Is you even married? Are you even married? Making these type of comments. Do you even know what a successful marriage is? I need y'all to stop listening to these clowns.
Right.
Thank you, God.
I need y'all to stop listening to these avatars.
Thank you, God.
Because if you keep listening to these avatars with letters by their damn name and shit, you crazy just like them. You crazy just like them. Where has the world came to?
What has it?
I'm just saying though, I'm living this in real life. I should have started my wife's comment earlier. My wife came in the chat earlier and said, I love serving my husband.
She did.
Come on now.
My wife came in the chat and said that. Without no embarrassment, no shame. You know why?
You know,
we don't care. We don't care about what somebody, we clowns think.
Exactly.
So here's the deal. We need to get out of YouTube high school and stop longing to be in the YouTube in crowd.
Oh, gosh.
And stop wanting to be YouTube homecoming king or whatever. Wake up. Order damn coffee.
Come on, Freezy.
Okay, it's over with. The glory, them days over with. Trust me. We living in the real world.
It's over, yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying. So guess what? I do care about these kids.
Amen.
I do care about these kids. I do care about my brothers and sisters being on the right path, possibly finding them a good wife or a good husband. I care about that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a way to do it. Guess what? Everybody ain't gonna accept that way. Everybody want to do it their own way. Right. Well, guess what? Keep on doing it your own way and tell me how that work out for you.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Get back to me in 20 more years. Let me know where you at. Well, I got away. The Most High God got away right now. But guess what? Just tell the truth. You don't want to follow that way. You don't want that way. You want to do it your own way, and you want a woman to accept your way on how you think it should go. That's what you want. Just say that. Just say you want a woman to accept your way, your manly way, and how it should go. Well, tell me how that gonna work out for you. Tell me.
All right.
Yeah, because you got all the answers. You already disciplined and you got all the answers. You ready? You ain't ready to give your wife. You ain't ready to give your wife God's Bible. You ready? These niggas got their own Bible. They ready to give their woman. They wrote their own damn Bible.
Right. Having a spiritual marriage. Come on, Freezy, talk about that one.
But my question is like, are people really paying attention? You expressed earlier how you messed up a lot, and she had her issues as far as her attitude. You said that you took accountability. You had to self-reflect and grow close to God and make the necessary changes, and then she followed suit.
So here's the deal.
So
go ahead.
That speaks to everything that Bolo says too. Like, because men are the foundation, it is easier to say, well, women are wrong on this end, but are you also looking within first? And that's not just for the men, the women have to do it also. But because I do see more so men on the panels going in on women as if they're perfect a lot of times. No, sir. Okay? That's why I think the blame game is ridiculous. But you have to also do be the change that you want to see, men. And as I stated, then we will follow, we will align. Once God is the center, things will start to make sense. With God not in the picture, they will never make sense.
I'm gonna tell you, you know what? Listen, I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna do it. If you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or a cash cap. This person said most of you in marriages are unhappy. This person telling me that I'm unhappy.
It's crazy.
That's how bad it is. Freezy, I don't care what you say. You unhappy. I'm just. This got to stop. And Logic, stop trolling. Logic, stop trolling the trolls in the chat, man. I see what you're doing, man.
So silly.
This man trolling the trolls. This man. But here's the thing, right?
Can I say something to you, Freezy? You ever heard the story of the snake and the rake?
The snake and the rake?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I've never heard that.
Well, here's a snake, right? He's crawling through the farm, and he comes across this rake, and he scrapes himself on the rake, and he gets real pissed off, and he wraps himself around the rake. And the tighter he gets, the more he cuts himself. Tighter he gets, the more he cuts himself, and it gets to the point where he tightens so much that he kills himself. And that comment that you just pulled up is a classic snake and rake. These cats are so hurt And instead of letting that hurt and that pain go,
I let it go, man.
they tighten around it.
That's a
They
fact.
tighten around it. And all they can see is the pain. All they can see is the hurt. All they can see is the anger. All they can see, and it's reciprocal. It's a cycle. It's reciprocated between him and the rake.
Yeah.
And in his issue, it's him and the pain. And what God tells you is let it go. See, there's a difference, and this is a simple example, and I'll drop the mic on this. This is a simple example. You know when your woman cooks you something, and she does it with love, or when she does something and she does it out of obligation. That's the difference. So when a woman loves you and she's in that position of understanding what her position is,
right?
There's nothing that she won't do, opposed to you subjugating her and saying you have to do this. Then she's going to do the bare minimum. And when something else comes better that she sees in her eyes, she's going to jump ship. But here's the thing: when she loves you, it doesn't matter what comes across. He's going to rock out with you till the wheels fall off. And that's the difference between having Christ-like leadership and this earthly leadership.
So, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
Let me just give an attestament with my life. Because a lot of these men, they lost. They lost. I'm purposely looking in the comments, right? And this same dude talking about Freezy, I said most men are unhappy. How do you know most men are unhappy? This is weird as hell. And here's another thing. Are you unhappy? Speak for your damn self.
They be the main one.
You speaking for all men. Speak for your damn self. This weird ass man, this weird ass team man. We're all most of us is unhappy because I said so. Obviously, you unhappy. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. But these niggas find so much comfort in lumping other men in their bullshit. Like, bro, look in the mirror and just tell yourself, I'm unhappy. Just say it's okay. Just tell yourself that. Yeah, why y'all got to group all the men? Why y'all got to group all these men in it? That's weird as hell. Speak for your damn self. Please, just say, I'm unhappy, Freezy. Again, we can start there. Let's work on you. Right? But here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. My wife, she washes my clothes. She cooks for me. My wife prays for me if I'm feeling down. We have Bible study together. We fast together. Right? We pray together. We watch movies together. We have fun. We still date. Yeah. And guess what? I do things for her. I fix things around the house. I was just proud of myself. I just fixed the exhaust fan for the first time in the bathroom. I didn't know I had it in me. Right? Yeah. I do things on the outside. I take care of stuff in the yard. If I don't have enough time, I pay for it to get done. Right? She cleans, she keeps the house clean. We're a team. Me and my wife are a team. We're happy. Now, here's what men that actually want to have a successful marriage should be asking me right now. After I said all of that, Freezer, how you made that happen? How were you and your wife able to do that? But you know why they ain't gonna ask me that? Because they don't want it. They don't want it. They want to continue to say, yo, but freeze it. That ain't possible in America. I just showed you it's possible in America because I'm a living example. But they're not going to accept that because they want to stay in doom and gloom.
Yes, I think that's a huge part of it.
But they don't want it. They ain't going to accept that because for one, most of them is haters and they don't want to give me credit. They don't want to say, well, damn, how freezy got this going on in his house.
You
They
said
don't want to
it.
say that because they hate. First of all, you need to get that hate out your heart. Right? Get that hate out your heart and that bitterness and say and give your brother credit.
Listen.
And say, damn, we got a brother in Freezy that's doing it successfully. How did he do it? Now, when I tell you, you ain't gonna want to do it because you ain't gonna want to do it just because Freezy told you. Because
like
you got too much pride.
Hate is it runs deep.
Yeah, that's why you got to leave these clowns alone. Because guess what? Because they want to stay right there. They want to wallow in that, and they want to just spew out these damn satanic statistics. That's what they want to do. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You think I give a damn what these people think? Man, I'm happily married, and my wife is too. You can't change that. Catch up. That's all I can tell you. Catch up. You want to know how to catch up? I'll share it with you. But all you want to do is come in people chat, hate, call people simps. That's it.
Some people only comment to be negative.
And what I mean by satanic statistics is, even if statistics point to a lot of doubt, that's what you're gonna believe. That's what you're gonna allow your faith to set on. That's what you got faith in. What statistics say? This what separate the men from the damn boys.
Listen.
This what separate the men from the boys. You know why? Because I'll go to war even if the odds is against me.
Period.
But the rest of you niggas is cowards. You won't go to war if the odds is against you. You gonna play it safe and say, oh, this is what the statistics told me, so I'm gonna just go like this.
Let me say what the folks want to hear, so I won't get no backlash.
And these niggas clowns, man. These niggas is clowns, and they ain't got the answers. These dudes ain't got these dudes been on panels for years, since 2013. These guys been on panels for years. What have they done?
Right, Freezy. They choosing bears now.
All these conversations, the only thing you got to show for it is coming in Freezy chat and saying bullshit. That's your results. These are your results right here. This your results. They've been having these conversations for fucking years. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is crazy.
We're reaping the works of the flesh all day on these panels. That's what we're reaping.
Crazy. And no results. These guys, they ain't got no results. None.
Right.
None. No results from these guys. What results are you showing?
They just want to get
somebody told me a long time ago, if you keep doing this, keep trying to do the same thing over and over again without no results, what they call that?
Insanity.
Man, come on, man. You can't fool Freezy. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You can't fool me. See, and then here's the thing. That's why I know a lot of people new to my channel. When I go to screaming like this, that's just Freezy. Don't get it mistaken. I do this. This is what I do. I scream all damn day. And here's another thing. If you don't like it, get the hell on. Why are you still here? That's what make you niggas so damn weird.
Fury.
I'm just saying, if you don't like it, why are you still here? Because you're childish. That's why. It just goes right back to what I was saying earlier. You childish. You childish. That's why. You want to just stay in the chat and you childish as hell. Get the hell on. I didn't tell you that. I don't need you here. You don't make Freezy. Get the hell on. Go to your channel. Strike up a conversation. See how many people come over there. You got the answers?
Ain't nobody watching.
I'm just saying, like, what?
I'm sorry.
Freezy.
Whoa.
And then you ain't like these niggas be acting like they intimidated somebody. In real life, I guarantee you, in real life, I'm a realer dude than you is. In real life.
Yeah, but you know,
So you can't win no kind of way. You can't win on YouTube. You can't win in real life.
Man.
You know what you gotta do, Freezy? You you giving you giving them that energy, but here's the problem. The problem is
It's for the show too. It's for the show. I know what I'm doing. You know
what I'm saying is, these cats are lonely, brother. And these cats are by themselves. These cats are hurting. And the only way they can be heard is when they come to different panels or different chats and spew out that anger, because it's gonna kill them. It's gonna eat them within themselves. So they have to go someplace because they're tired of talking to themselves. And that's the problem. The problem
is like ants.
Yeah. and that's the issue. The issue is, you know, when you see these cats talking again, we understand that there are marriages that are this and marriages that are that. We get that. You know, and here's the thing, man. Cats keep thinking that just because they find Christ, that means that their life get better. And they think that they don't have issues. And I always say this to people, man. The perfect marriage is a marriage when the wife and the husband decide not to give up on each other. That's the perfect marriage, because there's nothing that you're not going to do for each other, and no matter how many times you fall, you're going to get back up. But these dudes got to understand, it starts with you. How are you going to ask her to do something that you yourself can't do?
Man, it's a new sheriff in town. It's a new sheriff in town. Damn that.
You can't.
Tired of these lame. I'm tired of these. I'm tired of these dudes. I'm just these dudes. I'm just saying, like it's time for men to actually actualize positive results. These conversations, here's the thing, right? And I love all my brothers and sisters, even the haters, right? I love all my everybody know if you knew the Freezy channel, the No Cap crew will inform you. I'm always screaming over here. This me in real life. People will tell you in real life, this how I am in real life. I'm just very animated. I'm very passionate about what I'm talking about. It doesn't mean that I'm mad. Trust me, you don't have that much power. Right? But these conversations, especially the conversation that we're having, it's not for everybody.
Right.
That's what we got to understand. Right? It's not for everybody. I wouldn't be mad if you protested my channel and never came back. I wouldn't be mad, because I know it's not for you, right? Right, it's not for you. I'm still gonna be a man, wake up every day, work hard, try to get this content out. That's it, you know. It's millions of people out here. I'm pretty sure somebody would be willing to take your place.
Period. You don't want the fake support anyway.
Well, what I'm saying is we got to stop caring about. We just got to stop caring about what people think.
Ignore. Yes.
Do the work.
And stop
do the work.
Absolutely. Stop bringing up women when men are getting checked. Stop. Just stop doing it. When we checking men, man, stop bringing up women, man. Stop doing what they do, and stop complaining about what they do it, and you turn around and do the same damn thing. When we checking you, be quiet and take the correction, or don't take it at all. Those are your choices. Don't bring up your women. But what about them? What about you? You think it makes you look strong when you bring up the weaker vessel when we're checking you. It don't. It makes you look weaker. Every time we talk to you about you, you want to bring up statistics. We talking about you. Don't talk to me about 15 different other men. Talk to me about you.
Bolo, can I tell you something?
Right.
Absolutely.
Statistics said that Freezy would not be where he at right now. If I was to go by statistics, as far as being a black male in America, grew up in the impoverished neighborhood that I grew up in, statistics show that I should not be where I'm at right now.
Right.
This is what I mean by keep throwing around damn statistics. Okay. I'm saying that's what you gonna lay down. You gonna lay down to those statistics. You gonna just lay down. Well, lay down then. Just lay down. I'm just saying, if you want to keep throwing around these down, just lay down with the statistics. Get you a statistic blanket. And just lay down with it. I'm just saying, damn. Shit.
Come Come on, Freezy. Isn't exactly how
I'm
the
just
Pharisees
saying,
were.
like odds been
Exactly.
against me. Odds been against me for a long time. But guess what?
Mhm.
That ain't
Come
stop
on.
Freezy.
Come on.
That didn't stop me. It's called being a damn man. That's what it called. Damn.
It's a scream.
Super chat. Shout out to Classic Swarthy for the $5 super count. He said Ephesians 5:28 said, so ought men to love their wives as their own bodies. He that loveth his wife loveth himself. That's a good brother right there. Shout out to Swarthy in the building. Also super chat. Shout out to my sister Voice of Venus for the $10. She said, for a bottle of alkaline water so you can keep screaming, freezing. Shout out to my sister. Shout out to our brothers, OGJ Speed just joined the panel, and also Brownsville. I appreciate y'all for coming up. How y'all doing? And shout out to Miss Jennifer and Kenya in the building as well. How y'all brothers doing?
Peace and love.
I'm doing great this morning. Excuse me, and like to say, sun rising to the panel this morning. I really came up to say and shout out to Brownsville. I think he came in a little after me. If he did not, do apologize. I'll just bow down. But I did think I was here first. I came up to ask Bolo. Bolo, and I'm gonna leave my number just in case you lost my number. We're gonna have a conversation about this.
Yes, sir.
If we was having a spiritual conversation about this issue, would it be different?
A spiritual conversation about this issue of men taking leadership?
About everything that just been said in the last hour.
I would want to know, well, he was specifically talking to
I'm not talking about the simp thing. I'm just talking about all the things that was put inside of, because I don't think nobody's really a simp. That's number one. So I mean, the things that was engaged inside of this conversation.
No.
And the reason I ask you that is, and I want to have that conversation because that conversation can become very enlightened but very boring.
I agree.
Yes. And so that's why people don't tune in them type of conversations.
I agree.
Because it's like when you cut the light on when somebody's asleep, that light hurts their eyes until they, get it balanced. Let's go back to the beginning of what I was saying. The Adam and Eve story. Let's start with that. All right. Do anybody on this panel believe God is not a perfect God?
Ask that question again, OG.
Do anybody on this panel believe that God is not a perfect God?
I don't believe that.
I'm asking everyone.
No, he's not.
I think by the silence that answers your question, JSP.
Okay, all right, then I'll move on. Then we would, at that time, people were in a perfect situation, right?
Correct.
Then a perfect God, perfect environment, and something happened.
Yes.
And when it did happen, who was the two contributors of what happened?
Adam and Eve.
Who was the two contributors that got punished?
Adam and Eve.
All right, let's go to their children then. There was something happened with their two children.
Correct.
And what happened after that happened with the two children? What was the punishment of the two children? One was killed. We already know that, right? Slayed. Right. We can both use that word. What happened to that other child?
He had a mark put on him.
And what happened in his punishment? Wasn't he kicked out of the kingdom, or he
Well,
was?
they were already put out.
They were
Yeah, he had to put a mark, and he had to wander the world as a vagabond. What was
Okay,
it?
and when I don't never have the answers, what I usually do is go to scripture
Mm-hmm.
and the Holy Quran. And the reason why I do that is because I guess I've been living long enough to know these circular arguments never get us anywhere. Are you familiar with Genesis 18:26 when
Genesis.
God told Abraham if he find the righteous of so many people that he will spare the city?
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is, as my first question, if we was having a spiritual conversation, it would be different because we are in times of Sodom and Gomorrah. And none of this is stupid, goofy, or anything else. Reason why, because scripture tells us this is what it's going to be. And that's why I spend more time getting closer to my creator than I do what's around me, because what's around me I have already read and it's been prophesied to happen in scripture.
Absolutely.
And so that's why I say, Freezy, the best thing you said tonight was when you found out that the things that you was doing wrong, and if you kept on doing them in the same fashion, it would just be a circle. I say to you, my brother, with all due respect, because I love your show and I love the things that you do, you can do the same thing with dealing with this situation in the chat and everything else. See, you kill a lie with the truth. That's the only way you can kill a lie. Because a lie supports nothing, and a truth supports the universe, how it's spun and created. I understand that it has to be an entertaining aspect to this YouTube. I do understand that. Hell, I worked 35 years in the entertainment business. I give no grums with that. But I got to say, when we start to have these conversations, is it going to be circle on one side or circle on the other side or circle on that side or that side? The only circle we should be dealing with is God. And it cleared up the same thing, because the same people will tell you amen will be sipping on some rum or some tequila, drinking a beer or smoking a blunt. That ain't God neither. So what I'm saying is, reason why I stay back now in a lot of these different places and I don't, because I want to have the spiritual conversation. So I'm going to leave y'all with that. I listen to a lot of this. Why the world is upside down, it's supposed to be upside down because it's been prophesied. And there's nothing stupid about that. If you believe in the scripture and you believe in the word, what you see, what you hear is already should be expected. And we have to do the best we have to do. And the only thing I can tell humanity is get closer to your creator. Peace and love, and always strive for the truth.
Shout out to OGJ
No
Speaks, man.
captivity.
Yo,
You
peace
about to say
and
something,
love,
bro?
peace and love, peace and love.
What's going on, Brownsville? How you doing?
Man, I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful, man. Can you hear me? Am I coming through clearly?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Yeah, man. I want to say peace and love to all the kings and queens on the panel, man, and all the kings and queens in the chat. I see the Queen Mo Love up here. I see Miss Jalen. Wife School Podcast was up here, man. Peace and love
Peace
to
and
y'all.
love. Hey.
Peace and love to all the kings and queens in the chat, man. I just jumped up here, Freezy, to say, happy Father's Day, man, to
Thank you. I
all the
appreciate it. Same to
fathers
you, bro.
out there, man. And notice, I said happy Father's Day to the fathers and not the dads or the daddies, right? Because there's a big difference between being a father and being a daddy, right? You see, anybody could be a daddy. Any male can be a daddy. all it takes is for you to, impart some of your, man juice into a woman, and then you could become a daddy. But a father is willing to impart everything into his children. And when I say everything, I'm talking about all of his resources, all of his time, all of his experience, his money, his knowledge, his wisdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see, I believe it was Solomon who said in Proverbs, I think 10:1, it says that a wise child brings joy to a father, but a
Mm-hmm.
foolish child brings grief to a mother. Now we got to understand the wisdom within that scripture and how deep it is, because what it's displaying is the fathers who are not actually being fathers in totality. They're being daddies, and they're not imparting wisdom. They're not imparting discipline. They're not imparting knowledge. They're not willing to sacrifice their own happiness for the betterment of their family. What happens is when the fathers drop the ball, the mothers have to deal with the grief and struggle. And that's why the world is so upside down today, because too many men have decided to be dads instead of actually being fathers. So I want to say happy Father's Day to the stand-up men out there who are choosing to be fathers each and every day. And what requires you to be a father is to sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest father of all time sacrificed his only begotten son so that we can have everlasting life. That's what the scripture teaches us. So if you are a father and you have children, then you should be willing to sacrifice everything for the betterment of your children, because that's going to make them wise. And that's also going to make sure that the mothers aren't dealing with the grief and the turmoil and the struggle that they describe each and every day. So happy Father's Day to the real ones. Peace and love to y'all. And Godspeed to everyone, man.
Shout out to you, Brownsville.
You
Let
gonna
me
read that too?
see.
All right.
Hood Servitor, what's up? Appreciate you for joining the panel.
Thank you. Are you gonna read the super cap first, or you want me to go on?
Oh yeah, let me read that super chat. I was eating this breakfast that my wife bought me.
I know. One thing at a time.
Shout out to Conversations with MJ. Super chat. Thank you for the $40, MJ. We appreciate you. She said, "Hey Freezy, happy Father's Day and happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Enjoy." Shout out to MJ. Make sure y'all subscribe to MJ's channel. Hit that notification bell. That's our sister. Appreciate you,
Hey,
sis.
MJ.
If you want your comments, if you want to hear your voices from the chat, you can do what MJ did. Either leave a super cap or you can leave a cash cap to $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. I appreciate y'all. And shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show so far. It's still Miss Piggy with a total of $170. Go ahead, Hood Servitor. And shout out to my
Thank you. Good
homeboy,
morning.
Next Level in the building. Good morning, bro. My bad.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think. And listen, I know I'm going to be the bad guy, so I'm going to be nice and be polite as soon as I start off. But I think we have a problem that you guys are unwilling to address from your position, which is even on Father's Day, like it's supposed to be our day, and we can't hold back from shitting on men. And
I think it's an awkward situation to be in where there is almost nothing offered to the men. Why is it that, especially among the people who would be like pro-black leaning, I care about the community, I want us to be good for us, why do these type of people have no chill when it comes to talking to or about black men? Do you suppose you can bully your brothers into loving your sisters better? I don't understand this approach.
Can I ask who you may be
hold on. Let me say
referencing?
this.
Because
So what made you think we was trying to bully men into loving women?
Well,
what
like I
gave you that
said,
impression?
I don't understand your approach, and not just today, but as a broad concept. Because from what I'm hearing is the men have nothing to complain about. You should just step up and do better.
No, you didn't answer my question. You just made the statement in the chat, and you
Well,
made
earlier
it
today you were yelling at the guys, and I know you weren't necessarily being, you were doing for the show, but it's not just you. This is a tone that's across the board in these
I was
type of
yelling at
conversations.
what guy?
Well, whatever you were talking about, some dude in the chat you were having a back and forth with, and then you just start yelling about these men. I'm sick of these men. These men need to do this. These men need to do that. And again, Freezy, it's bigger than just you. This is a general tone that gets taken when men have things to say.
Okay, so context. Do you think context matters?
Well, what's the context of your context? What are you even saying?
Did you see the chats that I was highlighting?
I was here, yeah.
Okay, did you see the chats that I was referring to?
I was here, yeah.
Okay, so if you seen the chat that I was referring to, that guy, or I don't even know if it's a guy, it was an avatar, right? They were saying things, right, that I responded to, in contrary to what I was saying, right? If you've been listening to the show thus far, I've actually been giving real answers and solutions on how men can cultivate better families and marriages, right? I've been saying these things, right? So not one time have I tried to bully men into loving women. If you were here earlier, you would have caught the segment where I actually said, if you have changed your life as a man, right? Not only did I say this, I backed it up with scripture. If you have changed your life as a man and you've decided to follow the Most High God. Now that might not be what you subscribe to, and I respect that, right? But I said, if you have changed your life as a man and made a decision to change your life for the better, you shouldn't listen to a woman. You should listen to God. I said that. And I also said, you should, once you change your life and develop standards for yourself as a man, I also said you should only give your time to women that are worthy of your time. Did anybody hear me say that on the panel?
Yes, you did multiple times.
Did anybody hear me say that in the chat?
Yes.
So this is the problem. What you just did was try to create and shape what I said into simply bullying men into loving women. And this is the problem I have with guys like you.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Amen.
Why you did that was to the reason why you did that was to create your own narrative to further your agenda, because you have one.
Don't we all though?
No, I don't have an agenda, bro.
Don't
I
you
just
want
love
people
my
to get
brothers
married and be happy? That's an agenda.
Listen, bro. I don't have an agenda. I just want to see us do better. I say this all the time. I'm not team woman. I'm not team man. I'm team right.
Exactly.
Right? So if you would have actually heard me earlier quote what I said earlier, you would not have made that negligent comment saying
So
that
what were you
I'm trying
yelling
to
about?
bully men into loving women.
What were you yelling about then, since I'm so off base?
Because I yelled, nigga. What the hell wrong with
No,
you?
I know. I don't care that you yelled, but what were
why
you
you
saying?
why you keep
What were the
emphasizing
words? What were the words that you sang? It doesn't matter your tone or your volume. The
You know,
words
you
that
could
you
play the
said,
video
bro.
back just like everyone else. You can see what he said. He just clarified
You-
what he
I just
said.
told you.
He
I
just
On the
clarified.
panel, I'm not going to play the video on your panel, but I was here listening, and I know the words that were said.
You didn't
It
listen
doesn't
to
matter the
everything
tone.
then.
He
I'm
wasn't
talking
here
about the
earlier,
words that
Freezy.
you
I seen
actually
when he
said.
came in.
Ladies, hold on, ladies.
Hold on. Wait.
Ladies,
I just hold on. I just told
Yeah.
you what I said. I just actually told you what I said.
You just quoted a whole other part of the show. I'm talking about the words you said when you were yelling at dudes. Because it's not the first time you get up on here on your show and be like, "I'm sick of these niggas. You do this and you do that." That had nothing to do with this conversation. This is a general
Listen, hold on.
feeling.
Wait. Stop. Were you in my chat, not just today, but on other times, saying, "Oh, this is crazy," and what the F? Have you typed in all capitals in my chat before?
I don't know about all caps, but I've been in your chat a bunch of times. I've been on your panel
Have
a
you
bunch of
typed
times.
what the F in all caps in my chat before?
I might have. I don't know. Maybe.
So is
What's the
that yelling in the
significance of
chat?
that? Oh, well, now it's yelling in letters. Oh man.
I'm asking you, why are you
If you
typing in
want
all
to, if you
caps?
want
You
to
could have
equate
typed in
that, so be it.
lowercase.
If you want to equate that, then so be it. But the words are the more important thing in the tone.
You could have typed in lowercase. It's a
Brother,
reason.
it's not your yelling.
Wait, stop. Let's not be trivial. It's a reason why people type in all caps. Stop acting like you were new to typing and shit.
It's not the yelling, bro. It's not the yelling.
Okay, well, stop trying to clarify that I yelled this and yelled that.
When you started yelling, you said words. Those were the words that you said. It's the words that you said, bro. It's the words that you said.
Hold on, wait. You are the one that keeps specifying that I'm yelling this and yelling that.
Right, because the words you say in that moment are the truest feeling you express.
No, it's not, bro. No, it's not. Sometimes I talk low like this and I be dead ass serious. That's why I know you don't know me. You just talking.
I'm not claiming to know you personally. I only know what I see on the panel, bro.
Okay, this is what I'm telling you. Stop policing what I responded to in the chat to some troll in the chat and come up here and state your claim.
It's not. Well, first of all, I can't police you. You speak as you want, and I want you to speak how you do, so I can take you.
He
So I can take you at your
He's
word.
calling you gaslighting in the chat and everything. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah,
So you wasn't there
that's what
trolling
I'm
with other
speaking
people.
to. Gaslighting, right? Because niggas have nothing to complain about. And that's what I mean is like as soon as a dude actually has something to complain about, oh, you niggas talking about black women, you niggas do this and you niggas do that. And it's like, well, if you actually want the men and the women to come together, at some point you got to hear the men out, bro. You got to hear the men out honestly.
Stop. When did I say you niggas complaining about black women? When did I say it? Because you
know what? You never said it. My bad. You never said it. You never said it. My bad. My bad. You never.
I'm gonna hold you responsible for what you say. You just can't come up here saying bullshit, bro. You can't come up here just saying anything. Okay? When did I ever say, oh, you niggas always complain about black women?
When you be yelling and screaming at niggas.
So that's me saying you niggas always complaining about black women.
No.
Bro, either you said the words or you don't. I don't care if you was yelling and screaming.
Now
I don't care if you was going off on a riff, but you said the words. You saying the words. You are saying these things, bro.
Absolutely.
Are y'all listening to this in real time? You're telling me what I said, then you just said either you said it or you didn't. It don't matter. Which is it, bro?
Conservative. And listen, you gotta understand something, brother. And again, I get it that Cats is always talking about that, we come at the men all the time. Right. But what was said today was that brothers got to do better for themselves. It was never said that brothers got to do better to get women or whatever.
Never said that.
It's about getting yourself right. Right. I purposely let me speak for me because I heard what Freezy said. I purposely said that at the end of the day, either she going to follow or she ain't. This is about you getting right with God. At the end of the day, the woman that's meant for you is the woman that's meant for you. You can't change that fact. So at the end of the day, opposed to us complaining about women, the reason why cats are complaining about women is because of the choice of women that they're picking, right? Because again, if I'm a businessman and I love my business and I understand my business, the trajectory, I'm intentional to the people I hire, right? I'm going to make sure that you're not going to tank my business. Now, I may miss something and hire you anyway. If I see that you're doing something wrong, I fire you and move on. But the point of the matter is, I am intentional in what I do. So, courting or vetting women is not 100%. It just puts you in a better position to make a better decision. You will make a mistake, but when you see the red flags, you own up to it and you make the trajectory. But at the end of the day, the point of the matter is when you love yourself and you know what you need as a man, as a husband, as a father, anything that's heavier than that, you're not going to tolerate. So it's about making sure that you're, and we do the same thing with the women, make sure that you're on your route of intentionality in God. So you know what type of man you're looking for, so you don't make the mistakes in trying to figure out how to be a basketball player when you jump into the NBA. You should have the fundamentals already. That's the point.
I have no contention with any of that. My initial complaint when I took the mic was that even though we claim to have a spirit of love, we talk to our brothers crazy all the time, and I don't think it's cool.
Ay, Dios mío.
What do you mean we talk to the brothers? Now let's mind it out. What do you mean we talk to the brothers crazy? What do you mean?
When Mother's Day comes up, do a show about how Black women need to get it together.
Okay, I've done that. See, the difference is I think you're speaking in general when you should be speaking specific, because I'm an equal opportunity shooter. When
hold on, Bolo.
Yes,
Stop, Bolo. Stop, Bolo.
Okay.
Bro, you ain't finna tell me what to say on my damn show. Let's just start there. That's what's wrong with you niggas.
The nigga asked me to prove a point, bro. Don't get all up.
What to do on Father's Day?
The nigga want me to prove a point. I proved it. Don't get all uppity because I proved the point. You can do what you want, but it is what it is, man.
But you didn't prove a point. You did not prove a point.
How about, hold on, how about you do this? Stop. How about you do this? Don't you got a channel? Why don't you go to your fucking channel and talk about women on Mother's Day? Why don't you do that? It's time to make a change for once in your life.
Right. I will on Mother's Day. I will do the show on Mother's Day.
Can I ask
I will do the show on Mother's Day.
Yo, don't you have a channel?
I will invite you to the show and everything. I will on Mother's Day.
And
I will do that
gladly
show.
Come. This what I'm telling you.
I will
This is what I'm telling you.
And all that.
The best thing you could have did was not tell me or tell another man what he need to do on his channel. Why don't you be a man and do it on your damn channel?
No, Bolo asked me a question about how something looks, and I pointed out how something looks. You asked me how
then you proceeded to tell men on what they need to do on their channel.
No, I'm pointing out an example. You taking it personal for who knows why. But I'm saying this is Father's Day, and you're having a conversation about how fathers are fucked up or how Black men need to get it together. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. That's why we talk our men crazy and then expect them to be on board.
Such an exaggeration.
So I'm not having a conversation on how fathers are fucked up.
Exactly.
That's what Bolo just said. I don't know why you jumping in. I was talking to Bolo about what he just said.
I'm jumping in because this my goddamn show.
Sir, it's his channel.
Don't take it personal when I'm responding to that man, though. Don't take it personal when I'm responding to that man about what he asked me. And he said something.
Okay, but don't take it personal when I respond to you about what he asked you.
But you up here mad, and I ain't even talking about you or to you. I'm talking to this nigga. Okay, well then you screaming sounds like you mad, and obviously I'm talking to this nigga about what he said. Yeah, that's y'all thing over here. It's early. I don't want to be screaming with y'all niggas. But bro, the nigga said certain things, and I commented off what he said. This is Father's Day, and you having a conversation about how men need to get it together. I'm like, all right, well, let's do that on Mom's Day. That's exactly what I mean about we real comfortable talking to the brothers crazy, but you don't want to ever have her hear nobody talking to women crazy. You can't have it
around on women.
We're not having a conversation about how men need to get it together on Father's Day. Right. You're wrong.
Can I speak towards that? Because I know
we're having a discussion on. We're having a discussion. We're having a discussion on K Michelle being a guest on Cam Newton's show. That's what we're having a discussion on. You know what YouTubers do? They react to videos and shit.
No, I saw you in the beginning.
Okay, that's what we're doing, bro. But what you're trying to do, once again, is trying to paint a narrative that we're just harping on men on Father's Day. That's what you niggas do.
That's literally the statement that we said.
You weren't even here.
We are talking about how men need to get together.
Conservative. Listen.
What are you talking about, man?
This is the problem. This is the problem. The problem in having this kind of conversation is we get caught up because we say it's Father's Day, right? Every day is Father's Day. Every day is Mother's Day. So correction happens every day, right? Inspiration happens every day. Let's not get caught up on today is the day. Understand something, my G, and I really want you to understand. Look outside your window. Look at the state of our people, bro. I can care less about today being Father's Day. I can care less of it. Okay, because at the end of the day, there's a call that we need to sit out there and send out there. We're getting caught up on, but we don't do this on Mother's Day. We don't do this on that. That's what they want us to focus on. They want us to focus on the branch opposed to dealing with the root. And this is why
all that shit childish.
Very.
That's the point that I'm making. We're dealing with branches and not the root. The root of the problem is we have an issue, both men and women.
Agreed.
We deal, and here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. You have a house, right? And you have a leak and a fire. What do you address first, conservative?
Fire.
The leak, the fire, right? Why would you address the fire first?
Fire is more threatening.
There you go. What do you think men in this situation, the leak or the fire?
Oh, that's a disagreement. The women are the fire, bro.
No, women are leaks. You know why? I'll show you why they're leaks. I'll show you why they're leaks. A woman's dysfunction takes longer to affect the community than it does a man. Because we're supposed to be.
Dysfunction is in the bed next to you, though.
But what I'm saying to you is we're the heads. We're the leaders, right? Is that not what we are? We're the kings. We're the governors. We're all these different things. So you're going to address the person that follows the king, or do you address the king? Who do you address first?
There are no more kings, though.
Okay, do you address the leader, the head of the household?
The man is not the de facto leader or head, and that is literally the problem of modern society. So your answer, your solution is inapplicable. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're starting from a non-starter.
Let me show you. The reason why it is applicable is we understand that all men are not meant to be leaders. So this.
That's not the point, but okay.
Hold on, that is the point. This is a call to arms to those are leaders because I already understand that all men and all women are not going to make it. So I'm not caught up on the statistics of women that ain't making it or men that ain't making it. I'm not caught up on that statistic. I'm caught up on the men and the brothers that know that they need to make a change. This is who we're talking to. The men and the brothers that look at themselves that say, you know what? I need to do this and I need to do that. Those are the brothers we're talking to. To the sisters that say, my life is not right. I need to change. These are who we're talking to. Outside of that, I don't care what you do. If you feel the way that you're living is right, then continue doing you. Because Christ ain't coming back for the healed. He's coming back for those that need healing. So if you're saying that you don't need a doctor and I'm a doctor, I'm not coming for you. I'm coming for those that need to be healed, my G. That need healing. That's what I'm coming back for. So that's
Super chat. Sheep Stay Sleep. Sheep Stay Sleep TV. I appreciate the $5 super cap, bro. He said, loving this conversation. Happy Father's Day, fellas. Shout out to my brother Sheep Stay Sleep TV. Make sure y'all subscribe to Sheep Stay Sleep TV and make sure y'all hit that notification.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead.
That's the point. So that's the point, man. The point of the matter is we're getting caught up on timing. When is the time right? The time is never right. You make it happen. You make it happen. Now, do we salute? We had a brother that came up here and said, yo, we salute the brothers out there that's doing their things and holding the families down and doing what they're supposed to do as fathers. We had a brother that came up and did that. Here's the problem. We have more brothers that are not doing that. So why should I spend? And it's the same difference to when these dudes spend 45,000 hours on the women they don't want and spend 2 hours on the one they do.
I don't know how true that is, though, Bolo.
It's the truth.
That's literally the disagreement that's occurring between the men and the women. And like, especially if you look at like one of the reasons why the manosphere exists or whatever, it's because for a long time, women have had a one-sided narrative about these men do this and these men do that. And I don't know if everything they're accusing men of is 100% accurate. And so over the years, men have been making the case that no, actually by number and by per capita, more black men are married than black women. So you're kind of putting a negative stereotype on the men that you can't back up with real numbers.
You know why those numbers are misleading, and when Freezy say satanic, it is. This is what bugs me out. What bugs me out, Cats is going to say, you know, there's more men that do this than there are women. And the stupidity in those statistics are there are more women than men. So there will always be more women that do this or
even
do that.
by per capita, no.
What
Even by per capita,
even by per capita, there's still more women than men.
No, that's not how per capita works. Per capita means that out of your group, we have a higher percentage, a higher percentage of black men marry or seek marriage than black women. But black women accuse us of not wanting to be in a stable relationship.
That's not what you said.
No, I said by both, by head count and per capita.
Wait, hold on, but you said there are
a woman cannot get on a knee and marry a man. A man has to marry a woman.
Wait, because I want to mind this out. You said there are more black men or men that's married than women.
This is from blackdemographics.com.
Of course.
By head count, that's just a raw 1-for-1 count, and also by percentage, by per capita, more black men are in marriages.
What's written?
Okay, wait. More black men are in marriages than black women?
And there are way less black men than there are black women. So stop putting so much dirt on our names, bro.
Wait, stop. So these men that you're talking about, these black men, what percentage of black women are they married to?
You can't ask me to crawl through blackdemographics.com on my own recall. You got to pull up the stats.
Wow.
You knew that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the whole website. You're asking me to recall an entire website, brother? Come on, don't do me like that. Pull it up. Pull it up. You got the controls. Okay. You the captain. Pull everything up you want to look for.
No, listen. You the one introduced this into the conversation.
Listen,
introduced it into the conversation,
but there's been a lie put on black men's names, and I'm telling you, there's numbers out there. There's black demographics out there to disprove the lie that's been put on black men's names. So when I started out by saying we are way too comfortable shitting on our brothers, that's what I mean.
Okay, so nobody's shitting on brothers.
Is it accountability, or is it because
be accountable for your side of the numbers then?
We can't ask a man to marry us. Only a man can ask it. So, of course, we probably would be married at a higher rate, but it's not godly, and it's not for me to get on my knee to ask a man to marry me. No. So you guys got to ask the woman to marry you. It's not us. So don't try to put that on the woman.
I think that's more of an internal woman problem than you want to acknowledge.
Well,
if ain't nobody buying my food, then my food ain't good.
Freezy said, which I don't think you were here for the conversation, is that he was a girlfriend-boyfriend situation. He cheated, all these things, all the things that men do and women do when they're whatever, okay? But often, he said, I'm going to change because I'm going to be stuck in this situation. Like a lot of men, they don't want to change either. They just want what they want. And the manosphere, in some ways, negatively gasses that, fuels that. What he's saying is that he decided to go on, subscribe to the God pill, not the red pill, and actually his life got better. And a lot of people have stated when they came to God, their life got better. Just like a young man said that he listened to Myron, said, "Oh, you told me to go sleep around with a whole bunch of women. Whatever. That's what you guys do because it makes you feel like a man, but it's not really making you a man."
That's Myron's advice.
And he said, "I got married." So that means he stopped the foolishness and got married. So it's like you may want to bring up these statistics, but following God's law, way of life, actually yields better results. So either the men aren't following, as we were stating, and as K. Michelle was saying, like, hey, let's make more families. There's something wrong, and we're trying to focus on that, the leadership part.
No. Hey, shout out to
in that
everybody,
same
man.
clip, K. Michelle admitted.
Before y'all
Give me
continue,
one
let me read
second,
this.
fantastic.
Hold on, conservator. Let me read this
Super chat.
Shout out to Kimberly Johnson for the $5 super cap. She said, we were talking about what makes a successful marriage. All fathers can benefit from this discussion. Shout out to Kimberly Johnson. Thank you, Kimberly. If you would like your voice to be heard from the chat, you can either leave a super cap, just like Kimberly did, or you can leave a cash cap to $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. Go ahead, Hood Servative.
Now, K. Michelle, in that same clip that everybody gonna be talking about today, because I gotta talk about it later myself. She turned down 3 rings, bro. I don't want to hear nothing about family from a woman who turns down 3 rings.
Okay,
don't blame me for your lack of decision making. And this is the thing: as Black men, we can only do so much to encourage Black women to get on board. If you ultimately decide that all 3 of those men were not worth it, then there's something going on here. But don't say Black men are not trying to build families.
We talked about K. Michelle earlier, even when Mr. Fantastic was up here, right? We talked about K. Michelle earlier. Nobody championed. I don't think nobody on the panel actually championed K. Michelle.
Do you remember what I was saying?
No. This is a very typical story, though. Almost every woman you talk to will tell you there was a man in her life that was willing to marry her, and she turned him down. Almost every woman over 40 got that one guy who was willing to take all of her burdens on, all of her kids, whatever. So many of y'all keep telling that story.
Okay, but how does that? I'm saying, what?
So don't blame Black men for collectively not wanting to help y'all or wanting to start families or wanting to be with y'all.
Okay, let's say every Black woman. Let's say every Black woman in America has said that. How does that affect your life?
It's not about my life. It's about the whole point of the conversation, which was we so comfortable talking crazy about Black men. But when when we start actually asking Black men what's going on, when you start getting into the numbers of what's happening, it doesn't look the way you say it does.
No. Listen to what
numbers
I'm
in the last year.
Listen to what I'm saying. You just quoted what Black women say, and that they could have got married, that they've been proposed to several times, and they could have got married several times, or whatever you just said. What was your point in bringing that? I'm saying,
just like K. Michelle says she turned down 3 rings, but now you're blaming Black men for not wanting to create families. You can't have it both ways.
But listen, maybe she did the men a favor.
But then still, don't complain that Black men are not wanting to create families when at least 3 men wanted to put you in a family way. You can't have it both ways. And now you're sitting here on your high horse crying your fake tears like you so hurt about the decisions. No, it's not on the men.
So you're saying that you're gonna do a show on that interview?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that later on.
So when you do the show and the interview, you'll get a chance to watch the full video, right, and get the full context.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the whole. Right. Well, not the whole show, but that full segment, not just 5 minutes.
Right there. If you need me to email it to you, I will. So
no, I got the whole show.
Okay, no problem. When that whole segment, a large part of what she was trying to touch on, she was talking about basically Black culture compared to
white country culture.
What she specifically pointed out, white country culture, right? And she was saying that Black culture, basically, in so many words, she was saying that it's a lot of degeneracy, and it doesn't promote healthy marriages. It doesn't promote Black men and women actually getting together. There's a lot of gender divisiveness, and she was basically saying that her with her stint in being in country music and that genre and being in that business, she noticed how white people and country music, they champion family more in their culture with country music. That's what she was saying.
You know what she can't get though? But even
wait, let me finish my thought.
Go.
So I'm just trying to give you full context, right? And I'm not taking up for K. Michelle. I'm just saying I played the video up here damn near 3 or 4 times. She was basically saying she wants Black culture to be healthier. She wants Black culture to be better. I've even heard conservatives say that, right? I've heard conservatives say black culture is trash. So I don't understand. You pride yourself on being a conservative, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So I don't understand what's the qualms even a conservative would have with what K. Michelle's saying. She's actually saying black culture is trash and it needs to improve.
We're calling out the hypocrisy of a K. Michelle who sings black trash culture anthems.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
And then, bro, hold on. For her to be up there in white people land and seeing how the white people do it, you're not making this connection. And this is why you need a man, because apparently she just can't get it on her own. If you want what they have, you have to do what they do. That goes for anybody, Chinese, Japanese, white, Spanish. If you want to live like them, then live like them.
So K. Michelle has done raunchy music before, and she's put out irresponsible material to the public, right? Especially to young black women. I will give you that. I don't think nobody would disagree with that. But I do think that being that she's in country music and she's actually conveying that since she's been in country music and she's made a switch.
She got around them white folks, and now it's
right. I get you.
Now it's niggas ain't shit, even though she's been singing city girl anthems all this time. You got around and see how these nice white folk live, and niggas ain't shit, bro. That's not right.
Now who's conservative? Now who's screaming now? God damn. Listen. So
trying to finish your thought, bro. Come on.
So what I'm saying is, yes, I can actually agree with you, right? Maybe she did get around these crackers and she started seeing how they operate, and she wanted that type of representation for herself. Not, she still want a black man, so now she's screaming at black people. Why can't black people be like these white people over here on this countryside? I get it. I
want what she wants too, but I'm not gonna get around. I'm not gonna get around and be like these bitches ain't shit when I wasn't shit either.
You gotta let me finish my point. I'm letting you finish your point. You're getting emotional. Let me finish my point. Conservatives do it all the time. We see conservatives on this panel comparing black people to white people and how white people interact and how it's not that much crime in their neighborhoods. We just got through going through this long ass episode of black fatigue and shaming black people and how black people ain't shit compared to white people, and even white people are. Do you know how many black conservatives I've seen on panels actually shame black people and say white people are tired of y'all, and I get why they tired of y'all niggas. I'm tired of you too, with my black conservative ass. Dog, it's the same. So we're going to point the finger at K. Michelle, but guess what? We've seen black conservatives take up for white folk on these panels, on these shows, and actually spew this black fatigue bullshit as well.
Can I respond?
In defense of white folk. In defense of white folk. But now it's easier. But see, you are a conservative. The reason why you can see it clearly, more clearly now, is because it's a black woman doing it. That's why, bro. This shit been going on. This shit been going on, using white folk to shame black people. Guess who's been consistent on this though? Freezy.
You doing it right now, using white folk to shame conservatives.
No,
so
I mean,
that's how it works.
The white person to has anybody heard me use a white person to shame black folk?
No.
When have I done it, even on this show?
Why are we even talking about racism right now? We were talking about K. Michelle wanting what the white people want, but you blame black men instead of actually just accepting your role in it. No, that's always the distraction. The black man got a problem with what the black man is doing, what the black woman is doing, and because you don't want the black man to talk about what the black woman is doing, you have to bring up racism so we can fight the race war instead of having a one-on-one discussion about what it is that you're doing between me and you.
So I don't want the black man to talk about.
It's always the race distraction.
Wait, you're saying I don't want the black man to talk about what black women are doing?
You rather talk about racism.
So when on your spare time, skim through my content.
This is all over the place.
Skim through my content. I've talked several times about what black women are doing and how they need to improve. I've said this several times. Several times, bro.
Did you?
But what
can
it
I
is
ask you
Well,
the
something?
stay
problem.
focused on K.
Survey?
Michelle then, because you
Did
kind of
you hear
went way over
the
there.
earlier
No.
conversation?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I am focused on K. Michelle. I made it my thumbnail. K. Michelle and Cam Newton. I am focused on K. Michelle. I had to remind you that we wasn't just up here willy-nilly going in on black men on Father's Day.
Okay.
I'm the one told you that we talking about K. Michelle.
Okay, so now that being said, when she says that it's the men who need to get out here and do the family, it's all y'all. Y'all black men got to do this. Y'all black men got to do that. We are not criticizing her for wanting what she wants. We're criticizing her hypocrisy for putting it all on the men as if the women had nothing to do with it. It's all on the men, always.
Okay. So hold on, I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I'm gonna let somebody else talk.
Go ahead.
Okay,
now, it was a short part of her interview. I will give you that, but she did criticize. She brought up the city girls and how degenerate they are. She brought up the city girls. Yeah, she did, right? Mm-hmm. So her whole interview wasn't just harping on black men. It just so happened that she was talking to Cam Newton, right? She was talking to Cam Newton, and Cam Newton allowed her to question him about his family. He allowed her to, because even she was like, she was kind of apprehensive. She was like, I don't know if you want me to ask these questions. Cam Newton was the one that said, no.
Hey, she was trying to make him the bad guy low key. She was low key trying to drag him, and he didn't really it didn't go that way, but she was low key trying to set him up for the drag. That's kind of what's going on here, because he got all these kids with all these women, but nobody wants to look at it like, how come all these women lining up to have his kids?
He said it wasn't a problem if what she said. She said, because he already heard it all.
He's the one that told her, ask me anything.
Exactly.
Right? So he's the one that opened up the floodgates. It's his show.
Exactly.
So here's the thing. You're saying that Cam Newton was a victim on his show?
He specifically said you cannot hurt me.
Black guy is not moving like Cam Newton, though. The average black guy, what's going on between black men and black women has like no relation to how Cam Newton moves, though.
Oh, well, I mean, I could give you that. I don't know. I don't like to speak for all black men. I don't like to speak for all men. I'm just saying the dynamic between K. Michelle and Cam Newton, right? I watched the whole thing several times. Well, that segment. And I'm telling you, yeah, even Mo Love, I think Mo Love was the only woman on the panel at the time. Even Mo Love called out the hypocrisy of K. Michelle earlier in the show.
Exactly.
That's what I'm telling you. This is not a panel where we just harping on black men or harping on Cam Newton, dog. Trust me. And I'm happy that we're minding this out so you can get some clarity, right? You know, so but some of the things you said, I actually agree with it, right? But I think the only thing we differ on, right, is waiting on black women to get it together. Like I'm not waiting on black women to get it together, dog. I'm not.
Bro, what do you mean when you say that?
Because you told Bolo gave you an example, and Bolo, you can quote me if I'm wrong. Bolo gave you an example. What's more important? What was that? What was that example you gave? That picture you painted? Fire in the water.
Are they? I say they're the fire.
I said what's more important. I said the fire leak. He said that he believes that women are the fire and men are the leak.
Yeah. So you said that women are the fire. That's what you said. So you're waiting on women to put out their fire.
Oh, a man who got it together and wants to build for his neighborhood and his community needs a cooperative woman. They're on fire.
No one disagreed with you on that. But no one disagreed.
You got the floor.
Here's the point, conservative. No one disagreed with you on that. A man that has his act together knows what type of woman that he needs. His vibe attracts his tribe. Those women that are out there for the streets, as YouTube say, he ain't gonna deal with those at all. Those dudes that deal with birds, they're birds themselves. That's the point. That's the point. The point of the matter is if a man got his act together, he's on his trajectory and he know what he wants and he know what he need, he's going to go out there and look for that to add to him, not to subtract. That's the point.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Okay. Yeah. So what's wrong with it is, where are those women? Why are we always speaking as if we're 2 generations ago and these women are plentiful and everywhere just waiting? The issue and the problem is, and what Hood was talking about, is everybody speaks from this lens like black men can just fix this on our own without cooperation. That's literally impossible. If the women are constantly saying, hey, we're going to do this, and then in the meantime or teen time, you can't call the women out for the bullshit that they're doing and the niggas they're picking. Because if you tell them, well, hey, there are some decent guys out here that are ready to be married. And like Hood said, what woman don't say? Freezy, how many women on your panel, just off the top of your head, do you think you can recall that said, oh, I've been engaged. Oh, I've been proposed to. Right? That's a black woman's natural defense. As soon as you say, well, damn, you up here talking about marriage. Are you married? No. Well, but I've been proposed to. So that's the problem he's trying to point out. And again, not saying that, you guys, I don't know. I came in on you guys having the conversation. I don't know where it is. So I'm not speaking on that, you guys back and forth as far as like the origin. I don't know. Right. But just from what I've heard from what you guys are talking about, what Hood is saying is the black man is always told, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. Okay, well, who broke it? Who keeps breaking it? Who's doing more damage? Now, what I did here, a specific point was what he said. Y'all asked for the numbers. I think it's somewhere now like between 85, 87% of black men are married to black women. It's going down. It used to be 90 something, right? So, and there are more black men that are married than black women, even though I think there are somewhere between 500,000 to 1 million more black women than black men. But that same disparity, that's the number of more black men that are married than black women. So this thing is that black men are doing our jobs. It's just the fact of the matter that if you want to do it, you can't do it with a black woman. You literally have to go out and date out. You have to go out and marry out. White, Asian, Hispanic, whatever, so on and so forth. So the problem is everybody keeps talking to the black man when, yet again, the black man's doing his job. Ain't, can't, don't, won't. The black man ain't making enough money. Okay, well, Pedro ain't making enough money. Pedro married more than us. Why? You know what I'm saying? So, black man ain't got to educate. Go ahead,
let me ask you something fantastic. Do you think there's a black woman that could have been a good wife, but she ended up getting with the wrong guy? I mean, I'm just saying hypothetically, just throwing it out there.
Obviously, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. The problem though, Freezy, the follow-up question has to be, okay, how many good guys did she pass up on? How many good guys did she pass up before and after? Right? Let's say she got with a bad guy, right? And she didn't have a kid with a bad guy. All right. Even though statistically more likely that she did. Right. So that's another thing. That's why everybody talk shit, and not saying y'all, right? But people, the stats. Well, the stats matter. This is why we say the black man's predicament is totally different than any other man in this country. Okay. You got at least 60-some% of the women, at least 6 out of 10 of the women already got kids, right? And out of those women that got kids, 6 out of those women, 60% of those women have kids by multiple men. So you mean to tell me we got the majority of the women that got kids, and then the majority of women that got kids with multiple guys? That means a minority of women are left. And those minority of women left, we don't know what we know for a fact. 100% of those women aren't attractive. 100% of those women aren't in shape. 100% of those women aren't good people. So you're literally telling black men, okay, when a minority of black men have kids, right? So if we want this, and it isn't going to be a perfect world, but for the majority of this thing to turn out, you have to have matchable pairs. And what we're saying is it's not enough black women to go around, good black women to go around for the quote unquote good black man, and the good black man is seen as a lame ass nigga. The good black man is seen as corny. The good black man is seen as whatever. The good black man is seen as a 9-to-5 nigga with slow money. So this is what we're saying. Nobody dare say this. And I came up because somebody said about the black manosphere. That's y'all niggas don't listen to the black manosphere other than to say black manosphere. Y'all don't listen to nothing we hear. Are y'all talking shit about black women? Are we talking shit about black women, or are we pointing out the very, very detrimental things that need to be fixed? And since it's because about black women, it's just talking shit. As soon as you say anything critical of a black woman, most people cut their ears off. We've literally been trained to do that as a whole race, and that's the problem.
Right. So I understand, and going back to what you said as far as like, you know, hypothetically, because what we're talking about is a hypothetical situation, right? It's there could have been a black woman that a young black girl, young black woman who, you know, she was sincere about being good to her man, right? She was sincere about being good to this dude, but the dude that she got with, he ended up, you know, knocking her up and, you know, not being serious about her. Now, what you said could be true. She could have passed up 3 good dudes before that, but that's speculative, right? That's speculative. Once again, it's a hypothetical situation. The reason why I introduced that into the conversation is when we talk about the dynamics of these relationships, we don't know why or how a lot of these, like we can quote statistics, but we don't know why a lot of these relationships resulted in the way they did. We throw around the divorce statistics and stuff, and on how the majority of the divorces are filed by women, right? But we stop there, right? But I'm fair and balanced, right? I don't know why these women, the 80% of these women actually file for divorce. I don't know.
Yeah, but Freezy, let me ask you the question, right?
Yeah.
So, can you name me anything in the world where it's a 70 to 80% failure rate and it's not the problem? It's always something else. Anything? Can you name me anything in the world where we ask that question? Where we ask the question about, well, damn, this is so engineer. I have an engineering background, right?
Yeah.
If something
I went
broke
to school for
70%,
mechanical engineering, but I failed. I mean, I dropped
yeah,
out of
so
school.
but we went. So we can talk. Still, it was failed or not. You know what you're doing, right? You're mechanically inclined. So if you had a part that fails 70 or 80% of the time, Freezy, what's the chance of it being something else and not the part itself? It's highly unlikely, correct?
I would say highly unlikely. Yeah, yeah.
So we know it's torque. Torque could be involved. You could have a part that's you know, producing too much torque or whatnot, or you know what I'm saying. But if that's a point of failure, even for you to find out what it is, right? Let's say let's go there. Let's say it was a torque problem, right?
Yeah.
The machine was operating at too much RPMs or creating too much torque. You still have to do what, Freezy? You have to start at the failed part to get to the origin.
Yeah.
So that's what we say. No one's ever, the women are just getting divorced and immediately the men must be the problem. No, let's find out why are all these women always filing for divorce. It's a story. Speaking of country music, Freezy, it's a white boy right now. His wife just filed for divorce with his man, and she want not only half of what he got, but she wants 60% of anything he make going forward in his life, Freezy.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect marriage, never had no problem, no abuse, no nothing. Now all of a sudden that this man just, you know, became a over the year superstar, right? And he's rich. Now she want a divorce. The shit is too incentivized, and that's what we saying.
But here's the thing: I don't ignore that. I know this happens, right? Especially we've seen it a lot. We've seen this a lot in the public's eye. But back to your analogy with the failed parts, right? To me, the correct correlation is why did this part fail? Right? It could be a component. It could be a component in the part that we overlooked that made this part fail. Right? This is how I'm looking at it. Right? I'm just not looking at it as blanketed as you are, which I respect your viewpoint, but I'm asking you to look at it how I'm looking at it, right? Like within marriages, I concede, I think a brother, I forgot, I think it was Hot Sauce. In marriages, I would concede that men probably would want would probably stick it out. As far as like actually staying in a marriage, not wanting the marriage to end, men probably are more likely to probably try to stick it out in the marriage, right? What I'm saying is that when it comes to women in relationships, women in marriages, and the nuances that might go on, right? In a lot of conversations pertaining to men talk about having sex with other women like exercise. Like that same guy that Hood Server was referencing earlier in the chat, he was actually saying women just need to get used to men cheating on them. Cause that's just nature. That's just how it is. Right? That's one of the comments that guy wrote in the chat. So is that realistic? Is it realistic to make men expect to enter into a marriage and be able to have sex with other women and their woman ain't gonna divorce them?
No, that's not realistic.
Is that realistic though?
No, it's not realistic. But at the same time, Freezy, the women are pushing this poly bullshit more than men are.
Really?
Dead ass.
Oh Lord.
I don't know.
And no disrespect, but see, that's childish. Oh, hold on, wait. Can we address? Hold on, wait, stop. Oh Lord, are we adults here? All of us are damn near 40 or over.
I can say, "Oh Lord," there's nothing wrong with saying that.
Yeah, but you, if you don't know what you're talking about, this is what I'm saying. See, this is the lack of and who's that? Fear No Mortals?
No, this is me right now.
No, it is not.
Who said that?
Me, Mo Love.
And Stephanie.
Mo Love. I've never once ever interrupted you.
That. I was asking.
Okay, well, who said it?
That was the White School podcast you're talking to.
Okay, so my bad. The White School podcast. Whoever said it, the White School's podcast. We've been on platforms together. I've never disrespected you. I've never interrupted you. I've never said anything sarcastic. If you disagree with something I have to say, I mean, you're pretty articulate. Let's be adults and let's talk about what it is. But for that in itself is disrespect. And like for me and you have had several conversations. For you to do that is what goes back to what Hood Server was talking about.
No, not really, because
fantastic. You can't that's a poor person to use that example because Hood Server have been trolling me in my chat.
Exactly.
Doing all kinds of shit.
Men get up there and say disrespectful stuff all the time and
y'all expect black men to absorb your abuse.
I'm just saying use a poor example to use. That's all I'm saying.
Y'all don't call it out when men interject. Oh Lord, or says something.
We can take him out of it. Hold on. We can take him out of it. At the end of the day, can we all agree though? Was that necessary? I ain't cussed at nobody. Me and Freezy having a very, somewhat professional conversation
it's
in disagreement.
It's been real respectful.
So why would a woman that's in her 40s, oh Lord, inside? That's just so childish to me.
Well, because I said it because you just keep moving things down in a negative tone. First it was, okay, there's not marriageable women. Fine. Then you say this.
So hold on. So let's walk it down though. Wait.
Okay, now you're
so
being
am I correct?
So let me finish my point.
No, don't. We're having a dialogue now. So now we're actually speaking to each other. So let's have the conversation.
So
no, we're well. Hold on. That's not how it's gonna work. Whoa. So you're not gonna be rude. You're not gonna be rude and cut me off.
Let me jump in.
Go ahead, Freezy.
So just let her land a point, and then fantastic. You can respond.
Well, hold on, please. You can't keep running off points. So if she's gonna, and she's claiming that I did something. So I would like to address each point she's bringing up, point by point, versus her going down a long list of things and then having to come back to it. The conversation would be more coherent that way.
Finish my point anyway because you.
Well, you were naming things in a row, so I said that's why I say let's address it. So the first issue you have with what I said was there aren't marriageable women, so let's stop there, and then you can go to the next point. So do you agree that so you disagree that there are marriageable women? There are more marriageable women?
I agree that there are marriageable women. And
no.
Is that
enough.
Like how you men say, "Oh, I'm not attracted to them." That's one key point. Or just simple things like that. Just because she may not look like how you want, that is, or maybe a marriageable woman. The weight can change. So things that can change are overlooked just for the simple fact that my thing doesn't respond to her. So there
hold on. So wait. So hold on. So let's not. Okay. So you telling me that a man? Wait. So a man should be married to a woman he's unattracted to?
No.
I think a man should be married to a woman that displays the characters and traits of a wife that he could see intrinsically.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so even if hold on. So hold on. Now we got to go back. So
but yet the woman that you may want may not have that.
Yeah, but so you expect that man to be faithful to a woman he's not physically or sexually attracted to and be a successful marriage? Does that make sense?
But it comes to the point of when
Don't stutter to answer the question.
I'm answering it for you. It comes to the point of, are you gonna mature and say what you need or what you want? What you want is somebody that look good and things like that. But what you need is a wife that's gonna be there for you and wipe your butt if you get paralyzed, or speak inspiration into your life. So you have to decide how you're gonna divvy that up. Do you want
Okay, so
just a
let's go with your
beautiful woman that does not
narrative. So
display
okay.
anything that you want?
Okay, cool, great. So now what about the women then?
Can a woman be attractive?
The women that are there,
Respectfully, love. Hold on. No.
I've been trying to
Hold on.
talk
What
for
about
like
the women then?
45 minutes, but okay.
What about the women then? What about the women?
Well, the women, they need to discover what they want too. And the thing is, like Freezy said,
No. Don't say that. See, and then see, this is what happens. So the women should
I'm
be
not
willing
deferring.
to.
I'm answering both questions. She has to be a wife so that she can be chosen. One, obviously, and two, she just can't be being willy-nilly with her crotch, which a lot of feminists do. A lot of people that sexually think that they can do anything with their body, and not expect to suffer the consequences behind that, and expecting unfairly for somebody to come and clean that up. But
Yeah, but
I think
you're
that that's
jumping over the
wrong.
most important part. So the women should throw all of their attractiveness things out the window. Also, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they should.
Okay, it's just weird. I had to actually say it at that point.
Well,
Okay,
that was more
Can
direct.
I say? Can I ask a question? It's
unattractive
quick.
men?
Sure, more
Yeah,
love.
they should go
Okay,
out with.
so
Yeah.
what's
Well,
wrong
what women
with
don't though?
why can a woman be beautiful and also have good nurturing qualities? What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it. I agree with that. More love. That's what most men would want.
Right, like what's wrong with being attractive? You can also be
More love. Apparently, I don't know. I didn't say it. The woman said that.
I want to add something. Can I add
There's
something real
nothing
quick?
wrong
Because
with
I
that,
think
Miss
this
Mo.
is
I'm
an
not talking
interesting
about
point.
you, but I'm saying the men that they
I know
usually
you're not
choose
talking
and
about
cry
me. I
over.
was just asking a
The
question.
women that they
It
usually
sounded
cry
like it
over
was an
aren't the
issue.
ones that
I
display,
was just
as I said,
asking.
the
I was
wifely
just
traits.
trying to make sense of it because it sounded like a woman can only be good if like if she's beautiful, she may not be any good.
No,
That's
but
not
I'm saying
lot
if
of fat women get
that's what
married
it's
all
only
the
leading
time.
by, if that's what it's only
well,
leading
that's what it
by,
sounded like
it's
to
not
me.
a
I
good
mean,
character.
There are a lot of
that's what it
overweight
sounded like to
women
me.
who are getting married. I don't think it's just a
Hold
raw
on,
like
Hood Server, because I want to
obesity
get
thing. There's something else there.
I want to get Venus in the conversation and Reese in the conversation as well. Yeah, I want to, but go ahead and finish your thought, Hood Server. I just wanted to say that. Did you have something to say?
Real
Go
quick,
ahead.
I ain't gonna take forever. No, I see a lot of overweight women, and both of them are overweight, overweight couples. But the point I'm trying to make is I don't think it's just a raw, like, y'all not ugly. That nobody, even the fat girls, y'all not ugly. It's not that. But there's something else in there that's stopping an actual marriage from happening. And that needs to be worked out. Because dudes is getting with y'all,
On both
dudes getting
ends, right?
babies.
On
Both
both
ends,
ends.
I will not deny that there are men who need
Okay.
to get it together. There are men you should just avoid entirely.
Right.
But when we're talking about if men are not choosing the women for marriage, it's not really just obesity, because niggas like fat girls. I don't know what's wrong with niggas, but niggas really love fat girls, bro. That's crazy.
Wait,
I don't
fat or
know.
thick? Because it's a
I
difference.
don't know about.
I'm not going there with you, Freezy.
Yeah.
Niggas love them.
I'm just
Niggas
saying.
love them,
Overweight.
Freezy. Niggas love them. So don't act like that's the reason why.
And women get with
Ain't
fat
no fat
men all
ass.
the time too. So women get with fat, unattractive men all the time too. So when you guys have these conversations and talk, well, the women aren't in shape, the women aren't attractive, the women aren't this and that. Well, women are getting with men that have these same qualities too. But you guys just speed over that because y'all think that there are not some pretty women that get with unattractive men or get with men that are out of shape and the woman's in shape. It
Well,
goes both ways.
I think the
Right.
attraction
It's so
alignment is
vague.
off, though. Men are attracted to different things in women versus women are attracted to different things in men. So the approach is different. Like, so he's not just some fat guy. Like, he's got other things going on too.
And she might have other things going on too. So, like I
Like,
said,
he's
it goes
really
both
nice
ways.
to
We
him.
see
That's the
attractive
main
women
thing.
with fat men all the time. We see attractive women with men that know most other women be like, ooh, what's she doing with him? So it goes both ways. When you say that, are there all these attractive men for the women to get down with, for the women to marry? So y'all, you know, when y'all do that, I mean, it's as if women don't want attractive men too.
No. I don't know if what you're saying. I did. Let me just start from this point. I think the issue being brought up between Wife School and Fantastic was about the men aren't getting with these women, and she brought up one possible reason of, you know, maybe they think the women are unattractive or it's the weight, and I'm like, I don't think it's that.
Okay, so what is it other than physicality?
I
Because
think it's deeply interpersonal.
what's interpersonal? Tell me
Interpersonal,
those
like
traits. Yeah.
the relationship between the men and the women are deeply broken. Like we don't really function well together, and there's something that needs to be worked out on this really deep personal level.
And that's why I was saying, oh God, sorry, Fantastic, bringing it back to the transition that we were making in this conversation, where I think you just did not even hear, is that we said back in the maybe an hour or two ago, that this is not a worldly or carnal fight that we're fighting. This is a spiritual thing. That's why you can't put your
Ephesians
finger
6:12.
on
I
it.
got you.
That's why we
Understand
keep,
that concept.
yes, exactly. So, and that's why we were going so far along as far as addressing the introspective things, how the men do change. That's why Freezy was saying, like, how he did, even though his wife had a bad attitude, that may be a characteristic that you like, well, that ain't wife material. But actually, when he changed, he said he noticed that his wife acclimated, and now they became married and things are good. And now he's eating breakfast and sausage in front of us. So it's like we were going forward in a lot of things, and it kind of got a wrench thrown in it, because I see what's happening, because we were making the enemy mad, and we're making gains in ground, and he wants to just throw this old talking points, which we already put to bed, and revive it. No, it gotta go. That we know that the
I
thing
want
that
to
we
say
can't
this.
put our finger on it is a
I want
spiritual
to. I want to
issue.
specify. I want to specify this though, Wife School. Yeah, I made a decision to change my life, but I don't want to paint a picture as if it's as simple as if a man changes his life, the woman is gonna follow. No, I wasn't saying that. I
No,
was saying,
yeah.
yeah, I was just saying I changed my life, and my woman, she had an ultimatum. She could have just
Right.
walked away, right? But I was still gonna be who I was gonna be with or without her, right?
Right.
That's what I was saying. Cause I know a lot of times these messages can get can get construed and saying, "Oh, Freezy feel like if a man change, a woman just gonna automatically change." No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying a woman is gonna automatically change just because you change as a
Right.
man. But the positive that comes out of that is once you actually change as a man, you look yourself in the mirror and you say, "Hey, man, you know, I want to clean up a lot of the stuff that I've been doing and how I've been moving. I want to make a better trajectory in my life. I'm choosing to follow." Well, this is a personal thing for me. I don't want to put this on everybody. I chose to follow the Most High God, to follow His instructions and everything, right? So what happened was I wasn't like my woman. If she chose to keep her bad attitude, I was prepared not to deal with that anymore. I was prepared because it was too much at stake for me to actually go backwards. Like I'm not dealing with that. I really changed my life, right? And my standards have had increased to a certain level to where I really wanted better for myself, and actually I wanted better for her too, because she is the woman I wanted to marry. But here's the fork in the road that most people won't be able to deal with. After you make that change, dealing with this woman that you really want to be with, you ain't gonna be able to be with her. Because she made a decision to go a different direction. Here's what a lot of men don't want to tell the truth. They don't want to part ways with the woman that they was with, and they don't want to see their woman in the hands of another man. But that's a whole nother story.
Well, don't
Hey,
accuse these
Freezy, you
men
might
of
want
not
to put
loving
the
these
chat
women,
on
bro.
subscribers only, because the
Hold.
spamming is in the hole. It just keeps coming in the chat. We're blocking users like every 2
Right.
seconds. You might want to put it
You
on
see,
subscribers only,
Freezy,
because it's
you
bad.
see how you just
happened?
got really real.
Wait.
I said they are spamming the chat in droves. We are timing people out like back to back to back, like just random trolls are spamming the chat. So you might want to put it on subscribers only because we done had to block about 10 people in a row.
Right.
Okay, how do you put it on subscribers only?
A moderator could do that
You
also,
got
I believe.
no.
I'm not sure.
You gotta go. So Freezy, you gotta go to the YouTube live and do it that way. So you gotta click on like the little live thing as if you was live. You already got like I think it's like the little plus sign or the camera up on the thing. Go live and then you gotta change it, edit it in the settings.
It's in the YouTube studio.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not the studio. It's specifically the live. So you gotta go to hold on. Let me look at my computer. I can tell you.
Okay, yeah, because I need to do that.
So yeah, go to like create. So just go to your any main YouTube page, hit create, and then click on the go live in the middle, and then it'll open up the thing. You'll see it. Click on it, edit it, and then change it to subscribers only.
Go to my main YouTube page.
Either or, you just go to the home YouTube page, and you'll see the create up there by the bell and your avatar in the right corner.
In the right hand corner. Oh,
You see the create. It should have a create with a plus sign.
Yeah, go live. Hit go live.
Click on it here. Hit go live. Yep. And then your live stream that you got going on now gonna come up.
Yeah.
Click on that. Click on it.
Okay.
And then once it open up and you got the one off, you'll see the you'll see like the chat and you'll see your screen. Click edit. Hit edit.
What edit it?
It should be inside the same screen that your picture should be in. So the picture side. So right next to the chat in the top right corner. As soon as you look to the chat scrolling, after you click on it, you clicked on the video first, right? The live.
Yeah. I'm on the screen. You want me to
I
show
bet.
my
So
screen?
the top right corner should be. You should see edit.
Top right. I see top fans. I see top chat.
Right next to the chat. So right next to the chat box in the top right corner. So as soon as where the screen start, like as if your video screen, you should see edit in the top right corner.
Oh, edit. Okay,
Sure.
I see. Yeah.
Edit. Yeah. All right, and then the options, it's not the first one, should be like the second one. And then scroll down and just go to subscribers only and hit save.
You might want to put a time limit on the amount of time you will subscribe so they can.
Is it on the details, customization, or monetization?
Customization. There you go. Go to customization. You go scroll down a little bit.
Yeah.
And then, like she said, put on subscribers only and put like at least 4 or 5 minutes or something if they doing that.
Oh, so instead of anyone, subscribers only.
Yeah, subscribers only, and put either 1 minute or 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll put 5 minutes in. Yeah, I got you, motherfucker.
Make sure you hit save.
I hit save. Appreciate that, fantastic.
I bet. Yeah, bro.
Can I get a word in? Or what?
Go ahead, Venus. Go ahead, Venus. Venus was next anyway. Go ahead, Venus.
Cause y'all dragging it. Okay, a few things. You can hear me okay? My phone.
Yeah, we hear you good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, first of all, I'm tired of the statistic conversation because statistics, there's a lot of statistics that point to a lot of negative outcomes and they don't stop nobody. Statistics say people should not be having unprotected sex, but the STD rate's going up every day. Statistics say people should not drink and drive, but people dying from drinking and driving every day. Statistics say you shouldn't open a business because most of them fail and people open businesses every day. So my point is people don't care about negative statistics. People hide behind negative statistics as an excuse to not do the things they don't want to do anyway. Because clearly the things that y'all want to do, negative statistics never stopped you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to need people to stop using negative statistics, because if we could point to 10 other areas in your life where there are negative statistics, but you're still doing that shit, don't talk to me about negative statistics. I'm tired of it. Like, stand on the fact that you don't want to be married, and that's the bottom line. That is it. Like, that's really number one. Most of the people who are like the women aren't marriageable are the same people who will tell you they do not desire marriage. So make it make sense. Just be honest. You're scapegoating women, you're scapegoating statistics, data, and everything else in the world instead of just being honest about what you want as a person and what you don't want. And I just can't do the dishonest shit. Like, it's annoying. Because again, there's a bunch of statistics that are negative and it don't stop nothing. Like, it doesn't stop anything. And the other thing, if you ask every man you know, hey, do you have a one that got away? All of them will say yes. Every single one. But the same men will tell you there are no marriageable women, but somehow every single one of them got one that got away. Nothing these men say makes sense. Everything they say contradicts something they said before. And I think that's because people are just not being honest.
Mm-hmm.
We had a whole conversation about condoms, and most of these men outright admitted on the internet in front of hundreds of people they don't want to use condoms, right? They don't want to, but they're gonna tell you, well, black women got the highest STDs. Okay, where they getting them from?
Hmm.
Or they not making men put condoms on. Why the hell somebody got to make your grown ass do anything, right? So it's all bullshit. People are scapegoating their bad behavior onto every excuse in the world. We're just tired of hearing about it. Like it's ridiculous. So that's really my point.
Okay, great. Okay, so the bad statistics, right? Of course. All right. So I'll speak for the statistics crowd. Most of those bad statistics you talk about, I can't think of one as to where it's the majority and not a minority. And the reason it's a minority is because people know it's a bad thing. So you use statistics to tell people, hey, if you get behind a car, increases your chances of dying in a horrible accident by, some insurmountable percentage. So you know what people do? Because they listen to the bad statistics, they don't do it. That's why the majority of people don't drink and drive. So that's
Why
how a
the
negative.
STD rate so high?
Well, I didn't cut you off at all. I didn't cut you off, not one time. But we can jump there though. So STD rates, right? Once upon a time when we were kids, our age, I don't know how old you are, but my age group, right? This whole HIV thing was rampant, crazy before we were even grown. They had this famous basketball player named Magic Johnson. He came out, he did this whole campaign, the Wrap It Up campaign. It was a campaign. Guess what happened to the HIV rates? They went down tremendously. Why? Because that was a negative percentage rate that really was getting out of hand. So you start talking about it and telling people how negative it is, and people stop doing it.
That's
so the
not
bad
true.
thing about what?
That's not true.
You said how's it not true? Hold on. So you want to bet money? Hold on,
It
wait.
wasn't
So
about.
you tell wait.
You got to hear what
So
I'm disagreeing with before you want to bet. I don't want to bet money. I'm having a conversation. That's it. People did not understand what HIV even was. They were scared to death. That's a whole different response to this thing that people were just unfamiliar with. That wasn't because people are quoting negative stats and that's influencing behavior. Y'all don't care about that. I've only ever heard y'all care about it when it comes to marriage. I promise. That's the only time.
no. Well, you haven't listened. It's more than marriage. Like the STDs is one of the things that's not a part of marriage. That's sex. So black men use the most condoms. And again, black women were at one point in time had too high of a teen pregnancy rate. Guess what black women stopped doing? That was a negative number. They
Wait,
stopped having kids as teens.
you
So
said
which is
black
it?
men use the most condoms, but somehow have the most illegitimate children? How that work?
Well, it's easy if you have the most irresponsible women and the same that's having sex with the same irresponsible men. So if one nigga got Cam Newton, let's go back to that, right? Cam Newton has, I don't know, he's at like 8 kids or something now. No, I think 6 biological kids between 3 different women. You understand how it can work?
Okay, so where are you getting this information from that black men use the most condoms? Where
You
are
can
you getting
Google it.
that?
You can Google it. Google it. Don't ask me. Google it.
I wouldn't waste my time because that would have to be like a self-reported thing. It
Well,
would have to be.
the problem with the self-reported thing is this, right? The problem with the self-reported thing, just like when y'all try to take credit and try to say, oh, it was self-reported, but then y'all find out black men being the most responsible fathers was reported by the women, right? The women reported this, the mothers reported this, and y'all still tried to, but that's neither here nor there. The thing is, right, you ask, when you survey the men, be they white, Hispanic, whatever, I mean, what nigga gonna lie about condoms? Like you said yourself, Venus. Didn't you just say niggas talk about not wanting to wear condoms and not wearing condoms all the time? You hear? I've never heard a man say that. Hey man, I've never raw dogged. I've never heard one nigga say that in life. So why would they lie to some random person about wearing condoms and they're not wearing condoms?
Because
I
people
heard
lie
it
on surveys
yesterday.
all the
They lie
time. That's
about
why
getting BL all
self-reported.
the time.
Excuse me. People lie on surveys all the time. That's why nobody cares about self-reported surveys. We know that.
So hold up.
When I
So
watched
that's
Show
not true.
Cheaters yesterday, this man said he don't wear condoms. So I don't know what you talking about,
Wait. Hold on,
Fantastic.
Tyranny. Hold on.
Exactly. That's one guy. What are you talking about?
No,
You
it's
literally
not the
just said
guys
what I
that don't wear
said.
condoms. What you
Wait,
talking about?
Tyranny. Can you
That still
wait
don't
1
mean the
second?
majority of men don't wear condoms.
Y'all don't. Black men specifically are the most sexually irresponsible
No,
men
black women are.
in
Black women are. That's why you have
existence.
the highest HIV rates, and that's why you
And
had the highest single mother rates. That's why you had the highest pregnancy rates,
So where we
illegitimate
get the
child rates.
How is
HIV
it
from?
we
We
Again,
getting
becoming
it from
that's
single
black
mothers?
y'all.
women. So
Wait,
that's
hold on,
black
hold on,
women.
hold
No,
on.
no. Let's,
Wait,
if
hold
we're
on,
gonna
hold
do it,
on.
let's do this.
Wait, hold on, y'all.
Black women have the highest STD rates and higher STD rates than black men. Hold on. And higher STD rates than black men, specifically now, new HIV cases. So that make sense. How is it that
I could
black women
make it
have the
make sense for
highest
you.
rate?
Wait,
Huh?
I can make it make sense for you. We all know that most of you do not go to the doctor. This is
That's
a
debunked.
fact.
That's
No,
bullshit.
no, no, no.
That's
It's not
bullshit.
debunked.
Yes, it is
No, it is not
debunked.
debunked. How can,
Yes, it is.
unless you can show me reports from the CDC that says black men go to the doctor at the same rate as black women, which I
No
know
man
you
goes to the
can't.
doctor at the
Wait, wait,
same rate as a
wait,
woman does
wait,
because it's not a
wait. Stop,
requirement.
stop
A man can't
interrupting
get a
me.
pap
Stop,
smear.
stop interrupting me.
A man don't get a
You,
pap smear. Well,
unless
I'm not
you
gonna let you
can,
gaslight. You're not gonna
unless
gaslight
you
the people
can.
that are
No, no,
too
no.
stupid
You
and
want
want
to
to listen to a
overtalk
narrative.
because
So
Wait, wait, wait,
I'm
hold on,
answering your
hold on,
question. I'm
because
answering
you
your
want
question
to
in real time.
overtalk because
one
you know
mic
I'm
at a
right.
time. Come
Well, I'm
on.
answering your question in real time.
No, I want to finish my
I'm
statement.
too stupid.
Well,
Go
you're
ahead.
I want
making
to
a
finish
false
my statement.
equivalency.
I
No
want to
man
finish.
goes to
No,
the
it's not,
doctor as
because
much as
you're
women do.
comparing men to women. So we are gonna do equivalency. So since you said we lead in STDs, which you're not wrong, right? We lead in the STDs,
Thank
all
you.
that stuff.
Thank you. At
You're
least
not
for
wrong
admitting
about
that.
that. Now here's my follow up to that.
HIV rates too. Make sure you
Show
put that
me
one in
a
there too.
study. Show me a study from the CDC, because that's the one I respect. Center of Disease Control. That's the place that collects all the data from all these health facilities in the country. Unless you can show me from there where it says that the black men go to the doctor and get the same amount of testing as the black women, which I know you can't because I know they don't, then you cannot say black women have more of this. No, black men don't go to the
Y'all can.
doctor, so the numbers are going to be disproportionate. This is what I
No,
know
that's
as a
not.
health
No, no, no,
major.
no. And
I'm
again,
a
this is
health
why you.
major. This is what I know for a
Okay,
fact. So there
well,
is
you're a
no
health major, but
debunking that.
health don't got shit to do with numbers, and you don't
No, it
understand the
does.
numbers.
It
So let me
has
explain it to
everything
you.
to
You were
do.
done.
Center of
You were done.
Disease
So let
Control.
me
What is
explain it to you.
that?
Can I
So let me
ask a
explain it to you.
question?
So hold on. Well, let me answer the question first, and then you ask the question. So, are there, Venus, since you're a health major, tell us which STDs women are higher than the men in?
I've already agreed with. See what I'm saying? I already said you weren't wrong about that. Now my
Okay, so
follow up
hold on. So
was when
hold
you
on. So
say
this is the other. This
more.
is the other half. Wait. So this is the other half. Now tell us the disease where the men are higher than the women.
I won't be able sexual transmitted disease. I will not be able to do that
Why
because,
not?
like I said,
You say you
like I
threw your
just
health major
said,
out there as you
the
knew it, right?
data.
You threw that as like
Listen,
you're a subject matter
why are you
expert. So
not
let me
letting
help
me
you out.
finish? This is
So
when
let
I
me help
know
you
y'all
out because
defeated
because
because y'all do
you don't
this.
have anything to finish. So let me help
Freezy,
you
can you
out.
make him stop so I
So
can
let me
go
help you out.
forth?
No, 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 no. We're having a
No,
conversation.
you. I
Hold
don't
on.
need your
Don't
help.
run.
I don't need
Don't
your help.
run. Hold on.
Wait,
You told me I
fantastic.
stopped talking.
Hold on, fantastic. Just keep your answer in your in the chamber. Just let her
I
finish her
bet I
thought.
got you. So this is the thing right here, right?
Hold
Cool.
on, wait.
So
Just let her finish her thought, and then you can go ahead. You can go ahead. Go ahead, Venus. Just keep your answer in your chamber. Go ahead,
I've
Venus.
already stated that if they're not going to the doctor, there is no data to report to the CDC. So how could somebody answer that question? So it's always
okay.
going to look like on paper, data wise, that women lead in diseases because guess what? They're the ones going to the doctor.
Okay, no. So
Where are
this is
It's
they
the
very
getting
problem.
it
So
simple.
Freezy,
from?
hold on. So let me answer the question, Freezy. And this is why I love people
Wait,
doing this to
I just
themselves,
need
right?
one mic at a time because it's get like. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're
Go
right.
ahead.
So the problem with Venus's thing, even though
Yeah.
she threw out that she's a health major, but apparently Venus doesn't know that there's a disparity between the two, right? So it's chlamydia and gonorrhea, and they're two different things. Men are higher in one, women are higher than the other. So by Venus's logic, that means the women should be high across the board. All right. The truth, Freezy, is a lot of people don't know this, and they go to the same CDC she keeps saying she respects, right? The CDC says that, and I don't know which one it is, one or two. Between chlamydia and gonorrhea, the men have much higher numbers. If the men didn't go to the doctors, how would the men ever have a higher STD rate than the women do? Okay. Further context, men are never, ever going to go to the doctor as much as women do because what do we know? Anatomy wise, women are required to, or at least suggested to, okay, go to the doctor because of the way their anatomy set up. They have to get certain things looked at in their sexual anatomy that men don't. Okay. So again, now you're requiring or asking for a false equivalency as what I was pointing to before. So you're wrong because men have higher STD rates in certain diseases than women do. And the only way you'll be able to know that is if you went to the doctor to get it tested and diagnosed in the first place. And then secondly, you're wrong with the false equivalency because again, a man doesn't have a vagina. So therefore he doesn't have scheduled however many annual or biannual or however often y'all have to go and get your vagina checked. That's why it's
Can
never
I
going to be the
reply?
same.
Can I
Okay, let me
reply?
reply to how ignorant that is.
Yeah.
We don't have to do anything. It's a choice. If you know, like those men who got those diseases reported, if you know that you're having unprotected sex, it's just a responsible thing to do as an adult to go and get yourself checked out. So men choosing not to do it, fantastic. You're not going to use the excuses. It's an anatomy thing. No, it's called being a responsible adult thing. You know you're out here having sex unprotected with different women, but you haven't gone to the doctor and got a panel done in years. No, we're not going to blame that on anatomy. That's what y'all are doing. So we're not going to let that fly. Like, oh, that's the reason. No, the reason is they really don't want to go. Period.
Right.
No,
A lot of
y'all
them
don't know
know
how,
they
and y'all
got
don't know.
might have
And,
something
Right,
going
right.
on
Venus,
and
they've got
choose
the
to
at
ignore it.
home kits now. They're
Breezy,
at home doing the
I gotta go
kits.
to work. Can I respond right quick before I gotta go to work right quick,
Oh
please?
yeah, go ahead because go ahead and
Um,
respond. We got like about 13 more minutes before we switch over to the next. And I need all
yeah.
y'all to hit the link to the next channel because I need to continue this. We need to continue this conversation. We got 12 more
Okay.
hours to go. Go ahead, Tierney.
What's up, all the active fathers? Okay, happy Father's Day. Um, Fantastic. You said that black women are irresponsible because we're opening up our legs to black men who are irresponsible as well. If you say that we have the most STDs, then we're getting it from you. Y'all are giving them to us. So that actually concludes to you guys are actually out there pop locking and dropping it without condoms on. So if you guys want your black women to stop having so many STDs, stop giving it to us. Okay. Also, I just want to say that I feel like black women, when it comes to this topic, are black women under the threat of black men or vice versa? I feel like I've heard in a lot of panels and discords that black women, we need to stop letting these men get us out our femininity. I notice a lot of time we argue back and forth with these men, and they get us in a place we really don't want to be. Our hearts start racing fast. We start arguing with them back and forth. Let's just let them have it and let them look stupid on their own. The best thing that we can do is stay looking pretty like we are, and just keep the conversation pushing. But when you say stuff like, black women have the most and black women have most that without taking into effect that black women are mostly with black men, you have to look at what you're doing wrong as well, black men. And if y'all have the highest divorce rates, what are you doing wrong? We're not divorcing you because you're cute and faithful. We're not divorcing you because you cook and you help with the family. We're divorcing you because you're doing something wrong. So if you guys are really upset and feel some type of way that your women are leaving you, what are you doing to be left? Again, happy Father's Day to everybody. And that's all I want to say.
You just came
yeah,
up here to drop the mic.
yeah, she ain't dropped no damn mic. She's carrying it with her to work. So yeah, listen, Tyranny, again, 80-20 rule, right? Just like black women are having sex by multiple men. We're gonna say this again. It's a hard, I don't know why it's a hard concept for y'all to understand. Y'all are fucking the same nigga or niggas. A small percentage of men
That's a lie.
that are able to have sex with the majority of women are these spreaders. Y'all say this all the time. You niggas ain't getting no pussy. You niggas is ugly. You broke. You dusty. All this shit. Women don't like you anyway. So you can't have it both ways. Okay.
Can I
You
ask a
can't say,
question?
hold on. My
Don't
bad.
they
Go
have
ahead.
a
Go ahead. I'm
Facebook
I
sorry.
have
group
been
about
trying.
that? Like,
I've
I'm
been holding
sleeping with
on.
the same
No,
guy.
you're right.
Isn't
That's why
there
I
a
said go.
whole
That's my low. My low. That's why I said go ahead, love. My bad. Go ahead. You got it.
Shout out
Okay,
to
so
Fantastic, man. You simping
my
not
question
fantastic.
is,
I'm just playing.
shouldn't accountability be held on both sides? Like, all the women are leading in STD rates or whatever. So can't we say, well, the men have a choice to use protection? The women have a choice to say, no matter how we feeling in the moment, we got to protect ourselves regardless. Like, shouldn't we reach a level of maturity versus coming up here arguing about who's leading in this? Like, why is it the blame game when both people, in my opinion, should equally be held accountable?
Well, it's not about, well, it's equal accountability, but it's the reason behind it. So it's important, right? So let's just say we got a room full of people, 10 people, right?
Mhm.
If you get 2 out of those 10 people that are doing all the bad things, you can't say all the men are doing it. And that's the problem. You have to be specific. So it's always a blanket statement with black men, y'all this, y'all that, all y'all, whatever, all. You can't say the same thing in reverse, right? So the problem is not acknowledging what the issue is. there's a small percentage of men that are the element of a lot of the issues in the Black community, be it criminality, be it children being had, be it STDs, be it a lot of things. But because Black men is easy to get shitted on, now it's all the niggas or most of, and that's not the case. That's why. The women, though, now what happens is those 2 men get to deal with 10 of the women, all 10, or at least 8 out of those 10 women. And then the women, after they done got something, contracted something, whatever, say, all you niggas this. Well, hold on, how you mean no, all you niggas? Y'all, all 8 of y'all fucked only 2 of the niggas. Y'all said the other 8 niggas was lame or ugly or whatever, so on and so forth. So how you gonna say all niggas' dicks is dirty when y'all only fucking 2 dicks? That's why I'm more love. You have to assess, even though it's a side thing, you have to get specific into the behavior, and this is why this happened. Black women specifically need to be worried about this because, again, Black women are the actually the most irresponsible group behind the brotherfuckers, of course, behind the the guys that have sex with guys of the heterosexual orientation, right? They're clearly the most.
This is such a lie.
Clear.
Like, why do you keep
I
saying
wanted
that?
to say one more thing too, but
when niggas tell the truth, y'all been lying about
I
Black
they know
men
it.
for generations.
Freeze on the
As soon as
rant,
Black
the
men start
turbid.
telling us the truth, it's bad.
So I wanted to say
Freezy
this
was
to
telling the truth, and you came up here crying. So don't talk
I
to me.
wanted to say this to what Tierney said as far as women like not walking in their femininity, I guess, depending on how upset we get with men, we should just let them have it. Shout out to you, Tierney. I love you, but I don't see anything wrong with speaking up. I think it's all about the way that you deliver your message. I will never bend or turn a blind eye to something that I'm not in agreement with. It doesn't mean that I'm not feminine. There's nothing wrong with women having a voice. It's just not.
Hey, could all the panelists do me a favor? Could y'all hit that new link in the? It's gonna take a second to switch over to the next show.
Okay, Freezy, can I say this real quick before it ends? I just wanted to say, blessed Father's Day to all the fathers out there. I hope y'all keep stepping up for your kids, giving them good advice, teaching them, being in their lives, and being a positive role model. So blessed Father's Day to all the fathers that have children that are really doing their jobs. And we love you and we appreciate you. That's it.
Thank you, sis. Thank you. Listen,
Happy
I
Father's
need.
Day, guys.
Wait, who is Sister Soldier Jackie Bro? Who is this? Hold on, man. Sister, hold on.
That could be a troll.
Sister Soldier Jackie Bro, who is that? Sister Soldier Jackie Bro. Don't worry about it. I got you. You gone. Why y'all do this? Why they do that? Did y'all hit the new link? Hold on, let me do this first before y'all do that.
I'm on my phone, Freezy, so I can't hit both. But I'll swap over. I'm gonna get on my computer anyway, bro. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah. I'm gonna pull up.
Over hood server.
Happy Father's Day to everybody too, man. For sure. I ain't said it earlier. It was too early in the morning. I ain't think a lot of people was up.
Appreciate that, man. Hood servative, you there?
Yeah, I slide over.
Okay, appreciate you. Reese, you going over there, Reese? Okay. Shout out to the ladies. Ladies, y'all here. Shout out to Miss Piggy for being the sponsor of tonight's show, of today's show. Miss Piggy is the official sponsor of today's show. Shout out to everybody that's still tuned in. We got 12 more hours to go. We about to head over to the next show. Don't worry about it. It's going to redirect you guys to the next show. All right. Just stay right there. It's going to redirect you guys. I appreciate you guys. Who is Soul Sister Jackie, bro? I don't even know who this is. So let me start this stream right here.